War Minister Qin fumed as he left the temple. To think, not only had the avatar appeared in this spirit's forsaken corner of the world, but he had severed the mechanist from the Fire Nation's grasp. Still, the minister had to admit that this would be a good proving ground for the new weapons. The tanks had been kept under wraps for long enough, and he had the authority to finally put them to use. He'd like to see the faces of the Fire Lord and his daughter when he revealed this latest form of warfare to them. It would strengthen his liege's waning faith in Qin, while reminding the crown princess that ingenuity was not limited to savage barbarism and creative torture methods. Really, Colonel Singh showed such talent for non-linear thinking, it was a shame that the boy had to direct it to such theatrically bloody tactics. Such a waste of a good intellect, to be paired with a primitive hunger for violence. War Minister. A soldier called out as he ran, drawing Qin's attention. News from the supply convoy. The minister kept his patience as the man saluted before actually delivering his report. The 11th Royal Regiment has entered the region. They were following after the avatar. Oh? Now this might be. No, Qin huffed. He would not use the Crown Princess toy soldiers. This was the chance to prove himself to everyone. Plus the Fire Nation has dealt with air nomad temples filled with airbenders before, this temple full of refugees should be an easier task. Take me to them. And tell General Liu Yang to ready the troops. Qin met with the young colonel of the 11th, who offered a polite bow in an overly courteous voice. War Minister Qin, I did not expect such an august minister as yourself to be out here. Pathetic suck-up. The minister fought off his annoyance as he kept up a neutral mask. Quite so. I have matters to attend to here. Matters that the avatar's arrival has complicated. Before the boy could open his mouth, Qin took the satisfaction of cutting in, but it is of no concern to you, Colonel. It is a minor irritant to the Fire Nation, and will be corrected shortly. He let a smug smile bloom on his features. Don't worry, if the avatar decides to flee the area, I'll let you continue after them. My issue is against the refugees hiding like elephant rats in the Northern Air Temple. Colonel Singh remained silent for a moment before nodding. As you say, Minister. If you do not mind, my regiment will be camping nearby to witness your assault. Ha, the kid thinks to decipher some secret tactic. Good luck to that. A shame the regiment will never get tanks, not if Qin and his cohorts can help it. Go ahead, he answered smoothly. You might as well bear witness to the new era of the Fire Nation's warfare. General Liu Yang frowned as he regarded the steep mountain ahead of him. His officers were organizing the men, sending out orders to march up narrow pathways to get to the temple. It would be one hellish advance, left vulnerable to any assault from above. If the refugees had any earthbenders with them, it'd be a nightmare trying to survive rocks falling from the mountaintop. Oh, he had no doubt about securing victory, but the general did not like the heavy price of it. It pained him to know that his men would be nothing but fodder, to dilute the enemy's attention from the War Minister's brigade of metal boxes. These tanks looked interesting, and supposedly they could climb the mountain effortlessly. Presumably so long as the enemy were not fully occupied on them. Hence the need for the general's forces. As he mulled at the coming carnage, Liu Yang heard someone coming up, and turned to find an unlikely figure. General Liu Yang, the infamous colonel of the defiant 11th saluted. I've come to pay my respects. Thank you, Colonel, he answered with a salute of his own. What brings you to these parts? The avatar. Of course the glory hound would be after the avatar. We caught sightings of him and followed after them, bringing us here. I see. Liu Yang regarded the young commander carefully, finding none of the smug arrogance of a person trying to hunt the Fire Nation's greatest enemy. Oh, he had a steely resolve on him for sure, but that's to be expected of a boy who ordered desecrations on the dead to scare his enemies, or made terrifying use of night attacks. But there was none of the swagger that Liu Yang had expected. You will not be joining us, then. The general posed, and the colonel shook his head. War Minister Qin has assured me that your army is more than capable of taking this mountain without our assistance. Liu Yang almost hissed a curse at the arrogant minister. No doubt he only truly cares about the performance of his metal tanks, and seeing to the lives of the common soldiers was beyond his blinkered view. The general regarded the colonel for a second, and then sighed. Tell me, Colonel. What is your take on this? He vaguely waved a hand at the mountain. Liu Yang was not so up in his own ass as to ignore the insight of a boy that had accomplished far more than himself. It looks to be a brutal climb, Colonel Singh said, looking at the mountain and the temple on top of it. Lots of snow collected, so avalanches might be a real threat. And there's supposed to be the avatar up there. He gave a thoughtful frown before shrugging at Liu Yang. But the war minister seems confident of his plan, so perhaps he has those things considered. Of course he would, the bastard. Everything was factored in, for his tank brigade. Liu Yang was to play support and do what he could. He has confidence in his new weapons, he carefully admitted. You might not have seen them, but the new vehicles that the war minister has conjured up are rather capable things. But not capable enough to take the mountain by themselves, he silently added. Pardon my rudeness, General, but not capable enough that he needs your men. Liu Yang snorted. Whatever they said about the scorpion, nobody could claim that he was dumb. He carefully pieced together his reply. Quite so. No matter how well armed or armored, one always risks being overwhelmed by numbers. As expected, the boy got the hint immediately, a disapproving frown on his face. I see. Liu Yang forgot that particular virtue of the colonel, that he disdained the callous expenditure of Fire Nation lives, even if that virtue was tainted by dishonorable tactics. There was a heavy pause before the scorpion spoke again. I would not dare to suggest knowing more than yourself, General, but if I may ask? How are your men distributed? Liu Yang didn't hesitate in breaking down the general formation for the coming assault, earning the boy's impressed nod. You've factored in avalanche rescue teams, that's good. Firebenders mixed with non-benders, to help against harassment. You're fully prepared for this, General. Of course, Liu Yang said, allowing himself to preen at the praise for a brief second before sighing. But, I still fear for the casualties. He remembered that multiple divisions had been sacrificed to clear each temple, and here he was with just his lone division. There might not be any more airbenders, but the Avatar more than made up for their absence, in Liu Yang's mind. If I may be so bold, Colonel Singh offered, and the general nodded. Perhaps you could have your men slow their advance? Let the War Minister's contraptions take the lead? If he is confident of their strength they would not suffer too much, and it would lessen the attention on your soldiers. Now that was an interesting, and treacherous, idea. But the colonel was right, if War Minister Qin believed so much in his damned tanks, he might as well prove their durability at the very least. That is, something worth considering, Liu Yang admitted. But the troops cannot be seen as purposely dallying around. The colonel smiled. But if they were to take a cautious advance to ensure that the mountain paths can support your army? Oh. Liu Yang matched the smile. Yes, it'd be a shame to have the whole assault falter because a collapsed route or snow drift suddenly buried the ranks. Slow is smooth is fast, the scorpion offered, and Liu Yang decided that he really liked that sentence. He offered the young colonel a grateful bow. Thank you, Colonel, for your advice. Colonel Singh returned the bow before leaving. I can only hope it is of some value to you and your men, General. For all his alleged brutality and glory-seeking, the boy was polite and tolerable enough, unlike some blinkered war ministers that Liu Yang knew. The assault that followed the next day was disappointing yet relieving. Firebenders melted snow and ice away while testing the stability of the rocky paths. Yet Liu Yang watched as flying contraptions appeared to stymie his troops' advance with smoke, some sort of gunk, and foul miasma. Nothing lethal, thankfully, though the general watched helplessly as the Avatar dropped an avalanche on one section. Miraculously, the collapse only inflicted serious injuries, with no fatalities. The War Minister's tanks were doing their job, at least. Their slow but relentless advance eventually forced the temple's defenders to fully focus their attention on them, allowing the troops to regroup and resume their advance. They were impervious to the aerial harassment, and cleared the treacherous climb quickly enough with their twin grappling hooks. As much as he was annoyed at the man, Liu Yang had to admit being impressed by the vehicles War Minister Qin created. The refugees then revealed a massive flying lantern-like thing, which looked awe-inspiring until Liu Yang noted it only dropped a few sacks on the tanks and was left floating uselessly after that. But in the end, the temple defenders revealed their true secret weapon, blasting out almost the entire mountainside and leaving a jagged, steep chasm. The tanks would likely make it through, if most of them hadn't been flung like bugs from the explosion into spirits knows where. Not to mention the general spotted the grappling chains on several of them being severed. Secondary explosions could still be heard, as boulders fell from the sky. With a heavy sigh, Liu Yang called for the retreat. His men would be useless now, and if the War Minister wants, he can go dig up his tanks and try again himself. General. A messenger called out in near panic. The War Minister. Liu Yang immediately ran towards the man to get the news, and then ran with all haste towards the catastrophe. Yama kept a half-hearted grumble as he climbed the steps that he created on the mountainside. The brat had asked him, Kylan and a few other earth and water benders to follow him towards a more impossible face of the mountain. It would have been an arduous walk, if not for common earth-bending practices. The water hags bending kept a canopy of snow and ice above them, concealing their movements rather well, for a waterbender. From this side of the mountain, the group could spy the beginning of the Fire Nation's assault. Yama scowled as he saw the wheeled metal boxes. Leave it to the Fire Nation to fight dirty. So why'd you call us here for? He growled, hoping that the brat was better than rubbing this new weapon in the prisoners' faces. Do you see that? The boy asked, pointing down to the Fire Nation camp. That's where War Minister Qin is watching his new toys at work. He grinned darkly at Yama. I'm here to do us both a favor. You want to kill important Fire Nation people, I'd like the War Minister dead. Yama snorted. At least the kid's not beating around the bush. So what do you want from us? Chuck a few stones from here. Oh no, I want you to chuck a really big stone, but the timing has to be right. The brat then gave out his instructions, and the old general had to admit some awe at the meticulousness of it. His bodyguards were doing a very good job at playing deaf. So, are you up for it? The brat asked the assembled prisoners. Yama shared a look with Kylan, and then to the other benders. It's doable, the water hag mused. But how long do we have? The child soldier shrugged. No idea, but you'll know it when it happens. Meh, I guess a scrap's better than nothing, Yama snarled without any heat. He'll never admit it, but it's been a long time since the brat had taken him out for this kind of work, and Yama missed being able to flex his bending. The group worked and watched silently as the battle progressed, showing off the defenders' desperation and ingenuity, and the tanks' durability and tenacity. They might even be a problem for Ba Sing Se in significant numbers. And then out came a massive flying bladder with an underslung basket, which did dick all. But then, the explosion that rocked the entire mountain almost knocked Yama and the earthbenders off their feet. It was an impressive thing, to carve out an entire chunk of rock like that. Another potential weapon to threaten Ba Sing. Now! The brat suddenly called out, snapping Yama out of his thoughts. The general gave a scowl before nodding to his compatriots. As one they stomped their feet, reaching into the pre-carved projectile on their side of the mountain to drag it out of its housing. Don't any of you screw this up! Yama groaned out with exertion as they collectively grappled with nearly a hill's worth of compacted rock and earth, and held it in the air for an excruciating few seconds as the waterbenders quickly added ice on it. Then it was flung with a choir of grunts, and thankfully nobody fucked up their aim as the massive block of mountain soared through the smoke and debris towards its goal. Yama watched with unbridled satisfaction as the huge boulder crashed onto the camp and erased it from existence. The momentum made it disintegrate into smaller rocks that added more to the chaos as it rolled on its merry way. Hey! The brat still got good ideas in him, then. General Liang came across a rocky outcrop that used to be the camp of the war minister. It was utterly poor luck that the explosion had sent such a big chunk over here. He immediately sent out his reserves to dig out through the rocks. It might be a slim chance, but an attempt had to be made. They mostly found mangled bodies or smears of what should be bodies amongst the new hill. Some were shredded into paste by sheets of ice. Thankfully, the losses were not complete. Some survivors were found among the rubble, mostly at the edges of the camp. They were mostly in bad shape, often suffering from crushed or torn limbs. A few unlucky souls had their armors jammed deep into their flesh from the force of the flying rock slide. Miraculously, War Minister Qin survived, somewhat. Half his face had crumpled in, and his silk robes did not protect his body from the crushing weight, leaving him a disfigured mess. Liang couldn't even tell where the minister's arms and legs were on him. He had teams hurry the minister out for treatment, and then immediately called for a general retreat as soon as the rescue operations were concluded. With flying mountainsides about, it was best not to linger any longer. Nobody in the 11th Royal Regiment knew where their colonel took the prisoners, nor did they care to ask. When it came to things like this, the veterans had learned to enjoy blissful ignorance. At the same time, the newer soldiers wisely kept their curiosity to themselves when their colonel returned with a grinning Yama of all things. Everyone saw and heard the explosion from the mountains, and they also saw the stubborn and creative defenders fending off the war minister's contraptions. Nothing about that battle suggested any interference from their young leader. Not unless the combination of earthbenders, waterbenders and firebenders somehow allowed Colonel Singh to firebend without his white flames. The war minister's forces are retreating, the colonel said the moment he returned. See if there's any assistance we can provide them. 4 battalions hurried out to help their withdrawing allies. They found General Liang leading the operation, who delivered the tragic news of War Minister Qin's broken state. Colonel Singh offered the services of his waterbender healers the moment he was informed, but it was a moot gesture. The war minister breathed his last mere moments after he was recovered from the rubble. Ultimately there was little to recover from the rocky remains of the war minister's camp. For what it was worth, most of the tanks had not been utterly lost, though many were damaged from being flung about by the explosion, and a significant number of tank crew were wounded or dead. But the machines were salvageable, and it was that task that kept General Liang sticking around the Northern Air Temple for so long. The war machines could not be risked falling into enemy hands, so even the most crumpled of wrecks were dragged out on sleds, or the scrap pieces collected and put into wagons. The battalions of the 11th did not participate in the recovery operation, mostly as a courtesy to the War Ministry's secrets. They focused instead on guarding their waterbender prisoners as they healed the wounded, or helping to build improvised sleds and wagons to carry out supplies and casualties. Despite the urgent haste, it took 1 full day before General Liang could actually leave the area with his army and the War Ministry's tanks. With their allies gone, the 11th was sent into the forest in a particular direction for a little treasure hunt. Lieutenant Caie of 3rd Battalion could only venture a guess why, but like many she kept her thoughts to herself. Unless it's for setting up a pool, voicing theories often just led to the vets hushing everyone up sharply. The less we know, the less we have to keep secret, they like to say. Caie didn't disagree, but she also thought that her battle-weathered colleagues were just trying to be smug about things. So they combed through the forest in relative silence, carefully looking for the refugees' flying bladder thing that had disappeared into the treeline a couple of days before. As she scanned the forest around her, Caie prayed to the spirits that they wouldn't find the thing dangling in the trees above her. That'd mean they would likely have to take it down, and some of the crazy vets will likely spout some dragon moose shit like cutting down the trees with their bare hands just to show off how hard they are. Worse, the newer batch of recruits would fall for it and try to one-up that with something stupider, like gnawing through the trees instead like weasel beavers. Caie and her team found the machine on the ground, thankfully, and other than the broken carriage compartment and some holes in the massive fabric it seemed intact. Ah, great! The colonel seemed highly pleased when he came to inspect the thing, and the lieutenant felt some pride at being part of its discovery. Until Colonel Singh backed away from the assembly of cloth, ropes and wood and turned to the soldiers. See if you all can pack the thing and carry it, then come with me. Even as a lieutenant, Caie was not exempt from wading into the mess to help free the war machine from the branches, or heaving the weight of the surprisingly heavy fabric to be folded. Other teams joined in to help and it still took far too long for Caie's liking to get the job done, but in the end they had a semi-neat pile of what used to be the enemy's flying machine. Colonel Singh and Lieutenant Colonel Motsi were trading whispers with the captains the whole time. From what little Caie could see it was some sort of debate that kept going until the crashed contraption was ready to be moved. Improvised sleds were made to transport the whole thing, and troopers grunted and huffed as they followed after their colonel. Contrary to what Caie expected, they were headed towards the mountain rather than back to camp. Some of the earthbender and waterbender prisoners awaited them at the foot of the recently ravaged mountain. The ever-prickly General Yama gave an unimpressed look to the pile of cloth and ropes. That's it. Colonel Singh nodded rather casually. Yup. Thought it'd be more impressive. The colonel shrugged at that, and then instructed the troops to push the sleds up close. Then most of the squads were told to return to camp, leaving just enough men and women to handle the sleds, along with the colonel, his lieutenant, the captains, and the prisoners. Caie was lucky, or perhaps unlucky, to be part of the exclusive assembly. The lieutenant didn't hide her mild puzzlement when the earthbenders formed a perimeter around everyone, nor did she contain her surprised yelp when they buried their feet into the ground and lifted the whole patch of soil and rocks within the perimeter to define a platform. With synchronized movements they bended the entire platform into motion, flowing across uneven terrain without so much as a bump in the ride. The platform met the sheer mountainside in no time, and the earthbenders gave another round of grunts to send it rising almost perpendicularly up the steep incline like an elevator. Caie wasn't the only soldier with her mouth open, with even the captains and lieutenant colonel looking about them with wide, marveling eyes. Only Colonel Singh seemed unfazed by it all. See? Told you it'd work. General Yama gave a snort of exertion. Yet. Now shut up, brat. Unless you want to take over. Caie watched the forest floor drop below her and treacherous, jagged terrain be glided over like it was nothing. Just like that, the treacherous climb that previously defeated the war minister's forces was overcome in less than half an hour. Some soldiers and waterbenders were looking a bit queasy, but thankfully nobody hurled by the time they made it up to the top. The platform kept going, clinging to the temple's walls to bring the group up to one of the shorter towers of the Northern Air Temple. The surprise on the refugees' faces on seeing a Fire Nation party was hilarious, and adults and children alike blinked uncomprehendingly until the colonel introduced himself. I am Colonel Singh. And then they panicked. Hard. Caie heard the snickers of the captains and the troopers around her, even the earthbenders and waterbenders were smirking and shaking their heads at the sight. The colonel didn't let the chaos last long though, and finally raised a hand up to blast a roaring torrent of white fire and stun the crowd. Please remain civil. I am Colonel Singh, of the 11th Royal Regiment. I wish to speak with the mechanist. The man with the rather impressive title was practically dragged out and shoved towards Singh, to the protest of a boy in a peculiar wheeled chair. Caie found herself marveling briefly at the contraption that gave some mobility to the crippled. It seemed simple enough now that she thought about it, and might serve many wounded veterans better than crutches or peg legs. All the boy's protests died the moment he wheeled into sight of the soldiers, though his features tightened into admirable resolve. Colonel Singh regarded both mechanist and his son with an amused tilt of his head, the chainmail veil of his helmet clinking softly. I take it with how quiet our reception has been, that the Avatar has left. Of course you'd wait for him to leave. The crippled boy hissed. It's only common sense, the colonel replied with a shrug, and then focused on the adult of the pair. I'm here to return something that's yours. With a gesture, Caie and the other pushed out the sleds, revealing the rich red fabric of the flying machine. A bit risky to leave such a thing out in the woods, isn't it? The refugees were rather surprised, either at the gesture or the realization that they forgot about their little weapon, with the mechanist and his son even more so. What do you want? The man finally asked, with some steel to his otherwise resigned voice. Considering we're not here to fight? To offer you refugees the services of my regiment's waterbender healers to any of your sick and wounded. And to offer the services of my regiment's earthbenders to repair any structural issues you might have. Once more blank stares greeted them as the squatters of the air temple tried to process the colonel's words. Thanks, but no thanks, the boy in the wheeled chair said at last. We don't need your help. Colonel Singh managed to put on a mask of utter indifference as he shrugged. I'm sure. But just in case, are you sure? I think it is best if you cut to the chase and tell us what you really want from us, the mechanist said calmly but firmly. But I will not create any further weapons for the Fire Nation. Colonel Singh waved a dismissive hand. Please. I'm not here to make the same deal as the late War Minister. The crowd picked up on the wording, with the father and son exchanging surprised glances. Too inefficient and open to many security risks. I'm here partially out of curiosity, as well as a rather simple request. Or a puzzle, if you prefer. The colonel paused for a moment, before continuing, and Caie was sure he was smirking. Can you figure out an automated flush system for toilets? No, seriously. With water tanks that empty out into the bowl with the pull of a handle or something. Of course, plumbing has to be figured out. Whatever they were expecting, they weren't expecting that. Spirits, even Caie Yan and probably everyone else on her side wasn't expecting that. What? The mechanist asked, utterly baffled. You won't design weapons, right? Then, would you consider public civilian projects like sanitation and infrastructure? Crown Princess ATLA is hiring talents to help improve the colonies. Once more it was the boy who answered forcefully. No. We're not helping the Fire Nation conquer more of our homeland. The mechanist glanced at his son, and then shook his head resolutely. Teo is right. I will not aid the Fire Nation anymore. Surprisingly, Colonel Singh just shrugged at that. It's worth a shot. Anyway, so long as you all stay out of the fighting, you'll give us no reason to have another crack at emptying out this temple. He made a show of turning to leave, but then stopped halfway to glance back at the befuddled son of the mechanist. Oh, by the by, your legs, they're not functioning. What of it? The boy replied defensively. How'd you like to risk getting them to work? Not for the first time in the afternoon, Teo stared blankly at the fearsome Fire Nation commander. He couldn't make out the features of the man, but he was sure that the monster was grinning right now. What do you mean? Father asked, his voice painfully tinged with hope. Teo heard the grin in the commander's voice. I have waterbender healers with me, and failing that, I have another method. As I said, if you are willing to risk it. He met the man's gaze with an angry stare. The gall of him to use this as a weapon against father. I don't need your help, Teo declared, hoping to put an end to the attempt, but he was far too late. Of course his father fell for it. No, Teo, he said softly, then looked at the scorpion. What is the price? The monster in a man's armor shrugged. From you? Nothing. From him. He nodded at Teo. Probably a lot of pain during the process. I'm just about done figuring out how it's done, you see. No. Teo figuratively put his foot down. I don't need Fire Nation charity. Least of all from the scorpion himself. Are you sure? Positive. And Teo forced himself to believe it. He pushed away the sudden intrusive thoughts of wondering what it'd feel like to stand on his own 2 feet again. Or run, or jump. Let's not be too brash, father chipped in, regarding him with a pleading look before turning to the scorpion. You're sure you can make my son walk again? Dad. Nothing's certain, but I'd say it's a likely chance. And there's no strings attached, on my honor. You have no honor, Teo spat. Good point. Then on the Crown Princess honor. I'm here partially to represent her, after all. As much as Teo wanted to reject the offer, his father's hopeful look and the insidious promise of regaining use of his legs again cracked through his stubborn defiance. It's going to fail, he muttered in defeat. Perhaps. The Fire Nation commander regarded the other refugees. So, since we're here, anyone else needs fixing up. Under the supervision of the soldiers, the waterbender healers went around tending to wounds, while the earthbenders saw to patching up holes in the temple. As expected, the healers didn't do much for Teo's legs other than remove some recent scars and lesions, but that meant that it was the scorpion's turn. Teo felt uncomfortable at the focused attention of the commander, who had crouched beside him to inspect his legs with all the intensity of a hawk eyeing its prey. Surprisingly, and disturbingly, with his helmet off, the scorpion looked only a little older than Teo, with sharp features that was bereft of the scars and old wounds he imagined. The colonel hummed thoughtfully as he placed 2 fingers on Teo's legs at various points, and then turned back to an old waterbender. Circulation's damaged, but not collapsed like you said. The woman's face became a forest of wrinkles as she frowned. Then something is blocking the circulation. But it's not complete or he won't still keep his legs. Then, disturbingly, the waterbender began to draw out some water from a nearby barrel to create a glowing orb between her hands. I suppose I'm ready when you are. Right. The scorpion gave Teo an apologetic smile. I did say this would hurt. Brace yourself. Before Teo could put in a word, the Fire Nation monster stabbed an index finger into his left thigh with such force that it broke skin. The surprise was compounded when Teo actually felt a tingling spreading out from the point. And then there was a sharp heat, and then Teo screamed. The pain was blinding, almost washing out his thoughts completely. Hold him down, someone said, and strong arms were keeping Teo from thrashing in his seat. Absently, he also caught sight of the waterbenders enveloping his leg in a bubble of glowing water. He didn't know how long it lasted, but he heard the back of his wheelchair creak and crack from his spasming. And then it was gone, and Teo forced open teary eyes and exhaled through gritted teeth. His mind reeled as it struggled to recover itself, and he snapped towards the scorpion to bring all his anguished fury to bear. But the throbbing pain in his left leg drew Teo's attention, and he stared dumbly at his limb as it jerked out of its usual resting location in response to the pain. Well, that's promising, came the colonel's too carefree voice. Think you can move it some more? With shock totally overriding his anger, Teo did so, and was stunned as his leg moved according to his will. Not only that, he could feel every inch of it, just as surely as he could feel his arm or the rest of his body. As a waterbender stepped in to heal up the puncture wound on his thigh, Teo stared blankly at the Fire Nation commander. What? How? Trade secret, came the grinning reply. Now, ready for round 2. Oh, right. Only his left leg had been fixed. Teo endured another few eternal seconds of excruciating pain before his legs were flopping out and moving. The waterbenders gave him another pass with their healing, and this time he could feel the tingling left by their glowing waters. With the help of his wet-eyed father and a couple of soldiers, Teo took his first wobbly steps up on his own 2 legs for the first time since he could remember. His legs buckled a few times, but that was to be expected. The muscles haven't seen use for a while, the old waterbender explained. We've undone most of the atrophy, but you'll need to do regular exercises before you're walking by yourself. Not bad for only my 4th actual attempt, the scorpion quipped. And nothing blew up. They then left him and his father alone to privately marvel at the little miracle, and to share an emotional embrace. And true to his word, the supposed dread monster of the Fire Nation did not ask for anything from Teo or his father, or the other refugees. They left in the evening after they were done with their aid, leaving the residents of the Northern Air Temple grateful and confused. For what they've done, Teo gave a half-hearted wave to see them off, and then immediately turned his full attention towards getting his legs back to full form. It was unsurprising that his father built him a rather snazzy walker to aid in that endeavor before the night was over. You're pleased with yourself? Singh grinned rather happily at himself. I managed to make chi channeling work, so I guess I have a reason to be. Kylan shook her head. You risked the life of a boy back there. And I'm relieved that it turned out all right for him, the colonel replied with most of his satisfaction bleeding out from the waterbender's admonishment. Kylan made sure to use her tutoring voice, to show that she was not completely disregarding Singh's accomplishment. So am I, but you were being too cavalier about it. The amount of chi you were forcing through that boy was dangerous, even if it was within his body's tolerances. If not for her continual healing as the spirit-touched firebender directed his own prodigious chi through Teo, the boy's chi pathways might have ruptured, and the legs might have disappeared in a messy explosion. Again. The worst part was, that was the fine line that Singh had to work with when dealing with this new line of medicine. In theory, it sounded ridiculous of course. Firebending is about channeling chi, Singh had proposed to Kylan before, so what happens if we channel it into other people? It was a crazy question, and one that shouldn't have been able to be answered, because of how most people worked. Everyone's chi pathways were supposed to be self-contained systems, and to open the system was tantamount to an agonizing murder. But Singh was different, and after his encounter with the dragon, he'd been keen on exploring that line of madness again. Kylan only agreed to help him with his research to at least ensure that he didn't go about haphazardly incinerating people. And, to her surprise, the initial tests on a saboteur caught in the 11th's home base had been more than just fire-bending. She had watched the spot of the man's arm Singh had his fingers on light up briefly with a familiar healing glow before the arm burst into flame. Fire-bending could not heal, but apparently Singh's could add more chi into a person's pathways, invigorating them and forcing its way through damaged or closed roots for a waterbender to heal them. Sort of like melting through a collapsed ice tunnel for miners to use again, or reinforce and renovate it. It took a great amount of control on Singh's part to not blow his subjects up though. The second infiltrator he tested on had struggled a bit too much, breaking the boy's concentration. Kylan had her healing waters around the man, so she had felt his pathways melt and the excess chi burn through his body to flash cook his organs and roast him from the inside out. She avoided meat over the next week. The third Vict subject fared much better once Singh got his methodology down. The man's chi pathways were visibly glowing in its entirety thanks to focused concentration, and Kylan was able to pair that with her own healing arts to significantly speed up the subject's interrogation wounds. Unfortunately, Xing's concentration eventually broke, and the sudden surge of qi sent the man's head and limbs flying in every direction. So to say that Teo's healing was a minor miracle was appropriate, and a testament to how quickly the fire-bending prodigy took to his new ability. Not that it was perfect though, Kylan noted his fraying focus back then, and Xing knew it too. Otherwise he wouldn't be pouting right now. With a soft sigh, Kylan decided to throw him a bone and make the ride back down the mountain less awkward. All things considered though, your form improved noticeably from before. Thanks, Elder. The other soldiers, waterbenders and earthbenders pointedly ignored their conversation, though Kylan noted how the armored figures around her perked a little at her next words. We'll still need to find more subjects to practice on, though. Especially if you're adamant about the other theory of yours. I'm sure Ren or Governor Han can find us more people who shouldn't exist. At least he was keen on testing on Fire Nation infiltrators and court spies instead of captured Earth Kingdom troops. It made Kylan far less guilty when things went splat. You sure we couldn't have popped the offer right then and there? Kai asked in the privacy of the command tent. Rather surprisingly, it was Motzi who shook his head. It'd have undone all the goodwill we sowed there with unnecessary suspicion. The colonel is right, this sort of thing is best taken slowly. Xing nodded after giving a smile at his lieutenant colonel. The mechanist has been dealing with the stick up until now. Let them get used to the carrot, then once ATLA's hold on the region strengthens, we'll make another offer. With careful information dissemination, he will hear of how she does things, and we could have him willingly working for us. As a civil engineer though? Ping pondered. Their colonel shrugged. Baby steps. We can pick apart his civilian inventions and apply them to military use without his involvement. That way the point of failure is far less critical, like what happened with the War Ministry. It still feels like a roundabout way, Kai couldn't help but comment. That's because it is. And sometimes, it's the best option to take. What about the flying thing? Rufen asked. It's a minor thing with its limitations. Besides, the surviving officials have already seen it in action, no doubt there'll be some of them working on replicating it once they return to the capital. They'd do a better job with a sample in hand. Xing grinned. Or references. A good thing we have a few people in the 11th who have seen and interacted with the balloon up close, no? We can offer the War Ministry what information we have on it, for a fair price, of course. Kai's face scrunched up to know that Xing was playing politics again. He and the Crown Princess were rather eager players in that dirty game. No doubt the Royal Princess already has plans in motion to deal with the new War Minister. It wouldn't surprise the captain to discover that she might even have a hand in determining who gets the post. The treacherous scheming of it all should be appalling, but Kai and the other officers of the regiment shared their colonel's disdain for the rather disappointing performance of the War Ministry. Decades of relative stagnancy, and the former War Minister's only offerings were inventions taken by a refugee inventor. War Minister Qin had introduced very little new innovations to the battlefield, whether in the form of weapons, armor, or tactics. Colonel Lide had forwarded Xing's ideas back then, but nothing came of it. The princess had forwarded the design of the Flammenwerfers, but according to Ren, that and Xing's other inventions were lost in the labyrinthine red tape of testing, prototyping, and verification. The War Ministry didn't have the balls to outright reject the designs with excuses of defects or major flaws. And all because old Qin probably didn't like the idea of other people being associated with innovations within his domain. That, or he was part of the camp that was trying to rein in Xing's rise. Kai couldn't find any other logical reason to acknowledge the colonel's contributions otherwise. Having the mountainside drop on Qin might be the spirits giving a sign. Or it was Xing being Xing again. Kai was happy not knowing which was true. So, we'll be dealing with a new war minister sooner rather than later? Kai asked, and Xing shrugged his shoulders again. The moment they're appointed, ATLA will approach them about naphtha, repeaters, and Flammenwerfers again, and I'll have her bring up the balloon as well. Really, these kids shouldn't be so avid participants in court intrigue, but it seems that Xing and his royal girlfriend were laying down the foundations for their eventual, official entry into higher court politics. With the Crown Princess recently taking the position of colonial minister, and Xing working on setting down roots, Kai was both disgusted and impressed at the amount of work they were getting done. Well, on the bright side, Fan's place in the more prestigious schools was more or less secure. Princess ATLA's constant time with Ren had the side effect of getting their daughter very well acquainted with her. And despite the supposed bare tolerance of Fan, the princess had a subtle protective streak towards the girl. According to Ren's letters, the Crown Princess would sigh with faux irritation, but would be among the first ones to stop Fan from wandering out of sight. She planned her visits around the girl's nap times once she learned about it, and on at least 2 occasions had helped rock Fan to sleep while Ren had to take care of administrative work. No surprise then that Kai had to lose out when Fan started speaking. She knew Mama first, but the next word she spouted was Zula. Papa was the 6th word she learned to say, after sleep, number and fire. It hurt his paternal pride, but Kai was consoled that it could have been much worse. Fan could have picked up Xing's spirit-touched vocabulary, for example. Or been exposed to Colonel Dao. Shuddering at that thought, Kai returned to the present. So what's next after we return to friendly territory? Xing shrugged as he glanced down at the map of the continent's northern region. Either we'll be patrolling the borders or continue with native suppression efforts. General Shou should have something for us. It was rather considerate of Xing to still maintain the facade of being directly under the general's command. With the surprising amount of power his noble rank gave him, everyone expected the 11th to do as it pleased, chain of command be damned. Or the boy was probably too lazy to figure out where to take the regiment when he didn't have a definite goal in view. A messenger ran into the tent, the urgency of his task such that he only saluted after handing the scroll wrapped in red ribbon over to Xing. A priority message from the Crown Princess. The hawk was forwarded from Zilang, sir. Xing gave the trooper a nod to dismiss him, and then quickly unrolled the scroll to read its contents. Kai didn't like the way the colonel tensed up or narrowed his eyes. Change of plans, Xing finally said with a grimace as he broke away from the scroll to regard the officers. Mozi, once we get back to friendly lines, have Hyung stock up on cold weather gear. He offered the scroll to the nodding lieutenant colonel. Admiral Zhao has successfully petitioned for and is mustering the forces for an assault of the Northern Water Tribe. That sounds ambitious. Kai's thoughts immediately left his mouth as Mozi read through the scroll with an immediate frown on his face. Xing nodded as Mozi answered for him. He managed to convince several high generals to aid in his petition to the Fire Lord. Admiral De Yang, General Shou, and other commanders operating in the north are to provide their full cooperation to Admiral Zhao in this endeavor. Mozi stared up from the scroll to stare at the colonel. This level of mobilization hasn't been seen since Prince Iroha's siege of Ba Sing Se. That big? Ping asked with some worry, and Mozi passed her the scroll. Bigger. Several admirals have pledged their fleets to Admiral Zhao's cause, particularly those patrolling the waters between the home islands and the colonies. With the subjugation of the Northern Earth Kingdom realms, the Fire Lord and the War Council have agreed that there is no need for such a heavy naval presence guarding the seas between the home islands and the northern colonies anymore. Ping's eyes went wide as she scoured the message. They're stripping the north down to garrisons and border security. Almost down to that, yeah, Xing said wryly. Note that General Shou is only asked to contribute some of his forces, compared to the other commanders named. The captain squinted at the scroll for a moment. The regiments of Colonels Dao, Yashin, and Koda will remain with General Shou and the 11th to continue securing the northern states. Everyone else is being recommended to the invasion. Kai blinked incredulously. We're being left out. Quite obviously, too. Then why are you preparing to join in? Xing's eyes hardened dangerously, making Kai almost regret asking. Because Admiral Zhao is either about to make a big mistake, or he's suicidal and doesn't mind dragging everyone else along with him. There was a coldness in his voice that Kai had last heard when they found out Duke Chou's involvement in Chiluo's idiocy. We'll make our way back with all haste. The faster we get back to friendly territory, the more time I'll have to work with the favors owed to us. ATLA had not expected the post of colonial minister to be an easy thing, but neither did she expect it to be such a shit show. Oh, she earned a new audience of simpering petitioners, but the amount of quietly resentful courtiers had been unexpected. There were as many generals and admirals who talked behind her back as there were seeking her favor. Royal court became more irritating as officials and useless nobles began to subtly oppose her, mostly by questioning her actions because of her age and inexperience. A few brave idiots dared insinuate that she was being youthfully naive in implementing her policies, even if their effects had been immediate and highly beneficial to the Fire Nation. The corrupt fools only saw that their cronies and sources of passive income were being relieved of their posts or finally forced to pay up after more stringent auditing from her loyal officials discovered an appalling amount of willful incompetence. Her father was ready to lazily order mass executions for the embezzlement, until he realized that it'd mean almost having the number of noble-born officials in the colonies. And, Angela liked to smugly think, it'd leave virtually just the officials handpicked by her to work the colonies. Her father likely factored that in when he reduced the sentences from executions to mere confiscation until the losses recouped, interest included, of course. The calculating look in his eyes before he announced it indicated as much. There was something about being competent enough to be seen as a concern to her father that Angela found far more entertaining than picking on Zuko. He was supportive of her proving herself, but clearly he didn't want her growth to be unchecked. For her part, Angela saw it as a challenge to be eagerly faced, even if she despised having to dabble in court politics. The princess was still defining the various overlapping factions in court, and found herself highly amused at how isolated her own little faction was. She had the approval of many generals and admirals, but not their interest or loyalty. And the decision to go for the ostracized and exiled nobles and officials with integrity meant that her influence in civilian circles had been very limited. At least until the second week of her assuming the post of colonial minister, and the initial news of embezzlement came in. Then her collection of personnel practically leapt their way out of their social pits purely by the merits and prestige of their spectacular results. Publicly claiming all the misappropriated funds on behalf of the Fire Lord's royal coffers instead of the colonial ministry scored ATLA an irreproachable win in court, and it also better defined her rivals, or more accurately, petty obstacles. Rivals would suggest that they were her equals in any sense. The agriculture minister, Shi Ying, had thought herself clever by pushing for a reduction of movement to the colonies, citing that the home islands had to keep its farms and fisheries fully staffed. Ken Shi, the Minister of Industries and Commerce, supported the motion in stifling growth of the colonies in favor of developing local business all of the sudden. ATLA simply let them carry out the pitiful threat and approve the motion rather than bothering with backdoor negotiations. Instead she helpfully reassured the royal court that with the migration from subjugated Earth Kingdom villages, there's no labor shortage to worry about in the colonies, and that food and essential goods will continue to flow back to the home islands, so long as the navy does its job. The princess expected that the home islands would soon see an unhealthy rise in the unemployed and unrecruitable once the so-called essential jobs were all quickly filled up and moving to the colonies to find work became much, much harder. She eagerly awaited that moment, sometime in a couple of months, to see how Shi Ying and Ken Shi would approach her. Or maybe they'd actually have spines to admit their mistake and request for migration quotas to be withdrawn. ATLA was ready to wring them dry if it was the former, and maybe be more lenient on them if it was the latter. Let it not be said that the crown princess was as petty as those that sought to oppose her. Ruthless? Yes. Very much yes. But not petty. That was one of the more major plays ATLA had to deal with, and thankfully most of the annoyances came from the civilian sector. The military folks still liked her enough, and more importantly she still had father's approval, that they mostly kept out of her business. Mostly. Every now and then they'd send some sacrificial general or colonel to question Xing's performance. As if they expected that enforcing compliance in the new territories meant that the 11th must be constantly knee-deep in resistance fighters and bandits. It was just a show to remind everyone that her regiment was more or less being idle and not doing much, of course. But that didn't stop ATLA from verbally ripping into the idiots bringing up the asinine question. It was rather therapeutic, in a way, to tear them down and reinforce her place in court. The less subtle ploys within military politics was so much more ATLA's thing. Like the late Minister Chen's leashed mechanist. On the surface it seemed a decent idea, but having your pet inventor in the middle of an unwelcoming mountain range, deep in Earth Kingdom territory, was a poor move on the minister's part. His mediocre performance up until now, even after leeching off the extorted inventor's ideas, showed just how useless Chen was. Hopefully his replacement would be more amenable to actual innovations. And that was a military politician trying to be clever. So when her father approved of the plan proposed by the feckless Admiral Zhao, ATLA almost immediately picked apart the more obvious wheels turning about, and began to look for other unseen cogs and wheels that might be turning. Zhao was a deluded fool, but the traditionalist old guard using him had given his proposal the support it needed to sound credible in the Fire Lord's ears. The number of generals and admirals latching onto the idea, eager for a chance of glory, was almost disgusting. Especially when ATLA remembered that she had spurned a number of them with their pitifully mediocre appeals for favor. After Xing's capture of Omashu and his involvement in the speedy capture of the northern states, it seemed that everybody else felt like they needed to catch up with him. Hence the ludicrous invasion of the Northern Water Tribe. Zhao would get the lion's share of the glory if the invasion succeeded, even if the Avatar escaped, and no doubt he will, but even with such a force being assembled, there was theoretically enough fighting to be had for others to leech off. But what would the invasion achieve beyond the need for abstract glory? Nothing concrete at all. The Fire Nation would be invading a patch of ice and snow, occupied by waterbenders. And the avatar that Zhao used as an excuse for his proposal would likely help the Water Tribe defend their home. He might even end up mastering waterbending simply from fending off the invasion force. Necessity and all that, after all. ATLA would be really surprised if casualties didn't hit double digits in percentage before the first troops landed. And even if they beat down the Northern Water Tribe, what then? There was nothing of value to own up there, and the manpower required to keep the place properly pacified would heavily drain the Fire Nation army. What, they were going to melt everything down to water and boil the ocean? The tribals would just freeze things up and rebuild again. Assuming they didn't just replicate their ice city in another region. ATLA knew that the civilian ministers saw the foolishness in the proposal, but their own political need to raise themselves aligned them with Zhao. Short-sighted idiots, the lot of them. But when Xing's reply to the invasion was a plan to join the invasion force to stop Zhao from making a mistake, ATLA's disgust at the invasion turned into concern. Xing and his spirits, however fickle they might be, have been reliable thus far. If her colonel was expecting trouble, then ATLA would do her part in preventing a catastrophic failure. Through Overseer Day and her stable of colonial magistrates, the Crown Princess ordered the prioritizing the development of the colonial docks, as well as the quiet stockpiling of bandages, herbs and other goods that wounded soldiers might require. Letters were sent to northern colonial governors and Earth Kingdom puppets, ordering them to quietly train up healers and reserve land to be converted into treatment grounds. It was paramount that all of this was conducted discreetly though, so it was a good thing she could rely on her staff and subjects to get the job done. What was important was that when the time came, ATLA and her jurisdiction would be prepared, and her riv political obstacles would not expect any of it. It never hurt to sweeten the moment when she proved their inferiority. It was an interesting thing, to treat with a boy almost young enough to be her grandson with all the respect and protocol of a peer. But Hua could admit without any resentment that Colonel Singh was far more accomplished than her, even if he was comfortable in not claiming all of it. And he was far more polite than he should be for someone who had bested King Bumi twice and killed a dragon. There was no swagger in Singh's movements, no sense of superiority in his expression. Everything about him exhibited a sharp focus and dedication to the Fire Nation's cause to waste time on petty things like showing contempt at his peers. Oh, he had his limits though. General Meng's unfortunate Agni Kai came to mind, as were the lesser duels conducted against other commanders during the retreat from the poorly planned first campaign of Omashu. The colonel was a model soldier through and through. In battle he only cared about winning with as little losses as possible, and out of it he only postured to keep his command and duties unimpeded. Like many others, Hua had initially frowned on the young dragon's preference for underhanded tactics, but unlike the others, she learned to shut up after seeing the results. Her 51st Grand Company's numbers were very well below expected casualty rates, simply because the 11th methodically broke most of the enemies that were in their way. Constant night raids kept the enemy tired and paranoid, while displays of terror or overwhelming force sent conscripts and even enlisted Earth Kingdom soldiers running before the fighting truly began. The other commanders might complain about the dishonorable fighting, but people like Hua were forced to appreciate just how much manpower the defiant 11th was saving them. Hua cancelled 2 scheduled reinforcement shipments thanks to the 11th's unorthodox warfare, and the Grand Company was actually enjoying a novel period of being close to full strength even after a long campaign. Additionally, adopting the 11th's brutal fighting style kept Earthbenders from reaping their usual tally of casualties, even if it meant that her soldiers often suffered a higher number of broken equipment. No wonder the 11th's supply train was so laden with extra daggers and spearheads. So when Colonel Singh came in with a request, Hua felt that she owed it to him to at least hear him out. "Thank you for your time, Colonel Hua," the young dragon began, offering a respectful bow upon entering Hua's temporary office outside of Jinbeo. Really, how this polite colonel was supposedly close friends with the uncouth Dao was a marvel in itself, especially that neither brashness from the latter nor the decorum of the former rubbed off on one another. "Think nothing of it, Colonel Singh. We are colleagues, after all." Hua offered the reserved boy a seat and poured them both a bowl of tea. The good leaves, of course. This was a respectable commander, and he probably knew his tea since he and Prince Iroh were acquainted. "I know that neither of us are the types to give simple social calls, so allow me to be blunt to ask, what can I do for you, Colonel?" As she expected, Singh flashed an appreciative grin as he picked up his bowl of tea and sipped from it. "Oh, Jailing Black. Premium stuff. I do what I can," Hua replied wryly. The other colonel gave a nod before setting the bowl back on the table between them and straightening his back. "Well, to be blunt, I'd like to ask for a rather hefty favor." Hua raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Hefty?" Singh waved circles with one hand. "If it goes wrong, you'd likely be court-martialed at the least." Her other eyebrow went up. Court-martial? Now she was really looking forward to hearing his proposal. "As you know, there is an invasion of the Northern Water Tribe coming up. Ah, and the 11th and its closer allies were not requested to join. An obvious snub, that one. I do not have the influence to aid in your petition," Hua stated, preempting his question. She assumed wrongly, because Singh was shaking his head. "I've checked with General Shou and Crown Princess ATLA, there is no use in petitioning. So instead I'm going for the next best thing. And that is..." Singh's polite facade melted a little to reveal a sheepish boy making an awkward request, like asking for another box of sweet cakes. "I'd like to request an unofficial transfer to your 51st Grand Company. Just me and my bodyguards." Hua found herself blinking mutely for a few seconds before she found her voice. "You want to stow away to join the invasion?" Sort of. I'd like to, observe. I'll not partake of the invasion, not unless I have to anyway." What did he mean by that? Hua quietly racked her brain for his reasonings, but couldn't find a satisfying answer. Why only him and his bodyguards? No matter how daring he was, it wouldn't garner any significant prestige if he aided the invasion. Maybe that's the point, to not be seen as trying to steal glory? If so, why the need to join the invasion as an observer at all? Deciding to stick to the theme of being blunt, rather than wasting time trying to fathom the boy's intention, Hua fixed him with a soft glare. "Tell me honestly, Colonel Singh. Why do you feel the need to hide with my soldiers to observe the invasion?" His gaze did not waver, but instead Hua found a mysterious flicker of resolve in it. "I suspect that Admiral Zhao is using the invasion of the Northern Water Tribe to further a hidden agenda. Whether we win or not is irrelevant if he succeeds in what I think he's aiming for. And what is he aiming for? The boy's gaze finally faltered as uncertainty seeped into his eyes, but he didn't break from her stare. He's... Seeing paused, and then closed his eyes as he drew in a breath before he answered with some resignation. He's going to kill the moon. Or the ocean. Hua found herself lost for words again, but she quickly crushed the impulse to lambast the other colonel for spouting nonsense. This was a boy that was heavily rumored to be guided by unseen patrons towards unlikely victories and feats. Spirit touched, the whispers said. Even General Shou, Colonels Koda and Yashin, and several colonial governors believed it. Supposedly, even the Fire Lord and the Crown Princess acknowledged that as fact. It was rather satisfying to see seeing surprised when Hua gave a thoughtful hum. He clearly expected to be screamed out of the room. Killing the moon or ocean, Hua said slowly, and then regarded him seriously to show that she wasn't mocking him. Are you certain of this? To his credit, he gave a shrug. Almost. Like I said, if I'm wrong and I get caught, you could be court-martialed for hiding me. But that's all the information you have. It's the most coherent one I have, he corrected evenly, and Hua was humming again. Does Crown Princess ATLA know of this? As an answer, the young colonel gave a thin smirk as he produced and unrolled a scroll bearing the Princess Royal seal. Her Highness reluctantly approves of my idiocy. Hua didn't take the scroll from him to confirm the words. Even from this short distance, she could make out the stream of invectives written on the scroll, before it ended with conceding approval. At the end of it all, the Crown Princess was willing to trust the Scorpion Dragon on this crazy notion despite her own skepticism. And if the brilliant, unfailing princess believed in him, then what argument did Hua have to do otherwise to such a stalwart ally? Tell me your plans, the colonel of the 51st Grand Company said with a relenting sigh. If you're to come with us, I need to at least know what you are going to do and how you'll be doing it. Hua hammered out the itinerary with her colleague, and they were working out the extent of the involvement of Admiral De Yang. Unsurprisingly, the Admiral was also willing to play a part in smuggling Seeing on board the invasion fleet, when a messenger came bearing horrible news. Through yet unknown means and intentions, the ship of Prince Zuko was destroyed while docked in the colony of Haisin. Prince Iroh has been confirmed to be safe as he joined the rest of the crew on shore at the time, but the search is ongoing for Prince Zuko, who was in his cabin during the incident. As horrified as Hua was at the news, her opposite number was genuinely shocked and reeled in his seat with wide eyes and an audible gasp. Who confirmed the report? The boy asked the messenger with surprising coldness. The soldier gulped at the intense attention on him before he answered with a glance at the paper in his hands. Sir. The report bears the seal of Governor Qiang, along with Admiral Zhao and Garrison Captain Chuo as witnesses. Prince Iroh has been noted to be busy in continuing the search for Prince Zuko as of the message's delivery. Hua saw how Seeing frowned at the mention of the Admiral's name in particular being mentioned, and she didn't like the uncomfortable series of questions it raised. Until the body is found, he is not dead. Ren reached out to stop the princess from pacing and soothe her. No one is saying otherwise, ATLA. No one is saying it, but that doesn't mean they're not thinking it, came the girl's retort. Father might not say much about it, but the officials are already ready to make a martyr out of him. The captain gently held onto ATLA's shoulders and slowly reeled the princess in as the girl seated. Then they'll be bigger fools once Zuko is found alive and well. He'd wish he was dead, ATLA snapped as her arms wrapped around Ren and she buried her face in the woman's shoulder. Stupid Zuzu is causing me a lot of trouble with this sort of stunt. She continued to mutter through the embrace. Making me look like a fool who can't keep the colonies safe. Ren knew it was ATLA's way of coping with the news, that she didn't really mean to reduce her brother's potential loss to a mere political inconvenience. The way her voice cracked, and the way her breath choked up was more than enough proof of that. The girl might have seen her sibling as an inferior rival before, but this sort of tragedy had a way of revealing how tight family bonds truly are. Even if ATLA was just coming to terms and expressing her genuine concern for her brother. Don't worry ATLA, Ren comforted, once we find the mooks who tried to hurt your brother and make a fool of your rank as colonial minister, we'll make them pay. I'll have them strung up as fire-bending targets. The captain chuckled. It'd be a waste of our trainees' time. Maybe for the Flammenwerfers instead. ATLA leaned back from the hug and managed a faint smile. It'd be good to see how far they can run before the flames rain on them. The smile wavered, and then the princess pressed her face against Ren's shoulders again. He better not be dead. Zuko's a good firebender, an explosion like that shouldn't be enough to take him out. Ren didn't mention that she was assuming the prince was awake during the explosion. Though if he was asleep, his corpse, or the remains of it, should have been found by now. Judging from the damage the ship took, assuming the reports were accurate, the explosion couldn't have flung his body from the cabin so far that it couldn't be found. After ATLA huffed and vented for a while longer, she finally broke away from the embrace and quickly schooled her expression to a neutral state, as if nothing had happened. Ren felt a pang of sympathy for her, knowing that as crown princess mired in the dirty game of politics, there were expectations ATLA had to meet. Expectations like not showing too much emotion from the news of her brother's potential death, for fear of being seen as too weak by those she had been cowing into submission up until now. The young princess brushed and straightened her dress, and then gave Ren a nod. Thanks, Ren. Ren smiled and helped tidy up Angela's hair. It's the least I can do. The younger girl sighed. It'd be nice if you weren't an instructor captain. With how it was said, Ren couldn't help but cock her head to one side. Why is that, Angela? Angela's gaze was one of steely resolve, as if she already made her mind on something. It'd be nice to have you along with me to deal with the mooks, as you put it. You're planning on investigating. Angela feigned offense. Obviously. As colonial minister, it'd be irresponsible of me if I didn't personally look into an attack on the royal family. My royal family. It'd be good to have more than just officials to rely upon though. Ah. Hunting down her brother's kill attackers while proving herself as a minister. Ren couldn't help but smile at Angela's multitasking. You'll need reliable people. Talented too. And I can't use anyone from the 11th, not with Sing's plans. Angela paused to think, and then her lips curled up in a faint smirk. I suppose I'll have to find my own little entourage. You know some people, I'm guessing. The princess gave a nod, but then her mask cracked a little, revealing some doubts. I'll probably need to do some apologizing. She sighed. Iroh kept his face carefully schooled as he stood beside Admiral Zhao on the observation deck of the ship. Around them was almost 2/3 of the Fire Nation's naval might, and more than 1/4 of its army patiently kept in their holds. Tens of thousands of soldiers and sailors were drawn off from stalled front lines and unimportant patrols for this invasion, from marine companies to Komodo Rhino cavalry divisions, even elite formations like the Yuan archers. And the coalition of army and navy commanders had the collective military experience to tackle any resistance thrown at them. Theoretically, at least. All this for a siege of a desolate ice kingdom, who had until now been content to be relegated to a non-issue in the century-long war. To the prince's eyes, it was akin to waking a hibernating platypus bear just for the chance to slay it and tell everyone how great a fight it was. Young Sing's rise must be a potent thing indeed if the admiral and the faction that he represented were so desperate for glory to resort to this. Then again, dragon hunts were a thing, so Iroh shouldn't be too surprised. Even with such a fleet at your disposal, you should be careful with your strategies, Iroh advised, and the admiral of the fleet snorted derisively. Of course, of course. Our invasion plans will include more than just throwing men at the waterbenders. Iroh pushed back the urge to huff. The truth was, up until recently, throwing men at a problem was practically the default Fire Nation doctrine. It was a matter of how you threw men that differentiated decisive victories from Pyrrhic ones. Even notable defenses, like the holding of Si Show Pass, relied on sallying out when the time was right in a human wave counter-assault. The recent blunder of the former war minister, Qin, was another poor example. As Iroh reconnected with the commanders of the invasion force, he realized it was why Young Sing and his command was such a polarizing figure within military circles. Most warriors had gotten it into their heads that casualties reflected the glory earned in battle, that losses suffered equaled the effort taken to secure victory. Losing men was the easiest proof that something was being done. Admittedly, Iroh himself had been of the same mind once, especially with his long siege of Ba Sing Se. The losses sustained were considerable, now that he thought about it, but within expectations for such an undertaking. To suffer fewer casualties would have made the whole thing seem less momentous, less significant, even the lifting of the siege when he withdrew. So the 11th's method of fighting, Liday's softer doctrine which emphasized the metric of lives unharmed or lightly wounded instead of lives lost, was practically anathema to conventional Fire Nation thinking. And Sing's refinement of that doctrine to such an effective and efficient degree made it hard for people to mock the soft approach for being cowardly or lazy, as Iroh had regrettably once done. The young colonel had brought back significant victories and often at a fraction of the casualties expected from them. His night raids, when Iroh took the time to study them, was an exhibit of cunning, discipline and precise application of force, instead of the usual tactic of basically sieging the enemy camp at night. Luring enemies into traps was a known thing, but the 11th took it to another level by carefully preparing the battlefield or patiently drawing the enemy out to the point of exhaustion before picking them apart. Before Sing assumed official command, he masterminded engagements that often lasted more than a week, constantly harassing the edges of larger enemy forces before going in for the kill. The 11th back then were content to sit out conventional engagements and opted for intercepting enemy supplies or constantly snuffing out their scouts. Now, their engagements lasted much shorter, but only because operating at full strength gave the battle-hardened regiment an advantage in literal firepower that rendered moot the need to draw out the enemy. They were no less cunning in how they approached the enemy, but their increased numbers severely increased the scales of battle in their favor. It shouldn't be surprising, but some of the more traditional-minded generals and admirals still gaped that a force used to fighting while severely outnumbered would do so much better after being doubled in size. Returning his attention to the present, Iroh let out a sigh. Have you come up with a suitable system for the navy to support the army's invasion deeper into the enemy stronghold without the risk of collateral? Zhao's reply was casually dismissive. The generals agreed to using bolts of fire launched in the air, or flares for the non-bending soldiers, to signal for naval bombardments. Naval support will strike at points ahead of the signals, the distance determined by the signals delivered. The admiral straightened a little as he adopted a more smug pose. Fast and straightforward communications that the enemy cannot replicate. Pretty handy, no? Iroh managed to not roll his eyes. It sounds elegant, but have you tested it? Have you considered visibility once we begin our siege and smoke taints the air? And what are the conditions for the troops on the ground to launch the signal? What is the system to ensure that each signal is responded to by a suitable number of ships? To the prince's petty satisfaction, Zhao's smugness gave way to an annoyed frown. We'll hammer out the details as we reach the North Pole. We still have a week of planning, that's plenty of time to work out the more asinine details. Making sure to keep the smile out of his voice, Iroh bowed slightly. As you say then, Admiral. I do, Zhao huffed. The prince left the observation deck and headed into the bowels of the ship. In one of the more secluded cargo holds, he checked on the bundle of cloths and bandages that was his nephew. Zuko was a mess of bruises and burns, and miraculously somehow had not only survived the explosion, but remained conscious enough to swim to shore. Iroh had found him, but the young prince had requested to be hidden rather than seek immediate healing. The look in his eyes, as well as the cold resolve in his voice made Iroh relent. Even to the point of keeping the news from ATLA and seeing. Hopefully both young leaders would be forgiving of this deception, to both Iroh and Zuko. To the public's eyes, Prince Zuko was lost and presumed dead. How long the young prince wished to keep that up remained to be seen, but the boy was determined to use this chance to capture the Avatar somehow. How are you feeling? Iroh asked as he crouched by his nephew. Zuko shifted to fix him with a tired gaze. His scarred face was set to a grimace. Better, uncle. Thank you. Iroh pulled out several herbal packets and a waterskin secreted in the sleeves of his robe. Come, we don't have much time. Carefully unwrapping the bandages to change them out, the older prince noted the fading burns and scabbing wounds on Zuko's body. Iroh comforted himself with the knowledge that as bad as it looked, the boy shouldn't suffer any permanent damage beyond cosmetic scars, based on his own military experience. The metal and glass slivers he'd pulled out hadn't hit any major organs, and the damage to the limbs were healing up surprisingly well enough that Zuko might recover movement in a matter of days rather than weeks. After this, he'd have to get Zuko to Sing's healers. At the very least for a proper round of healing. Zuko could keep the scars if he wished, the girls still liked the sort of character those kinds of marks gave off. After applying a fresh set of bandages, the herbal powders were carefully put straight into the waterskin and given a strong shake before being fed to Zuko, who slowly gulped it down despite his face scrunching up from the bitterness. I'll get you some food later, but you'll still have to settle for kanji for the next few days. Zuko's head shifted slightly in an attempt at a nod. Thank you, uncle, he croaked. Iroh smiled as he slowly rose up. You can thank me with a visit to a good tea shop once you're healed. After the Avatar's been captured. I'll buy you a tea house. Really, this boy's relentlessness was teetering from virtue into a sin. Iroh sighed. Fine, after you capture the Avatar. But you'll be working in it for a month. Zuko's lips curled up in a wry smile. I'll do a year if you like. Ha. With another sigh, Iroh gave his nephew a soft, reassuring smile before he turned to leave. Be patient, Zuko. Let your body and mind rest. The temptation to make a discreet call to the 11th was strong, but Iroh fought it off. Success or otherwise, Zuko needed this hunt, for his own peace of mind and perception of honor. Getting Sing involved would likely be seen as a humiliation by the young prince. Iroh would let him take another try and let Zuko bleed off some of the tension collecting in him before intervening more directly. If he happens to succeed, perhaps Sing could be persuaded to aid Iroh in orchestrating a suitable breakout for the Avatar that wouldn't get in the way of Zuko regaining his honor. Finding Ty Lee turned out to be a harder task than ATLA had initially thought. Her family had been easy enough to track down, but surprisingly Ty Lee herself had joined a circus of all things. And figuring out which damn troupe she joined took way longer than anticipated. How many circuses had lithe girls performing in them? Practically all of them. How many circuses kept track of the nobles in their ranks? Practically none of them. If anything, the whole tedious task taught ATLA how to better refine and apply her searches for future manhunts. But she did find Ty Lee in the end, in a small circus making its rounds in the home islands. The princess found it weird that as a noble, her friend had not sought out a more prestigious troupe. She found Ty Lee in the back of the circus grounds, standing upside down on her 2 index fingers. The other girl seemed barely aware of the difficulty of such a stance, and was smiling serenely at nothing in particular. She was just as vibrant as ATLA remembered, and had grown into her teens rather well. Drawing in a breath, ATLA entered her vision with a confident smile, immediately earning Ty Lee's surprised attention. Tai Li, could that possibly be you? ATLA. Tai Li's face immediately lit up and her smile grew. In a single fluid move she twisted and landed on her knees and palms to prostrate herself as fitting for being in the presence of a royal. Then in another quick motion the girl was up on her feet and running over to hug ATLA. It was different from Ren's and Ping's embrace, less protective and more relieved and comforted. Like Tai Li was genuinely happy to meet her again after all these years. It is so good to see you. The princess felt a pang of discomfort when she realized how much her old classmate meant the words. She glanced around, and bit back a sigh. Do you have some place we can talk discreetly? Tai Li led ATLA into her personal tent, a small, austere thing that somehow managed to seem stuffy for all the lack of furnishings in it. So, what do you want to talk about? Sorry, I don't have any tea to offer here. It's all right. ATLA fought back the urge to frown and fixed a serious gaze on Tai Li. Which should she open with to not seem disingenuous like the nobles she detested? ATLA settled for bowing deeply before the other girl, and forced out the words she had rolling in her head ever since she left the capital. First off, I wish to apologize for whatever wrongs I have done to you in our time as classmates and friends. Unfortunately, it took me this long to realize that I have been lacking in many things, a good friend being one of them. I used my rank to belittle and bully you, which was wrong. I am sorry, and I hope you will eventually find it in you to fully forgive me. As she rose up from the bow, the princess noted the look of utter shock on Tai Li's face. ATLA met her friend's almost blank stare with some trepidation, and an awkward silence filled the small tent for several seconds before Tai Li finally blinked. Is everything all right, ATLA? Almost rolling her eyes, the princess shook her head. Nothing. I just had a moment of clarity, that's all. Oh. Then Tai Li broke into a bright smile and went in for another, tighter hug. Thanks, ATLA, though I don't think there's much for me to forgive. Still, I'm happy that you've had your epiphany, and I'm proud that you are bravely facing your past like this. It must be why your aura is a richer red. ATLA gave a polite cough. Well. It's not that hard, she lied. Of course, Tai Li said, not at all fooled judging from the smile the girl gave as she broke away from the embrace and stood before ATLA. Oh, is it true you're now colonial minister? ATLA gave a nod, and Tai Li's smile somehow managed to grow even more as she clapped her hands together. Congratulations! It must be hard work to be a princess and a minister at the same time. It could be worse. She could have taken the other route and been involved in the war ministry instead, and get mired in the dragon moose shit roiling about in there right now. Father was allowing the ministry's internal politics to take its course to find a suitable war minister, and ATLA had been approached by several slimy courtiers looking for her support for one candidate or another. Actually, my job is also why I'm here, the princess said, returning from her thoughts to the topic at hand. I'm not sure if you've heard, but you remember my dear brother, Zuko. Tai Li's face finally fell. I'm sorry for your loss, ATLA. ATLA ignored the consolation and continued on with a colder voice. Well, as the incident occurred in the colonies, it falls upon me to investigate the cause of it. I would be honored if you would aid me in my mission. Worry flashed on the other girl's face, and ATLA found herself stiffening as Tai Li spoke. Oh. I would love to. But the truth is, I'm really happy here. Besides, you have your ministry officials to help you, right? The princess' jaws tightened, and she had to quietly remind herself that this was far from an unexpected outcome. Here was a prime example of what her old, careless use of fear gained in the long run. Tai Li was glad to meet her again, but she was rightfully keen on keeping the meeting short-term. I understand, ATLA forced out with a stoic nod. She had prepared for this, so why was it so hard to get the words out? I wish you all the best. Once more surprise took over Tai Li, but this time she recovered a little quicker to offer a grateful salute. Thank you, ATLA. The princess raised her hand to forestall the gesture. Please, I'm the one who should be thanking you for the opportunity to resolve old affairs. Forcing her limbs in motion, ATLA left the tent with as much royal grace as she could muster while stamping down on the embers of emotion flaring within her. With a quick gesture her bodyguards regrouped from their discreet distance. Come, new Oze awaits us. Hopefully Mai could at least be roped in by offering to avenge Zuko. But if that fails, she'll still at least have some reliable hands to rely on within the ministry, as Tai Li noted. It wouldn't be as fun as a reunion with old friends, but ATLA has been dealing with people far above her age so often already, what's a little more? Right? Wait. ATLA had barely taken 10 steps when she was broken out of her musing by Tai Li running up to her. I hope you don't mind if I change my mind. Are you sure? She couldn't help but ask. Tai Li nodded with willful determination for some reason. I can't let your aura go sour after all the work you've done to get it to be such a pretty red. And I'd be a poor friend if I didn't help you when you needed me. Besides, the circus isn't going anywhere, I can come back here once we're done. ATLA had to admit, she felt a bit choked up from her friend's declaration. Thank you, Tai Li. Not a problem, the other girl said. I'll go get my stuff, okay? Oh, where are we going after this? I'll need to pack for the weather. ATLA gave an amused smirk. Well, the colonies all have generally favorable climates. But we'll have to stop by New Oze first. Hopefully Mai would be keen to join us. Ong had never seen so many ships before. Even from his vantage point in the sky, the fleet seemed to cover the entire ocean. And they were relentless too. While Ong did what he could to stymie several ships' progress, the Northern Water Tribe defenders took a page from their enemy and began launching huge boulders of ice into the enemy formation. The retaliation was far outnumbered by the invaders' bombardment, and some ice boulders crashed into the flaming rocks catapulted over with spectacular effects. Those projectiles that did manage to hit the Fire Nation ships though punched through metal decks and crumpled the elevated ship bridges. Unfortunately that did not slow the enemy progress one bit, or stop them from clumping up to add to the rain of fire on ATLA. After watching figures jumping out of a sinking ship, the young Avatar found himself horrified at realizing just how many lives were being carelessly wasted for the siege. There were even Komodo rhinos bobbing along the sea's surface, though unlike the human soldiers, these creatures did not last long and quickly sank under the surface. Rope ladders were thrown down from nearby ships for the survivors to rescue themselves, but otherwise the full effort of the Fire Nation Navy was directed at besieging the Northern Water Tribe city. Thankfully, a glance back told Ong that most of the fireballs were unable to damage the city, as the waterbenders of ATLA decided on focusing their bending on nullifying the bombardment instead of retaliating with ice boulders. The Fire Nation's advance and bombardment did not slow until the evening, where the Fire Nation decided to drop anchor and cease the rain of fireballs completely. Ong didn't know why, but he was grateful enough for a break. As he landed an exhausted Appa on the palace ground, the equally tired airbender let out a heavy sigh and slid off the air bison's back to slump on the ground. I can't do it. I can't do it. What happened? Katara asked as she ran over with Princess Yu right behind her. I must have taken out a dozen Fire Navy ships but there's just too many of them. I can't fight them all. You won't have to, came the concerned voice of Chief Arnook. Our warriors will head out tonight, once the moon has shown itself. Even as he announced the counterattack, the chief's expression did not ease up from its grim frown. With the moon strengthening us, hopefully we can make a suitable dent on these invaders before the sun rises. Ong watched as most of the men of the Northern Water Tribe slipped off into the night in boats, with the waterbenders propelling the crafts to speeds that should be impossible. He didn't stay long to see what they did, as Princess Yu led him and Katara to a potential answer in contacting the spirits. Zuko left just in time, it seemed. As he rowed his commandeered dinghy out to land, he noticed the Water Tribe's own boats speeding towards the invasion fleet. For all of the prince's silent complaints of Admiral Zhao not placing his ship in the front ranks and closer to land, Zuko felt grateful for the admiral's, or probably Uncle Iroha's, wisdom. Freed from their task of defending the city, the warriors of the Northern Water Tribe schemed effortlessly across the water's surface to charge the line of ships. With a wall of water raised up into a dome to conceal themselves, Zuko doubted that the sailors keeping watch on the much larger ships noticed the approach until it was too late. Drawn in by the sight, the bruised prince witnessed in shocked silence as the waterbenders went to work. Under the moonlight, it only took 2 boats of them to heave the waters up and tip a warship over. There were plenty of boats filled with waterbenders, so plenty of the Navy's steel ships were rolled over as if they were made of nothing more than reeds and bamboo. Chaos quickly reigned as the alarm was sounded. Zuko saw as anchors were hastily being raised even as the ships in the front rank were being capsized one by one. Firebolts were hurled from the decks into the protective water domes of each boat, doing precisely nothing. Sheets of ice exploded outwards from the boats, covering the surface of the sea and dooming sailors and soldiers escaping from the sinking vessels to freeze or drown to death. A few reckless warriors could be seen launching themselves off the warships to dive onto the Water Tribe boats. No matter how many took the dive, none of them made it down in one piece as the domes of water promptly froze and exploded outwards like quills from an enraged porcupine. Most were skewered and torn to pieces, a few almost melted their way through before being impaled by spears. It was only when the trebuchets from ships positioned further away were recklessly brought down to bear that the waterbenders dispersed. For all its haste, the desperate danger-close bombardment mostly landed in the waters between the ships, forcing the waterbenders to cease their capsizing efforts to strengthen their defenses. By the time their boats steamed back to the safety of their city walls, Zuko saw a massive, icy gap created in the Navy's formation, and guessed that no less than 80 vessels had been rolled over. It was not an insignificant fraction of the fleet, and if the waterbenders decided to make another attempt, who knows what other tricks they might have up their sleeve. Realizing that his own dinghy was nothing compared to a warship, Zuko snapped out of his staring and began to row with a strength that was fueled by fear. He aimed for the wasteland further away from the Water Tribe city, and hopefully he could figure out a way to infiltrate into it and get to the Avatar. Assuming he got that far, what happened after that? Well, the prince would have to hope he was a good student in seeing lessons of making shit up as we go along. Iroh found it hard to keep a stern face as he got to lecture Admiral Zhao and his cronies on their mistake, in front of other frowning admirals and generals. I did say we should have used some smaller vessels, even just some boats, to act as a screen for the fleet. The War Council had been hastily assembled after the deadly retaliation by the Northern Water Tribe. Even on paper, losing slightly above 1/10 of the fleet on the first night looked bad, especially considering that the enemy suffered practically nothing in return. Hundreds of men were claimed by the sea, to say nothing of the ships that were each a massive investment of the Fire Nation's industry. Initial damage reports were horrendous, compared to even the worst encounters with the Earth Kingdom. The waterbenders did not pull any punches, every ship lost was, for the purposes of this invasion and likely the near future, irretrievable. The percentage of survivors from each sunken vessel was struggling to break double digits, especially from ships carrying army elements. Even with the ice cover broken, spirits know how many men could actually make it to the surface to be rescued. All this grief, inflicted by a group of waterbender on boats. It's too late to point fingers now, Zhao said with a snarl. With our numbers, we just have to endure the night, and then tomorrow we'll break into ATLA. Until night comes again, Iroh countered. And then we'll be chased out of the city of ice and snow. Or buried in it. The gathered commanders were murmuring amongst themselves or frowning heavily with concern. All their initial enthusiasm had been snuffed out, just as Iroh had expected. Most of the backline and reserve commanders have at best not seen the front lines for a long time, and either forgotten or never experienced how bad a campaign could turn out. There were a number of exceptions, of course. With your permission, Admiral Zhao, Admiral De Yang voiced with careful neutrality, I'll deploy some boats to begin patrolling the waters, at least to give us an early warning. Zhao gave a hurried nod. I'll leave it up to you then. The other admiral returned the nod with a salute, and then backed away. Seeing that it was the time to provide ideas, another commander, an army general, spoke up. Might I suggest that the ships transporting army elements be moved to the back ranks? When morning comes, surely it'd only be a minor hassle to return them to the vanguard. HNNH. Zhao was distracted in his answer, staring down at the bare table with an unconcealed grimace. Iroh recognized the telltale signs of a theater commander trying to keep as much of his authority as possible without blowing his top off. All it took was one failure like this for the shark squids to start circling. If enough officers sent a petition back to the palace, Zhao could find himself replaced in the middle of the invasion, losing any credit if it turned out successful while gaining all the blame if it didn't. Considering this was a joint operation, the admiral might actually lose his spot to a general, even if the army was in the minority. All the latter needed was the recommendation of his peers and enough prestige. Such was the ruthless union of meritocracy and politics in the upper level of the Fire Nation's military. Iroh could try to placate the crowd before it turned into a mob. But he remembered Zhao's dishonorable conduct against Zuko, and the offhanded insults the admiral had flung at Iroh regarding Ba Sing Se. We might have to go over tomorrow's invasion plan, just to be safe, the prince said, fighting to keep his tone plain as befitting a venerable military advisor. Perhaps we should rethink how the defenders might react to our approach, now that we have a better idea of their capabilities. It was petty of him, but Prince Iroh did look forward to dismantling Zhao's confidently laid plans. To have it be redone would be a small blemish on his merits during this campaign, but the implications of being a poor strategist could be a great stain for any Fire Nation commander's reputation. They made for poor counsel to the Fire Lord, for example. As he carefully guided the meeting into a methodical reassembly of tomorrow's plans, as a helpless and seething Zhao was forced to let the other admirals and generals pick apart the great invasion he had boasted about, Iroh had to admit that it felt rather satisfying to adopt a politician's mantle again. Almost too satisfying. He'd have to remember to abstain after this. Relapsing into court politics would not be good for himself or Zuko. As the prince prodded an admiral into poking a hole into a landing formation, Iroh absently wondered if he should find a way to pay young ATLA a visit after this, to warn her about the rather addictive dangers of being so immersed in Fire Nation intrigue. Or find a way to talk her out of it if she happened to be too far invested in it. He'd been a neglectful uncle to the young princess, come to think of it. Hopefully he would have the time to rectify that blatant mistake. But first. Admiral De Yang, Admiral Sung, now that I think about it, do you think it prudent for the left flank to be grouped so close together? Iroh would do his job in advising the War Council, while redirecting as much of the potential glory from Zhao as he could. When the Fire Nation resumed their invasion the next day, the ships broke through the first wall within 2 hours. Marines and army soldiers made landfall across practically the entire seawall. The waterbenders, far less potent than they were during the previous night, were nonetheless still dangerous foes. Ice shards and water whips almost pushed back multiple beachheads, but the relentless bombardment of the Fire Navy broke through the defenses and allowed men to stream out of the ships almost unimpeded. Colonel Hua of the 51st Grand Company was among those who fought to push inwards after her troops landed. Thank the spirits that she and her grand company had been spared the horrible demise of drowning in the very ships that were supposed to safely ferry them to the front lines. Now on solid ground again, even if it was ice and snow, the colonel ordered her troops to form up alongside a Komodo rhino regiment. She took a good look at the second wall far ahead of her, and the urban battlefield that awaited her and her soldiers beyond it. Already she could see other regiments desperately speeding across the flat, open terrain that led towards the second wall. The defenders were not stingy in hurling ice and water at the exposed Fire Nation besiegers. Whole squads were impaled, crushed, or even shredded as they tried to close the distance. At certain points, the ice below them gave way, swallowing the unsuspecting soldiers. Or it exploded in a forest of impaling, frozen spikes. Neither Wa or the scouts could see the waterbenders responsible for such traps, but she was sure that there were plenty more of them hidden under the ice and snow. The colonel gulped silently and steeled her resolve, reminding herself that this was only a little different from attacking prepared Earth Kingdom defenses. These waterbenders had decades of preparation, that was all. Only the arrival of the new tank companies kept the assault from faltering. The metal machines were impervious to ice spikes and water blades, and their grappling hooks dragged them out of ice pits or pulled them down from raised ice columns. Only the larger ice boulders hurled from behind the water tribe's walls dealt significant enough damage to them, but those were easily evaded for the most part. "Have you seen Admiral Zhao?" A young voice asked from behind Wa, and she turned to one of her bodyguards dressed in standard firebender's uniform, complete with obscuring faceplate. "He's due to make landfall soon," Wa replied, glancing at the Admiral's ship that was still a good distance out at sea. "The Admiral's ship has a cavalry regiment to unload, after all." The bodyguard nodded. "Try to stick close to him." Wa let out a sigh. "I'll do what I can. Maybe have your grand company secure the beachhead. It could buy the time needed." The colonel frowned at the suggestion. That was a task with little prestige in it, and considering the progress of the invasion, it frankly felt like a moot assignment. But Wa reminded herself that she had hedged her trust in the speaker, and sighed again as she nodded and yelled the orders to her nearby major and captains. As they rushed to carry out her will, Wa muttered softly, "Either this is a siege purely for glory's sake, or a lunatic's delusion. Seeing, I honestly don't know whether I wish you to be right about this or not." The disguised colonel's voice was far cheerier. "I'd say I felt the same, but I'd be lying, Colonel Wa. Between the two of us, I can honestly say I sincerely hope for the stupider option, only so I can make this journey worthwhile. My old uniform's not as damned itchy and stiff as this one, let me tell you." They continued to trade soft banters while Wa noted the progress of the siege. The second wall was being slowly broken down, but the water tribe was fighting tooth and nail against it. It seemed that despite the amended briefing, they might still have to worry about fighting into the night after all. Hopefully by then there'd be enough troops on the ground to overwhelm the waterbender defenders. Admiral Zhao appeared in the late afternoon, riding atop a Komodo rhino he no doubt loaned from the cavalry regiment his ship hosted. Xing's voice seemed to be more animated when he spotted the admiral. "He's ready to move out. He's also holding something in his hands." Wa saw it, and squinted a bit to make out the details. "It's a scroll. A scroll. With the invasion advancing significantly and the admiral in sight, Wa ordered her grand company forward to make up for lost glory. She left the details to her major, and kept herself at the fringes of the field base set up for generals and colonels like her. With Xing and his bodyguards playing the role of her bodyguards, she exchanged courtesies with the other commanders while keeping an eye out for Admiral Zhao's movements. The man remained on his mount, and referred to his scroll every now and then as he and his squad of riders paced the beachhead, as if looking, no, not looking for something. His gaze fell frequently on a particular spot. He already knew where he wanted to go. He was merely waiting for the right time. Considering that the spot was in the far end of the second wall, the admiral was waiting for the walls to be properly breached and the defenders pressed back before making a move. Wa was forced to mingle with her peers until late in the afternoon, when messengers brought the news, the second wall of ATLA had been breached. Considering they were behind schedule, it wasn't exactly good news, but most of the commanders stopped fidgeting or frowning nervously. As the colonel expected, Admiral Zhao rode off towards the spot he had been eyeing up until now. "Send a messenger to Admiral Dayang," he practically ordered. "More backup or witnesses wouldn't hurt." With the messenger hawk sent, Wa slipped away from the elated base and let Xing and his men take the lead. She still didn't know if she truly wanted to see what the boy meant by killing the moon and slash or ocean. Finding Zuko after he blindsided Katara and absconded with Ong had been surprisingly easy. It seemed that the relentless firebender had fallen into a thin and hollow ice sheet and knocked himself out from the fall. Ong had just regained consciousness when Appa landed, and Katara wasted no time in blubbering her apologies to the airbender. Ong quickly reassured Katara, and then directed their attention to a coming danger. "We need to get to the oasis, the spirits are in trouble." But of course the soft-hearted guy had to insist on taking an unconscious Zuko along. Sokka regretted cutting through the rope the prince used to bind Ong, but at least the shorter lengths were enough to tie up his wrists and ankles. Plus, Katara was around to freeze him if he decided to be all fiery again. No. At Ong's horrified whisper, Sokka, Katara, and you crowded to the front, and saw a group of Fire Nation soldiers advancing on the oasis. Even at this distance, the unmistakable arrogant swagger of Zhao could be identified. We need to stop him. Appa, yip yip. As fast as the air bison was, they could not reach the Admiral in time to stop him from crouching by the spirit oasis and reaching his arms into the waters. Another group of Fire Nation soldiers did it for them. Admiral Zhao, you must stop this foolishness. Iroh kept an even, authoritative voice as he stepped out of the same tunnel the Admiral used. Zhao rose up on his feet and immediately fell into a stance, his wet hands steaming up immediately. The firebender squad behind him followed suit. Prince Iroh. Why am I not surprised to discover your treachery? I'm not the one hiding his true agenda for this invasion, Zhao. Now seize this. The Admiral scowled, gesturing with his eyes towards the pool of water. Seize? Once I take out the moon spirit, I will be a legend. The Fire Nation will for generations tell stories about the great Zhao, who darkened the moon. As he continued, Zhao broke from his stance, using his arms to gesture wildly instead. They will call me Zhao the Conqueror. Zhao the Moon Slayer. Zhao, the Invincible. Iroh frowned and began walking towards the megalomaniacal Admiral, arms still by his side. No, Zhao. The Fire Nation needs the moon too, we all depend on the balance. You and your fear of the spirits, Iroh, Zhao sneered contemptuously. We do not need the moon, only the ocean spirit needs to live. With the moon gone, the water tribes will be defeated. Zhao, don't. The arrival of the Avatar redirected the Admiral's attention and allowed Iroh to get closer. While the prince kept up a facade of steely calmness, his heart quickened when he spied Zuko's form atop the sky bison. Destroying the moon won't hurt just the water tribe, it will hurt everyone, including you. Without the moon, everything will fall out of balance. You have no idea what kind of chaos that will unleash on the world. He's right, Zhao, Iroh reasoned again. Don't do this. This is my destiny. Zhao fell into a combat stance again, and with his soldiers he seemed ready to launch himself at the Avatar. A rustle of metal and cloth drew everyone's attention, and a squad of similar, but more appropriately sized, attired soldiers, along with Colonel Hua, Admirals De Yang and Gao Ning, and General Tachi emerged from the same tunnel Iroh and Zhao came from. That so many officers managed to sneak up on Iroh back at the tunnel entrance had worried the old prince. He didn't like the blatant evidence that his senses were yielding to old age. Seeing the commanders, Zhao relaxed a little, while the Avatar's party tensed up. Ah, commanders. Good, with your help the Avatar will stand no chance. Admiral De Yang answered on their behalf by shaking his head. Judging from Colonel Hua's scowl, she was too disgusted to form an appropriate reply, while Admiral Gao Ning and General Tachi were too dreadfully disappointed at the realization that the man they had supported had turned out to be insane. No, Admiral. We will not be party to your madness. Please, do not abandon reason. Heed Prince Iroh's advice and stand down. I am surrounded by short-sighted traitors. Fine, your corpses will be another step to my ascension. Zhao redirected his stance towards the commanders, while his men faltered in confusion. It was General Tachi who spoke next. Have you truly lost all reason, Admiral? You're the one who's too afraid and blinkered to know true glory, you cowardly leech. Such impudence. As the Fire Nation factions faced each other down, Iroh noticed off to the side the sheer confusion in the Avatar and his companions at the turn of events. It was a good sign, that the boy didn't simply wash everyone away meant he could be reasoned with once this was done. Or that he was smart enough to let two enemies break each other down before coming in to clean up the remains. With a raised hand, the smallest firebender of the commander's group stepped to the front, the uniform poorly fitting on his smaller frame. Admiral Zhao. It seems that you are set in your quest for delusional glory. Who are you to judge me? The Admiral snapped, already antagonized to his limits. Zhao's hands clenched into fists as he snarled and the soldiers around him backed away when Xing's grinning face was freed from the helmet and faceplate. I'm a fire starter, twisted fire starter. All of this was getting wilder and wilder by the minute. First Zhao shows up, not for Ong, but to kill the moon spirit. And then another group of high-ranking Fire Nation soldiers shows up to try and stop him. And now the kid with the dragons turns out to be a firebender, and a Fire Nation soldier at that. I feel way out of my league here, Sokka declared, actually earning looks of agreement from Ong and Katara. Colonel Xing. Zhao hissed. The boy took. Wait. What? Xing? He can't be that Xing? But. Sokka felt the chill air rushing into his mouth as his jaw dropped and his mind reeled. The boy took step after step towards Zhao with all the confidence of a wolf stalking a grounded puffin seal. As first royal champion, I hereby declare you traitor to the Fire Nation. He paused to glance back to the other Fire Nation officers, and then Iroh. Do I have any objections? Heads were shaking, and nobody spoke up, not even the scarier-looking Fire Nation adults. Your words mean nothing, boy. Zhao retorted, and stomped a foot to ground himself in preparation for a fight. Your forked tongue will do nothing here, charlatan. Xing didn't seem impressed by Zhao's threat, and instead glanced at the soldiers behind the admiral. You have two options, surrender and maybe seek a chance at leniency. Or join this traitor's fa. More noise from where the Fire Nation soldiers came from signaled the hasty arrival of Chief Arnook and his warriors, adding more confusion to the scene. Invaders! How dare you! The boy cut the chief's words short with a dismissive wave of his hand without breaking his gaze from Zhao. Relax, we're not here for you. He took another step at the admiral, and Sokka felt like the air between boy and admiral grew both colder and hotter at the same time. I'm here to make amends for the Fire Nation's mistake. Zhao let out a snarl as he finally acted, both hands punching out a massive fireball. Xing casually skipped out of the way, and the flaming projectile was deflected by the other firebenders behind him. And then, he became a blur of motion, diving towards the admiral who was still drawing back to deliver another attack. Glint of metals flashed out, and Zhao cried out in pain as Xing slipped behind him and in a fluid, ruthless motion jammed a dagger under each armpit. A hard kick to the back of his leg sent the admiral down to his knees, but the boy grabbed Zhao by the top knot to stop him from falling over. Zhao, the boy declared coldly as he looked down at his captive, for the crime of deceiving the Fire Lord, for the crime of wasting Fire Nation lives in a misleading campaign, for the crime of threatening the very existence of the Fire Nation. I, Colonel Xing of the 11th Royal Regiment. Oh spirits, it really was that Xing. First Royal Champion of the Fire Nation, hereby sentence you to death. Still standing behind him, Xing held Zhao's face in both hands. The admiral tried to struggle, but it quickly stopped and he screamed as smoke began to rise where Xing's hands met his face. The boy colonel looked up towards Chief Arnook, and then the Fire Nation commanders. To prevent your madness from infecting others in the future, the reports from both sides of this invasion will say that Admiral Zhao, in his eagerness to pursue his plan, slipped off an icy path and fell into the sea. It was a disappointing revelation to the officers that witnessed it that the vaunted admiral couldn't actually swim, and promptly disappeared into the cold depths. And unfortunately, he took the scroll carrying his plans, the plans he paranoidly kept only to himself, with him. Beyond the rippling of water, the muted sounds of combat outside, and Zhao's groans of agony, nobody made a sound. The commanders and Iroh looked among themselves, while Chief Arnook glanced at his men. For their part, Sokka traded confused looks with Ong and Katara, and received a shocked realization from Yu. Hopefully she'll fill him in later. After a moment, the adults from both sides began to give slow nods, and Xing looked back down at Zhao with a grim frown, though his voice betrayed malicious glee. Do you understand, Zhao? No one outside of this sanctum will know of what you've tried to do today. You will be remembered as the fool that doomed this invasion by accidentally killing himself. You will be the admiral who failed the Fire Nation by being too overconfident and glory-hungry to trust anyone other than himself. A far better lesson to pass on. Sokka shuddered as he swore he could almost taste the satisfaction in Xing's words. Worry not, I will give your family ample warning before the Fire Lord receives the news, so that they may officially disown you and flee the home islands before being unfairly subject to his wrath. Zhao struggled again, but again he stopped as more smoke sizzled out from underneath Xing's hands. And then Xing opened his mouth. No, wait. Ong yelled, but his intercession was ignored. Xing's mouth opened wide, and Sokka could see Zhao's face twisting into an expression of terror at the realization of what's coming. The boy's leg on the back of one knee kept his struggles from amounting to much, while his wounded arms flailed uselessly. Sokka instinctively took a step back, covering Yu and Katara as he did so, when he saw the glow coming from Xing's mouth. And then a burst of blinding light, accompanied by the roar of fire, made the teens turn away with yelps of surprise. The cries of alarm from the other parts of the oasis told him that most, if not all, of the adults were also surprised by the literal breath of fire. Squinting hard for a peek, Sokka noted Zhao's silhouette being cut through by a beam of white fire, the infamous blinding fire of the scorpion dragon. It was over in a matter of seconds, and the ambient light quickly dropped to normal levels. The darkness returned to his closed eyelids, and Sokka could open his eyes and remember that there were more colors than white. Sokka felt weak in his stomach as the first thing his eyes were fixed on was the smoke-wreathed scene with a hand on either side of Zhao's shoulders. The man's head, neck, and pretty much everything in a straight line down was missing, disintegrated away by the intense flame. The ground underneath scene was a blackened ruin. Katara's face took on a greener tint, Ong looked no better, and Yu was holding on tightly to Sokka for support. Sokka himself fought down the urge to run to a corner to heave. Though his gaze was still fixed on the grisly sight scene, the young warrior noted the aghast and disturbed looks of both Fire Nation and Water Tribe fighters. The scorpion dragon let the remaining two-thirds of Zhao fall away from each other onto the ground, and then walked rather stiffly towards the oasis. That snapped the gang out of their revulsion, but before they could intervene, Xing surprised them by kneeling before the pond end, saluting the spirit fishes with hand in fist and head bowed. I apologize for the misaction of my former colleague, and for allowing him to sully your domain. His voice was sharp, precise. I hope you both can find it in yourselves to forgive me and my compatriots for not intervening sooner, and understand that the fool stood alone in his idiocy. Sokka was about to wonder what new kind of madness was this, but then he remembered the rumors that the scorpion dragon was touched by the spirits. So seeing kneeling reverentially to the moon and ocean spirits might not be too far-fetched after all? Maybe? As if to prove Sokka's confused thoughts correct, Aang suddenly went slack and his tattoos glowed. The airbender took a step forward to speak in a voice that was clearly not his own. We accept your apology, interloper. It was a voice that was both calm and strong, like a fast, smooth tide on a clear day. Yet there was a hint of dark anger in it, and Sokka couldn't get the picture of a wild maelstrom out of his mind. Even if he was an airbender, it was weird seeing Aang move so fluidly. The avatar seemed to float across the ground and literally walked on the oasis water to stare at seeing, nodding once with an authority Sokka never once saw Aang possess. The fact remains that you saved my beloved from a heinous end, and the consequence you meted out to the fool satisfies us. The possessed Aang then crouched in a familiar water-bending stance, and the oasis swelled up around him. Seeing remained unmoving at the display, even as Aang's tattoos flared in his voice. This time the words that left Aang were crystalline in its clarity, and carried a light, ephemeral quality to it. Disturbingly, it also sounded not too dissimilar from you. For your service, you will be rewarded accordingly. Even if you are the foe of our guardians. Aang's arms moved in a circular, flowing motion, and the oasis waters surged up. Rather impressively, Seeing remained unmoving right until the unnatural wave slammed into him and engulfed him in a bubble. Even from this distance Sokka could tell that the other boy was doing his best to keep calm as the water rushed all around him and began to glow to the same intensity as Aang's tattoos. And then the scorpion dragon began to tremble, and then flail as primitive instincts kicked in. Sokka's guts twisted once more as he saw the familiar, agonizing patterns of a person struggling futilely as they drowned. Seeing writhed in the glowing sphere of water, the last air bubbles leaving him barely visible. Off to the side, the soldiers were all left stunned on their feet, save for a group of helmeted firebenders who were kept from advancing towards Seeing by an explosion of icy spikes all around them. Katara was equally entranced by the scene, as was Yu, who was still pressed against Sokka for support. It was a shame that the current situation was such that he couldn't appreciate the moment. Seeing was left in the water bubble for several long seconds, before the glowing receded, and the current inside slowed. With a jerk of Aang's arms, the water rushed back into the oasis, leaving the scorpion dropping unceremoniously onto the ground where he proceeded to brace himself on all fours and vomit water. May we never meet again, interloper, Aang did not say, and then he backtracked to the edge of the oasis and stopped glowing. A now confused Aang gave a confused "huh" as he returned to his body, and Sokka could only give him a helpless shrug. Seeing got up after hacking and coughing all the water out of his lungs, and stared down at his own hands for a couple of seconds before the edges of his lips tugged upwards into a smile. Then he turned his attention to the Fire Nation group, offering a nod to the squad still struggling against the ice spike barricade that calmed them down for some reason, and then turning to Chief Arnook and the Water Tribe warriors who were caught between awe and hostility, before finally landing his gaze on Sokka and his group. The tense atmosphere was banished when Aang seemed to finally come to a realization. Hold on, you're the Fire Nation's scorpion dragon. Seeing gave a faint, annoying smirk. I suppose we should talk. Perhaps we should signal the withdrawal before night comes. At Seeing's unsubtle hint, Iroh gave a nod and turned to the awestruck commanders to get them into order. Though technically out of the chain of command, being the commanding admiral's military advisor, and a prince at that, gave him enough pull for his orders to be respected. While the admirals and general promptly obeyed with occasional glances over their shoulder towards Seeing, Colonel Wa took a bit longer and instead spent several seconds staring with unabashed wonder at the younger colonel before she left the sacred cove. The boy didn't seem much changed from being immersed in the spirit's water bending, though Iroh did notice Seeing seeming a bit more elated now. Perhaps it was a more subtle blessing that was imparted to him? If you don't mind, Seeing posed to the avatar, gesturing towards the top of the air bison milling about with uncertainty behind him, could I request for the return of Prince Zuko? The news of his death has been exaggerated, it seems. Whatever spell that held the young group was fully banished with those words, and the avatar stepped forwards with his staff at the ready. Katara. Princess Yu. Get behind me and don't look at him. That confused Iroh as much as it did Seeing, who tilted his head to one side. The Water Tribe boy with that group came to a realization and also got in front of the girls with arms spread out protectively, as if to ward them from an invisible force. Cover your ears too. We don't know how his woman-stealing weapon works. Seeing looked utterly baffled, until something seemed to click in him, and he let out a loud sigh. Iroh thought he heard the young colonel mutter out two words as he wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. Fucking Motzi. The remaining squad of soldiers with him responded to the muttering with tensed shoulders and awkward coughs. They were holding back laughter, Iroh realized, though he didn't know exactly why. The water tribe adults closed in warily, whalebone spears and water orbs readied. Seeing glanced at them, and then raised his open palms at them. Hey, I'm not here for any more killing or fighting, alright? I just want to talk, and recover the prince. There's no women stealing whatever on me. You think we'll trust you that easily? The waterbending girl spat. We know what you do, scorpion of the Fire Nation. Seeing gave Iroh an exasperated look, and then sighed again, more theatrically again before returning his attention to the Avatar's party. I just offed the guy who actually came here to kill the moon spirit. And the spirits here kept me alive instead of picking one of many options they had to snuff me out. That gives me some leeway, doesn't it? The adult warriors lowered their spears a little at the reminder of Seeng's encounter with the ocean and moon spirits, and the Avatar's aggressive stance faltered, but his staff did not lower. Fucking stupid. Iroh heard the colonel mutter again, and decided to step in. The Avatar and his friends were wary of Seeng's reputation, so perhaps they might be less hostile towards him. Please, Colonel Seeng does not mean for any further hostility here. Despite his monikers, he is a man of his word. The water tribe boy interjected with an accusatory finger flying out. Yeah right, the only word he keeps is to threaten Earth Kingdom villages and towns. Iroh winced. Perhaps emphasizing the 11th's more brutal reputation is coming back to haunt young Seeng. The prince tried again, gesturing towards the pond with a hand. If you cannot take his word, then take the approval of your spirits. They saw it fit to praise him for his deed. That gave the group pause, enough for the adults to reach them and form a protective line while a more ornamented water tribe warrior rushed towards the non-bending girl the princess for a tight hug. Father and daughter, Iroh realized upon seeing the concern and relief on both of them. Seeng collected himself and adopted a more formal tone as he ignored the Avatar and looked at the adult warriors instead. Please, at least allow me to barter for Prince Zuko. The chief slowly let go of his daughter and gently pushed past the line of spears and ice to step forwards. You're Seeng of the defiant 11th. At Seeng's nod, the man gave a thoughtful frown. I've heard of you. To Iroh's surprise, and the surprise of many of the warriors and the entirety of the Avatar's group, the man gave a bow that passed off decently for a Fire Nation show of respect. I thank you, for Siku and his group's return. Surprise flashed through Seeng too, but he quickly recovered. I'm glad they made it back, unharmed, hopefully. The water tribe chieftain gave a grateful nod. It seems that we owe you for your mercy as well as what you've done today. Mercy. The waterbending girl echoed, as if unable to comprehend associating the word with Seeng. But he's the scorpion dragon. He killed hundreds, if not thousands. The annoyance in Seeng's voice was palpable. The venerable King Bumi still has a higher body count than me, I'm sure. Who's Siku? The boy Sokka asked as the Avatar and the waterbender girl bristled, to which another warrior, an older waterbender, replied. A renowned warrior. He's out at the walls right now. Quite some years ago he led one of the larger groups of volunteers to aid the Earth Kingdom against the Fire Nation. We thought them lost after receiving news of a great defeat. But then years later, Siku and most of his group returned on a Fire Nation boat. The waterbender paused, and then nodded at Seeng. Cunningly donated by the soldiers of the 11th. A deception to mask their execution demanded by another Fire Nation commander, supposedly. General Yushu, Seeng helpfully provided. Didn't like how big our prison caravan was getting, so he asked us to cull the worthless ones. Water tribe fighters made for poor ransom and couldn't heal, so. He trailed off with a shrug. They spoke of their time under the 11th's care, the chief continued. They spoke of unexpected and generous courtesies. Of your brutal, yet honorable ways. He stared at the colonel for a second. Since you've ascended to the rank, I take it you're superior. Seeng stiffened, but his words were neither defensive nor heated. He passed in his sleep, the diseases of growing old in the battlefield catching up to him. My condolences, the warrior offered. It was a peaceful thing, thankfully. Iroh heard the truth in the young colonel's voice, and he felt relieved that his old friend did not suffer in his final moments. Mutual respect was exchanged through silent looks, and then the warrior turned to the Avatar. Avatar Ong, I can vouch for the young man's character. That he intervened here is a testament that the 11th has not strayed from their honorable conduct. But he's responsible for the deaths of thousands, young Ong argued. The old waterbender snorted. All soldiers who want to survive a battlefield will have blood on their hands. And their leaders would be wading through it, if they wanted to win or keep their own men alive. Our waterbenders last night have taken hundreds of lives, and our warriors have their own tallies throughout this long war. It'll be no different for the warriors of the Earth Kingdom. The waterbending girl was not convinced. He's a monster who's happy to starve Earth Kingdom armies to death, or slowly kill them by poisoning their food. The grim looks she received from the water tribe adults stopped the girl from damning Seeng any further. Unfortunately, those are effective tactics in war, Katara, the waterbender said. Tactics we've carried out ourselves in the past, and will do so again if we have to. But... Enough, Avatar Ong interrupted, his mind seemingly made up as he glared at Seeing. You're not a friend, but you saved the moon and ocean spirits. Sokka, go get Zuko. I thank you for your consideration, Seeing replied with a formal bow, and Iroh and the squad joined along just to show that the gesture was earnest. Zuko was only starting to wake as he was carried off the air bison and brought towards the Fire Nation party. Thankfully, he didn't seem to be harmed too badly. Iroh held back the urge to immediately see to his nephew. Formalities were what was keeping the Avatar and the Water Tribe talking right now. The invasion force will be turned back, Seeing said with certainty. Blame will be distributed and bartered about, investigations will be conducted. If things go well, the Northern Water Tribe will not suffer another invasion for a long time. The girl Katara remained bellicosely unimpressed. You sound so sure of it. Iroh caught the soft sigh leaving the boy. Considering the material and human losses sustained in just 2 days, Fire Nation sailors and soldiers, and whole ships that cannot be retrieved from the depths of the sea. It'd be politically and strategically unsound to push for another feudal invasion while people still remember this one. If that's what you think, then why are you here? Seeing gave a thin smirk as he glanced at Iroh. Who'd believe me if I killed Zhao before he tried what he did here? Nobody, the prince replied aloud with a shake of his head. You'd be severely punished for turning on an admiral, if you were caught. Iroh paused for a second as the implications slowly streamed into his head. You'd give Zhao's faction more legitimacy by making a martyr out of him. The resolve of the invasion leaders would be far more dogged, which would make the fighting worse. The need to win would drive the commanders into taking more brutal tactics. The conquest might turn into a razing instead. And by making a show of Zhao's true intentions, even to a small group of witnesses, all that legitimacy would fall apart. The traditionalists would have to scramble to regain lost prestige and honor after this, giving Angela more space to spread or solidify her influence. As expected of the terrifying prodigy, Seeing seems to have calculated his moves rather well. While the Avatar's young group were skeptical, the Water Tribe warriors took in the words with grim understanding. No. You could have found a different way. Nobody had to die. Seeing fixed the Avatar with a harsh glare. When you've dealt with more in the world of politics and warfare, come back and say that again with all this naive honesty. Predictably, Katara came to the Avatar's defense. Your world is nothing but murder and destruction. We want no part of it. Neither do I, Seeing replied wearily. He shook it off and returned his attention to the Water Tribe warriors. I hope you can allow the consideration of not damaging the ship me and the princes will embark on as you chase the Fire Nation off your waters. Beyond political needs, Prince Zuko's sister would be glad to see him alive. The warrior nodded. We will consolidate on our breached defenses. Your fleet will be allowed to leave unmolested. Once more Seeing bowed, and once more Iroh joined in. The prince also caught the look the colonel threw at the Avatar. I'll do what I can to dissuade Prince Zuko from continuing his hunt for you. We can handle him, the airbender replied curtly. If you say so. Seeing faced the Water Tribe warriors, but his eyes occasionally glanced at Sokka, and his voice became laced with hidden meaning. By the by, it should be obvious, but I'm told that the attempt to assassinate Zhao failed horribly when the leader of the group broke his cover. Dumb fool announced himself before getting into effective range to take Zhao out. Iroh remembered the amateur attempt by a Water Tribe warrior in a Fire Nation soldier's outfit. Barely old enough to be a man, he recklessly charged at Zhao and promptly fell off the bridge's deck when the former admiral casually sidestepped out of the way. He might have survived the landing on the main deck, but not the spears of the guards around him who heard his loud proclamation. Why would he? Iroh saw guilty relief flash across Sokka's face, and saw something in the eyes of the young princess by his side. Then the prince reflexively began to wonder how this matchmaking played into Seeing's, or the spirits, plans. As they left, with Zuko supported by Seeing's soldiers, Iroh traded whispers with the colonel. I am grateful for your arrival, Seeing, but how did you know of Zhao's plan? The boy shrugged. Clues and hints. I wasn't really sure, to be frank. Then I'm glad that you took the risk to follow the spirit's guidance. Seeing made a non-committal noise and then unsubtle changed topics. So, would you mind telling me how Prince Zuko's supposed death had him winding up as the Avatar's prisoner? Ah, yes. Iroh gave what information he knew, along with those gleaned from Zuko's hazy memory of the ship's destruction. We have our suspicions, so Zuko decided it best to use the news of his death as a cover to continue his quest. He should have returned to Zillang, Seeing muttered as he glanced back at the awake but still incapacitated Zuko. We could have helped protect him. Zuko regards you highly, the older prince said. He does not wish to dishonor himself by being a burden to you and your regiment. Seeing's disbelieving look was reassuring, as was his derisive snort. I should have briefed him on being more loose with honor. Yet that is all he relies on to drive him, Iroh bluntly said, uncaring if his nephew heard him or not. Understandable, considering the circumstances of his exile. But still, he should have known by now that he has friends in the 11th Regiment, and he could come to us for aid. I'm sure we'll have the time to impress that lesson on him. Yet, I'm having Admiral De Yang drop us off at Zilang. I'll have our healers look over you and Prince Zuko. Me? Iroh asked, puzzled at being included. It's been a while since you dropped by, Prince Iroh, better to get you a checkup while we can. Sing chuckled. Plus, you've been stuck with Zhao for so long, I have to be safe and see if any of his idiocy has infected you. Author's notes, it's annoyingly tricky to write the Gong's innocent naiveness. I still don't trust him, Ong said, and Sokka had to agree with him there. This Sing guy was far creepier than Zuko and Zhao combined. And there was a sense that getting into a fight with him would be a very different affair to the encounters with the other two. That Sokka sighed with a relief he didn't know existed showed just how much presence the guy had. Zuko almost reeked of desperation, while Zhao was arrogant. Sing was lethal. The kind of lethal that got him dark reputations throughout the Earth Kingdom villages and towns. And yet, a nagging thought pestered Sokka. So, how come they all say he helped the Fire Lord kill the last dragons, if we saw him with 2 living ones? That brought Ong and Katara out of their debate about Sing's character with Chief Arnook and Master Pakku. The airbender scrunched up in a heavy frown as he mulled it over, while Katara kept opening and closing her mouth like a fish to form answers. Sokka felt the pressure ease off his right arm and glanced to a confused, yet still very lovely, you. The guy was supposed to have killed a dragon, and then offered its eggs to the Fire Lord to destroy. And you saw him with live dragons. Pakku said with an undercurrent of smugness. Yeah, Ong admitted. But, it's weird, isn't it? Sadly, you fully let go of Sokka as she voiced her thoughts on the matter. Maybe he was hiding them. But he killed a dragon and stole its eggs. How do you know? Pakku's smugness was very much more apparent this time. At the looks from Sokka, his sister, and Ong, the master waterbender visibly preened. Everyone says he did it, but what evidence did Sing give? From what we know, the boy of the 11th has a keen talent for deception. Siku also mentioned that they do not inflict their tactics on villagers and refugees. So he's lying about all that? Why would he do that? Pakku shrugged. Who knows? Sokka found the potential answers disturbing, but he still had his doubts. So what, he's a good guy now? Oh no. It's just that you can probably trust this Sing, this scorpion, to be competent and stick to a set of rules that you could exploit if you know what they are. What kind of rules? Sokka felt the urge to smack Pakku when the waterbender smirked. Rules of war. Rules of engagement. At Ong's repulsed expression, he shook his head. Sing is right, you need to learn more about the harshness of the world before you can cast judgment as if you know all the details. But he's a killer, the airbender said weakly. Chief Arnook stepped in. And so are we. Ong, what did you think happened when you disabled the Fire Nation ships alone? Did you think we would just leave them there to be retrieved by the rest of their fleet? Sokka felt a slight churning in his guts, but Ong and Katara took on greener hues as they digested that fact. We killed to protect ourselves from the Fire Nation. Just as the Earth Kingdom does. This is not a bloodless war, Avatar. It took several seconds for Ong to close his eyes and calm his nerves to reply. But taking a life is. Sokka felt a pang of sympathy for the Avatar, even as he himself came to grips with the fact that he might have to face far more brutal violence out in the world. Zuko's chase for the Avatar had been tame, Sokka realized. The prince needed Ong alive, so he had pulled his punches. And it was a mercy that their encounter with Zhao's had been in an isolated area. Taking a life is something that should not be done lightly, Chief Arnook said softly, but neither should it be ignored when all other options are proven to be inadequate. The Fire Nation's invasion does not allow us any other choice but to fight back and end their lives before they do the same to us. In the same vein, Zhao's madness could only be punished in one way. Katara reached out to Ong, who shook his head in full denial and glared at the adults. I won't. I can't. The glare softened, and his shoulders slumped. But I understand that it cannot be avoided sometimes. The image of the remains of Ong's old mentor, Gyatso, surrounded by dozens of Fire Nation corpses came to Sokka, and he briefly wondered what went on in the air nomad's mind in his last moments before taking those soldiers' lives with him. Maybe he'll bring it up later, when Ong isn't so stressed. They all left the Spirit Oasis shortly after to witness the Fire Nation's retreat. As Chief Arnook declared earlier, the Northern Water Tribe defenders reclaimed the broken walls and went no further, allowing the invaders to flee unmolested. Sokka couldn't help resting his gaze on the unmoving bodies littering the city streets. Blackened husks marked the victims of firebenders. Bodies draped in red and black were crushed into unrecognizable forms under piles of ice. More conventional corpses lay on the ice surrounded by pools of their frozen blood. Out by a junction, a Fire Nation soldier had been torn in half, probably from the tank hatch he was escaping from as a crystalline boulder crushed it. The Water Tribe youth took in the sight of war, and contrasted it to the raids, light raids, now that he thought about it, conducted on his own tribe in the past. Losing his mother had been a major tragedy for their whole village. How great must the grieving be here, with the dozens, or even hundreds, of ATLAs fallen. Something wrapped around his hand, and Sokka turned to see Yu's sad but comforting smile. He returned it as best as it could, and felt the cold void in his core lightening a bit. A glance at Ong and Katara found them in far grimmer states. Tears streamed down the cheeks of Sokka's sister, while the young airbender was wide-eyed with horror and trembling a little. Hey, Ong, Sokka reached out. Come on, let's go get some rest. You too, Katara. Kmen. As he led them into the far more sterile royal palace. He caught the look of approval from Chief Arnook and Master Pakku, and returned their silent nods with one of his own. Fortunately, Yu followed along, her hand never leaving his. It was probably the one thing giving Sokka any warmth at all as they left the scene of carnage. They remained in ATLA for another 2 weeks, to continue Ong's waterbending training, as well as allow their young minds to come to terms with the horrors of war. Katara bore both training and trauma with her usual stubborn determination, but Ong still awoke from nightmares occasionally. As for Sokka, he was glad that he was allowed to officially court Yu, after Han's loss was confirmed by those clearing the city and waters. It allowed him a veil of normalcy, a happy little respite from the ugliness of the world. Yu also showed a hidden strength in her that Sokka quickly relied upon as he faced his inner unease. The war is a horrible thing that forces the best people to do the worst things. I've seen the hard decisions my father had to make. I'll have to make those same decisions someday, and so will you. The two of them spent a lot of time in quiet walks or simply sitting by the walls. Sokka would listen to Yu's comforting words, and he also learned to listen harder to her pearls of wisdom. It hammered home that she was the princess of a whole city, while he was just a chieftain's son from a small, fragile village. She spoke of the long view, and multi-layered intentions. When Sokka recounted his tales with Ong, her probing questions about their actions as well as their enemies left his mind roiling with what-ifs and occasional cringing regret. Be thankful that Zuko was keen in following Seeing's wishes, she said about the incident in Kyoji Island. The Fire Nation could have simply bombarded the village to flush Ong out, or used the villagers as hostages. That particular fact made Sokka squirm. The encounter between Suki and Zuko had implied that the Scorpion had landed on Kyoji Island before their arrival, and somehow struck a deal with the Kyoji warriors. A deal that made Suki and her fellows tense. And then there's the fact that relentless Zuko actually took the Kyoji warriors' claim seriously. Sokka didn't know what the Scorpion Dragon had in store for Ong, but he didn't trust the shows of respect and consideration given so far. He couldn't, not after seeing what kind of madness can infect the Fire Nation, like it did to Zhao. 4 days before they left, Chief Arnook had approached Sokka with Yu by his side. The chief wore a smile that was both sad and elated at the same time. My daughter has persuaded me of the merits of uniting the northern and southern water tribes, and has volunteered to take the first step in that direction. Yu stepped towards Sokka with a coy smile, her brilliant blue eyes fixed on him. His heart began hammering away and he was nodding even before she opened her mouth to offer her proposal. Their betrothal was announced to the cheers of everyone, even Katara and Ong lit up despite their exhaustion from their training. Sokka found himself a very, very lucky man when some of the older women teased Yu and she answered by pulling him by the lapel of his coat and pressing her lips against his. His legs almost failed him as the kiss stole away his mind, but Sokka was a brave water tribe warrior, and endured the happy little ordeal. He did not have a stupid smile on his face, contrary to what Katara and Ong accused. On the day of their departure, Sokka got to enjoy a more passionate, seconds-long kiss before he boarded the ship. Come back to me, Sokka. Yu was strong, she didn't ask him to stay with her and accepted his place as Ong's companion. Sokka swore then to do right by her. He held her hands in his, squeezing them gently for every ounce of strength he could loan from her. I'll be back, Yu. I promise. Within her private quarters in Omashu's governor's mansion, Mai took Angela's change far more, dramatically than Ty Lee had expected her to. Her usual grey apathy turned into shocked surprise when the princess bowed before her and apologized in the same way as she did to Ty Lee. The former acrobat saw the minute twitches and movements in her friend that made Mai's grey aura take on more interesting hues, if only for a moment. There were tints of concern at the edges of it, as well as a larger dash of suspicion, but all in all Mai was a roiling swirl of processing emotions. And despite all that, as I did with Ty Lee, I've come seeking your aid in looking for Zuko's attackers. The mention of Zuko unsurprisingly made Mai tense just a little, giving her aura a flash of an angry pink-orange. Anger, and the reignited sparks of an old crush. Count me in. Anything to get me out of this place. For how bland Mai managed to sound, Ty Lee saw rather than hear how the words were only half honest. Her friend's subtle twitches kept sparking her aura. Mai was really out for blood. Angela decided to spend the night in Omashu before heading to Hai Sin. Ty Lee found that the princess was surprisingly courteous to Mai's parents, considering her father's position as governor of Omashu. The tales that managed to seep out to the circus emphasized ATLA's contempt for the colonies and the way it was run, which was why she got fed up with it and decided to seize the reins of colonial minister herself. But those same rumors couldn't decide whether she was picking up the ostracized and shamed to work in the colonies out of mercy or spite. Some said she was giving disgraced officials and nobles another chance at proving themselves, others that she was clearing the more prestigious home islands posts of deadwood by transferring them out to the boonies. Even as she saw the changes to the princess, Ty Lee couldn't be sure which version held true. ATLA was still sharp and cunning as ever, with an eye for detail that made her verbally flay the dockmaster for his incompetence back when they were departing the capital. And yet this was the same ATLA that stopped for a moment to crouch by a squealing tom-tom running by and produced a handkerchief from under her robes to gently wipe away his drool, tutting with disapproval as she did so. The toddler actually stopped to let her do it too, after she whispered some noises to calm him down. The princess seemed nonchalant about it, ignoring Ty Lee's and Maya's stares as she got up and ignited the stained cloth as she tossed it over her shoulder. "My regiment's training captain has a brat like that," she provided as if it explained everything. Of course, being raised in a training yard, Fan's more well-behaved. Ty Lee noted how her royal friend practically preened like a proud cousin, the quirk of her mouth and the fondness in her eyes making ATLA's aura feel a softer shade of red. Still a snot-dribbling and noisy thing, but at least she knows how to follow drill orders. She put a lot of the new recruits to shame too. Ty Lee was so tempted to reach a hand out to Mai to help lift her hanging jaw back then. That's ATLA, right?" the usually dour girl asked as ATLA walked out of earshot. Ty Lee nodded. It could be because of the soldiers she picked up. Apparently Mai had heard of the Princess Royal Regiment as well. How does investing in a group of bloodthirsty psychopaths make her this relaxed? Wait, on second thought, it makes too much sense. Ah, so she's heard of the regiment, but not the scandalous suggestions that trailed after it. Of the ruthless scorpion that caught the crown princess eye, and then her heart. Of the favors he did, allegedly, to ensure his place by her side. They, unwiser ones dared to suggest ATLA to no longer be a virgin after her adoption of the 11th. Ty Lee never saw those people again. And she didn't believe their claims. Seeing ATLA as she is now, Ty Lee was sure that her friend hadn't done anything yet, assuming there was anything to do. ATLA would have probably proclaimed herself the best at losing her virginity if that were the case, making it another show of her greatness. Though admittedly this new version of her didn't seem to be that competitive. They were preparing to leave Omashu when a messenger hawk flew in, trailing red and black ribbons. An urgent message meant for ATLA specifically. The message was hurriedly sent to her, and Ty Lee watched as the crown princess read through the scroll in silence. The way her eyebrows twitched as her eyes moved back and forth, the way her pose tensed and then relaxed, it was good news overall, good enough to make ATLA's red turn vibrant and radiant. "It seems my brother is more resilient than everyone gave him credit for." Mai's eyes shot towards ATLA immediately as the princess delivered the news. "Zuko's alive, freed from the clutches of the Northern Water Tribe." She clenched the scroll in her hands and set it alight. How he got there though is a puzzle I'll have to decipher, along with who tried to blow him up in the first place. ATLA turned to Ty Lee, and then Mai. "Would you both still be amenable in following me?" "Of course, ATLA." Ty Lee eagerly said. She wanted to know more of this new ATLA. "I'm still in," Mai said, trying to keep a bored drawl. She was still eager to hunt down her crush's attackers. The princess gave a resolute nod. "Thank you. We'll stop by Zilang first. Zuko's being dropped off there, so I'll be able to question him there." Oh, how Mai's aura turned pink at the edges. It clashed badly with grey, but at least it broke the bland monochrome. Author's notes: my take on Ty Lee is that she perceives people very well, and associates their moods to colors, something like synesthesia. Makes her a scary good truth-sayer if she decides to be serious about it. "We come in peace, please." It was Kai's turn to join Ping in escorting their lieutenant colonel, and as the small group of soldiers walked into the village with forced casualness, the captain noted immediately the effects of their arrival. After dozens of such greetings, seeing and the captains had refined their lieutenant colonel's first impression into a science. As the script dictated, Motsi was without a helmet and attired only in light robes that gave hints of his bare chest and legs underneath. Kai and the rest caught the glancing blows from the intense stares of peaked peasant and refugee women. It utterly drowned out the fear and apprehension of the men and younger ladies. As Motsi came to a stop, the older womenfolk of this backwater village fearlessly walked out from the safety of their homes to gather before him. Kai couldn't help curling his lips in disgust and envy at the wide-eyed, hopeful looks they directed at Motsi. Ping was tense as usual, ready to lash out in case the ladies tried to mob him. She represented Li Ming's interest to make sure that the lieutenant colonel remained literally unmolested. A man better dressed than the others, probably the chieftain or someone similar, was struggling to squeeze his way through the muttering and appraising horde, but before he could speak up on behalf of his people, the woman who had ran from his side beat him to it. "Oh my, what can we do for you?" Once more, Kai found himself almost scowling at the treatment Mozi was getting, but Ping and the other female soldiers were almost bristling with disdain. As per doctrine, stoic and clueless Mozi used a mishmash of older dialogues to avoid overusing any particular opening. Forgive me of my intrusion, dear villagers. Good, he didn't just address the women. The last time he did that, they escalated the situation far more quickly than the soldiers had anticipated, and Mozi had to be taken to the healers for the sheer amount of possessive scratch marks on him. But me and my soldiers have been tasked with keeping the peace in this region. That got the women to quietly ooh and ah. And recently, we've come into a spot of trouble. The womenfolk leaned in, their attention fully devoted to Mozi. The men though were wary, some tugging at their wives or sisters to no avail. Kai noted the group of youths who were looking at each other skittishly. You see, we've come across reports that there are groups around here who are actively resisting the Fire Nation's administration. And unfortunately, some trails of these malcontents led to your village here. Hands went to cover mouths in faint shock, while murmurs rose from the village as a whole. Mozi kept his unwavering mask on as he swept his gaze across the women in front of him. Kai saw a few of them actually tremble from the very brief eye contact, and many faces darkened with heavy blushes. Now, I know you're all here honest folk, but my superiors are not too happy with me, and if I fail to find the troublemakers, I'd be sent back home without a pension or a wife. As expected, that last part caught the women's interest, and they shed their shy embarrassment to fix interested, hungry looks on Mozi. Kai and the others slowly moved forwards, ready to lower their spears if things broke down into another baying mob. So, I was hoping, rather than disgracing your village with a crass house-to-house search, if you fine people might have heard of any news of such troublemakers, I'd be more than happy to personally lend an ear. Ping, who could read the mob far better than anyone thanks to her constant attendance to such meetings, brought her spear down between Mozi and the women right as they were all about to launch themselves at him. One at a time please, ladies, she snarled. Don't worry, we've got all day. The chieftain's wife bullied her way to the front of the forming line and quickly pointed to the group of youths who were doing a bad job of sneaking away. Oh, you want to talk to the bunch of brats there, good sir, she said smugly as she side-eyed some women in particular with all the venom of an athlete sabotaging the competition. They're Sophie's and Feng Feng's spoiled and useless sons, as well as Louis's brother. No surprise that the kids fled the moment her finger was pointed in their direction. Kai smirked beneath his mailed veil as he watched them leave. Sung Ho and his scouts would be shadowing them, hopefully all the way back to their hidden base. Before the named women could denounce the chieftain's wife, Mozi smoothly stepped in with a slow nod. Thank you, madam. I'll have my men and women look into it. He then looked at the others and threw them a polite smile. Now, who's next in line? That rekindled their hope, and the rest of the soldiers had to step in to organize the queue before they surged in like a violent tide to grab Mozi. In the end, there wasn't much useful information to be gleaned, and the little detachment returned to camp exhausted and tainted in the mind. Kai didn't know how Ping kept at it every time, but maybe she'd gotten inured to a mob of ladies tearing open their robes to reveal themselves to Mozi, or bombard him with far too much private information about their competitors. Whether genital warts and deformations and pimply breasts were actually a common thing in the Earth Kingdom was something the captain of the 1st Battalion was happy to not find out. He'll probably need a few days to scour that sort of imagery from his mind. Maybe just to be sure, on his next leave he'll get some ointments for Ren. As for what Mozi thought of it all, he was resigned to his fate in civilian meet and greets. The guy's cursed gift was useful in times like this, but seeing women practically abandon their spouses to throw themselves at him irritated both sexes, witnessing it in equal measure. As usual, the returning group found a waiting Li Ming by the camp entrance, and Kai and Ping led the deep, formal bows at the meek, polite young woman. Thank you, for loaning us the use of your man, Ping said. The 11th is grateful for your sacrifice, as always, Li Ming. They then saluted her with all the formality of thanking an honored guest. Mozi had gotten used to the whole ritual by now to stay silent, especially at the fact of everyone ignoring him. Kai and the others left the lieutenant colonel with the one woman whom he actually belonged to, and then headed for the mess camp. Hopefully it isn't going to be stew today, the captain had had enough of looking at mushy meat. For better or for worse, one of the troopers came up to stop them. Sorry sir, but we've got guests. It was for the worst, Kai decided as he, Mozi and Ping were brought to the command tent where a woman in ostentatious red and black dress greeted them, with Toshi, Weikeng and Rufen standing uncomfortably by the sides. The officers knew the look of a high-ranking official, so they bowed as one. The official was a sharp-eyed creature, reaching the later stages of her prime. Her attire was styled in traditional high court, yet enough cleavage peeked out to suggest that she wore far less underneath. Though judging by her face, it was less skin she was showing and more layers of powder. Kai almost scowled at her naked attempt, pun intended, to impress or distract. Her eyes sparkled with calculative cunning as she swished her sleeves theatrically and stood with all the arrogance of an ignorant noble. Ah, you've returned. Good. I am Administrator Shu Ling, of the War Ministry. Fuck, politics. We are honored by your presence, Motzi droned out as courtesy required. What does the War Ministry wish of the 11th? The administrator's voice thickened and Kai felt her gaze brushing against him and Motzi. Nothing much. Only that the 11th Royal Regiment maintains its exemplary performance. However. Kai's spine shivered faintly at the tone she took. Stupid Bint thinks she's being sultry and alluring. Fucking bad politics then. That, or really stupid orders were incoming. If I may have a moment of your time, Lieutenant Colonel Motzi. Motzi watched as amusement flickered across Administrator Shu Ling's features, but she otherwise remained silent as looks were exchanged with the other captains, and then they filed out to leave him alone with the Viper. He kept his neutral, stoicness on with ease as he saluted the woman again. Administrator, what can we do for you, considering the discreet nature that you've requested? Credit to her, Shu Ling dropped most of her act and adopted a more businesslike posture and voice. Well, my dear officer, I'm glad that your colonel has gone off to take care of private matters. You see, it pleases me to inform you that the War Ministry under War Minister Tsu has undergone an audit of long overlooked commendations. I thought the title was still under consideration. The administrator smiled lazily. Only a formality at this point, I assure you. It'd be in bad taste for Minister Tsu to take the title when news is still spreading across the Fire Nation and its colonies. After all, the ministry requires a competent head to keep the war effort running smoothly. Motzi kept politely silent, signaling for Shu Ling to continue. Now, it's come to our attention that, as far as service goes, you have accrued significant merits even before Colonel Sing's promotion. And with your current performance, the War Ministry has found it fitting to offer you a long overdue promotion. The Lieutenant Colonel marked out the word offer in particular. What's this offer entail, if I might ask? Nothing too hard, she drawled and then began pacing the tent. You see, it's come to Minister Tsu's attention that an experienced, hardened veteran like yourselves might find it restricting to work under your colonel. Motzi was surprised he could keep his mask on instead of lunging at the snake. He did have to consciously keep his hands from clenching up though. Shu Ling kept talking, oblivious to his reaction. We can arrange for you to command a regiment, infantry, cavalry, whatever you like. And what do I need to do to earn these promotions? Motzi inquired neutrally, injecting what should be the right pinch of eagerness into his voice. I assume it revolves around Colonel Singh. The woman's smile grew wider. Very astute of you, Lieutenant Colonel. You see, it is decided that the young colonel's talents are better placed elsewhere. She walked over to Motzi, and brazenly trailed a finger down his chest as she looked him in the eyes. I'd like you, my dear, outstanding Lieutenant Colonel, to convince your young colonel to accept a coming transfer to train up new divisions that's due for the southern lines. That's technically a promotion, but I thought no further operations are scheduled in the south, other than maintaining the hold on Omashu. I knew you were a smart man, Shu Ling said with a slow lick of her lips as her gaze bore into his. The divisions, as you've so rightly noticed, will be a garrison force for the southern states. Even as he processed the information, Motzi faced the administrator and spoke in a cold whisper. That's not all, is there? It's all that you need to worry about, she replied in a sing-song tone. Until some hidden plan you have fails and bites us in the ass, he returned with the right amount of harshness. I'm a field officer, not an idiot. You want Singh gone, don't you? Surprisingly, instead of trying to backtrack her words, the woman gave a pout that would have looked cute if not for all the caked makeup threatening to crack from the movement. Well, if you put it that way, yes. Motzi fought off the urge to choke the bitch with his hands and instead only raised an eyebrow at the administrator as she sat on the table, prompting her to continue. Plans have been made for various accidents to occur, that's all I can honestly say. At his continued silence, Shu Ling sighed, shrugging her shoulders and loosening her dress in the process. I'm sure that your regiment has enjoyed the Crown Princess attention, but I can assure you that the Minister Tsu is a man who treasures talents like yourself just as much, if not even more so. Motzi found it easy to passively watch the administrator spread her legs to reveal her bare, shaven cunt underneath her dress. The lady was trying too hard, he realized, especially compared to Li Ming's more natural, shy approach. Minister Tsu is willing to allow you to pick any men and women you'd wish to bring along from the 11th to your new command. Or if you'd like, you can simply keep this regiment. Won't the Crown Princess have something to say about that? Shu Ling crossed her legs and pouted again. Well, with her pet colonel gone, do you honestly think the princess would give a single damn about the 11th? Don't worry though, Minister Tsu is working on securing the 11th's royal patronage, a better one, in fact. How does the Fire Lord's Lancers sound? Motzi had to bite his inner cheek to keep his composure as the Viper leaned back to let her dress fall off her chest, freeing her breasts. They were pale, large mounds, but all it took was the image of Li Ming framed by candlelight to snuff out any sort of interest in them or their owner. I have faith that the new war minister can persuade the Fire Lord to take over the princess patronage once she inevitably drops everything to seek Sing out. If not. The whore administrator spread her legs again. I can promise that you can build a whole regiment of eager, ripe young women. All bright-eyed noble daughters, all ready to serve their colonel. Wouldn't that be just as nice? You can have me, too. Right now, if you want. Motsi almost gagged at the idea even as she slipped a hand down to her nether regions. You can even bring your cute chef along. She can join us, join your new regiment in serving their brilliant, handsome colonel. That almost got a proper reaction from the lieutenant colonel, but the administrator was too busy closing her eyes and fingering herself before him to notice his flare of anger. Motsi ruthlessly shackled his anger and forced a bored stare at the vile woman. I'll have to think about it. She stopped her little exhibition to give him a sad pout. Are you sure? There are accomplices I need to secure before I try anything. The pout turned into another dirty smile. Ah, I see. I hope that's a good enough commitment on my part. More than good enough, the administrator drawled. I can send helpers over. Pretty ones. She winked. Don't hesitate to seek us out if you need aid in convincing the young colonel. And then she spread her legs again. Would you like to seal the deal? Motsi raised a hand and shook his head with forced slowness. The officers might get suspicious if we take too long. Of course. The administrator quickly got up and dressed, and then leaned for a soft peck on Motsi's cheek. I'll deliver the good news to Minister Tsu then. You can tell your men and women that we were discussing deployment issues. Not trusting himself any further, Motsi nodded, and waited for the woman to leave before he slumped and exhaled all his pent-up emotions in a long, fiery breath. Anger and revulsion vented out to illuminate the tent's interior for good, long seconds, interrupted only when Kai and the other captains came in. So, what's the powdered lady want? The captain of the 1st Battalion inevitably asked. Motsi didn't answer directly, and instead fixed the captains, his friends, with a cold stare. After the administrator leaves, gather our earthbenders. The captains' teasing and curious looks dropped immediately as they understood the significance of the order. We still have some captured uniforms. Have some scouts find a good place for an intercept. They nodded as one, even the relatively new Toji accepting the orders without question. Wykong voiced what they were all thinking as they were about to leave. What did she threaten? Supplies from the colonies? Petitioning to send us to the east. Seeing. There was a second of silence, before the captains nodded again, angrier this time. I'll ask Yama and Kylan if they want to join, Kai said, and Motsi got annoyed that he forgot about the regiment's guests. It was rude of him to leave them out. News came days later that the Earth Kingdom resistance was far more active in the region than initially thought. A group of them had brazenly ambushed the party of a home island official, from the War Ministry no less, and leaving no survivors. As the sole regiment responsible for the region, the 11th was officially reprimanded for their failure to maintain the supposed compliance that they had reported. The princess, the letter warned, would be notified. Motsi and the commanders of the 11th easily ignored that letter and focused more on the other scroll that came along with it. The invasion of the North Pole was cancelled, and with that scene would meet the regiment back in Zillang. The 11th Royal Regiment duly waited for Colonel Koda's 31st Cavalry to take over their post before packing up and heading back to their colonial barracks. On the way, Motsi had them stop by a spot along the road, so that he and the captains could take a piss on the unceremonious grave of Administrator Shu Ling. For all the constant news from the front lines, there was actually very little happening as Suki and her squad of Kyoji warriors got closer to it. None of the painted protectors had expected their current situation, to be honest. They'd come across a sizable refugee convoy, and as they had done in the past, the Kyoji warriors gladly offered their aid in escorting a small town's worth of people to safety. The funny thing was, safety to them was on the other side of the border, in the Fire Nation colonies. Suki had initially wondered whether propaganda had affected these burdened folks, but then the mayor freely explained that they were fleeing from the very real threat of Earth Kingdom military officials. They come for our men and women, our food stores, our raw material, our money. I swear, if they could they'd take the whole town with them. That was disturbing, but as Suki had learned over the months traveling on the continent, it was far from surprising. She and her warriors had come across villages bereft of any men save for the invalid, the elderly, and those too young to run. In some encounters, the womenfolk were conscripted too, even if the Earth Kingdom did not employ women in their armies. Dark tales followed after those cases, tales that made the Kyoji warriors question the Earth Kingdom's status as a noble, beleaguered defender against Fire Nation aggressors. It didn't help that the Kyoji warriors' encounter with actual Earth Kingdom military forces did not always turn out well. In some cases, the commanders and troops recognized the painted faces of the girls, and Suki found her group the disturbing focus of intense hope and awe. It was as if her squad carried the powers of the Avatar to smite the enemy. The common soldiers kept reverential distance, or came with simple offerings that made the girls uneasy, while their captains and generals would, in varying degrees of subtlety and desperation, request for the Kyoji warriors to join them in battle. Suki knew better than to agree to such suicide missions. For all their prowess, the Kyoji warriors were trained and equipped as defenders, not war leaders or frontline soldiers. Her encounter with the scorpion had made that ugly fact abundantly clear. And there were only 6 of them, a fraction of a fraction needed to fight off the hundreds and thousands of the Fire Nation soldiery. The Kyoji warriors came to the continent to gather information, not die in desperate and ultimately futile battles. At least those commanders eventually resigned themselves to her rejection, and allowed the Kyoji warriors to pass without any further issue. Those were the decent ones, showing the beleaguered resolve of the Earth Kingdom's defenders. However, there were also encounters with far less savory types. Some bands of soldiers were barely tolerable. Their gazes were clearly improper, but for the most part they only gave filthy sneers or grins, which the Kyoji warriors tolerated as they quickly moved through such camps. The group finally agreed to stay away from any further military forces after their last meeting with a pompous and uncouth general. His troops were respectful enough, but Suki did not like the way the man and his officers looked at her or her sisters. Her skin crawled as she felt their roam across her body, and their thin insinuations threatened Suki's tolerance. Only when a captain unsubtle brushed his hands against Okuni did the Kyoji warriors finally tire of the filthy atmosphere. Unfortunately, the general and his men did not take kindly to their sudden need to leave, and they barred the exit. Suki and her fellow warriors felt no guilt as they drew their fans and swords at the leering men. They had been outnumbered almost 3 to 1, but Kyoji's martial knowledge served them well. With so many people inside the earthen command post, the officers couldn't earthbend effectively, and Suki had to admit to immense satisfaction in beating them into the ground. At one point, Kana had been dragged down by several men, but her sisters all quickly converged to free her before the filthy hands could pry the armor off her. There were no fatalities once the Kyoji warriors finally broke out of the post, but they left the officers inside with enough broken bones to keep them occupied. Just for safety, the painted warriors kept moving through the night, to maximize their distance from the repulsive men. Guarding refugees came with no such problem, and was far more in line with Avatar Kyoji's intentions for her warrior group. Admittedly, there was little to actually do escorting villagers and townsfolk from one place to another. The bandits they faced were often ill-trained and ill-equipped, making them barely worth considering as a threat. Things might change for the worse though, with this group. Suki didn't know how the Fire Nation would react to so many civilians crossing their border, but she could only hope that the rumors of their disciplined conduct was at least half true. She hated to say it, but Suki really hoped that the damned scorpion was a good example of how the Fire Nation military acted when dealing with civilians. After all the leering and dark looks, she much preferred dealing with overconfident psychopaths. The refugees came to their final checkpoint within the Earth Kingdom, a rather quiet dirt road hidden under the shadow of the Kolau mountain range. Just beyond would be the conquered lands of the Fire Nation. The weathered and hunched guide leading them until now gave the weary civilians the all-clear to break camp. "I'll wait with you all until your Fire Nation contact arrives. He should be here by tomorrow noon at the latest." Suki frowned. "Why isn't he waiting for us? Isn't it more dangerous to wait out here?" The guide shrugged. "He's being careful. All it takes is one bad run-in with a patrol to mess things up." Suki conceded the point, though she wasn't entirely happy with it. If an Earth Kingdom force spotted them, she dreaded to think of what kind of chaos would ensue. Worse, a battle could suddenly take place in their region, forcing the refugees to flee. Thankfully, none of Suki's wild and bloody imaginations came true, and the contact appeared the following morning. The Kyoji warrior didn't know what to expect in the first place, but she was still surprised by the new guide's appearance. The slightly aged man was garbed in the standard greens of the Earth Kingdom, and wore his attire neatly as any self-respecting merchant would. And just like many merchants Suki had seen, he had a cart to peddle his wares. A bit strange that it was comprised entirely of cabbages, though. The merchant guide adjusted his turban before exchanging bows with the first guide. "This is the group then?" he asked courteously as he swept his gaze across the refugees. "Yeah, problems." The cabbage merchant stroked his short beard. There's little activity enough for trade to be moving, so it shouldn't be a problem. We just need to get the timing right. I'll leave them in your hands then." The guide up until now gave a grateful bow to the merchant before handing over a small jingling sack. Probably his cut of the commission. The merchant beamed a smile at the staring refugees, and then clapped his hands. "All right, before we go, has everyone had breakfast yet? I still have some hearty cabbage soup if anyone's interested." And it was good soup indeed. Rather than just plain cabbages boiled to mush, these vegetables were salted, and the soup was mildly spiced with bones and other greens added to it. Suki and her Kyoji warriors went for seconds and thirds, and the merchant, J.E. Choi, surprisingly turned away their offer to pay. "The samples are free," he explained with a kindly smile. "I'm experimenting with new recipes, you see. I'm glad that you fine young warriors approve of this version." The Kyoji warriors practically emptied out the cauldron between themselves as the refugee convoy began to move again. They kept at an almost leisurely pace, following after the merchant and his cart. For all Suki's nervousness, nothing happened along the way to the mountains. Morning turned into afternoon, and they finally had stopped for a break right as the dirt road led into a narrow tunnel. Suki took the opportunity to socialize with Jae Choi, who used the time to tend to his cabbages. I'm surprised a trader like yourself would become a refugee smuggler, she casually remarked to open the conversation. The cabbage peddler smiled as he brushed away some dirt off a head of cabbage, and then turned that smile towards her once he was done. It's something of a necessity at the time, and then it became a side job. Necessity? He gave a sad nod. The war wasn't good for business, unfortunately. Oh? I thought there'd be demand for food. Suki's basic understanding of commerce and the rumors she picked up in Kyoji Island's docks told her that there were many people profiteering from the war. Especially those who dealt with necessities like food. Jae Choi scowled. Oh, there is. The problem is, I can't get my cabbages to the markets to be sold. Bandits? Suki guessed. The cabbage merchant shook his head with some anger. Worse. Earth Kingdom. At her surprise, he began to rant. Either they charge an exorbitant toll to enter towns and cities to do business, or they seize my cabbages for the good of the Earth Kingdom. And that's if I'm lucky. The number of times I've had to replace my cart along with my cabbages after marauding soldiers descended like scavengers. He was visibly trembling with rage, enough that people around were starting to stare. Suki wanted to cut in, but he was on a roll. And that's not all. Do you know how hard it is to source good cabbages now? There's so many villages I've passed through that have their whole harvests taken by Earth Kingdom armies. Whole fields looted, down to the last shoot. And it's hard enough to buy cabbages from the honest farmers, but after all that trouble, the officials and soldiers have to disrespect me and my innocent goods. Sometimes it feels like they're no better than bandits. Unsurprisingly, the refugees around Jae Choi were nodding their heads in agreement. After all, they were fleeing to escape forced conscription and similar seizing of food and wares. I'm trying to ply an honest trade, but with the losses I've incurred, I was forced to try out a new career. Thankfully, he calmed and it seemed that his rant was over. And it turns out I'm rather decent at it, he finished with a smile. I see. Was all Suki could say, and then she had to risk another question. So how do you get good at sneaking through the borders anyway? Oh, I'm just making use of the routes us traveling merchants use to seek more opportunity. With how hard it is to earn a living in the Earth Kingdom, routes like this one we'll be using have been made by entrepreneurs to make a better profit in the Fire Nation colonies. Suki couldn't help her skeptical look. They don't confiscate your stuff. Jae Choi shrugged. They used to be as bad as the Earth Kingdom. Most of them, at least. Then the Crown Princess took over, things changed. For supposed enemies, they're much friendlier when it comes to business matters. They don't put up any silly tolls, their soldiers don't ruin your day. The merchant suddenly adopted a smug look. In fact, even before this some Fire Nation soldiers have been much better customers than the Earth Kingdoms. The skepticism remained. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. I know, the merchant said with a boastful grin, aware that he had an audience around him. But it's true. I was working along Omash's routes back then, back when it was still under King Bumi. Some rather scrawny but no less deadly bandits appeared and were ready to rob me of cabbage and yuans. The serious gravitas in which he told his tale drew Suki in, and she barely had the presence to note that the refugees and even her fellow warriors were drawn into it. I would have lost everything there, probably even my life. But that all changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Or a group of their soldiers anyway. They dealt with the bandits with ease, and for a moment I feared they would pick up where the bandits left off. Jae Choi's eyes had a faraway look to them as he continued. But no, as it was getting late they instead offered to host me at their camp, and promised to escort me to safety. Oh, I was just as skeptical as you all at first, but it was hard to refuse men with pointy spears, right? So I followed them, and it turns out, they were very polite hosts. Even gave me a bedroll and warm tea. They ended up buying my whole cartload of cabbages. No haggling, no threats, just asked about the price and then left a whole sack of money. Paid in Basing SE yuans too, which had better exchange rates back then. I guess there's always exceptions to everything, Suki offered. Yap, Jae Choi agreed wistfully. I heard they're doing well for themselves now, so I'd like to think that they're responsible for influencing the princess. Now that was a curious string of words. Did they become the Fire Nation princess bodyguards or something? Oh no. From what I gather from the colonies and the trade ports, she promoted them to a royal group or something. No. No way. And made their new leader her champion. Ah, I still remember when he was a bright young lad back then. Suki exchanged dumbfounded looks with her sisters, and some of the colonists who seemed to have a clue. She had to ask. Are you talking about Seeing and the 11th? Jae Choi's eyes lit up happily. Oh, you know them too? Let me tell you, the tales people spin about them don't do them much justice. Merciful spirits, was this man raised or born wrong? The refugees continued their trek, with Jae Choi casually leading them into the mountains. Oh, there's plenty more entries like these all around the region, he helpfully told Suki. Sure, every now and then an Earth Kingdom patrol will find one and close it off, but us traders have our own earthbenders too. And how do you know a patrol won't show up here? The merchant smirked. I don't bribe them, if that's what you're expecting. I've had my fill of losing money to the Earth Kingdom. No, this little group I'm in have our ways too. Read the weather, you can say. What kind of code speak is that? And why bother with it when he's practically giving away everything else right now? By evening, the convoy was led to a rather ominous-looking cave at the foot of the mountains, and the merchant had everyone set up camp for the day. It'll be a bit of a path, so get all the rest you can. As they usually did, the Kyoji warriors kept a rotating watch throughout the night, though like the previous nights it was an uneventful task. The following day, lanterns were lit as they entered the cave, which quickly turned out to be a labyrinthian tunnel network. Suki scrutinized the merchant as he drove his cart and led the group through forks and junctions without hesitation, but try as she might, she could not figure out how he knew which route to take. There were no discernible carvings or discolorations on the walls and ground that she could see, no subtle objects placed about, and she even tried sensing the air pressure but to no avail. The merchant noticed her annoyance and chuckled patronizingly. Don't try too hard, the system's been set up by some very thorough earthbenders. One of them used to be a customs inspector in Ba Sing Se I think. As Jae Choi warned, traveling through the tunnels was a taxing ordeal. While the walls never closed in too tightly, the path sometimes seemed to spiral up and down, or turn into sudden steep inclines. The only pauses they took were to refill the oil in the lanterns. Suki had no idea how long exactly they were walking, but she was sure that they had at least passed lunch. The number of refugees taking out rice balls and dried rations to munch on as they marched reinforced her guess. After spirits know how long, the Suki felt a faint current in the otherwise stale air. The merchant confirmed her guess with a reassuring smile to the refugees. Don't worry everyone, we'll be out in time for dinner. With their morale boosted, the refugee convoy surged. The Kyoji warriors too picked up the pace, eager to leave the claustrophobic environment. It felt like mere minutes until they saw sunlight slashing through the darkness, and then they were leaving the tunnels with Omasha's silhouette just off in the distance. Welcome to the Fire Nation territories, Jae Choi said rather happily. Come, the main road's just down there. The ground there makes for a better place to camp. Won't that risk Fire Nation patrols? Someone asked, and Suki found herself wondering the same as well. The cabbage merchant shook his head. So long as none of you are in a soldier's uniform, they won't stop you. Even then, I heard the princess set up a system to welcome deserters. The Earth Kingdom might be stopping people from leaving, but the Fire Nation's not stopping people like us from coming in. That made disturbing sense. The Fire Nation could slowly sap the fighting strength of its enemy simply by draining away its people. In a sense, the Earth Kingdom was suffering attrition on two fronts. Whether or not the Fire Nation treated refugees any better though. Don't worry, the Fire Nation road patrols are, well, not exactly friendly, but they'll just ask a few questions and then show you the road to the new towns they need settled. What kind of questions? A woman asked, hugging her child tightly. The merchant shrugged. Where are you from, what skills you might have? Supposedly they're on the lookout for specialists, like carpenters, shipwrights, those kinds of things. The princess also made earthbending a profitable profession. Builders and road layers are in high demand. All the talk of jobs got the refugees murmuring to themselves. What about the deserters? Suki asked, and once more Jae Choi shrugged. Same questions, apparently. I met a couple of them who got resettled as lumberers. They seemed okay enough to be paying customers. There were implications here that Suki knew she wasn't aware of just yet, but held significant consequences down the line. The Kyoji warrior didn't like that she'd have this puzzle rattling about in her head for the foreseeable future. Slightly reassured, the convoy made their way down the mountain and followed the cabbage merchant to a cleared area by the side of the wide dirt road. A quick glance at the clearing made it clear to Suki that it was made specifically for people to camp. There were shallow holes of blackened earth which had clearly been used as fire pits. Mounds of dirt in a distance away from the site marked what Suki guessed were latrines. Was this another Fire Nation thing? Their princess must be really invested in the conquered lands. True to his claim, the refugees were setting up camp when a patrol of Fire Nation soldiers came down the road. Everyone froze in fear at their arrival, and the Kyoji warriors kept a wary stance. The bored faces on the patrol turned into frowns, but they did not lower their spears. Instead, they walked up and one of them spoke as he surveyed the fidgeting refugees. You bunch new. Jae Choi walked up to give a slow nod. Yes, sir. Refugees, from the Earth Kingdom. And who are you? Just their guide, sir. The armored man nodded to Suki and her warriors with a grunt. And them? Kyoji warriors who've been employed as guards, sir. The patrol leader nodded. HNH. Anyway, New Oze is closed to migrants, so the nearest town is that way, he said as he pointed down the road. Something about his half-bored voice made it sound like he was going through a tedious chore. Just follow the road and then take a right at the junction. Magistrates will settle you folks in. You're free to hunt for food, but I suggest you stay away from the elephant mandrills. He gave a pause for a moment. What else? Oh, keep the roads clean, and if you come across any trouble, try and keep to the roads, easier for patrols like us to find and help you. And, yet, don't cause trouble, and there won't be trouble, understood? On behalf of Crown Princess ATLA, welcome to the Fire Nation. And just like that, all the tension anticlimactically bled off the refugees and Kyoji warriors, and the patrol resumed their route. Some of the men and women broke down into sobs of relief, while others slumped in silence. They resumed setting up camp, and then the Kyoji warriors joined the overjoyed refugees for their first meal in enemy territory. What will you do now? Someone asked, and Suki and her Kyoji warriors exchanged silent glances before she answered. We'll follow you until you reach town. Might as well see this to the end. After that, I suppose we might as well find out more about the Fire Nation lands. Keeping watch at night felt far less tense than it did back in the Earth Kingdom. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled Suki was by the realization that these refugees had to flee and watch their backs for the very people that were supposed to be protecting them. And that the supposedly perfidious and murderous Fire Nation were deemed as a better option enough to risk an exodus. And now that they were here, these people were more relaxed than she'd ever seen them during the trek in the Earth Kingdom. What was the Earth Kingdom fighting for, if its own people were so happy to run into the embrace of the enemy? It'd be one more annoying question for Suki to ponder over. A part of her wished that she and her sisters remained back on Kyoji Island in blissful ignorance. That way she could easily hate the Scorpion and Prince Zuko, and tell herself that the Fire Nation were clearly the bad guys in everything. With Jae Choi and his cart trundling along, the refugee convoy began moving again the next morning, with a liveliness fueled by optimism. People were conversing loudly as they walked and children were no longer hushed to silence. The Kyoji warriors kept their positions at the edges of the convoy, but there was no denying that the atmosphere was far more relaxed now. They should have been able to be like this back in the Earth Kingdom, Mayu muttered. Suki nodded. They shouldn't have had to leave their homes at all. They reached the junction the soldier had mentioned yesterday and took the turn. Another Fire Nation patrol passed by them without incident, only giving out the same instructions as before. On the following day, the refugee convoy finally encountered something that made them pause and rekindled their fears again. Even Jae Choi looked nervous as a procession of intimidating Fire Nation soldiers surrounding an ornate litter marched in from another road to overtake the refugees. What made everyone really nervous was when the procession stopped and the soldiers moved aside to create a clear path from the litter towards the refugees. Suki's hand slowly hovered to the war fan in her belt as she watched the heavy curtains of the litter pushed aside and a noble girl of sorts no older than her step out. At least Suki thought she was a noble, until Jae Choi hurriedly got down to his knees to prostrate himself. Your Highness. The Crown Princess of the Fire Nation carried herself with a confidence born of competence and certainty. Keen dark gold eyes narrowed at Suki's general direction. The refugees practically quailed at her gaze, but the princess' focus was mostly directed at the Kyoji warriors. Suki felt a chill run up her spine under the royal's judgmental look, but she kept her hand from her weapons. The Fire Nation soldiers were still at attention, and there were no overt signs of hostility. Finally, after staring enough, the princess began to walk towards the refugees, raising a lazy hand to keep her entourage in place. Only 2 other people followed her, both girls about the princess age. One was clearly a noble, wearing a bored, disinterested expression and dressed in black and red. Her movement was laconic, but Suki's martial instincts noted the slight tenseness in the noble girl's movements. A capable fighter then. The other was a performer of some kind, wearing the semi-revealing outfit all female acrobats did across the Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom. She moved with a carefree, feline grace, and despite the bright, light-hearted smile, something told Suki that she'd be in trouble if this girl decided to fight. New migrants, I take it? The princess inquired as she stopped in front of the cabbage merchant. You can rise. Jae Choi quickly got up and began bobbing his head. Yes, Your Highness. Just a couple of days since we entered your domain. The princess hummed in thought. You're their leader. Just their guide, Your Highness. She studied the man for a moment, and then eyed his cart. Is that yours then? Jae Choi's head bobbed rapidly again, and the princess suddenly smirked. Cabbage merchant. You don't happen to know Sing, do you? This time Jae Choi bowed deeply. Yes, Your Highness. The colonel and his people have been my best customers. Good. It's finally good to meet you. You see, Sing has told me of the cabbage merchant that saved the 11th from starvation. She made a show of snapping her fingers, and then a soldier marched out with a scroll. The princess took it and passed it over to Jie Choi in a semblance of formality. In recognition of your deeds, as royal patron of the 11th Royal Regiment, I, Crown Princess ATLA, hereby award you. Jie Choi, Your Highness. Award you, Jie Choi the cabbage merchant, with an open access trading license. Unless I give the word, you will be exempt from tariffs and tolls, and any Fire Nation colony that bars you from trading will answer to me. She gave a smug smirk as the refugees broke into muttering and the merchant reverentially accepted the scroll. I trust you would not abuse this privilege, she remarked with a sniff. Why, Your Highness is most generous. I will of course not dare to selfishly exploit this gift. Good. Suki tensed up again as the princess then turned her attention back to her. Now, I've never expected to see the Kyoji warriors outside of their island. We chose to aid these people in their travels, Suki answered simply, and then felt her hackles rise as the princess flashed a grin. You'll find that there will be very little in my jurisdiction for any honest person fleeing the Earth Kingdom to worry about. Though, I suppose it's not the Fire Nation that they're worried about. Silence fell for a few seconds as Suki kept herself from responding to the taunt. The princess nodded ever so slightly with a satisfied smile before she raised her voice to address the men and women staring at her. Anyway, we've settlements to populate, and jobs that need working. So long as you pay your taxes that I've been told are about half of what you're used to, by the way, and abide by my laws, you can rest assured that you will find a comfortable life in the Fire Nation. And as proof of my hospitality, Captain. One of the soldiers stepped forwards with a salute. Your Highness. We'll be guiding these people to Bahai, and then we'll carry on to Zilang. Form a protective perimeter. The soldiers fanned out to surround the properly intimidated and awed refugees. Oh great, as if traveling with an armed guard wasn't annoying already, the noble girl in dark colors remarked. The acrobat giggled as she looked at the Kyoji warriors. Well, at least we'll have interesting company, my. There's nothing interesting about overdressed peacock pigeons. I hope they're not going to be as loud as their faces look. The Kyoji warriors bristled, but the princess waved at her friend. You can keep to the edges of the procession if you want, my. As for myself. She fixed a grin at Suki. I have to admit, I'm quite curious about the Kyoji warriors. Tell me, have any of you, by chance, met my colonel and my brother? The rest of the journey was an ordeal as it was enlightening. Crown Princess ATLA turned out to almost be like the tales made her out. She was sharp and courteous, an ideal picture of not-so-humble nobility. ATLA knew what authority she carried and wore it with a sense of superiority, but she didn't throw it around to remind everyone that she carried it. More importantly, ATLA actually gave off the air of competence, compared to many of the generals and nobles Suki had encountered in the Earth Kingdom. Oh, she might see the common people as resources, but she also saw them as a source of boasting. It's hard to manage people correctly, you know. And how good must I be doing that the villages of my enemies are emptying out and risking their lives to come here? Suki reluctantly preferred that outlook than the callous disregard most highly ranked nobility carried. As uncomfortable as it was for the Kyoji warriors, the princess kept up polite conversation with them, mostly inquiring about their training and practices, and never straying into politics. Suki and her fellows obliged the royal as much as they could tolerate, and credit to her, ATLA seemed to know just how long her presence was welcomed before returning to join her friends or mingle with the odd refugees. It was obvious that she exuded an undeniable charisma that Zuko lacked. It was the kind needed to keep a leash on the scorpion dragon, but judging from her tone whenever she talked about him, it seemed like they had less of a master-pet relationship and a more of an intimate bond. Yet, Suki didn't want to know just how much of those rumors were true. Her nightmares of the boy's iron grip around her throat was more than enough. The Kyoji warriors followed the mix of welcomed refugees and royal guard to the town of Bahai, and bid the former all the best in their new life as they met with the magistrates the princess personally summoned over. Jie Choi quickly disappeared to restock his cabbages, while the royal procession moved on. Feel free to explore the colonies, ATLA said far too smugly before leaving. See the changes I've brought so far, and compare it to whatever the Earth Kingdom has. I'd prefer it if you can spread the good word, but I'll settle for at least impressing the Kyoji warriors and letting you judge for yourselves whether I'm as bad as the Earth Kingdom says I am. Suki found an opportunity to wipe the smugness of the princess and took it. They don't say anything about you, at least we've not heard anything pertaining to the Fire Nation's princess in our travels, she laconically replied, glancing at her warriors who quickly took the hint and nodded along. They only worry about attacks and raids, army movements and the latest news from battles. There's talk about the opportunities the colonies might provide, but nothing about good or evil princesses ruling over the Fire Nation colonies. There was immense satisfaction at seeing the princess frown at that. I suppose I've been putting too much work into actually doing something to focus on projecting my image, she rationalized. And then Suki and her sisters were left to figure out their next move. They decided on taking the princess bait and exploring the conquered lands a little more since they were already here. Suki didn't know whether to hope that ATLA's claims about the colonies would be true or not. Zuko found that he really hated being stuck in a ship's cabin. But then again, he probably just hated being bedridden for a long time. His injuries were not severe, but were debilitating enough for the ship's physicians to force a regimen of bitter herbal soups that left him groggy. Uncle Iroh would come in every now and then with his soft, paternal smile to check on him, but other than that and the gaggle of annoying physicians, Zuko was left alone in the cabin and stuck with his thoughts. It forced his idle mind to wander, forced the prince to look back on his failures. So close. He had been so damned close to getting away with the Avatar, if not for the treacherous terrain. But then, even if he did get away with the airbender, what then? How'd Zuko get back home with his quarry if he had run out into the wilderness? It was a short-sighted, idiotic plan now that he looked back on it. Fueled by desperation and enabled by luck, the whole affair had been a minor miracle now that Zuko thought about it. Somehow, he managed to find an entry into the Water Tribe city, and it was one located close to the inner sanctum. And he came just in time to watch everyone but two girls leaving the place. Nobody noticed him dashing from the sewer pipe into the spirit oasis, and while he lost the initial duel with Katara, reinforcements did not come to her aid quickly enough to stop him from breaking out when the sun rose. And even after falling into a shallow crater, he'd be a frozen corpse out in the northern wasteland if not for the Avatar's mercy. Lucky break after lucky break after lucky break. There was nothing close to resembling a plan, and when Zuko recalled those moments, there was nothing that could be dressed up as instinctual cunning or adept improvisation. Zuko had been lucky, that was all. And inevitably, the self-flagellating thoughts turned outwards. Zuko had been nothing but lucky, but even that wasn't enough to get him his prize. Compared to brilliant Seeing, courageous Seeing, who according to Uncle's retelling had been planning Zhao's execution for a while now, and had prepared for virtually all possibilities. Worse, the colonel carried out his mission under secrecy, so nobody can publicly acknowledge his exceptional deed. Seeing had saved the world from Zhao's madness through well-thought-out plans and cunning, with even the consequences accounted for. Zuko couldn't even improvise his escape route after capturing the Avatar. Compared like that, the prince felt disgusted at himself for his abject failure. The prince clamped down on his simmering emotions, unwilling to risk the physicians or his uncle seeing him break down. He couldn't afford to lose the last shreds of respect anyone held for him. Anyone except for Seeing, as undeserving as Zuko was. The colonel had sneaked in one day, poorly fit into a common firebender's uniform. Zuko recalled how his gut twisted even while his heart felt comforted by the presence of the closest thing he had to a friend. "My prince, I'm glad the news of your death was proven false." Zuko didn't feel worthy at all when Seeing bowed deeply and saluted. "Worry not, we've only a few more days left before returning to Zilang and my healers will have you back up in no time." There was nothing the prince could really say, so he forced out an awkward thank you. Seeing kept him company for a short while more, and Zuko hated every moment of it. He hated how much the other boy still respected him and treated him like the prince he was most certainly not. He hated that the colonel was the one who had to hide his presence, considering the great service he'd done for the Fire Nation. He hated knowing that he was once more indebted to Seeing for saving him, since who knew what the Northern Water Tribe would do to an exiled, royal prisoner. Most of all, Zuko hated himself for contributing nothing but awkward and rude one-word responses to Seeing's attempts at conversation. The colonel was trying to buoy his spirits, but the prince couldn't accept the reassuring words, or the friendly smiles. "I'll leave you to your rest, your highness," Seeing finished with a bow, giving no trace of annoyance or pity at all, only genuine, undeserved concern. Zuko was not only a dishonorable prince, he was a shit friend. By the time they reached Zilang, the exiled prince could walk on his own 2 feet again, though shooting pains at various points of possibly fractured areas made it more of a shuffle. Under the cover of Colonel Wa's orders, Seeing's disguised bodyguards helped Zuko off the ship and carried him to the waiting party of undisguised soldiers of the 11th. "You have waterbender healers," the colonel said in a stern, matronly tone. "See to it that His Highness received the right care to his wounds." Zuko felt a bit self-conscious as he was put on a low-riding wagon and transported over to the familiar barracks of the Princess Fire Lancers. He squirmed as the armored men and women all gave deep, respectful bows and addressed him with warm politeness. The waterbender healers were far more casual, and they got straight to it. Zuko didn't know how long he was soaked in glowing, tingling water, but by the time they were done with him, the oldest healer had him stand up and walk around to make sure of their handiwork. While it felt good to be whole and unbroken again, the knowledge that he had yet another debt owed to Seeing dampened Zuko's elation. It didn't get better when he left the prisoner's compound to find his uncle fidgeting uneasily. Seeing was beside him, looking far less nervous but wearing a slight frown on his face. The soldiers around the barracks went on with their daily schedule, overlooking the presence of royals save for respectful nods from those walking close by. "Ah, I see they did good work on you, Zuko," Uncle opened, and Zuko almost sighed. Trying to drag things out meant that it was probably bad news. The younger prince decided to cut straight to it. "What is it, Uncle? What happened?" Uncle Iroh glanced at Seeing, who gave a neutral look, and then offered a consoling smile at Zuko. Well. Oh, your sister will be arriving soon. She's very worried about you. As heartening as that was, it wasn't related to the bad news. What is it, uncle? Zuko asked again. The older prince hummed and hawed until Xing finally had enough and stepped in. Prince Zuko, news of your survival has reached the royal palace. Oh. Oh. Zuko suddenly felt a cold void bloom in his chest, and his whole body went stiff. Your father, Fire Lord Ozai, is relieved to hear of your remarkable escape from death. Crown Princess ATLA has been ordered to prioritize the investigation of the botched assassination above all things. By the Fire Lord's orders, you are to remain in Zilang until her arrival and any aid she might require of you is fulfilled. Zuko remained silent, bracing himself for the worst. Xing's shoulders rose and fell in a soft sigh. Also, by the Fire Lord's orders, your hunt for the Avatar is to be aborted. What? Zuko's eyes went wide, and he felt his jaw drop. The colonel continued, ignoring his outburst. Your sentence of exile is to be amended, you will remain away from the home islands for another 6 more years before your exile is lifted. But. Until then, it is suggested that you lay the foundations of your return here, in the colonies. The resources of the colonial ministry as well as the war ministry will be made available to you, depending on what goals you wish to pursue. Zuko's legs felt weak as he stared at Xing, and then swept it towards his uncle. The former met his stare with an apologetic look, while the latter was filled with sympathy. The soldiers were veering away from the trio, giving them a wide berth. What do? Why? Oh, Zuko, Uncle Iroh said as he stepped forward to reach for the younger prince. I'm so sorry. Why? Zuko repeated, staring down at his trembling hands. Why had father given up on him in such an insulting manner? Were his results so bad? He'd gotten so close to the Avatar, damn it. No, the prince whispered, and then shrugged off his uncle's comforting hand and stared at Xing. Let me see it. My prince. My father's order. The royal decree. I want to read it. It was uncle that answered. Please, Zuko. I've checked it myself, your father's decree are as Xing says. Zuko stared at his uncle, and then realized the truth, Xing had sanitized his delivery of the order. His eyes began to sting and his body trembled, but Zuko still fixed his gaze on the colonel. I want to read it. Xing met the stare for a few silent seconds before sighing. Your Highness shall. Let me read it, Xing. Another sigh, and then Xing proffered the gilded scroll. Zuko snatched it and began reading. As he read the words, the insinuations, he forced his hands to tighten its grip instead of letting go. As no results have been produced, Prince Zuko will be ordered to cease his futile quest. Exile commuted to 6 years, missions appropriate for his average aptitude will be considered. Until he proves himself worthy of his royal title, all royal prerogatives will be withheld. It took all his strength for Zuko to remain standing as he forced himself to read through the scathing decree. And then he got to the next paragraph. Until then, the hunt for the Avatar will be open to any who deem themselves talented and experienced enough. The Avatar is now wanted by the Fire Lord, dead or alive. The reward for representing. His vision blurred and at last, Zuko's legs gave out. He dropped to his knees, the scroll clattering out of his hands. The stunned prince barely felt his uncle's consoling embrace, and didn't hear at all his words of encouragement. He truly was a failure, then. Father had had enough of him, had given up on him. 3 years. His uselessness was tolerated for more than 3 years. Zuko wanted to let his tears flow freely, but his mind was still in shock as it digested the implications of the decree. Even after he returned, no matter what he did now, he'd be seen as the prince who couldn't end his exile by his own hands. The new terms of his return were made significantly easier, out of pity by his father. He'd not be able to regain any respect from the palace. He'd not be able to regain his honor. Despair turned into anger, and Zuko got up to his shaky feet, even with his uncle's weight on him. After gently but firmly pushing his uncle aside, the young prince wiped his wet eyes with the sleeve of his robe and began to walk. Xing stepped into his path, palms open in a placating gesture. My prince. Out of the way, Xing, he replied, almost snarling. I need to find the Avatar. Zuko. In a flash, Zuko turned towards his uncle. I almost got him. He roared in anguish. I almost captured the Avatar. With my own 2 hands. I had him. I know, Zuko, but please. The day is late. At least rest for the night. Your uncle is right, Prince Zuko, Xing said calmly. You cannot rush into this blindly. You need some rest and some time tea. I don't have any time left. I had 3 whole years of time. Wasted. Zuko exhaled aloud, and then let out a strangled sob as he pressed his face into the palms of his hands. I've been failing my father for 3 years. Please, Your Highness, do not hold yourself so lowly. You should not judge yourself solely by your father's esteem. Something in him snapped, and the young prince was snarling at Seeing. Who are you to say, Seeing? What do you know about disappointing your father, you orphan? Before the words fully left his lips, Zuko knew he made a mistake, not just from the shock on Uncle Iroha's face, but the flash of genuine pain Seeing revealed. The colonel quickly recovered back to stoic neutrality, but his eyes betrayed the hurt he felt at Zuko's words. More importantly, Zuko noticed a heavy, deadly silence descended on the training grounds. He glanced about with a sudden cold running up his spine, and found the stares of scores of soldiers fixed on him. Stares of utter shock which quickly turned into cold hostility. Zuko turned back to Seeing, his mouth opening to apologize, but the colonel coughed and then raised a hand to forestall both his words as well as the soldiers around them. You are right, of course, your highness. It is not my place, as an orphan, to speak of such things. Seeing spoke over Zuko as if he didn't hear him at all. But please know that I gave my inappropriate suggestion with your interests in mind. He paused, and then looked like he wanted to continue, but ultimately the colonel just sighed. And then he looked past Zuko towards Uncle Iroh. I think it is best that you both find rest in Zilangzins for the next few nights. I do not think the 11th can host you for the time being. Zuko felt the full weight of his uncle's disappointment for a second before the older prince nodded at Seeing. I understand. I'm sorry for. Seeing shook his head. It is nothing. Or will be nothing. The smile he gave was brittle and wavering. The prince is in an understandably poor mood. Then Zuko almost reeled back when the other boy directed his gaze at him. Shame flooded the prince as he saw the pain in those eyes. Please get some rest and heed your uncle's advice, Prince Zuko. After a stiff bow, Seeing walked off in a hurry, leaving Zuko to suffer the disapproving frown of his uncle. Uncle, Later, Zuko, the older prince said curtly with a firm hand raised. Come. We'll need to find a room before it gets dark. Zuko remembered the murderous stares he was getting from the compound, and then hastily left with his uncle. He kicked himself in his head throughout the trek into town. He'd been reckless again, and this time it might very well cost him the respect and friendship of the last person to consider him as such. Uncle Iroh also remained silent throughout, shaking his head and thinking every now and then, even as he secured them a room for the night. Finally, in the privacy of their rented room, the older prince began to scold Zuko. That was a very, very foolish thing you did, Zuko. I know, uncle. Zuko hung his head as he sat on the bed. He could offer no excuse. Look at me. You've insulted not just a friend, but someone who has been supporting you all this time. Seeing has offered his aid freely, and asked for nothing in return. You've dishonored yourself, Zuko. I know, uncle, he repeated wearily. I messed up badly. That Seeing hadn't called him out for a duel, at least not yet, who knows what tomorrow would bring, was a small mercy Zuko was very much aware of. Then the memory of countless cold, hateful eyes boring into him made him shudder, and the prince then realized that a small mercy might not be enough. Would it be safe here tonight, or maybe he'd have better chances leaving Zilang? You'll apologize to him first thing tomorrow, uncle continued. Formally, and publicly. The 11th will forgive you eventually, I'm sure. The 11th. Not Seeing. Even Uncle Iroh knew the true danger here. First thing tomorrow, Zuko agreed with a heavy nod. Sharp knocks interrupted the conversation, and the older prince went to the door. Zuko's blood ran cold when he heard a familiar voice. Too late did Zuko realize that his estimation was wrong, the 11th wasn't the true danger. Good evening, uncle. Angela's cold voice was filled with royal contempt and a sibling's disgust. Now move aside and let me talk to my ungrateful, tantrum-throwing brother. Landing on Zilang was a pleasant enough experience for the princess and her small entourage. Chief Colonial Overseer Day and a squad of the garrison greeted her amidst the setting sunlight with all the formality and respect her station warranted, and Angela allowed herself a smug smile as she watched Ty Lee and Mai boggle at the reception they were getting. Welcome back to Zilang, Your Highness. Your brother, Prince Zuko, has arrived in the afternoon and has gone up ahead to the 11th barracks. Thank you, Overseer. Angela was about to turn to her friends when a commotion caught her eyes. Hey, isn't that your brother, Angela? Ty Lee pointed out, and the princess frowned. Further down the main road, Zuko was following Uncle Iroh, and both carried themselves with varying tenseness. Her brother's shoulders and head were slumped into defeat, while Uncle was uncharacteristically stiff with irritation for perhaps the first time Angela had ever seen him. She watched as both men disappeared into a nearby inn, raising further questions. Surely the barracks would have space reserved for Dum Dum and Uncle? Something was amiss here. Her friends took the hint as well, and turned to Angela with silent questions in their eyes. The princess shook her head. We'll have to find out what has happened. Angela was about to get Ty Lee and Mai to follow her into the inn when she noticed another curious sight. The captains of the 11th were leading a small group of soldiers, marching with the intent to if not kill, then cause grievous harm. Even Ren and Sungho were part of it. The townsfolk wisely got out of their path, though the mob actually split and flowed harmlessly around an elderly couple caught in the middle of the road. The wheels in Angela's head began to turn. Surely these events are not related? How in the world can they be? Come girls, I need answers. Her bodyguards followed after, along with Overseer Day and his own armed entourage. The soldiers noticed Angela, and immediately they stomped towards her. They came to a stop as she drew close, and bowed as one. What is the meaning of this? Angela demanded sternly, sweeping her gaze across the soldiers who were unusually tense. Motzi answered, his usually stony gaze now simmering with anger. I apologize, Your Highness. But Prince Zuko has done a great offense to our colonel. What do you mean? Day asked. The lieutenant colonel exchanged glances with the captains, and then he sighed. While Colonel Singh and Prince Iroh were trying to calm him down during a bout of emotion, Prince Zuko turned on him. Motzi gulped, his gaze flickering over to Day before returning to Angela. He called Singh an orphan, princess. Said that he couldn't know the disappointment of a father. Angela stared blankly at Motzi as she processed the words. I'll get my sword. She snapped out of the daze to raise an arm and stop an angered Day. Hold, Overseer. Angela turned back to the mob of soldiers. Tell me exactly what happened. And they did, with all the meticulous detail of a scout's report. Angela felt her blood run hot and her heart go cold as she turned towards the inn her brother had entered. Tai Li. My. Wait for me at the governor's mansion. Overseer Day, guide them. She fixed them with a piercing gaze. You will not take any further action, you will tell no one what you saw and heard, understood? This is a family issue. Her two friends and the overseer nodded and left, leaving Angela with the offended men and women of her 11th regiment. Together, they headed towards the inn, where only the captains followed the princess in. Innkeeper. Angela picked out the establishment's owner easily enough, and tossed him a pouch of coins. In case you have to rebuild. I suggest you evacuate the building, save for my brother and uncle. The innkeeper and his staff broke into a scramble, while the patrons present hurried out the building as quietly as they could. Officers, with me. Angela climbed the stairs in measured, forcefully even steps. Her mind was a clamor of emotions as she fought to rein in the urge to immolate the place, and pick the ruins apart to find her brother and cremate him on the spot. She could see herself ordering her insolent brother to be dragged back to the barracks and made into a training aide. The princess had to draw in a slow breath to center herself. She was not her spiteful father. She was not her reckless brother. Angela forced herself into an eerie calm as she headed to the door the owner had so helpfully pointed out to her. She lifted a hand to knock, but paused to turn to Motzi and the captains. Nobody leaves or enters this room without my say-so. Silent nods answered her, and the princess knocked on the door. As disappointed as Iroh was at his nephew's conduct, the appearance of his niece filled the old prince with grave concern. Angela, he began, but the girl placed a hand on his shoulder and pushed him aside with surprising strength. I'll say this once, uncle. Do not interfere actually, never mind. Motzi, Kai. Strong arms of one's friendly faces reached in to hold Iroh back as the other captains of the 11th regiment entered the room to block off all exits. Zuko sat straight on the bed, utterly petrified as he stared at his sister slowly walking over to him. Angela. Angela snapped forward and swung a palm wreathed in blue flames, slapping Zuko so hard that he was knocked to the ground. Iroh felt real fear for his nephew when he heard the cold contempt in Angela's voice. You've said enough for today, brother. Now shut up and listen. The girl bent down to grab her brother by his collar to lift him up to his knees and glare down at him. You know, I was supposed to begin our reunion by apologizing. Her eyes flickered to Iroh for a moment, including him in the conversation. I already bowed to Tai Li and Mai. You remember my old classmates, right? I offered them my deepest, genuine contrition at my honestly disgraceful behavior last time. And I was supposed to offer the same to you. I'd have gotten down on my hands and knees to seek your forgiveness for all I've done to you. Wisps of smoke began to snake up from the collar of Zuko's robes before Angela let go and stepped back. It seems I'll have to postpone that apology for another time, she growled. At least this time, you'll deserve the wrongs I'll inflict on you. Please Az. The princess wasted no time in delivering a backhand to silence her brother, and Iroh winced as he saw the specks of blood staining her knuckles and dribbling down Zuko's lips. I'm not done, brother. Angela turned and paced away from Zuko, glancing at Iroh for a brief moment. When you were exiled, when you were stupid enough to fall for our father's trap, did you know the amount of planning my Singh and I exchanged in our letters? She looked over her shoulder at her bruised brother. Do you know how much he prepared to ensure your safety? How much he asked of me? Angela turned, focusing her full contempt at the young prince. Do you know the amount of resources I've invested in the courts and the colonies to keep your stupid little hunt afloat? The favors I leveraged so you always had a friendly dock ready to receive you? Or convinced governors to reserve a portion of their supplies for your use. Or shipwrights paid to remain in the colony so your ship would get repaired with all haste. Iroh was surprised at the revelation. He always thought their smooth resupplies and priority reception were due to their status as princes. Zuko opened his mouth, but then slumped with resignation. Seeing asked me to aid you, and so I did. He believes you had an important part to play, ATLA said with a derisive snort. Still does, I bet. She shook her head as a brittle smirk formed on her face. He doesn't think I see it, but Scene has been laying plans for you far more extensively than he has for me. If I didn't know him as I do now, I'd have thought he's infatuated with you. At both Prince's confused looks, ATLA chuckled. Up until just now, you were included in our plans for the future. You'd have played a vital role, in fact. She strode towards Zuko, smirking as he flinched back and kneeling before him. I want you to know this. You could have been made Fire Lord, brother. If the conditions were right, and we were doing a rather good job at getting there, I'd have stepped aside and let you reclaim your place as heir to the Fire Nation. At worst, if we couldn't engineer it, if it couldn't be helped, I'd have given you the colonies as your domain and left you to rule it as a second Fire Nation in all but name. The princess sighed and then rose back up, Zuko's stunned wide eyes following her movements. Of course, all of that has gone out the window. Your pathetic tantrum has proven to me that you are not fit in any way to lead, let alone rule. You'd think that years hunting the Avatar would build some character, but you're no better than the bootlickers in the palace. ATLA shook her head again. Besides, you wouldn't appreciate what we've done anyway. All you care about is for Daddy's non-existent attention. At those words, Zuko shot up. Reclaiming my honor is all I have left. Iroh felt some relief that his niece didn't retaliate this time, but instead sighed heavily. Stupid, blinkered idiot. She leveled him a look that made the prince take a wary step back. All you have left? All you have left. ATLA's hand went up to point at Iroh. Who's that then? Is uncle worth nothing compared to your so-called honor? The finger swept across the room. Is the open welcome of the 11th nothing to you? You'd throw anything and everything real you have, just for something that doesn't exist. You take that back. Make me, you whiny brat. To Iroh's horror, Zuko tried to do just that and lashed out with a punch. It was an overcommit strike, one fueled by reckless rage, and ATLA was aware of that. She sidestepped the attack and slapped Zuko in the back of his head as he passed her, knocking him off balance and causing him to tumble to the floor. I might have been a bully back then, but you're still pathetic. Iroh tried to step in, unwilling to bear the escalating danger in the air. Please, ATLA, your brother is still coming to terms with your father's recent decree. Surprisingly, she looked at him with a sad, fragile smile. Oh, I know, uncle. But that's on him. She lightly kicked at Zuko as he tried to rise. After all, I didn't take it out on Scene when he forced me to realize that I was nothing but a tool. She walked towards Iroh, her eyes flickering with chained rage even as tears started to well at their edges. I didn't insult him because I finally knew that not only did my own mother fear me too much to love me, but my father never truly cared about me at all. All the Fire Lord cares is that I perform better than my brother, that I make my brother look bad. The pained, protective looks from the captains around him told the older prince that this was something of a sore topic for them. Iroh felt a pang of guilt that tainted the sympathy he suddenly felt for his niece. He'd been so focused on his nephew, he realized, that he overlooked her own hardships. He missed the subtler signs of hurt in ATLA in favor of the more obvious ones on Zuko. Oh ATLA! The girl raised a hand to stop Iroh from continuing, and he watched her ruthlessly crush her welling emotion. I've dealt with it. My Scene and the 11th helped me deal with it. Are still helping me deal with it. She turned back to her brother, who had gotten up into a pained crouch. Just as Scene was trying to help you. Except I wasn't immature enough to insult Scene for being a reliable friend. Zuko once more made to reply, but his sister talked over him. Even with her back turned to him, Iroh could feel the cold spite radiating from ATLA. Father might have loved you, loved us, once, but that was a long time ago Zuko. Now, the only way you can ever earn his approval is by dying in a futile attempt to reach for the non-existent pardon he's been dangling in front of you. If you don't believe me, ask Uncle when you finally have the mental capacity to. Maybe he'll stop coddling you at last and teach you how to actually move on. The girl sniffed as her brother directed his horrified expression at Iroh, who could only grimace in reply. She regained Zuko's attention by standing right up in front of him. But that's for another time. Right now, I'm going to give you two choices, brother. ATLA leaned in, causing the young prince to almost stumble as he leaned back in return. You'll be at my regiment's barracks tomorrow morning. You'll get on your hands and knees and beg Scene for my regiment's forgiveness. You'll beg, not like a prince, but like the unworthy, pathetic waste that you are right now. And you'll keep begging until the captains here have given Scene their approval. Iroh felt all ATLA's anger and spite condense into something far greater, far deadlier as she took a step back from Zuko. or you do not show up at the barracks. Then I'll give you a month's head start, and after that, I'm going to turn you into a training target for the scout recruits of the 11th. I'll even make sure they bring you back alive, so that I can drag you to the palace to see father smiling at last as I humiliate you. Angela shrugged with mock casualness. If you're lucky, he'll execute you right after that for breaking your exile and being in his presence. The false levity lasted for barely a second before it was quickly replaced by her cold, restrained rage. Regardless, after this, regardless of what you choose, I'll rescind every order and drop every favor I have in the colonies that protects and supports you. There'll be no reserved supplies, no donations, no mysterious helpful messages or accidental gossip to overhear. The governors will no longer turn a blind eye to your presence, and the generals and admirals will be barred from loaning you any men or assets. Angela paused for a second to let her words sink in before she continued. My 11th Royal Regiment will no longer have their gates freely open to you. Any unauthorized entry into their camps or grounds will be considered trespassing and punished as such. You'll only have access to their healers on my approval, you'll have to pay with interest for any supplies you plunder from their stores. By your own careless words, you've lost the friendship and respect of the 11th. She paused again, watching Zuko slump in despair. Iroh was about to interject, to plead on his nephew's behalf, but then Angela spoke again. However, I'm not as stupid as you to simply waste all the investments made on your sorry ass. Angela drew in a breath, probably to calm herself judging from her pose. If you manage to earn their forgiveness, you'll be given a chance to earn your both back, by deeds. I'll leave that to Motzi and the captains to figure out. Seeing will be kept from interfering, or he'll end up coddling you. Iroh saw his niece give a cold, sharp smirk. Until then though. Angela suddenly lashed out, sending a fist straight into Zuko's guts and almost folding him over. That's for disrespecting my scene, for hurting him when all he's ever done was look out for you. Next time, I'll let the whole regiment do it. With their daggers. The princess stood straight again and brushed the bangs of her hair back. I hope to see you tomorrow morning, Zuko. Hey, and I didn't set anything alight. Go me. She then turned to give a polite nod at Iroh before heading for the door. Good evening, uncle. For my brother's sake, I hope you're able to talk some sense into him for once. She was about to step through the doorway when she froze and looked over her shoulder. For what it's worth, I will apologize for all I've done, eventually. Whether it'll be when we're both older and wiser, or if it's over your gravestone, that'll be for you to decide. The hand on Iroh finally let go and the captains of the 11th followed their princess out, leaving the princes alone in their room. Zuko slowly crumpled to the ground, tears staining his cheeks as his arms wrapped around his stomach that Angela had just buried her fist into. After all he'd seen and heard, Iroh didn't know where to start to pick up the pieces. As the dawn sky slowly lit up, Angela led her friends to the barracks of her regiment. Ty Lee and Maya were still rubbing their eyes and yawning, but they'd been the ones who were curious about what was happening. My brother made a mistake, so he's going to own up to it, was all the princess gave them. She'd have preferred spending the night with Sing, to give what comfort she could to him. But Ren had said that he'd locked himself in his room, and Angela had her friends waiting for her. Not to mention an agitated overseer Day to calm down. The latter was at least easy enough to deal with. Day's unabashed favoritism for Sing was quickly sated when she told him the matter was dealt with. The way Day kept rambling about taking his sword to Zuko though exposed a new weakness about the man to Angela. Reliable and effective as he was, she'd have to be careful about giving him news about the 11th and Sing from now on. Angela could only imagine how much more fanatical the overseer would be if Sing had managed to pry his arm loose to avoid being amputated. Ooh, nice place, Ty Lee commented as they reached the gates of the 11th barracks. The aura's a bit yucky though. Angela fought the urge to roll her eyes at that, reminding herself that with Sing's spirit talking, maybe her friend's thing with auras had some merit. Besides, with the air of anticipation lingering around the armored but unhelmeted men and women all neatly lined up in parade formation, Angela could see where Ty Lee was coming from. The whole regiment stood at attention, but as they noticed their royal patron, Sing gave an order and they dropped to their knees in unison. Impressive toy soldiers you've collected, Angela, Mai said, her bland tone heavily masking her teasing. Ty Lee nodded, her gaze sweeping across the formation with excitement. Yeah, they look far cooler than the soldiers I've met. Ooh, and the auras all turned a nice red too. She paused, and then gave Angela a grin as she pointed at Sing. He's kinda hot, the acrobat whispered loudly, one hand cupping her mouth. But a little young, Don Cha think. This time Angela did roll her eyes, giving a glance to her regiment first. You may rise. Only after they did so did she lead her friends over to Sing, chaining her nervousness at the coming introduction. She saw through his mask of professionalism, how his hand twisted slightly, how his back threatened to slouch every few seconds. He hadn't gotten over Zuko's stupidity. Hopefully, her little intervention would perk him up. Angela preferred her Sing more sure and confident. Girls, this is Colonel Sing, of my 11th regiment. Seeing, this is Mai and Tai Li, old classmates. Seeing's eyes shifted to Mai, and then Tai Li, and Angela felt a weird relief that his eyes remained fixed on their faces, before he gave a sharp salute. Lady Mai, Lady Tai Li. The 11th Royal Regiment welcomes you and is grateful for your presence. So you're the Scorpion? Mai asked, sizing him up. Far too polite for a bloodthirsty monster. Angela felt only a little annoyed, reminding herself that Seeing's reputation was allowed to be exaggerated on purpose, so her friend's impression was to be expected. She did however feel a bit more annoyed at how Tai Li studied him. Oh, you're way better looking than they say. Before the princess could cut in, the other girl directed a smirk at her. I can see why Angela's got you collared. Even as a blush crept up her cheeks and a new host of images flashed through her mind, Angela's eyebrow went up. Collared. Mai was the one to answer with a sigh and a roll of her eyes. Some people say that you've got the Scorpion on a tight leash, releasing him on your enemies like an attack dog. Attack Scorpion. The doer girl gave an uncharacteristic grin. I don't think you want to know how they say you keep him collared. Tai Li giggled, and Angela could hear some of the soldiers, Ren and Ping especially, snorting or coughing. Angela was more distracted by the images of herself trying to actually collar Seeing to be annoyed by their reactions. After all, what were the chances of Seeing actually allowing her to get it around his neck? In all likelihood, he'd be the one to overpower her and force the humiliation around her neck, and then he'd probably further humiliate her by Angela. She snapped out of that pleasant little imagination with a cough, and then waved a stupidly grinning Tai Li off. It's nothing. I'm fine. If I may ask, Your Highness, Seeing interrupted in a formal tone. To what does your regiment owe the pleasure of such an early visit? Oh. He didn't know? Angela's gaze flickered to Motzi standing beside her colonel, whose slight wince confirmed it. Well, time to give Seeing the good news personally then. I've been informed of my brother's impropriety, Angela said, noting with some concern how Seeing froze up. I've had a talk with him last night to educate him about his error. He should be here soon. Princess. There was something other than mild confusion in his tone. Concern? Tai Li broke her worrying train of thought. Speaking of, that's your brother Angela. The princess turned towards the road, where sure enough, a disheveled Zuko dragged himself closer, while Uncle Iroh followed right behind with an expression of heavy concern. Angela wouldn't be surprised if her brother had refused his help in getting here. Seeing saw the princes too, and he immediately hurried towards them. Angela noted how looks were exchanged between the officers of the 11th, as well as the worry that flickered on Mai's face. The three girls followed after the colonel, and as he and Zuko drew closer, the latter stopped to drop to his knees. Colonel Seeing, Zuko rasped rather clearly considering the dark bruise on his cheek, I deeply apologize for what I said yesterday. He was about to bend over and plant his forehead onto the dirt road, but Seeing intercepted him. Prince Zuko, please rise. Zuko shook his head in response. Please. Please find it in yourself to forgive me for what I did. There was a moment of silence as Seeing stared at the marks left on Zuko's face. He glanced up at Iroh, who gave a pained look but otherwise did not reply, and then turned towards Angela, who found herself surprised by the anger building in her colonel's eyes. Princess. Angela, you did this to your brother. As she opened her mouth to form a reply, someone else spoke out. I did it, came the voice of Ping, who took a step forward to meet Seeing's stare. Angela turned to stare at the woman, who now wore a stoic mask. I did it, Ren said, and did the same as her colleague. I did it. Kai followed after, and then Motzi and the other captains followed suit. Angela's mind raced. The officers had stepped in, they'd noticed Seeing's reaction and immediately acted. Or had they known all along that this would be how he reacted? But they still came for Zuko? Angela gulped and then steeled her resolve. Only a weak ruler deflects blame onto others. She waved the soldiers back, and then stepped forwards to meet Seeing's glare. I did it, she said evenly, not backing down from the turbulent emotion in her colonel's gaze. I had to make sure that my brother understood the enormity of his mistake. I made it clear that he had misdirected his anger. Seeing did not reply at first, but then his head returned towards Uncle Iroh. You let her. Angela didn't let him finish. I had Kai and Motzi hold my uncle back to stop him from interfering. Seeing got up, and as their eyes met once more, the princess' assumption that he understood her actions was correct. Unfortunately, her assumption that he'd agree to it in any way was far off the mark. Did you have to be so harsh on your own brother? A hint of defensiveness spiked in Angela. I had to hammer the message home or my bone-headed brother wouldn't get it. He turned on you, Seeing, and that was a mistake. But so is beating him up like this, he immediately replied, and the princess then realized that she had grossly miscalculated the results of her actions. She'd thought that Seeing would at worst need firm convincing to properly receive Zuko's apology. Instead, he had slipped into the beginnings of a combat stance. Zuko shook his head and joined the conversation. My sister is right, seeing, he surprisingly groaned out. I was wrong to insult you. You didn't deserve. No, she's not, Zuko, the colonel snapped. We'll talk after you're healed up. ATLA frowned. I can't allow you to do that, seeing. Why not? She drew in a breath. Because, I made it official that my father's decree also applied to this regiment. Zuko will get no special treatment from the 11th. But he's your brother, seeing reasoned, and ATLA felt her tolerance for his tolerance towards Zuko reach its breaking point. And? She asked, taking a step forward. It shouldn't stop him from suffering from the consequences of his mistakes. You were insulted, and by extension so was the 11th. My regiment. Such things cannot be left unpunished. All he did was. ATLA waved a hand to cut him off. All he did, as an officially dishonored prince, was lose his common restraint and gravely insult a commander of the Fire Nation, an act of disrespect that calls for Agni Kai by you or any of your subordinates. That got Seeing to shut up and think at least. Zuko made a mistake. Your officers were rightfully going to rectify that mistake. I found a more productive compromise. Did it have to warrant taking everything from him? Not everything, but yes. ATLA leveled a frown at her, Seeing. Consequences must be paid for, Seeing. Even for my brother who you so greatly treasure. I thought you of all people would understand the importance of reputation and morale. Seeing finally broke his stare from ATLA to glance at the officers behind her, who were not backing down either. Finally, the colonel gave a heavy sigh and shook his head. This wasn't the way to do this, he muttered. You should have let me handle this, he said, both to ATLA and his officers. And then what? The princess hissed back. You'd let him off with a slap on the wrist. You'd let resentment grow in the regiment for that. ATLA couldn't hold back her sneer. What have the spirits planned for Zuko, Seeing? Why do you care so much about my brother that you treat him with such a soft touch? At that, the anger in Seeing's eyes flared, but the air around them turned cold despite the rising sun. ATLA defiantly met the boy's gaze, noticing how his jaws were grinding ever so slightly. Beside him, Zuko seemed torn, but it was Uncle Iroh who finally stepped in between them and broke the tension. Everyone, please calm down. The day is beginning, it will not be good for passing townsfolk to see this, bickering. ATLA forced herself to relax and gave a shallow nod. You're right, Uncle. I'm sorry for losing my temper. She gave Seeing a look, and he too unwound and nodded to a ceasefire. The air warmed up to normal temperatures right after that. We'll talk in the office. Zuko gets to see the healers. ATLA didn't bother arguing over that point and instead waved a hand. Oh, all right. But you'll receive his apology after that, as you rightly deserve to. So long as he's not being dragged through the mud and degraded, Seeing replied, and then marched past ATLA, throwing a look at the captains as he walked past them. Would have been better if we did go the extra mile and just kill. Shut up, idiot, Ren hissed as she smacked Rufen into silence. ATLA returned to Ty Lee and Mai, noting their discomfort and concern. As ever, Ty Lee was more obvious with it, while Mai tried to hide it under a mask of boredom. Hey, lovers tiff. Office disagreement, ATLA curtly corrected Mai. You all right, Ty Lee? Hope all the posturing didn't scare you too much. The usually smiling girl shook her head. It's nothing. Just that Seeing of yours. He was in an ugly purple just now. Oh? And that means? He's troubled and angry. ATLA was about to make a snide remark, but her friend continued. Like he's struggling against something he wants to keep hidden. Now that was curious. And quite worrying. Come on, ATLA simply said. There's breakfast in the mess hall. They followed the officers back into the barracks with Zuko and Uncle Iroh an awkward distance apart. The soldiers dispersed from their formation to return to their usual routine. ATLA left her friends in the care of the officers, and saw off her uncle and brother into the prisoner's compound, and then headed into Seeing's office. Kashi and the other bodyguards stood guard outside and would become an impenetrable barrier against eavesdroppers and unwanted guests. Seeing was slumped in his seat, and didn't waste time in speaking as soon as the door was closed. Please, ATLA, Zuko needs your support. And are you going to tell me why exactly? Because. He paused, and then let out a loud sigh before fixing a weary gaze on her. Because he'll be the one to win over the Avatar. ATLA froze at that, staring mutely at Seeing, who sighed again. He's supposed to go over to the Avatar's side. I was hoping to have him soften the Avatar's stance against us. Against you, when the time comes. The princess found her words too jumbled up to form a decent reply. And how? Seeing gave a short huff. He was supposed to be trapped with the Avatar somehow, and switch sides. But after your father's decree, I don't know how to proceed. ATLA broke herself out of her daze and frowned. And my intervention doesn't help things? She asked honestly. It took a few seconds before Seeing slowly straightened in his seat. I honestly don't know anymore. But you still shouldn't have harmed him like that. The princess snorted. I told you, You should have left it to me, ATLA, Seeing said in a half-pleading tone. My officers should have left it to me. I can't have anyone do my dirty work for me. Not without me knowing it, like this. ATLA folded her arms and raised an eyebrow at him. As if you don't do the same for others. How many men have you ordered silenced before you informed their victims? Her colonel rose up from his seat with another sigh. So I'm a hypocrite. I'm glad you noticed. ATLA let the silence bloom, losing herself in her thoughts for a moment before sighing. I might have overdone it with Zuko. But your officers were still right to demand satisfaction from him. In court, their devotion to avenge the slight on you would be worth commending. They'd end up brutalizing him. That's why I stepped in, she instantly replied. You were barely any better. ATLA forced herself to shrug the words off. As I said, I'll admit that I might have overdone it. Can you at least return some indirect support for your brother? No. Besides, now that he knows about it, with how hard-headed Zuko is, he'd probably reject any help from you and me from now on. She allowed herself a dry smirk. I'm sure he still has a way to go before he finally gives up on his delusions of honor and chasing father's approval. Seeing walked over to her, with only resignation in his eyes. So, now what? We wait for Zuko's apology, ATLA replied without missing a beat. I forgot to mention it earlier, but I did give him a chance to earn the regiment's good graces back. It didn't take much for the wheels in her head to produce an idea. You could just figure out a way to fit him into whatever plans the spirits still have for him. They haven't failed you yet, I heard, so you can trust them to guide him to where he's needed. It doesn't work like that, Seeing groaned. Then come up with a different plan, for both Zuko's deluded need for honor and winning the Avatar over, ATLA breezily said. In any case, we probably still have some time. I hope you can hold whatever you have against me only against me, and at least have a cordial meeting with my friends. Thankfully, Seeing just nodded and followed her to the door. I'll still have to arrange something for Motsi and the captains, he muttered. Nothing public, ATLA relented. I'll step in if you go too far with whatever you come up with. We were talking about hypocrites. Everyone's a hypocrite, she instantly answered back. While the food wasn't too bad, the weird atmosphere made the mess hall an interesting sight for people watching. Ty Lee noted the pangs of uneasiness from the soldiers as they went about their lives. The higher officers in particular wore concern and creeping guilt like veils over themselves, even as they quite expertly put on courteous masks in front of Ty Lee and Mai. We came at a bad time. Mai bluntly asked, hiding her amusement under her usual disinterested voice. Captain Ren replied with a brittle smile, green and yellow with awkwardness. It's not the best, but it's not your fault either. Ty Lee found the captain's reassurance rather refreshing. They were clearly well in ATLA's graces to be able to admit failure, rather than trying to dress it up. It's a rather unfortunate series of events. The girls nodded at that, but Mai wasn't content to leave it at that. She was still tinted in the bubbling orange of anger. So you were all going to hurt Zuko? Or kill him? Of course not. Next to her, Captain Ping not so subtly cleared her throat to give herself time to reply. We're going to demand that he, answer for his insult. He's still ATLA's brother, after all. So, you're all gonna get in trouble. Mai prodded. Ty Lee saw how worry snaked into the captains as they exchanged glances. The realization that they might have been too impulsive. I'm not sure. Ping lied lamely. Maybe they weren't the cold-blooded, insidious murderers that some stories made them out to be. Colonel Seeing must be lucky to have such loyal soldiers under his command and looking out for him, Ty Lee offered, watching as the women relaxed a little as they received her words. She gave a light elbow into Mai when the other girl seemed ready to add in an unhelpful quip. I've only heard rumors about him, but I didn't know he was that young. Yet, he's been with us for a long while, Ren said with a sad yet proud smile. Practically grew up in the regiment. Sounds rough, Mai commented, thankfully getting the hint and not poking them any further. Both captains winced before they nodded. Our old colonel wanted to keep him away from the fighting, but we got ambushed, and Seeing saved some lives by joining the fighting. Ren sighed. After that and a few more, incidents, the colonel had to officially conscript him so he'd be forced to behave like a soldier. Otherwise. It was Ping who answered with a chuckle. Otherwise, he'd keep disappearing the moment we come across an enemy camp, to try and sneak in. Thank the spirits Sungho kept him out of the worst of it, Ren muttered. Oh, he's our scout captain. She pointed over to a grim-looking man nodding away as another soldier spoke. Kept Seeing out of the worst trouble back then, and was one of Seeing's more regular babysitters. Ty Lee quirked her head to one side at the explanation, prompting the captain to continue. Seeing likes to run off, so Sung-ho keeps him company for his own safety. Plus as a scout he's not as stuck keeping soldiers in line like us. She paused for a brief second before snorting. Shouldn't be surprising that they got along, and Sung-ho started picking up Sing's ideas. That's sweet, Tai Li commented, enjoying the warm pinks and reds she helped nurture in the captains. Yeah, well, it's not like it's hard to befriend him, Ping said. It started out rough at first when he. Tai Li saw the minute winces, the sudden blankness in the captain's eyes, and the faint slump as an ugly blackness swooped in. Since we first found him. The icky miasma was forced to the edges as Ping forced herself back into her friendly smile. But he quickly became one of us, whether we liked it or not. I guess it also helps that he's come up with brilliant ideas that made our lives easier. Mai couldn't hold in her annoyance. Sounds like a charmer. As if on cue, the air in the mess hall stilled into an eerie turquoise as every soldier suddenly froze and looked to the same point. Tai Li followed their gaze to find ATLA and Sing, the former betraying movements that gave her aura an uncertain, nervous red, while Sing's purple was faded and took a less ugly tone. He was only a bit relieved, and in exchange the princess was only a bit unsure of herself. Tai Li felt a need to know what had gone on in their private meeting. Sing glanced around and nodded to each of his officers, and so Ren and Ping got up from the table to join him. But not before they gave a polite pardon us before they left. Far better than some of the high-nosed courtiers Tai Li had encountered on the way here trying to gain ATLA's attention. While ATLA and the officers of the regiment walked off, the awkwardness in the air lingered as Sing walked over to bow too formally at the girls. Interestingly, his eyes never lingered long on Tai Li, contrary to many people she'd met, nor did they struggle to look past her as others tried to. His gaze was direct and a bit intense, but with how agitated his aura was, Tai Li couldn't blame him. His eyes were forcing themselves to look straight, his lips parted and closed ever so slightly. The guy was conflicted with something for sure. Or maybe some things. I must apologize for the unseemly incident you have both witnessed earlier. I hope it does not color your impression of the Princess Regiment. Yet, he's being too stiff with them, considering that Tai Li did hear him call ATLA by name earlier. From the way his eyes twitched and his shoulders trembled, it seemed more of a polite thing than any fallout the two had. Which was good, Tai Li supposed. It's all right, she replied brightly. I mean, it's ATLA being ATLA, right? At least no one got too hurt. That elicited an interesting wince from Sing, but he simply nodded. I'm sure that you would have better things to do than loiter in a military barracks, so I must ask for your patience as the princess has a meeting with her regiment. It's not that bad, Mai actually said. Better than being stuck in town. Then Tai Li saw the pinkness at the edges of her aura, and she had to suppress a teasing smirk. Returning back to Sing, the acrobat smiled again and waved him off. Don't worry, we've been in courts before, we know what it's like. Thank you for your consideration. Perhaps we'll have a more appropriate socializing after this is done. Sing gave another bow, and then turned to leave. The girls quietly left the mess hall to try and follow him. Because ATLA's own bodyguards politely intercepted them as soon as they stepped out and ushered them to a waiting room. Mai was about to protest with a snide remark, but then they caught sight of Zuko and his uncle, headed towards the same destination as ATLA's group were. The prince looked far better without the bruises, though with the gloomy grey aura draping him one might think that he was headed to the headsman's block. Unfortunately, the bodyguards were very good at their jobs, and Tai Li had to content herself by watching Mai stew in pink and grey. The meeting was over and done with relatively quickly, and Ren felt rather relieved that it didn't turn out the way her overacting imagination had expected it to. As Kai and the others went to gather the troops into formation again, the training captain glanced over to ATLA, who still wore a frown on her face. Prince Iroh was openly relieved, while the younger prince was torn between grateful relief and self-loathing. Sing was stiff as a board, still wearing his discomfort openly as he led the group back out to the ground's raised stage as the regiment was assembled. Ren would have to speak to him in private again. She hadn't expected her little brother to be so affected in dressing down his subordinates, even if it was barely that. Then again, it was his first time having to do so, so maybe it's to be expected. No one expects the youngest child to be berating a whole extended family after all, least of all the child themselves. Whether the whole thing was warranted or not would likely be debatable for a while, of course. Ren was too busy with her thoughts on the meeting to pay attention to ATLA's friends appearing and joining the princess, where she quite casually brushed off their questions. Whether you were going to be non-lethal or not is besides the point, Sing had said in a stern but slightly quivering voice. You did not come to me first. Unlike Yuka and the others we've saved, I'm in a position to resolve the matter by myself. He was disappointed and disturbed, but Ren couldn't find the anger in his voice back then. She still couldn't as she replayed his words in her head. Back in the present, she watched Prince Iroh holding a quiet conversation with ATLA. The prince looked regretful as his head shook or nodded along to the princess' replies. Family drama, Ren guessed. Hopefully not related any further with the younger prince. Speaking of, ATLA's friends had wormed their way to the boy's side, and the captain saw how he recoiled a little at the presence of the forcefully apathetic one. Tai Li, the sunnier and less dressed of the pair, was doing a lot of the talking, but the prince seemed like he was trying to curl away and flee from their presence. Judging by how the girl was moving side to side to subtly flank him, she probably was aware of that too. With her friends gone to harass her brother, ATLA then drifted towards Xing, and along with Prince Iroh they exchanged words. Nods of varying curtness were exchanged between the three of them, but Ren just felt glad that the kids were still on talking terms. 11th Regiment. Attention! Mozi's voice snapped Ren out of her focus as a couple thousand pairs of feet stomped into sharp attention. She could practically taste the curiosity at the assembly mixed with resentment as the troops spotted the prince who had insulted their colonel. The air was immediately tense, but it slackened when Xing walked up to the stage and turned his right side to the troops. Then the not-so-royal anymore offender straightened and walked up within nearly parade-perfect steps to stand before Xing, wearing far less desperation than he did in the morning, and then bent over so sharply into a bow that it seemed as if the bone in his spine suddenly disappeared. Colonel Xing. I, Zuko, wish to apologize for the loathsome insult I inflicted on you yesterday. His voice was a little shaky, but the delivery was passable, Ren thought. The compromise to have him declare only his name had a decent effect on the crowd, especially those more acquainted with the formalities of the upper classes. It would be foolish of me to think that such an act could be forgiven so easily, so I can only beg that you will allow me the chance to rebuild the trust that you have so generously granted me before this, and that I have foolishly taken for granted. Ren's lips twitched as she fought back a scowl. Like the others, the prince included, surprisingly, she'd still prefer it if he prostrated himself instead of just bowing, but Xing had been adamant about not making this an utter humiliation. With Prince Iroha's support and ATLA reluctantly agreeing as well, the officers had to settle with this. Xing let the silence brew for a moment before he replied. The prince still bowed almost at a perfectly right angle. I will accept your apology, P. Zuko. The gathered troops reacted rather well to that, the vets in particular losing a lot of their grimness at hearing their colonel finally knocking off some of the undeserved respect for the prince, even if only as a display. With your sister, Crown Princess ATLA's approval, an agreement from Prince Iroh. Just to rub it in, and Ren wholly agreed with that. ATLA must have coached him on this part. I will allow you a chance to wipe your dishonor against me. As Colonel of the Crown Princess 11th Royal Regiment, I am offering you, Zuko, a chance to earn your honor back by your deeds. You will be inducted into a regiment as an aspiring recruit, and undergo every stage of training to determine your worthiness. If you succeed, you will serve in one of the battalions. You will not hold any commissioned rank, and you will fight and bleed for the regiment for as long as I and the Crown Princess deems appropriate. There was a short pause to allow the words to sink in for everyone. There was confusion and uncertainty, but grins broke out in some groups. Ren glanced at her colleagues, and by the nods she received they noticed it too. They'll have to fix that bit later. Do you accept this offer, Zuko? The prince didn't hesitate, finally straightening from his bow a little to give a sharp salute, never looking Xing in the eyes as appropriate for someone of a lower station. I gladly accept the gracious opportunity you have offered me, Colonel. Xing nodded. Then, recruit Zuko, you will return with training Captain Ren to undergo training in 4 days' time. Do not waste this opportunity by dropping out or doing anything stupid, like dying from attempting the obstacle courses. That elicited some muted snickers from the troops, but overall the tension had mostly faded off. Thank you, Colonel. Recruit Zuko. The prince looked up with some confusion. You're in my regiment now. Stop bowing like a simpering noble and stand at attention when addressing your superiors. He snapped to attention at a respectable speed. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. That banished more of the tension, and scattered chuckles broke out in the battalions. The soldiers were approving enough of the decision, just as expected. The problem then would be to mold the conscripted prince into something that wouldn't get his comrades killed. Ren sighed and then marched out to play her part. Recruit. She called out sharply, and the captain felt some satisfaction in seeing a good number of soldiers flinch. Good, she still left an impression on them. The new recruit snapped towards her immediately, and Ren strode up to him. You're mine now, pretty boy. And until we get back, I'm going to put you through your paces. Without further ceremony Ren grabbed him by the collar and yanked him along with her off the stage. Judging from the looks of commiseration that flashes through some of the crowd, the little act did its intended work. Though it wasn't really an act. Ren promised not to be unfairly harsh on the recruit, but it didn't mean she couldn't enjoy herself. She'll get Kai to use his leave to take care of Fan for the next month or so. Ren would be devoting her full attention to the prince to make sure he was worthy of Xing's kindness. I can understand the reasons for this ploy of yours, ATLA, however. The princess sighed. The risks are tolerable and well worth it, uncle. You know that. Iroh paused for a moment to rethink the whole idea, and once more he couldn't fault her logic. You won't be coming with me, then. She shook her head. I still have to investigate the damaged ship in Hai Sin. I'll send a report to father, though. No doubt the whole debacle of the North Pole is still being picked apart within the palace. Iroh nodded at that, and wondered how his brother would take such news, especially the unvarnished truth of Zhao's madness. General Tachi's and Admiral Gaoning's solid reputation within the conservative faction should persuade Oze and the high generals, but there was always a chance that such a tale would prove too hard to believe. If he still remembered how the wheels spun behind the screen, experienced generals and admirals would be piecing together as many details as they could before, during and after the siege of the North Pole. The contents of orders and how they were disseminated would be dissected so that blame could be properly apportioned. So would ebb and flow of level of troop discipline and morale during the invasion, and any the meeting minutes, or lack thereof, at every level. Iroh was satisfied with the thoroughness of the advice he offered Zhao, though he knew that all it took was one strategist to question why he didn't insist harder, or rally support of the other commanders under Zhao to protest, to turn some of the blame on him. As it was about the most accessible political move within the War Council, it'd been done plenty of times back in Ajalan's time. A good thing then that he had no quarrel with the high generals or those in their clique, and was practically an exiled prince himself with no position of power. Oze might try to raise those questions, but there were enough surviving commanders to testify of Zhao's dismissive attitude for anything to properly stick. And Iroh returning to the palace to answer any questions personally should fully negate any chance of trouble brewing his way. His brother might think himself shrewd, but even with years away from the royal court, Iroh still had a generally untarnished reputation, basing se aside. He just didn't like going back, not now especially. But needs must, as they say. I suppose I'll be returning alone then, Iroh sighed. I'll charter my own ship back tomorrow. His niece smirked as she gave a short nod. Good. It adds to the illusion. You're free to disparage me in court as much as you like to sell it. I have the excuse ready for not sending Xing or anyone to call you out for it. The old prince groaned at that. ATLA was playing a rather intricate game here, and he'd admit that she arranged the cogs and wheels of intrigue rather skillfully. Perhaps better than Oze and himself. The problem with intrigue however was that it relied on having sufficient fallbacks when things went wrong, and as talented as ATLA was, she still did not have the experience to anticipate everything. I'll refrain from that, Iroh said. It is better that you do not draw attention, lest someone acts beyond your expectation. To her credit, ATLA took the advice in thoughtful silence for a few seconds before she nodded. You're right, uncle. Better not poke lamprey mantis nests unnecessarily. Quite so. Despite their shadowy topic, the prince gave his niece a weak smile. You've done well, ATLA. She rolled her eyes. Of course I did. I might have my differences with Zuko, but that doesn't mean I'm going to condemn him. Iroh's smile grew. I know, but it is not what I meant. You've made a formidable reputation for yourself, and have proven your talents. The brains of the family had to go somewhere. Despite the words, there was no heat or venom in them. She glanced away then, staring into nothing. Iroh noted how her voice became distant and tinged with regret. The only shame was that our education was focused too much on firebending that it almost stunted everything else. Iroh couldn't help but feel some guilt. He didn't know of her aspirations, and had treated her too much like the daughter he wanted rather than the princess she was. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there for you, he offered. ATLA glanced at him, her gaze still trapped somewhere else. How could you? You were looking after Zuko. She shook her head and returned to the present, shrugging off whatever melancholy that settled on her. Anyway, we'll need to corroborate our stories just in case. What kind of protest will you have, and what are my rebuttals going to be like? It didn't take too long for their discussion to finish, and it was only starting to get into the afternoon when Iroh left ATLA's office within her regiment's barracks. He paused to offer friendly smiles to the two of her friends as they passed him, friends that poorly hid how puzzled they were at the princess' rather drastic change. ATLA was far more than Iroh had expected, and the prince had overlooked her qualities. Did she perceive his visits back then as belittling? Did she resent him for how he treated her like a typical maiden? Maybe he should have taken Ursa's concerns about her daughter a bit more seriously, and taken ATLA under his wing as he did for Zuko. Iroh stopped as he got within yards of the main gate, brought out of his musing by the sight of Zuko fully armored and running laps around the compound with a large sack tied to his waist. The younger prince was panting hard, and his body slouched a little. Yet Iroh caught the glimmer of determination and focus in his eyes, fueled further by Captain Ren's urging. If he keeps it up, he'll be nearing the regiment's record, Xing said as he appeared by Iroh's side. The colonel gave Iroh a bow and salute as he got his attention before continuing. Don't worry, Prince Iroh. I've made it clear that the prince will be held to the same standards as every other prospective recruit. Thank you, Xing. But I'm not really worried about Zuko. He has you and ATLA to look out for him, after all. Iroh gave the colonel a faint grin, which was accepted with a smile. Thank you for your confidence, Prince Iroh. And thank you for all you've done for us so far, Iroh replied with a bow that made Xing shift awkwardly. And for finding a place for Zuko in the spirit's grand design. The colonel glanced aside and eventually settled with a nod. I'll do what I can so that he, at least gets the opportunity to shine. They exchanged parting bows as equals, as uncomfortable seeing found it, and Iroh left with a rather ornate lacquered box stuffed with jailing green tea leaves. Out of courtesy's sake, the prince accepted the gift and feigned ignorance about the nature of its decorations. It's not as if the other members of the White Lotus were any subtler, Piandao especially. With her own rescheduled itinerary confirmed, ATLA had only one more day to wrap things up in Zilang before she continued for Hai Sin. Thankfully, the days spent in the town and barracks were not too boring for her friends. Tai Li was happy to just wander about when ATLA was occupied, while Mai spent most of the time sitting around the 11ths compound for obvious reasons. What the girl saw in Zuko still baffled ATLA, but then maybe the princess had a biased view considering how high her standards were. It's hard to compare anyone to Sing, after all. And on that topic, ATLA waited for the sun to set before she headed for Sing's room, mustering her nerves with each step. He'd been having his meals earlier and faster ever since the whole thing with Zuko, which didn't affect ATLA but disconcerted the officers a bit. Whether it's because of how everyone acted without his knowledge, or dealing with the spirit's plans, or both, ATLA couldn't really guess. Which was why she decided to opt for the more direct route. She can't have her colonel wallowing or needlessly overworking now, can she? Giving a respectful nod to Kashi and his team, ATLA had her own bodyguard stand guard before she knocked at the door. Sing answered quickly enough and welcomed her in with far more courtesy than familiarity. "What can I help you with, ATLA?" She would have tossed him an annoyed look, but ATLA was too distracted scanning the room. Where were they? As if answering her, two scaly, horned heads popped out from underneath Sing's bed. Orakai and Kayin swam towards her in mesmerizing spirals, their wings beating lazily as they greeted her in soft yips and gentle nuzzles against her cheek with their snouts. "It's good to see you too," the princess said as she affectionately scratched on the back of their heads for several seconds. Kayin as usual then settled for draping herself around ATLA's neck and shoulders like a scarf, while Orakai let himself be cradled in her arm. The princess then returned to the reason she was here and leveled a look at him. "You can start by telling me what I have to do," she bluntly said. Sing gave a puzzled huh and exchanged glances with the dragons. ATLA could swear they were somehow shrugging even with their lack of noticeable shoulders. She gave a sigh. "I went around your back with your officers. It's obviously still gnawing at you, whether it's because I acted without your knowledge, or the unintended consequences of what I did." The dragons unfurled themselves and flowed away from the princess as she put her hands on her hips. "So, tell me what I must do to. It's not exactly making things right, since it was arguable that there was anything to really be righted in the first place. How'd she know of Sing's plans for Zuko if he didn't tell her about them? And how was she going to let anyone get away with insulting her Sing without consequences? Fix this." Sing blinked at her a few times, before he shrugged lamely, betraying a flash of emotions before it was smothered. It'll pass, I'll get over it." ATLA's eyes narrowed into slits. "I'd rather we resolve this now. Your men and women are worried about you, Sing." She glanced at the two dragons hovering nearby. "Can you talk some sense into him?" Both reptilian heads shook from side to side, and let out yips that sounded a bit like complaints. ATLA sighed, steeled herself and then walked right up to Sing. "Look, if you want to be angry at someone, be angry at me. Blame me. I overreacted, and shouldn't have assumed you'd be too soft on my brother. There. If it helps, you can do to me what I did to him." Fortunately, Sing looked utterly aghast at that suggestion, as much as ATLA was ready to accept that worst-case scenario. "What? No. Then what can I do to apologize?" she asked. "What can I do to get my old Sing back?" They locked stares for a few seconds, before Sing broke it with a sigh. "I'm sorry, ATLA." "No," she cut in, resisting a whisper to slap him and rile him up. "I'm the one apologizing here. Make me earn it, just as I made Zuko earn his. Does it really matter that much to you?" ATLA nodded firmly. "Of course. I'm not that daft. I can't have my colonel resent me." She paused, and then felt the need to gulp before the rest of the words left her lips with a frailness that surprised herself. In her head as she rehearsed it, she was declaring everything so boldly. "I can't have you hate me." Sing's eyes locked onto hers once more as ATLA forced herself to bear his gaze and leave her moment of weakness exposed. Whatever apathy or lingering haze of anger in him faded noticeably, softening his attention. For some reason, the princess' breath hitched as he raised a hand to gently caress her cheek, smiling gently as he did so. "I don't think I can ever hate you, my princess," Sing said softly, but loud enough for her to etch every word into her memory. She found herself whispering when she should be more decisive and bolder. "Let me make it up to you." Without realizing it, ATLA was suddenly leaning towards him, just as he was doing the same towards her. Their lips met, and the princess sighed into the kiss, and then she felt his strong hands holding her by the shoulders to stop her legs from failing her. Seeing abruptly broke the kiss, staring into Angela's confused eyes for a second before he went to the door. "Kashi, can you and the others check the perimeter?" She heard him order before locking the door again and facing her. Angela felt her heart speed up, but she didn't hear the thundering of blood in her ears. Instead her attention was taken up by seeing who strode towards her with a purpose. There were soft yips in the edges of her hearing, but she gladly ignored them as well as her colonel wrapped an arm around her waist to pull her towards him. This time, their kiss was far more intense. She felt the heat of his body mingle with hers as they pressed tightly against each other. She tasted the hunger as his tongue darted into her mouth. At first, Angela held on to Seeing for support as her body slowly melted into his strong, reassuring arms. Then she found herself sliding a hand down his arm. It took too much effort for her to separate herself from Seeing, just enough to guide his hand under her dress, but when she felt his bare skin pressing against her breast, it was very well worth the trouble. Accepting her invitation, Seeing's hand groped and squeezed her, gently at first, but then with increasing firmness. It was as if he was testing how well she'd hold up against his strength. It didn't matter, each ungentle squeeze elicited a moan into his mouth, and made Angela writhe even more against him. Something felt off, and Angela wasted no time in snaking a hand down, where it encountered a hardness between her Seeing's legs. His groan as she brushed her fingers against it confirmed her guess, but before she could work to uncover it, Seeing held her firmly by the shoulders and pushed her back at arm's length. She was about to protest until she saw the dark hunger in his eyes. Seeing's hands yanked at the neckline of her dress, and Angela quickly shrugged herself out of it without further prompting. Her own hunger saw her burn off her undergarments in a fit of impatience, and then a moment of almost dreadful clarity hit the princess as she became aware that she was standing naked before Seeing. Self-consciousness hit Angela from out of the blue, but Seeing's hungry eyes banished that weakness just as quickly as it appeared. "You're beautiful," he growled, and before the princess could enjoy that compliment, he was on her, kissing her neck and groping at her naked body. His hands squeezed and caressed Angela with a neediness that made her tremble and whimper, though she wouldn't admit the latter. His lips slowly trailed downwards to spiral towards her nipples, suckling them greedily. "My princess." Angela could barely keep her vision straight as she surrendered to her Seeing. Her hands could only grab at his head, running fingers through his hair as he worked ever downwards. And then she felt his hot, hungry breath between her legs, and the princess let out a long, low moan as she felt him kiss her nether regions. Her legs finally buckled, but Seeing lifted her up even as he sated himself on her slit, and somehow dropped her onto his bed. He growled as he pushed her legs aside, and Angela was happy to just lie back and moan in enjoyment as she savored the foreign, blissful sensations that crashed into her. Seeing. Angela could only gasp and moan his name as her hips bucked and he continued to lap and nibble at her lower lips. Seeing's wet tongue then hit something that sent her body suddenly jerking up with a not quite pained whimper. The princess didn't know how long the whole ecstatic ordeal lasted for, but she knew when it ended because her body quivered and her mind exploded into an all-consuming whiteness. She didn't know her body had been locked into a shuddering arch until she collapsed panting onto the bed. As her mind recovered, Angela fixed her unfocused gaze at Seeing, barely registering his grin or the dirty way he licked his lips. "You have to rest for tomorrow. We'll continue this another time, my princess." Angela gave a tired nod, and then spent a while recovering on his bed, savoring the lingering sparks of pleasure running across her body. She only remembered about the dragons when they reappeared in her peripheral vision, but the princess was too happy to feel ashamed. Her only regret as she got up and dressed herself, wishing that Seeing would stop her at any point, the dutiful cad, was that she'd have to wait a damned long time before she got to resume this again. And that she hadn't done this sooner with him. It didn't take long to tidy herself up, and Angela was confidently leaving Seeing's room and calling her bodyguards who had been keeping to the colonel's last order over. A part of her was worried that they'd notice her slight limp, or that her breasts were not as protected underneath her dress. Another part of her didn't care, and was more than happy to have people know she and her colonel had done something. Thankfully, Angela heeded the former voices and left the barracks in a happy mood that she didn't know she could feel. And she knew that Seeing was feeling the same, with how he kept grinning right until he saw her off. In the Fire Lord's throne room, a pensive silence kept the bowed audience from moving. General Tachi had his eyes bowed, though he glanced sideways to his peers beside him. Admiral Gao Ning, Admiral De Yang and Colonel Hua were similarly abased before the throne as they finally got the chance to report personally to the Fire Lord. Beyond them, the Fire Lord's inner council were there as well, though standing in the sidelines with thoughtful looks. Prince Iroh stood closest to the throne, as his title allowed him to, and like the others he awaited the Fire Lord's answer. Not masked by the curtain of flames, Fire Lord Oze's words were clearly heard by Tachi. "This is disturbing to say the least. Perhaps we were too generous in accepting Zhao's bold claims." "Bold and deceitful," High General Bujing amended, making sure to highlight the crime. "This sets a bad precedent for us to be wary of." Tachi could hear Prince Iroh sagely nod as he spoke. "Indeed. If people find out what really happened, it might give our enemies the same idea. He paused for dramatic effect. Imagine if some desperate earthbender thought to kill the sun just to stop fire bending. Quite so, the Fire Lord replied slowly, almost reluctantly. But the fact remains we are left with a humiliating defeat. Tachi winced at that, and judging from the shuffling around him, he wasn't alone. Morale will suffer across the Fire Nation, and the Earth Kingdom might get ideas. Is there no better way to twist the news and soften its effects? Silence returned for a few seconds before High General Wolong dared to answer. With the rumors already spread by the returning fleet, anything other than the false defeat or the dangerous truth would be hard to accept by the public. We sustained significant overt losses in men and materiel in just a short amount of days, General Shinu added bluntly. If not for Zhao's careless treatment of the fleet, even if the invasion was doomed to failure we could have withdrawn with far more palatable excuses like strained supply lines or enemy ploys. General Bujing cleared his throat. Unfortunately, Colonel Xing's fabrication is best suited to at least salvage some honor for the survivors. The throne room became hotter at the mention of the colonel's name, though the high generals either didn't notice it or they simply dared to continue as due to their position in the inner council. We were all fooled by Zhao, and he in turn made a greater fool of himself, General Shinu said with a thoughtful hum, and then sighed. For better or worse, it would be easy to sell that. My own dealings with the late admiral had been questionable at best. And his discourtesy in his duel against Zuko was also well noted, Prince Iroh added, almost happily, Tachi thought. The Fire Lord gave an audible sigh. Who sponsored Zhao's promotion? Admiral Gao-ning fidgeted beside Tachi, as General Wolong answered. Several commanders from both the Navy and Army recommended his name. Perhaps their eagerness should have been the first clue that something was amiss. Admiral Gao-ning? What convinced you and your peers to sponsor Zhao? My. Admiral Kwai had presented Zhao's merits to me, and sought my support, Fire Lord. The poor bastard, Tachi thought even as he not so subtly shuffled himself away from Gao-ning. General Wolong's thoughtful hum felt then like a blade being sharpened. Indeed, the records seem to state that much. And it also states that you've met with Zhao personally. This was a setup. Everyone in the invading fleet had met with Zhao to some degree. He had sought them out to persuade them to his cause, after all. Even Tachi had a few minutes of listening to his pitch. The late admiral might have been deluded, but he knew how to sell his idea to have Tachi raring to join him. It must have been the same for the others. Why yes, High General. I admit my error in not vetting him more thoroughly before approving his sponsorship. With a swish of robes, Fire Lord Oze extended an arm towards the stammering admiral. Admiral Gao-ning. For your part in allowing for Zhao's rise, you are hereby demoted to ensign, effective immediately. Admiral De Yang, you shall gain command of whatever is left of his fleet. Credit to the man, Gao-ning only sputtered for a few seconds before he dropped his head to the ground and accepted his fate. Yes, Fire Lord. Get out of my sight. High Generals Bujing and Shinu, see to it that the other commanders responsible also experience a similar fate. Assuming they're alive, Prince Iroh muttered boldly as now Ensign Gao-ning rose to quickly drag himself out of the throne room. His brother's words became harder with barely restrained wrath. Even then, a posthumous demotion with all that entails should send a fitting message to any who threatened this throne's reputation. As you will, Your Majesty, the High Generals complied. And as for Colonel Xing? Tachi flinched at the contempt in the Fire Lord's tone. Surely he wasn't going to focus his wrath onto the young colonel for this? Prince Iroh stepped in for the defense. Brother, please, if not for Xing's intervention we might not be here at all. Colonel Hua. Tachi was quietly impressed that he didn't feel even a lick of apprehension from the woman beside him. Yes, Fire Lord. You did not report the colonel's plan to your superiors. The Frostfire did not hesitate in her response. His claim was outlandish, but with his record so far I felt like I owed it to the colonel to give him a chance, Fire Lord. It is hard to believe when someone tells you that he knows a man planning to kill the moon, Prince Iroh offered. Colonel Hua should be commended that she trusted Xing, but not so much as to take his whole regiment over. Silence followed, with nobody daring to speak for or against the young dragon. As much as Tachi disliked the boy, he wasn't going to go out of his way to undermine Xing as some of his colleagues tried to. The colonel was a reckless commander espousing all the wrong ideals, but he wasn't some great enemy coming to tear apart the Fire Nation's military structure. But as much as he was grateful for Xing's uncovering Zhao's madness, Tachi wasn't that grateful as to risk drawing the Fire Lord's wrath. So it seems. The swish of robes this time was not as sharp. Colonel Hua, considering your merits and the service you've given us, and the spate of vacancies, you are hereby promoted to General of the East. That was good and bad. Promotion to General was definitely good, but being assigned to the East, in the almost literal quagmire that was the slow crawl towards Ba Sing Se, Hua might likely find herself stagnating like her predecessor, General Masa, who struggled to gain notable merits and acclaim against the stubborn defenders of the impenetrable city. Still, it was better than a promotion into the War Council, where she'd be stuck filing papers. Thank you, Fire Lord. Now, on to other relevant matters, the Fire Lord said, anger returning to his voice again. Tell me, Iroh, how did Zuko end up in the North Pole after his supposed death? That was a curious question, Tachi had to admit, and he shared glances from the edges of his sight with Dayang and Hua about it. Well, it seems that your son was it just him, or did Tachi feel a flare of annoyance from the Fire Lord at that emphasis? Not only survived the attempt on his life, but managed to fool all of us and somehow ferry himself to the North Pole. High General Wolong, tell me again what the investigation on Zhao's flagship found. The High General coughed once before answering. There were signs of a stowaway living within the storage holds, with discarded bandages and bowls. It was also noted that a dinghy was missing from the ship on the night before the invasion. The Fire Lord almost growled his next question. And you have no idea about that, brother? None at all, Iroh answered immediately, and Tachi dared glance up to see the prince lifting his hands up helplessly as he shook his head. It seems that your son is more resourceful and stubborn than everyone gives him credit for. Why was the Fire Lord displeased at the mention of his son? He must have taken the dinghy to shore and somehow found the Avatar. There was a disturbing undercurrent of spite from Fire Lord Ozay's reply. And yet he was found defeated and unconscious, a prisoner of the Avatar. There is at least one waterbender among the Avatar's companions. Zuko was fighting in enemy territory, so it shouldn't be a surprise that he lost. You should be proud that they respected him enough to take him prisoner, instead of tossing him to freeze to death in the cold wasteland. Quite. Admiral Dayang, General Tachi, General Hua. You are all certain that Prince Zuko was recovered with severe wounds. Tachi took the moment to speak up now, when it was relatively safe, before the others did the talking. He would not be accused of being too passive, nor would his presence be completely overlooked. Yes, Fire Lord. He was barely conscious when we got to him. Most of his wounds are old, probably from surviving the failed assassination attempt. Which, if anything, made the prince's journey into captivity even more impressive, Tachi did not say aloud. The point still stands that he failed once more in his quest. A reasonable failure, Prince Iroh argued, though it was a futile attempt. Something must have happened for Prince Zuko to be viewed with such disdain by his father. A failure gone on for long enough, the Fire Lord stated with finality. My decree remains. Zuko will be relieved of his quest, and the new terms of his exile unchanged. Poor boy, hopefully he'd be able to use the 6 years to rebuild himself, though considering the recent circumstances. Then at least allow him to be parted with the 11th Regiment, to let him find his own path. Being stuck in a regiment, however vaunted, as a frontline soldier did not offer much opportunity for a prince. The general heard his liege's smirk as he replied. ATLA had made it clear. You have made it clear. Zuko insulted her colonel, and by extension herself, and so she made him pay the consequences. ATLA overreached with her authority. The prince exclaimed. She has no right to conscript a prince. This seemed to amuse his brother, who replied in a bit of a drawl. Bear in mind that I had rescinded all royal privileges from Zuko, which includes the protection from conscription. You'll let him languish as a mere foot soldier? Please, Ozay, Zuko is your son. And I've been more than tolerant enough with his failures up until now. If my more competent daughter thinks that she can make something of her brother by dragging him to the front lines, then so be it. Prince Iroh's voice hardened to a similar tone as the Fire Lord. So you're content to leave Zuko in the hands of her regiment? Something made Tachi glance up from his bowed position again, and he caught the malicious grin on the Fire Lord's features. No, brother. I'm more than happy to give Zuko over to Colonel Singh and his regiment. For all intents and purposes, until his exile is over, Zuko is nothing more than a soldier of the 11th Royal Regiment. And all that comes with it? Iroh asked, rightfully offended. To have the prince endure and forced to adopt the same dishonorable tactics of the Scorpion Dragon did not sit well with Tachi. Fire Lord Ozay snarled. Especially all that comes with it. There will be no privilege to hide behind, no special soft treatment. Until ATLA says otherwise, Zuko is nothing more than a member of her regiment. The prince reeled for a moment before reluctantly nodding. As the Fire Lord wills it, he relented with no small amount of disappointment, and the general sympathized for him and his nephew. Hopefully Colonel Singh would not be so malicious as to send the disgraced prince into suicide missions. Or worse, have the prince perpetually stuck to guard duty, unable to find any meaningful feats for himself. This was an unfortunate situation, though Tachi had no right to comment about the affairs and harsh discipline of the royal family. Yet, why was it when the private court was dismissed, did Tachi find Prince Iroh smirking with satisfaction as he practically skipped out of the palace? Really, don't worry about me, Ong. The ancient king's grin was still maniacal enough to lighten the atmosphere despite the grim environment. King Bumi had been kept in a cell completely made of metal suspended high in the air, with only the barest minimum of comforts afforded to him as a royal. But Bumi. No buts, the king said with a firm shake of his head behind the bars, and then his features softened. I'm sorry, Ong, but you'll have to find another master to teach you earthbending. Your teacher will be someone who has mastered neutral Jing. You need to find someone who waits and listens before striking. Ong lifted himself back up to the top of the cell, the cushion of air more than enough to mute his landing on the metal surface. He snuck out the same way he snuck in, using a gust of air to launch himself towards a massive window in the converted hall. Appa awaited his return with a soft growl, and Katara and Sokka gave questioning looks. He's not coming, Ong said, unable to hide his disappointment as he climbed onto Appa's saddle. Bumi said that he has to stay in Omashu. Katara gave a comforting pat on the back, but it was Sokka who spoke. Don't worry, Ong. We'll find you another earthbending master. I'm sure Bumi has some plan in mind that requires him being a prisoner. You really think so? The other boy shrugged. I mean, we all know that he met with the crazy scorpion psycho with well thought out plans in case he lost, which he did, no disrespect to him. And the people of Omashu were evacuated so smoothly that this city still feels like a ghost town despite the Fire Nation occupying it. So who's to say that him being captured isn't part of some other plan? Ong thought about it for a moment, and then nodded his agreement. Yeah, you're right, Sokka. Maybe he's waiting for the right time. For all you know, Katara chimed in, it has something to do with the other states gathering their armies. And if the rumors were true, Bumi surrendering was also to keep the Fire Nation busy guarding Omashu. Ong wasn't versed in military tactics to know whether that theory held any water, but he could imagine that Bumi probably had something cooked up involving Omashu as a trap. It was a consolation he had to settle with as he directed Appa up into the night sky. The airbender took a last look at the quiet husk of Omashu, and then promised himself that the next time he returned it'd either be to liberate it, or partake in the celebration of its liberation. So, where are we headed? Bumi said to go east, in the cities that are less affected by the war. We're looking for someone called Bafong. Or is it Beifong? Sokka didn't hesitate to throw a skeptical look. And how'd he know that? Is that a friend of his? Ong smiled as he shook his head, more than happy to relay the good news. The spirits told him. After what happened in ATLA, it was great knowing that the spirits were getting involved in this war. Maybe some of them finally saw the dangers of the Fire Nation winning. Newly promoted General Wa had finished up the necessary paperwork and transfer of duties, feeling both concerned and proud of the promotion. That she teetered on the edge of being demoted into oblivion for her aid of seeing did not worry her. After all, the young colonel's outlandish claim had proven true, and they had saved the world. It was entirely her new rank, or rather where that rank sent her that gnaws on Wa's mind. It was no secret that the eastern lines were far more eventful than the other regions, yet the harvest of merits there was slim for the commanders stationed there. The closer they got to Ba Sing Se, the tougher the resistance got, and the slow crawl threatened to grind to a bloody halt. Still, being assigned as General of the East did present some opportunities. Being the one to break the deadlock would bring her great acclaim, and having command of the entire front meant that Wa would have a freer hand in making that happen. As General, she could theoretically liaise with General Shou and barter for the loan of several regiments, like the Princess Fire Lancers, for example. Young Xing's unorthodox strategies might be what the Eastern Front needed. If that meant that she would have to share command, and thereby credit, of the front, so be it. Wa was not the type that greedily hoarded the intangible, nor was she delusional enough to think she didn't need any help. She'd even tolerate the brute Dao if it meant advancing the war in the Fire Nation's favor. Maybe she could also reach out to the southern garrisons, perhaps some commanders there might be interested to trade languishing in patrol and guard duties for the danger of the front lines. The general mulled in silence as she walked through the administration district, but she wasn't so lost in her thoughts to miss the attention of someone moving in to intercept her. Wa tensed as she slowed and let a modestly dressed noble girl walk up before her. Modestly dressed in relation to all the primped-up courtiers around here, anyway. The girl's face was only lightly powdered, and her hair tied back with a simple silver hairpin. Her silk dress was absent of any metal threading, save for the distinct emblem of the royal flame sewn on her left breast. It was uncommon to see such a simply dressed courtier. The girl wasted no time in bowing at Wa in greetings. Crown Princess ATLA sends her congratulations on your promotion, General Wa. So this was the princess lackey? That explains the modest clothing then. I'm surprised that news has already reached Her Highness, Wa bluntly said, and the noble girl smiled a bit too serenely. The Crown Princess had foreseen the likelihood of your promotion, and had prepared for the occasion. The general raised an eyebrow at that. Princess ATLA was far more thorough than she had thought, to anticipate Wa's promotion. Before she could think further on it, the girl before her bowed once more. Ah, forgive me for my poor manners. I have the pleasure of being arg3nt, handmaiden of the Crown Princess. Wa nodded at the girl. What does the Crown Princess wish of me? Might as well get straight to the point. Princess ATLA wasn't one to beat around the bush either. arg smiled, a bit more warmly now this time. Her Highness merely wishes for you to continue doing your best for the Fire Nation. She also cautions you against overworking and overreaching. Your merits do you in good stead already and you should not feel like you have to prove yourself. That was nice of her. But then again, the princess did have an eye for nurturing talent. Which meant that Princess ATLA truly did see something in Hua to send a message like this. The notion that her ascension to general warranted royal attention, even indirectly like this, filled Hua with some pride. She couldn't wait to relay this to her parents, uncles, and aunties, and not only be the first general on either side of her family, but the first to actually gain royal commendation. Oh, to be able to rub it in the faces of her elders. Mercantile tradition, her battle-worn ass. Quickly snapping back to the present before it became too rude, Hua bowed her thanks at the not insignificant attention. Please relay my gratitude for Her Highness' consideration of me. The handmaiden nodded, and then to Hua's trepidation her smile melted away. However, I'm afraid that I also bear, potentially unwelcome news for you, General. Surely the princess wasn't going to start working her straight away? Before Hua could start guessing though, arg turned away and began to walk, offering only a glance to hint that Hua should follow her towards the much less busy side of an administrative office. The handmaiden glanced around before she spoke again, her voice softer and edged with some worry. It is either fortunate or unfortunate that you have been elevated to General of the East, because I have, news meant for such a general. arg gave a dry, consoling smile. You've saved me time in delivering messages, General Hua, but I must apologize for the bad exchange on your part. What's going on? Hua hissed, suddenly wary of her surroundings as she was plunged into some sort of intrigue. Are you aware of the War Ministry's competition, General? Hua quickly dredged up what she knew. I think so. The candidates are still proving themselves for the post of minister. Supposedly, after Minister Qin's unfortunate demise, the ministry almost broke down immediately as various assistants and protégés fought to replace him. The Fire Lord encouraged the rivalry within limits, applying the Fire Nation's meritocracy in a slightly more ruthless manner to decide the next war minister. As such, the candidates were all doing what they could to stand out. Allegedly, some administrators and overseers were locked in a destructive cycle of sabotage and outright assassination, while others took to the field with untested prototypes, and a few more deluded individuals took to hunting the avatar. Judging from the handmaiden's grim nod, Hua guessed that the second group was a cause for concern now. One of them, Chief Engineer Gunsu, has decided to bring one of the late minister's prototypes war machines out into the field. Hua thought of the Tundra tanks which performed admirably, and wondered what else could be derived from it. And he'll bring it to the east? Is the machine dangerous? Not exactly. arg produced a scroll from within one of her sleeves and offered it to the general. Hua unfurled the scroll and beheld a precise sketch of a sort of drill on, tracks and spikes. A massive drill on track and spikes, if the numbers attached to every line were correct. By all accounts, the great drill should be impervious to most external damage. With that much steel on it, Hua could imagine that claim to be true. However, it would, require a heavy escort. One that would likely be far more vulnerable considering the slow speed of the machine. The general frowned as she noted the specifications of the great drill, and saw its abysmal speed. Then she imagined trying to stop earthbenders from reaching any part of the drill to climb inside and sabotage it. Because of course something like this would require various entry points. And Hua imagined doing so for dozens, if not hundreds of slow miles, from the front lines all the way to Ba Sing Se. Because what else could a drill like this be used for besides breaching the impenetrable city's walls? It'd be a daunting task for sure, though not too impossible. One only needed to dedicate, say about a whole army to keeping the drill safe and unisolated. I can see the cause for concern, Hua stated as evenly as she could, rolling up the scroll to return it, only for arg to shake her head at the gesture. Keep it. We have copies. While the Crown Princess is more than happy to wish for the success of the many inventions from the War Ministry, investigations up until now have made it clear that this particular system, this great drill, might carry a cost of far too many lives to be brought to bear. Building it near Ba Sing Se would expose too many talented engineers, and having it crawl all the way there would tie up far too many troops in its defense. Hua nodded her agreement at the assessment. So what would the Crown Princess ask of me? arg grinned as she lowered her head slightly, giving her a menacing look. Chief Engineer Gunsu will likely be making the proposal to begin assembling the drill in the Eastern Front within a few days' time. The handmaiden nodded at the scroll in the general's hand. Study the schematics, determine how many spears and firebenders would be required to keep it safe, and then as General of the East volunteer your forces to the drill's defense. Hua frowned as she tried to find the underlying schemes in that proposal, but she had to admit that her lack of talent for intrigue put her at a disadvantage. What difference did it make? Surely the War Council would ask her to guard the drill once it was deployed. It was about the same thi. Ah. arg smiled at her reaction. I see you've realized what needs to be done, General. I do, came the reluctant reply. Hua didn't like this first venture into the realm of politics. Point out the flaws of the machine to downplay the drill's potency, so that the chief engineer would be affronted and request only a minimal guard to prove his success. The handmaiden's smile grew. You'd make a good court general, General Hua. But yes, poke at the man's confidence, and he'll likely rely solely on the War Ministry's own forces to escort the drill. Wouldn't that be setting them up for failure? It is the Crown Princess' belief that compromising the whole Eastern Front for a mere chance at breaching Ba Sing Se is foolish. A chance at just breaching the wall, not capturing the city because otherwise it'd demand even more manpower, for the virtual guarantee of compromising the Eastern territories once the Earth Kingdom grows a brain and decides to capitalize on the emptied-out defenses. To say nothing of the potential losses if they simply harass the drill's supply line and slowly starve it of fuel and manpower. Hyerenji's smile morphed into something more hollow and cold, almost mirroring her royal mistress' own lethal glare. Does that sound like a fair trade to you, General? It didn't, but considering the amount of metal on the contraption, maybe the princess was being pessimistic on its chances? Hyerenji noticed the unasked question and sighed. In theory, this drill would be all but guaranteed to do its job, and it would be well worth the cost in lives. However, we are not only fighting boorish earthbenders, General Hua. Remember, the Avatar has returned, and according to reliable sources, he has already mastered airbending and waterbending. Elements that the drill might not be prepared for. Ah, right. The Avatar. Hua looked at the raised control bridge of the drill, one meant to keep it out of reach of earthbender attacks, and then imagined the airbender boy swooping in to tear the whole tower down with a flurry of water blades or a localized hurricane. General Hua humbly lowered her head and snapped a salute. Please relay my gratitude for Her Highness' compassion for the common soldier. Hyerenji left the new general of the East with full confidence that Hua's loyalty had shifted that much more towards the princess. Military types tended to take either more work or less, usually proportional to their competency. Hua was competent, so Hyerenji had been prepared for patient nudging. She already had some future aid planned out, all above board and reasonable to ensure that there would be no dishonesty to potentially threaten the stoic woman's joining the ranks. Crown Princess ATLA liked the harder but also more rewarding path of gaining her followers through clean means, which had the nice side effect of maximizing their loyalty to her. Hyerenji herself had been a rescue, so to speak. Her parents had been disgraced from royal court and had to settle for an inglorious posting in a desolate island. The princess plucked them out of obscurity and put Hyerenji's parents to work overseeing a burgeoning colony, all for the low price of competence and loyalty. Hyerenji too was offered a role in the palace as the princess handmaiden, though it was for the most part a move to snub some of the court officials. Not that Hyerenji would complain, Princess ATLA took good care of her pawns, and was not so close-minded that she kept them stunted on a tight leash. Like many servants, Hyerenji had proven her worth in palace politics, and had earned greater responsibilities and merit for it. Now she did her mistress' bidding beyond the palace grounds, often acting as a messenger or recruiter in the princess' interest within the home islands. Her roles were not strictly limited to that, though. Leaving General Hua in a good mood, Hyerenji returned to the main street and headed for a shuttered tea house. A grizzled old man stood outside of it, dressed with all the plain finery of a retired merchant. She offered him a smile, and noted the way he folded his arms across his chest, left over right, with the index and little finger flashing out. Wonderful. Hyerenji passed the old trader, and walked past the tea house as if it never was her intended destination in the first place. She easily slipped into the back alley, using the establishment's back entrance. The merchant's rather dashing grandson held the door open for her, and Hyerenji had to resist the urge to flirt as she entered the kitchen. Just in time, a couple of pretty noble girls like herself, save for their dresses teetering off their shoulders, passed by, escorting an older man into one of the storerooms. It'd have made more sense if this all took place in the brothels, but if a man liked drowning in the smell of dried tea leaves as he fucked, who was Hyerenji to judge? It made for a more hilarious discovery, if anything. The handmaiden waited for the storage room's door to close and double-checked for potential interruptions before she walked up to the room and slowly opened it. "Oh my," she said, feigning surprise at the genuinely surprised man and his giggling companions. He immediately sputtered and his hands gestured in the air. "Wait, miss. This is not what it." Hyerenji aborted the excuse with a sultry smirk, one that took her months to get right because she wasn't exactly a smiley person, and pushed the collar of her dress towards one shoulder. Mind if I join in?" The target's shock took on a different flavor, and then he gulped as his two companions before nodding too eagerly with a dirty and greedy grin. She locked the door behind her, as one of the other girls grabbed a handful of tea leaves from an open sack to mash against his face and the other began to work her hands down between his legs. Hyerenji and her accomplices exchanged looks as the man gave a mewling moan. Really, she shouldn't kink shame, but... over already. Getting back to the task at hand, the two girls giggled and teased their target and easily encouraged him for another round. arg joined along with a vapid smile as they disrobed and made a show of caressing each other before him. The man got hard again, eventually, spirits be praised, and this time both girls got down between his legs, while it was arg who held a handful of leaves. Except these ones weren't taken from the many containers within the room. The man moaned in pleasure as she shoved the leaves into his mouth, but credit to him, he quickly realized something was wrong when he tasted the toxic spores from the moldy leaves. Before he could struggle too much, arg's accomplices tackled him down and pinned him by an arm each, while arg straddled him to keep him from kicking too much and kept both hands on his mouth to keep him from spitting out the poison. She also had the pleasure of leaning down to look him dead in the eyes and deliver the princess message. Chief Administrator Tsu of the War Ministry's Personnel Department. Crown Princess ATLA has taken notice of your rude overreach, both in having the hubris to declare yourself minister, as well as trying to slip your dirty hands into her regiment. His body bucked and writhed, but the three assassins kept him from breaking free. For your hubris, know that your remains will be thoroughly humiliated. You might even be posthumously disowned after they discover what we've done to you. His futile struggles took far too long for the girl's liking, but eventually, the poisonous spores did their work, and Tsu's choked lungs gave out. arg and her colleagues quickly added the finishing touches, and then she left out the back door, while the other two gave her a few seconds before they let out very convincing screams. Only a little prodding was all that was needed for rumors to spread that the late chief administrator was discovered naked in a tea house's storeroom. The details varied very little. Tsu had paid a lot of money to close the shop for the day so that he and his companions could enjoy a private drinking session. Then he left his young escorts to grab some tea, but after he took too long they went to find him, and lo, the man was naked and dead, choked with a literal throat full of tea leaves with signs of personal intimacy found on the leaves on him. And in him. arg found it rather fun shoving dried leaves into his lower body's orifices. Messy, but fun. Better than trying to smear drying semen on the leaves, anyway. Those girls were consummate professionals to not react at all as they got their hands dirty. Tsu's death was quickly ruled as a freak suicide, emphasis on freak, attributed to him over inhaling the leaves as he did, whatever it was that he did, and then unfortunately choking to death. The tea house surprisingly thrived after that, capitalizing on the weird incident. Tea so good a man tried to fuck it became its unofficial slogan. arg had mixed feelings that the shop did so well. On the one hand, the owner's grandson now might inherit a thriving business to be considered a viable prospect for her. But on the other, he was getting too busy running the place to have time for her. Such was the rocky life of a princess servant. What's his crimes? Kylan asked as she stared at the gagged, wide-eyed man bound to a stake. Seeing glanced to his side where a well-dressed young man a few years older than himself stood. The surprisingly young governor of Zilang didn't miss a beat. The condemned, he said with a sour face, is convicted of multiple counts of murder. Hey! I thought it was partisan terrorism. Seeing asked. The governor shook his head. The terrorism charge would unfairly involve his village, who had been highly cooperative in turning in this scum to us in the first place. Plus UNC Overseer Day also said that declaring this scum a terrorist would be legitimizing him, and might give other aspiring resistance fighters the wrong ideas. Kylan didn't appreciate the finer workings of all those words, but she did note the disgust and hate in the governor's eyes every time it was directed at the criminal. Who'd he kill? She asked out of curiosity, and the official snarled rather viciously. 2 civilian engineers, 1 foreman, and 14 of his own fellow villagers, of which 4 of them are children. A sudden void dropped in the elder waterbender's guts at hearing that children were involved. The governor spat on the ground as he glared daggers at the bound criminal. The bastard covered a few barrels of blasting jelly with his earth-bending, and then sent the booby-trapped boulder rolling down at the newly built creche. The foreman and engineers tried to stop it with their own earth-bending, but the barrels went off and turned all the rocks and dirt into lethal projectiles. The villagers sent a runner to one of our patrols, who quickly hunted him down and dragged him here. It was confusing as it was horrifying to hear that someone could do that to their own friends and neighbors. Kylan stared at the gagged man, and met a gaze that held only contempt. You said something about partisan terrorism. She asked, remembering the other more obscure charge. Yet, bastard had to be gagged because he kept screaming profanities at anyone in any form of Fire Nation uniform, and spouting nonsense about punishing traitors and collaborating horse to the Fire Nation to everyone else. The governor spat again. Fucking coward doesn't have the balls to go after things that can fight back. According to the report, he was too busy trying to flee rather than put up a fight against the squad that captured him. Kylan's gaze hardened and turned deadly cold on the man at the stake. The young man was right, this filth was nothing but a spineless coward with delusions of righteousness. I'm surprised he's still alive, she remarked. Every second he drew breath was more air he wasted and tainted with his existence. It's only been a week, Seeing said. Supposedly the local judges were debating on how to execute him. The governor nodded grimly. More or less. Some magistrates are arguing that he should be executed in the village for their closure, but since the place is still being rebuilt, others have suggested to just get it over with. Then there's the debate on whether to make it quick or slow. Xing grinned. My thanks, Governor Han, for loaning him to us. I'll do my best to keep him alive for his inevitable execution. If he ends up dying, just make sure he suffers. The governor bowed, surprisingly offering one to Kylan as well, and then left, leaving Kylan with Xing and his soldiers in one of the regiment's smaller training grounds. Now then, Elder, with your help, hopefully this sterling example of human monstrosity will get to live through everything I have planned. The waterbender found herself smirking thinly, and her voice thick with malice. I'll make sure he won't even pass out, Kylan promised. She walked with Xing towards the bound prisoner, and kept a hand on the boy's shoulders to track his chi paths as he centered himself. If the whispers were right, someone or something had purposely changed the boy, and for the better. He still didn't have a normal person's chi network, but the holes in his chi paths had been tidied up, as best as Kylan could describe it. While before they might be akin to severed limbs that were left open, now they felt more like robust Earth Kingdom stone pipes with some sort of gate or valve to it. The prisoner's head shifted back and forth as he tried to speak through the cloth gag, but both waterbender and unusual firebender ignored him. Xing drew in a breath, and Kylan felt chi that was not his flow in and circulate through his body. To her waterbender senses, it felt like opening the floodgates to let the irrigation ditches be flooded. It was a potent, heady rush that even seeped into her through her meager contact with Xing. Xing reached out and pinched the madman's ear, and the chi began to flow away from it. Ignoring the muffled groans of growing pain, the healer focused on bringing her hand down the boy's back, tracing his many severed chi paths and noting the prodigious torrent of energy flowing out of Xing. The paths were no longer buckling and deteriorating, and his body was not losing heat as rapidly as it used to. There was barely any change in his body's heat at all, come to think of it. Kylan noted no cold sweat or shivering from the boy, and a quick tap on his neck confirmed that Xing was about as healthy as he could be. The healer finally looked over to the prisoner, and was surprised to find him shivering instead. His eyes were fluttering, and he was slumped over with only his bindings to keep him up. What are you doing? Kylan muttered in surprise, and the flow of chi through Xing stopped as he glanced over to her. There was a loud crack as he snapped off the man's now frozen earlobe and showed it to her. The thing had turned blackened, and Xing gave a casual flick with the other hand to produce a solid pinging sound. A glance back at the victim saw the rest of his ear in an equal state of frostbite, with not so much as a droplet of blood seeping through the jagged wound. It seems that I'm able to make use of my previous freezing issue. That was new. Terrifyingly new. Xing could drain heat? Did you take it from him or the air? Kylan asked with sudden urgency. The boy frowned. The air. I tried to draw it from him, but it was taking too much effort. The aged waterbender hummed at that. So it was likely this was a result of drawing chi, not unlike what he was doing before, except that the side effects had changed? Can you do it at range? Xing shook his head. I haven't tried. It feels like I can barely control it this way. Kylan nodded and proceeded to back away. Well, that's what I'm here for. I'll be at a safe distance. The young soldier waited until she and his bodyguards were right by the entrance before he took an unusual open stance several paces away from the bound convict. Kylan could see elements of fire bending in his short movements, but the movements were too jerky and clumsy. Xing's lack of proper bending experience was clearly showing now, as he seemed to struggle in channeling the energy. There was a moment where he seemed to get into a smoother flow, and Kylan began to notice the ground around Xing's feet turning paler as it dried out. He finally punched out with two open palms pressed together at the base, but nothing came out. Nothing that could be seen, anyway. The prisoner gave a muffled scream as something washed over him and his exposed skin turned pale. His attire became stiff as if the linen suddenly turned into paperboards. The wooden stake he was tied to creaked and glistened from the sudden accumulation of rime ice on its surface. A thin fog wafted down from both man and stake that slowly faded as the ambient heat returned to warm both up. In contrast, steam was visibly rising from Xing. He wasn't sweating, but the air around him was distorted with a heat haze that quickly dissipated. The ground around his feet had dried to the point that they cracked. As she stared in stunned silence, the boy slid back into the start of the same stance and began to move again. The prisoner noticed and shook his head desperately, his pleas still incomprehensible through the cloth gag. Xing's hand shot out again, and this time the criminal's scream was much more tortured. His face flushed red, his once stiff clothing turned soft again and dripped with melted moisture. The stake creaked as it sweated water. And this time it was Xing's back that was covered in rime, and the cracked ground by his feet lightly dusted with falling ice. Heat bending. One of the bodyguards muttered in silent awe. Kylan couldn't find anything to disprove that claim, and stared harder at Xing. He didn't look any worse for wear, especially when compared to his usual bouts of white fire. Forcing herself to return to her responsibilities, the waterbender cleared her throat. How's your fire bending? Xing looked over to her with a grin. Better than it ever was. His hand lashed out, and a stream of white fire roared just inches past the bound man's head. No cold anymore. Not even a hint of a shiver, Xing proudly announced. Whoever, or more likely whatever, that did this must have been really talented. To not only undo the damage on Xing's chi pathways, but improve it so that he could turn the weakness into a new asset? If it wasn't clear that the spirits favored the boy, this new feat should confirm it for the doubters. Still, best not to let it all get to his head, can't have the boy be too smug that he becomes careless. It's all well and good, but your form needs working. Xing slumped a bit and nodded. Yet. I'm figuring it out as I go. Normal firebending styles aren't good for it, I've tried. Kylan nodded in understanding. It was the same with waterbending water whips and ice spikes. Different forms were better suited to channel chi into different purposes. Healing utilized a different level of manipulation and control as well. Xing being so used to blasting his white fire was putting him at a slight disadvantage now since he had no formal bending to use as a foundation. Well, you'll have to take it slower and have a feel of how the chi is moving. She walked over with a nod towards the terrified captive. Let me see how he's doing and then we can figure out how good's your control. Where'd you put his ear? Fortunately, Xing had a talent for heat bending which proved more controllable and malleable than his white fire. With occasional tips from the bodyguards in relation to the stances, they spent the day establishing the initial understanding of this new art, and Kylan felt her mind race as she took in the staggering implications of heat bending. Ice attacks against the boy would be useless. She tried the forms that she knew, and all the frozen spikes and hailstorm did was douse Xing in lukewarm water at best. At worst, Kylan watched the water flash into steam. On the other end of it, he could drain out all the heat from an area and literally freeze limbs off. With Xing's creativity and ruthlessness, Kylan could already imagine the bloody wake that would follow once he utilized it. Governor Han returned in the evening to retrieve a ruined corpse. Xing was good, but not that good. It was a mistake to have let the boy try and freeze the man's tongue out. The cold air had seeped all the way down to his lungs and asphyxiated him. After that, there was no point in trying to heal up the rest of his frost and burn-related wounds. She realized too late into her lunge that she had overreached. Her senses screamed warnings as her body stumbled to bring itself to a halt. But it was too late. The monster had simply sidestepped her attack, and with deadly swiftness his head thrust out. Suki gasped at the strong and hot flesh instantly tightened around her neck, but it didn't stop her from retaliating. Her war fan slashed horizontally, but that only made the malevolent creature step into her reach, her elbow slapping harmlessly against his plates and his presence getting far too close for comfort. The pressure around her neck tightened even more, painful enough this time that Suki had to drop her weapon in an attempt to break free of the grip. Even as she struggled, the Kyoji warrior couldn't break from the gaze of the monster before her. Piercing golden amber eyes glowed with malevolence as they stared into her, and an apathetic straight line formed the creature's mouth. The boy monster yanked her towards him, and Suki felt his pincer break the skin of her neck with that jarring movement. She kicked and punched to no avail, and helplessly watched as the boy's other arm rose up, the stinger raised in preparation for a killing blow. Suki's struggle slackened as tightening grip caused something in her throat to pop, and she found herself gurgling with wide-eyed terror. Surrender, came a baleful voice, and though the monster's mouth did not move, she knew it was his. Submit. Despite her fear, the warrior managed to shake her head, her eyes never breaking from his gaze. The boy stared at her for a while more, and then she heard a sigh. He brought his face closer and he opened his mouth, and then his head broke up into a swarm of scorpions that poured over Suki's face and spilled over her body. She tried not to scream, but then she felt the pinch of pincers and stingers. Suki woke up with a gasp, the awareness of her whole body going painfully stiff crashing into her consciousness. It was the same dreadful nightmare again, with one of the more violent outcomes. The girl brought her trembling hand down from her throat before she sat up, and found herself in the comfortable inn that she and her sisters had booked for the night. Across her, Kana remained soundly asleep. After soft rap on the door, Okuni's head peeked in, throwing a mildly concerned look at Suki. Everything all right? Suki glanced around, and then nodded slowly, hiding her still trembling hands under the blanket. Yet. Bad dream again. There was no scorpion here. Okuni frowned a little, and then slipped back out to resume her night watch, leaving Suki to sigh as she slumped down into the bed. The nightmares were infrequent, but their disturbing vividness always left her shaken. What was worse was that there were different endings to the nightmare. This was the first time she recalled the scorpion's face turning into a swarm like that. Previously, either the pincer around her neck snapped close to decapitate her, or the stinger came down to burst an eye or pierce her forehead. Or. Suki chewed at her lip as she recalled the other endings. Or she would admit defeat, and then the pincer would let go of her throat, only to slice through her armor. Or the stinger would not come down, but strike upwards, between. Banishing the unwelcome recollection with a sharp shake of her head, Suki rolled to one side and closed her eyes tightly, forcing herself to recall other things as she tried to go back to sleep. She was surprisingly rested enough in the following morning, and led her Kyoji warriors onwards without stumbling or slouching like the first few times. This stretch of their journey this time didn't take too long. They met a passing wagon going their way, and the merchant on it had been generous enough to offer them a lift in exchange for some questions about the Kyoji warriors. It was a small price to pay, and the girls enjoyed basking in the barely restrained awe of the trader and his family. After weeks of wandering, the Kyoji warriors finally reached the most dreaded destination. Suki and her friends traded looks to draw support from each other's strength before they stepped into the colony of Zilang. As it has been in earlier encounters, the arrival of the Kyoji warriors drew many stares, but by now Suki had learned to ignore the curious looks directed at her group, or the mild annoyance of the local guards. Throughout their journey within the Fire Nation's territory, the patrols and town guards had always kept a wary eye on the painted warriors, but never once had things escalated beyond some questioning. A captain or two might be overtly suspicious and disapproving of their presence, but nothing even close to harassment came from the meetings. Suki would take suspicion over leering looks any day though, and begrudgingly admitted that from all she's seen so far, the Fire Nation were far less oppressive overlords than she'd expected them to be. Oh sure, it was a recent change, and the older overlords were practically interchangeable with the fouler Earth Kingdom rulers Suki had the displeasure to know, but that made things all the more impressive. The heir to the Fire Nation's throne, the crown princess no older than Suki herself, had decided to take over and administer to the colonies with, according to some villagers lucky enough to witness it, ruthless compassion, doing an about-turn in their governing policy that focused on bettering the lives of its conquered people. The changes had made the common townsfolk and villagers treat Princess ATLA with respect that made her seem like a saint at times. The Kyoji warriors had passed by once derelict towns being rebuilt, and on 2 occasions part of the laborers included former officials who had been demoted by their princess. Taxes had been lightened by almost a third, apparently after the princess' own officials did some digging into corrupt governors and magistrates and corrected the rates. Her new colonial magistrates had more integrity and were far more lenient, as were the frequent patrols she ordered to keep the lands safe. With stories like that being spread around liberally, it was little wonder that Princess ATLA won the hearts of the conquered territories. On the one hand, Suki found such veneration by former Earth Kingdom people to be disturbing at the very least, especially the refugees that spat on the names of the lieges they fled from. But yet, as much as she wanted to dislike the princess, Suki had to admit that ATLA was doing a lot of good. Even if part of that good included having the infamous scorpion dragon on a leash. Some said the princess used her charm and wit to keep the young dragon loyal. Others insisted that she fed her regiment criminals to sate their bloodlust. And then there were groups that speculated that she had his family hostage or held some other great advantage to keep the psychopath obedient. More controversially, a few whispers dared hint that the princess willingly sold herself to the monster of the north in exchange for his loyalty. Suki liked to forget that those rumors existed, but every now and then some drunkard would spout it, only to be quickly silenced, often violently, by those around them. And now, she and her warriors were in the lair of the dragon itself. The colony town of Zilang proudly boasted that it hosted the colonial barracks of the 11th Royal Regiment, the Princess Fire Lancers. It said so on the sign on their way in. After parting with the merchant, they secured lodging for the night before exploring the town. And there was much to explore. Compared to the other colonies, Zilang showed more signs of prosperity. It was bustling with activity, just like the other towns they had visited, but there was something more to it. The buildings were no bigger, but there was a clean shine to them that made them feel better. Merchants dressed in distinctive Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom attire manned stalls side by side, but there was significantly more Fire Nation red lining the streets than Earth Kingdom green here that the other colonies didn't have. The clash of green and red extended to the townsfolk, and though many wore elements of both, it was hard to ignore the higher number of red-robed officials walking about. Many had shades of green tastefully sewn into their robes, and some even sported badger mole designs, but regardless it was clear that Zilang was the closest thing to an administrative capital for the colonies. Only the guards were exclusively Fire Nation in their attire, and Suki noticed that they were far more keen-eyed and far more polite. The ones that stopped to question them even addressed them as ma'ams with a passable smile. "Ah, the crown princess had expected your arrival," one guard said, and for some reason that conjured up the image of a smugly smirking princess, which annoyed Suki. "Please head to the governor's office. I'm told that your stay here will be catered for." Suki was sure that there was an insult buried in that offer somewhere, but their curiosity made them follow the directions to a large building of white walls and red and green corners. To Suki's growing annoyance, the officials that saw the Kyoji warriors walk in bowed in greeting. "Oh, welcome, warriors of Kyoji Island. Please, have a seat and I'll have things prepared shortly." "Have what prepared?" "A gift, from the crown princess." "It'll be just a moment." The man left before any questions could be asked, and then returned shortly after with a jingling pouch and a small scroll. The pouch contained a mix of Fire Nation Ban and Earth Kingdom Yuan. Suki unfurled the scroll, which simply read, "Payment for the safe transport of potential Fire Nation civilians. From a grateful princess to renowned warriors." Don't antagonize Seeing. The official bowed again as he remembered something. Oh, if you would not mind telling me where you are lodged, if you already are. Suki blinked, but saw no harm in answering that. Thank you. We will send someone over shortly. As per the Crown Princess orders, your stay in Zilang will be paid for from her personal funds. Was this a bribe, or was ATLA just showing off her station? Regardless, the now puzzled Kyoji warriors left the administrative building and decided to spend the rest of the day sightseeing. As usual, they sought out the poorer part of town, and as usual, the Fire Nation guards did not do anything to dissuade them. Not that Suki expected the place to be in a state of decrepit squalor. Like the other colonies she'd visited, Zilang's poorer quarters showed off far less shine and its streets were narrower, but things were still relatively clean and orderly. More importantly, there was a sense of busy purpose to the adults here, and few people were milling about idly. Everyone was either rushing out to work or coming back from it, or looking after children, or doing housework. Suki hadn't had the chance to see the equivalent in Earth Kingdom cities, but she sincerely hoped that it was at least as good as what these people had. That the stories of cramped, overpopulated alleys filled with broken people and waste were a thing of the past. The Kyoji warriors spent an hour walking through the district in the vain hopes of finding anything incriminating, any dark secret about Fire Nation rule before they moved on to the markets. There, Suki and the sisters drew many eyes as usual, and apparently ATLA's order was already in effect because the vendors were more than happy to give away their wares to the warriors. The guards even stepped in when some traders were being too insistent on offering their wares, especially those dealing with trinkets. It was only until one trader practically begged that it dawned on Suki. Please, take this. It's the least I can do for the great Kyoji warriors as honored guests of the Crown Princess. Suki suppressed a shudder when she realized that not only was ATLA tying her name with the Kyoji warriors, but none of the people here forcing their wares on them were doing it out of fear or easy money. Supposedly ATLA would be paying them for it. After all, by their proud smiles these vendors were genuinely enthusiastic about giving stuff away to ATLA's guests. They were eager to prove the quality of their wares to honored visitors. As Suki processed the disturbing thought, a voice called out from behind her that caused her hand to shoot straight to cover her throat. Oh, fancy seeing you here. She turned to the familiar voice, and found the scorpion wearing an amused smirk. Despite the sudden rush of emotion, the leader of the Kyoji warriors also noted how the crowd around them became much more subdued in his presence, even the guard were fidgeting. You. That was all Suki could say, though she had to raise a hand slightly to force her fellow warriors back at ease. Yeah, me. His smirk faded as a frown formed on his face. Are you hurt? Suki then remembered her hand still wrapped around her neck, and willed it down to her side. And no. It's nothing. The scorpion gave her a look for a second before shrugging it off and then bowing politely. If you say so. I'll leave you ladies to your leisure and not ruin your enjoyment any further. Please, enjoy Zilang. As she stared at his departing back, Suki was torn between rushing over to strike him down, and asking him to stay. She struggled to figure out why even if her neck felt exposed at the thought of it. Thankfully she did neither, and the Kyoji warriors retired for the evening for an interesting first day in prosperous Zilang. Relatively, because Suki had the nightmare again, and when she awoke she resolved herself to try to put an end to it. With face unpainted and dressed in a commoner's outfit, the warrior headed for the barracks of the 11th Royal Regiment as soon as dawn broke out. She didn't even wait for breakfast, or fully clean off the dampness between her legs. Kashi was used to an eventful life as Seeng's bodyguard, but even he was surprised that the colonel had a visitor so early in the morning. The troops at the gate had said it was a rather angry young woman looking for a meeting with Seeng, and Kashi racked his brain for any possible offense Seeng might have caused right up until they reached the entrance. He didn't recognize the restless girl, but her voice was definitely familiar. Excuse me, miss, Seeng began with the usual courtesy bow, but what can I help you with? The girl huffed, her features stuck between a pout and a scowl. Seeng. I challenge you to a duel. Seeng startled a bit in recognition, but admittedly it took a few more seconds for Kashi to realize that this was the Kyoji warrior they had met the day before and back on their island. A duel? The colonel asked with naked confusion. She gave a determined nod. You bested me back then, but I want a rematch. Kashi saw his charge press a palm against his forehead as he muttered softly. It's too early for this. Seeng let out a heavy sigh before he addressed the Kyoji warrior again. If this is a duel, what's at stake? That gave the girl pause, and her mask of determination was instantly replaced with one of puzzlement. Hey! Seeng sighed again. Suki, duels usually are held to settle something. Honor, claims, and so on. Well, then consider this a matter of honor. Fuck. Look, whatever I did to annoy you, can we settle it in a different way? The Kyoji warrior put her hands on her hips, glaring daggers at the colonel. Fuck, Seeng cursed again. Can I just admit defeat now? I'll let you spria. No. There's no way to get out of this. No. Seeng paused to glance at Kashi and the other soldiers, and everyone could only offer shrugs in return. This was the first time someone had so brazenly come up to the barracks like this. Fine, he relented with a sigh. But it's a non-lethal duel. And since you're not a bender, I'll not use my fire against you. Yield or incapacitation to determine the loser. The girl looked even more affronted at that, but she folded her arms and nodded. Fine. Singh led the Kyoji warrior Suki towards the nearest sparring ground, gathering a crowd as soldiers woke up to the unusual commotion. What's going on? Captain Ping asked, and Han scratched his head trying to explain. Some girl came up to challenge the colonel to a duel. The fuck did Singh do? Weikung interjected, glancing at Kashi. Nothing, the bodyguard answered honestly. We ran into the Kyoji warriors yesterday at the market, but the interaction was minimal. Kyoji warriors, hey? Ping asked speculatively, staring at the girl taking her place in the sparring grounds. Did he do something to her last time he went to their island? Kashi sifted through his memory for a moment before answering. She was their leader. Singh defeated her. Ah, personal honor then. The soldiers within earshot of Weikung nodded at the captain's assessment, but Ping looked skeptical. There might be more to it. Captain Sungho announced his arrival out of the shadows with a thoughtful hum. Espionage perhaps. It's always espionage for you. The scout captain shrugged. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Kashi looked at the two unarmed combatants sizing each other up, and tried to put the pieces together. That idea did have merit. It could be possible that this Suki came up to learn more about Singh, possibly to decipher his fighting style? If that was the case, to what end? Was she looking to study him for a weakness to exploit? But he was not bending, so their information would be incomplete. Was this an assassination attempt, then? Was the Kyoji warrior banking on a level playing field to take Singh out? No, that was suicidal and futile. Even out of armor a normal firebender would hardly fall prey to an unarmed assassin, let alone Singh. Still, Kashi kept his guard up, ready to dive into the field. A glance to his fellow bodyguards was all it took for them to get the message and prepare as well. Bofang and Quan led some to surround the perimeter, while Yan moved to add another layer of interception between the sparring grounds and the gate, just in case. The captains noticed the bodyguards' movement, and threw quizzical looks at Kashi. Expecting trouble? Rufen asked warily. Not sure, but it's possible. The duel began before he could say anything more. Suki charged in with a defiant roar, her arms out in a peculiar guard position that Kashi only saw in historical manuals. She had to quickly dodge aside though when Singh suddenly shot towards her with a roar. Genocide cutter. Kashi winced as the sweeping kicks lashed out, trailing smoke from the bursts of fire Singh used to pull off an otherwise impossible move. The flying kicks were slower than usual, and was clearly restrained in its strength. The bodyguard also remembered the first few times the boy had tried it, far back before he became colonel. Such was his fire-bending that Singh suffered dislocated legs and torn muscles from the initial attempts, but managed to eventually master the impractical move after constantly breaking Colonel Liday's order against practicing it. It apparently was worth it, because the first time Singh used it in combat, he broke his feet in exchange for literally tearing off the heads of 2 Earth Kingdom officers. You said you weren't going to fire-bend. The Kyoji warrior yelled out. Singh flashed an annoying grin. I said I wasn't going to use my fire against you. Nothing about using my fires to help me move. Suki seemed like she wanted to grumble, but then she had to leap aside as the colonel launched himself forwards with an upwards hook. She tried to retaliate by sweeping her legs out to trip him, but Singh simply skipped back out of range. The Kyoji warrior growled in growing frustration as she got back up and adopted a more defensive pose. Singh smirked, and then lunged at her with a fist leading the way. The girl didn't take the bait, and dodged right out of the way, probably her honed warrior's instincts warning her of the trap. Those instincts let her put up an impressive fight, as she eventually adopted a pattern of anticipating Singh's attacks and improvising a suitable retaliation. She managed to stay clear of him and land several glancing blows, but those were far from being able to slow Singh down. The colonel had fought on with grievous wounds on the battlefield, compared to that this duel was a sport to him, and everyone, an annoyed Suki included, knew it. And compared to the spars with the princess, this was a much tamer affair. Kashi's sense of looming danger wasn't even tickled. Eventually, after a few minutes of trading blows, the Kyoji warrior fell so much into her pattern that Singh exploited it. He rushed at her with the fists cocked back, and she skipped out of the way at the last second. Singh's leg quickly shot up, landing his first hit on Suki and sending her stumbling backwards. Before she could fully recover, he lunged at her again, this time leading with an elbow. Off balance, Suki raised her arms in front of her to block the attack. The force of it broke through her guard and knocked her back even more, and then Singh suddenly shot up with a burst of fire from his legs, and dove back down with a downwards kick that struck the Kyoji warrior on her shoulder with enough force to send her spinning as she fell. Singh knelt beside her as she struggled to rise up, and the tone of his voice was admirably restrained rather than mocking. This is the part where, if we were fighting for real, I either knock you out or accidentally break your neck. Yield. Suki coughed and shook her head sharply before she answered him with a dark glare. Fine. You win. All of Kashi's expectations about intrigue and assassination flew out the window when he saw the flash in the warrior's eyes. He shared a look with his comrades, the captains especially noticing it as well. Ping wore an all too wide and stupid grin on her face, while Rufen was muttering something that was starting to annoy Sung Ho. The colonel offered Suki a hand, and she stared at it for a second before taking it to get back up. Thank you for being understanding, and for the fight. The girl snorted, wearing her defeat poorly. It wasn't much of a fight for you. Kashi felt a sudden worry when Sing gave a warm and reassuring smile. It's the first time I got to use a bunch of those moves in the sparring field. You've no idea how hard it is to find people that I can spar with on that level. Thanks, I guess. The bodyguard saw another telltale flash in the Kyoji warrior's demeanor as she mulled his words, and he decided then that he'd better be the one to inform the princess, at least before Ping and her sense of drama does. So, I hope that the matter's settled? Sing asked, and the girl gave a hum before she nodded reluctantly. Yeah, I guess so. Care for a break? Breakfast should be ready in the mess hall now. Suki paused for a second before accepting the offer, and as the two combatants finally left the sparring grounds, the crowd dispersed. Han. The nearest Han stopped trying to slink off and turned to the colonel at attention. Please guide our guest to the mess hall for a meal. Captain Ping. Yes, sir. Ping drawled in reply as she reported to him. Sing let out a heavy, weary sigh. Please don't make this a bigger deal than it is. Sir. The captain had the audacity to feign ignorance. Sing gave her a half-hearted glare. You're going to write to Ren and ATLA. I am. On second thought, Motsi. Sir. Report this to ATLA. Keep to the facts, and use words to emphasize that Suki is just here to get her previous defeat out of her system. Harmless encounter. Orange ribbon priority. Ping pouted at that, but Sing ignored her and headed back towards his room. I'm going to see if I can get another hour of sleep. Wake me up if anything happens, Kashi. Despite the earlier match, Suki found the soldiers around her rather friendly. Friendlier than the town guards at least. Apparently, many were genuinely impressed at her showing, and some of the officers were gushing in their praise. You Kyoji warriors really are a different breed. It's a good thing we don't see much of your caliber in the Earth Kingdom armies, a wiry captain said. Would have caused hell for us. But I lost. Suki couldn't help but reply over her half-eaten bowl of stew. You stalled him for long enough and barely got hit, he answered with a wave of his hand. On the battlefield, those seconds can mean extra spears or benders coming to help you. We were often badly outnumbered back then. But the Scorp seeing would be firebending in real combat, she thought. As if sensing that, the captain snorted. His firebending's powerful, but his body couldn't handle long uses. So he either destroys everything around him, or he fights a bit like how he did against you. Just, bloodier. And with firebending thrown in. The soldiers around the captain were nodding at the information as if it was new to them, and Suki went back to her meal when the officer went on to answer someone's question. Suki had just finished her rather heavy breakfast when another officer, a woman with a bright smile, sat right next to her. So, Kyoji warrior, hey. Yes. Your honor's satisfied then? Despite the wording, the question bore no hidden threat or malice. Instead, Suki sensed an undercurrent of mischief. She mulled through the question before settling for an answer. For now. I know when I'm beaten. The woman's smile turned from dazzling to warm and consoling. Don't worry about it. If it's any consolation, I think you'd still wipe the floor against any of our non-benders here. And probably half of our firebenders even. It's a struggle to reach Sing's level. So she wasn't as badly matched against Sing as she had thought? That was, not that bad to hear, admittedly. Now, if you got the time, maybe we can do an exchange. Suki frowned at the question. What kind of exchange? She asked back. If you can offer to teach us some of your moves, we might be able to teach you some of ours that might be useful to the renowned Kyoji warriors. Suki's frown deepened. On the one hand, that wasn't a bad deal, if the 11th fought like their colonel, there was value in learning from them. Sing's moves definitely showed promise against benders of any sort. But on the other hand, teaching them Kyoji warrior stances might be dangerous. Even if the fighting style was geared towards subduing criminals and bandits, and was mostly incompatible with actual combat, Suki didn't like the notion of being in any way responsible for future Fire Nation atrocities. The captain noticed her conflicted expression and grinned. If you want, I might be able to convince our colonel to. Her words were interrupted when a commotion caught everyone's attention. Outside the mess hall, Suki spied an officious-robed figure walking hastily past, and judging from the way the officers around her got up to follow after, it must be some sort of important announcement. Taking that as her cue, Suki earnestly thanked the soldiers around her for their hospitality and left the barracks. Her walk back to town was far from unpleasant, but it was concerning in a different way. Rather than wallow in defeat, Suki chose to take some heart in the praise of the soldiers at her skill. She was a good fighter by their standards, and they had revealed Sing's weakness in his stamina. That meant that Suki now had something to plan around if they ever fought again. And despite thinking of her defeats, both old and new, her neck no longer felt so exposed. Now, if only she could focus on recalling how Sing moved in his attacks, and not fixate on just how good he looked as he pulled those moves off. Disappointingly, finding the culprits once they reached Hyson was effortlessly easy. Despite the blasted wreck of Zuko's cruiser being left there for a while already, the saboteurs didn't think about returning to clean it of evidence. Which meant that ATLA had quickly spotted a burnt piece of wood sporting the seared brand of its manufacturer. The barrel of blasting jelly was not the product of any of the hundreds of Fire Nation military war factories, which would otherwise require tediously searching for further information like factory of origin and such, but had been made locally within the continent. That narrowed things down significantly. ATLA only needed to threaten her less than a dozen people from the governor's office down to the docks before she found the production site. And then it was a quick trip with a small colonial army down to the seedy merchant's pier, with Admiral Dayang so helpfully lending her a few squadrons of battleships to enforce a blockade. With the army locking down its land borders and its waterways shut down, ATLA decided to wait for a day before entering the smuggler's port. Instead, she sent over a messenger ahead of her to deliver the terms. Hopefully it'd let the thieves and looters stew for a bit towards making the right decision. "You're treating this like a battle," Mai had remarked in her usual flat tone, and the princess shrugged. "A message has to be sent. Even disgraced, Zuzu is a member of the royal family. Useful or not, this town is not invaluable. So why do you need us for, when you have all these soldiers to order around?" ATLA rolled her eyes at her dour friend. "Because I hadn't expected the perpetrators to be so inept. And I could use both of your help bringing them down when they inevitably try to flee." While Mai made a bored sound in reply, Tai Li seemed unsatisfied with the answer. The princess bit back a sigh. "Plus, I thought it'd be nice to have a bonding session with old friends." "There." As expected, the noble circus performer brightened up immensely. "Well, I was hoping for maybe a trip to the markets or something, but this works too." "There's a market down there, you know," ATLA replied, suppressing a smirk. "Supposedly stocked with stuff outside of the Fire Nation." That caught Tai Li's interest, who then proceeded to ponder at the potential exotic souvenirs she could buy. Morning came with little incident. A small boat had tried to break through the blockade, but the Marines, hardened from the fighting in the North Pole, had easily boarded it and apprehended its water tribe crew. Another group of Earth Kingdom soldiers tried to sneak through the jungle surrounding the port town, but the colonial patrols hunted them down with ease. ATLA ordered all of the prisoners' release with a wave of her hand. It'd serve a decent enough message of the new management in the colonies. Along with Mai, Tai Li, and her ever-dutiful bodyguards, ATLA disembarked onto the largest dock of the town, and was met immediately by a party of cowering traders. The mob tossed several bound and bruised men forward, as if offering sacrifices to a dark spirit. ATLA almost grinned at the description she conjured in her head. "And who are they?" she asked in an unamused tone. One of the better-dressed members of the mob answered. "That's the blasting jelly manufacturer and his people, Your Highness." "How efficient of you." ATLA glanced down at the trussed-up men, and they stopped writhing and begging for mercy under her gaze. "Now then, none of you strike me as the kind to be stupid enough to try assassinating my brother. And I'm not so unreasonable to blame the spear maker for a spearman's kills, so, do any of you have any notion of who I can focus my attention on?" The crowd went into silent murmuring, and the bound men shared looks with each other, clearly terrified but also clearly clueless. "Idiots! Surely you have a ledger to track your transactions?" ATLA asked patiently. ATLA and her landing party followed the unbound staff back to their factory. Tai Li thankfully remained on the job and didn't let the stalls along the way distract her, and Mai for all her bored expression was keeping as keen an eye at their surroundings as the bodyguards. Rather boringly, there was no ambush at all along the way, not even a hint of resistance or deception. Well, Sing did say that the boring operations were the successful ones. ATLA got a hold of the books, and it didn't take long for her to notice one particular name standing out with an obscenely large order. Zhao. Her head snapped up to lock onto the trembling factory owner. "The Admiral. Former Admiral." "Why yes. He came by to place a big order," the man said in a hurry. "He asked us to deliver it to his intermediaries. So, this might be interesting after all." "And who exactly are these intermediaries?" ATLA asked very politely. The party marched towards the still anchored boutique ship with some haste. There was little worry that the wooden junk ship could escape the blockade, but it was better to get this over with quickly. Fortunately, ATLA saw some of the crew still scampering up the boarding ramp, as if their little vessel could offer them sanctuary. As they drew closer, she could even spot spears and other weapons poking out from behind the ship's railings. They don't seem to be willing to cooperate. Guards, disable the craft. The princess then turned to her friends with a thin smile. Come on girls, I heard bonding through combat is a thing. The bodyguards took a page out of the 11th and blasted onwards with bursts of fire from their feet, hurling fireballs at the sails as they soared towards the back end of the ship. In the meantime, ATLA led Ty Lee and Mai straight for the boarding ramp. Flashes of steel from Mai persuaded the ship's crew to let go of the ramp and seek cover, the throwing knives embedded deep into the wood. Ty Lee closed the distance with a series of leaps, and landed feet first onto a sailor's face. While she began dancing between the ship's crew, ATLA propelled herself to join her, catching a preoccupied man with a flying kick to the back of his head. A pair of bolas flew from somewhere, but a throwing blade intercepted it, cutting through the cord and rendering the ball spinning uselessly away. One of the larger sailors was prepared to launch a net from some contraption, which ATLA promptly dealt with a burst of blue fire that burnt through the net and knocked the man back. In the meantime Ty Lee darted between armed men, delivering a flurry of well-aimed punches that sent her victim slumping helplessly to the ground. Between Mai's precise throwing knives, Ty Lee's paralyzing attacks, and ATLA's careful application of fire, with how varied these ruffians were she couldn't tell who was the leader, they cleared the deck in under a couple of minutes. Chi Song and the bodyguards arrived just seconds later, reporting that the rudder had been successfully burnt away. Well, the boring operations were the successful ones. ATLA grinned at her newly secured captives. Now then, who here wants to make life easy for me and tell me about Zhao? It took only some force before they spilled the beans, and ATLA had to restrain herself and Mai from lashing out when the simpering captain revealed the pirates' involvement in almost killing Zuko. The princess sent an order to confiscate the ship, allowing her friends to take their pick of souvenirs before whatever's left was turned over to the royal coffers. As for the captives, she had them brought back for further questioning, and then they were marked to be sent back to the 11th training ground as training aids. Maybe Zuko would appreciate the gesture. News filtered in of the Fire Nation's failure at the North Pole. While it was a good piece of news indeed, Heikata hadn't expected its effect to be quite immediate. Thanks to that siege, the water lanes had been steadily left vulnerable for months, allowing the warriors of the Southern Water Tribe to harass supply ships and even sink isolated patrol boats. Heikata had thought that his warriors would have a few more weeks of such easy pickings, but the Fire Nation had reorganized and recovered itself a bit too quickly, and their fleets returned to the southern half of the seas in vengeful force. Fueled by their humiliating defeat, the Fire Nation squadrons were far more aggressive now in their pursuit of Earth Kingdom and Water Tribe raiders. Heikata's marauders learned it at a high cost when they ran into their first warship in a long time. The ship not only hounded the raiding flotilla with stubborn persistence, but it also sent out a signal flare that called in other squadrons, and soon Heikata and his men found themselves fleeing from an enemy force 4 times their number in watercraft, never mind weight or manpower. Kajuk's boat was blasted apart by a lucky trebuchet hit, and he and his crew suffered an agonizing death as the waters around him were boiled by Firebender's constant barrage. Tarkuk, Lutak, and their vessel were broken by an oversized harpoon. Other boats were shattered or burnt, but skillfully weaving between the metal monstrosities the remaining Water Tribe warriors were able to eventually wait for the winds to change and slip away from the chase. It was a miracle that only nearly half their number was lost from that, but Heikata and his raiders were left stranded on the Earth Kingdom continent for the time being. Thankfully, the southern states were very generous with their aid, and thanks to the far-sighted plans laid by the captured King Bumi, the warriors of the Southern Water Tribe were not only rearmed and resupplied, but would soon have steam-powered boats of their own. King Bumi had initially had construction underway to hand these ships over to your people as soon as he could, but we had to restart production from scratch when the Fire Nation took over Omashu, Baron Yoru explained as he hosted the warriors in his spacious manner. There are shipyards established across various realms. The ships would still take a while to finish, unfortunately. Baron Yoru's news was comforting, and Heikata was glad that the states of the Southern Earth Kingdom were still actively resisting the Fire Nation's conquest. Better than the laconic reaction of those in the East, at least. From all he heard about it, Ba Singh SC remained aloof and barely involved in the long war, only sending out their armies to rebuff advances towards the city and nothing else. The states around the impenetrable city were only safe because of their accidental proximity. In contrast, Baron Yoru and the other rulers of the southern states were in constant communication with one another, cooperating under the missing leadership of King Bumi, who had managed to not only rally them, but keep their support even after his capture. Our forces are being marshaled at Duke Enhung's and Count Tsao's lands, which borders captured Omashu. While they fight in the front lines, other states are channeling their resources towards ensuring the men are properly equipped and have enough to eat. Baron Yoru huffed a bit as he boasted of his own contributions. I've opened up mines in my land to feed the smelters. At the same time, the refugees have settled in to farm more land. With some more time, I'm sure that we can retake Omashu and free King Bumi. My warriors have been greatly diminished, but we can still fight, if you'll have us. Heikata offered the Baron, more than happy to join such an active coalition. His men were also eager to avenge the fallen, so the water tribe fighters took their raiding onto land. They had no benders, but hardened from fighting whale walruses and packs of polar bear hounds, the warriors held their own as they clashed with Fire Nation patrols behind enemy lines. Now armed with metal weapons and armor, Hakeda's raiders quickly became a force to be reckoned with. Fire-resistant lacquered shields allowed them to charge right at firebenders, while metal lamellar armor allowed them to fight through spear lines and hails of arrows. Hakeda was particular with his targets, his men only went after patrols or outposts, and kept away from the settlements. The border towns and villages were all conquered Earth Kingdom people, after all, and liberating a town would be a short-lived thing. Until we can push them back, freeing a town in the middle of enemy territory might just see its inhabitants slaughtered when the Fire Nation returns in force. The Baron's reasoning was depressingly sound, so Hakeda did all that he could to keep the enemy's ruthless attention away from the innocent. Unfortunately, he realized too late that his force became too successful. For all their mobility and cunning, Hakeda awoke in the middle of one night to urgent news. "Hakeda, we have to move," Bato said as he returned from his scouting in a panic. "Fire Nation forces are headed this way." "A night march?" That sounded desperate. "Yet. How big?" "Enough," his old friend answered with a gasp of air. "They bear the scorpion on their standard." The raiders immediately broke camp, knowing better than to seek a futile last stand. They were about to move out, but muted bursts from far away made Hakeda turn to the forest canopy. He didn't see anything but the movement of leaves, but that was enough for his warrior's instincts. "Everyone, ready yourselves for attack." Thankfully, that order was redundant, as his warriors were already rushing to arm themselves. The raiders of the Southern Water Tribe were just about to enter formation when shadows fell from the night sky and landed amongst them. The campfires gave the armored forms a menacing, blood-red appearance. Their faces were masked under chainmail veils, adding to their air of dread. "Surrender, raiders!" The voice was young. Hakeda was briefly reminded of Sokka, and then his heart almost froze as he realized who was speaking. "Never, Scorpion!" The chieftain grimly lowered his blade, and his warriors quickly closed into formation, shields forming a protective shell. The Scorpion shifted into a bending stance in response. And the expected barrage of fire did not appear. Instead, Hakeda gasped in surprise as the air around him turned colder than his home, snuffing out the campfire and causing his nose, mouth, and lungs to burn from the rush of cold air. The raiders staggered, reduced to shivering under their metal armor. Their formation faltered, and only then did the shadowy figures pounce. Calling it a fight would be too generous. Hakeda and his men were wrangled up with barely any resistance. "Never say never," came the Scorpion's voice as the faceless monster loomed over him. Seeing's heat bending in action was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The way the Water Tribe raiders just suddenly frosted over and gasped out cold clouds of air, the way the campfires crackled as they were snuffed out. There was something inherently unsettling about it that made the lieutenant colonel shudder. And yet, directly above seeing a few bats dropped from the sky from the sudden, drastic increase in temperature, as what was leached from the raiders was shunted above the colonel. When Motsi took the time to inspect them, the flash-fried creatures showed no signs of charring, but they had dried blood staining every orifice, as if their eyeballs and innards had burst out. Again, it was not a good way to go. While some firebenders secured the prisoners before warming them up, Motsi took another squad to rifle through the raiders' belongings for any useful information. Their colonel in the meantime led another group to check for any potential stragglers. For better or worse, these raiders didn't own anything really of note. There was a rudimentary map, but no orders or anything approaching stored intelligence. The Earth Kingdom really had just equipped them and let them loose. Still, it was a testament to the Water Tribe warriors' abilities that they wreaked so much damage, that the princess tasked the 11th to deal with the issue. Despite their small numbers, these men had raised dozens of outposts, ravaged several barracks, and left slaughtered more than 4 times their number in Fire Nation garrison guards. Motsi briefly wondered what his commander would do with these prisoners. Even in the early days, Singh had a strange soft spot for the tribals, giving them far more respect than many of his peers did not. Maybe it's because he bonded with Kylan and her group of prisoners so closely. Motsi couldn't really be sure of that, but he was almost certain that the latest batch of prisoners would be finding themselves surprised at the soft treatment they'd be getting. With nothing but personal belongings to gather, Motsi waited for Singh to return before sending off a bolt of fire into the air. And then it was a matter of waiting for a few minutes before a rumbling growl was heard from deep in the darkness. Lantern lights betrayed the arrival of a small fleet of tracked transports. Based off the tanks that had performed rather well in the Northern Air Temple and the invasion of the North Pole, the longer, open-topped vehicles proved to be excellent transports. Requiring only one firebender to power its motor and a driver to steer the thing in exchange for ferrying almost a score of soldiers around, Motsi could see these tracked carriers become a new staple in the Fire Army. As marvelous as the contraption was, it still paled compared to what the Earth Kingdom, Ba Sing Se in particular, was pulling off. They had basically been building larger versions of the carriages that the great city used for their famed monorails, and used earthbenders to push it and its cargo around. Last reports from the east stated that those things could disgorge about 50 men, and General Hua had been publicly appalled that such information had not been taken seriously until she took the reins of the army. Motsi could understand her anger. If the Earth Kingdom could redeploy and reinforce so many troops so quickly, it would greatly change the calculus for battle. Ba Sing Se could theoretically send out an endless human wave on a front, wearing it down by attrition or forcing the Fire Nation to draw its strength from other areas. Then it could just as quickly move all that manpower to the weakened spots. Hopefully, this tracked carrier would help even the scales a bit. Sing initially had trouble commissioning them, but with War Minister Qin's demise, he had found a candidate for the office who sought out the Crown Princess, and therefore the 11ths, support. As a result, he accepted Sing's commission and now the whole regiment and its supply train fully traveled in the vehicles. Some people still found the ride unnerving, but Motsi personally found it far more agreeable than wagons. Suspensions and simple cushioned seats did wonders for long travel, and the metal hulls offered an obvious sense of protection. The raiders were led to the transports with jaws hanging and eyes boggled. Motsi wasn't that naive to think that the display of technology would awe them. The warriors were likely already trying to pick apart at what they saw in their minds. This area is clear, no signs of other raiders, Sing said casually as he joined his second-in-command. We'll quickly head back to camp and settle in the prisoners, then leave the interrogation for after the sun rises. As you say, sir. Motsi took a separate transport from Sing, a safety precaution, according to the colonel, and allowed himself to relax as he returned to camp without having to walk or fire bend. The regiment's camp was bustling as it usually was at night, with the night shift keeping guard and a few of the non-combatants still up doing chores. Li Ming would likely be waiting for Motsi in his tent, and it was that motivation that made the lieutenant colonel speed through the closing of the operation. The prisoners were led off to the guarded compound. Sing issued his final orders before heading to bed himself, and the seized items would be stored away for Futu. Motsi turned along with Sing and the others at a commotion in the distance. One of the prisoners, the tribal chieftain, had frozen in place for some reason. As the two commanders hurried over to find out exactly why, Motsi saw Kylan, Yuka, and some of the other water tribe prisoners ready to welcome the new intake staring with equal confusion at the man. It was only when the chief spoke that things clicked. Auntie Kylan. Of all the things she expected, Kylan did not see a family reunion happening at all. Least of all her brother's son. It had taken her a while to actually figure out what was so familiar about him, but when Hakata called out, Kylan let out an involuntary gasp as she finally saw the traces of Nico on his face. Her legs almost gave way, but Kylan managed to stagger forwards as Yuka held her up for support. Ha Hakata. The nephew she had once thought lost quickly ran up to her, and even through her own blurring vision she could see the tears welling up in his eyes. Kylan sniffed as she tightly embraced Hakata, not minding at all that he kept calling her name. Nico was always the emotional one, it's no surprise that his son inherited it. We thought you were dead, Hakata rasped once they settled down in the main camp. The other prisoners sat around them, not hiding their interest at all. Even Yama wasn't pretending to be asleep. They said your village was melted to the ground. It was, but Kylan had been captured instead of killed. She distinctly remembered the bittersweet consolation that she was the one that made the move to this village, and not her brother and his new family. They caught me, the healer replied. But on the way back, the ship got caught in a storm. Me and the other waterbenders managed to break everyone out. And the ship? She remembered the vengeful satisfaction of joining with the others in ripping the warship with an explosion of ice. Then, why didn't you return home? Kylan smirked dryly. We couldn't see where we were floating to, and before we knew it, we ended up in Earth Kingdom land. We also learned that the Fire Nation were out hunting for waterbenders, so returning home would only lead them to our loved ones. She fought the frown and the voice in her head that nagged at her. She did not want to admit that she still was too incensed at Nico to consider even thinking about him as a loved one. Stupid family fights being stupid, really, but Kylan couldn't stand her brother's attempts to arrange a marriage for her. And with his brutish and unbearable friends too. The bloody nerve of it all. The elder shook her head of the sour thoughts to return to the more pleasant present. Now that she had the time to appreciate it, Hakata seemed more and more like Nico, down to his brow movements and the quirk in his lips when he pronounced certain words. I thought you were all gone too, Kylan admitted. Heard they were conducting raids, and they had raised Yak Bay. We fled to Wolf Cove. Dad found their ships approaching. Well, Nico did have a talent for slipping out of trouble. So you were in the Earth Kingdom all this while? Hakata asked with a concerned frown. He even had the same ridges on his forehead as his father when he did that. Kylan shrugged. More or less. She and the others had banded together and joined with the first Earth Kingdom state they met, serving as healers and fighters as their talents allowed them to. Fought with Duke Shui for a while, and then, I left. Because he couldn't take no as an answer, and she couldn't see herself as an Earth Kingdom Duke's lady no matter how much he tried to make her. She let out a heavy sigh. Then I got captured, I fled, then fought with another Earth Kingdom state. Kylan smiled a bit remembering the late Countess Sua and her very warm welcome. A shame she had to marry such a useless lout to keep her legacy going. And eventually I got captured again. Her smile faded as the darker memories made their appearance. Heikata looked appalled. You've been a prisoner of the 11th for so long. Kylan's eyes went wide at the misunderstanding, ignoring Yama's derisive snort as she quickly shook her head. What? No, no. The Fire Nation held me prisoner in one of their towns. It was an ugly time. She closed her eyes for a second, forcefully banishing back the soul-crushing memories of countless years in a dark cell, or the dark leers of her captors. Popping sounds drew Kylan back to the present, and she slowly unclenched her fists. A quick surge of chi mended the slight damage the waterbender did to her own joints. Anyway, eventually I was transferred here. Transferred. Kylan offered a wry smirk, one that several other prisoners like Yuka mirrored. The folks here at the 11th decided that I served a better purpose here than languishing in a cell. Heikata did not stop looking utterly revulsed. Kylan waved away his unsaid concerns. Oh, don't worry, they treat us well here. Took a bit of time for me to believe them, but the 11th are good people, for Fire Nation captors anyway. They, well, mostly seeing if she was right, burned down the barracks Yuka had been kept in, they, again, it was seeing with his little band of accomplices, let her and the other prisoners satisfy their bloody vengeance on their former jailers as a show of trust. Kylan remembered the bright smile Seeing wore when he offered her a dagger in front of the trussed-up victims. Rusty and chipped, so it'll hurt more. You'll want to be careful between the legs, she remembered a younger Ping saying as she scowled at the bound rapists and sadists. Kylan still remembered the young woman's old wounds before she healed them away. Cut them wrong and they'll bleed out too fast. Kylan remembered her own dark smile at that time as she nicked herself with the dagger and healed the jagged wound before her surprised benefactors. Oh, don't worry, I'll be sure they make it through the night. Ignoring Heikata's skeptical look, Kylan offered a reassuring smile as she bended out some water into the teapot someone considerately brought over. Anyway, enough about me for tonight. What about you? How are you here? Surely you should be a proud father by now. Kylan almost shattered the teapot by freezing it too quickly when she heard of what led her nephew here. As the skies began to brighten to herald the dawn, Kylan fought off her weariness and followed a soldier to Seeng's tent. She didn't really need an escort, but it didn't hurt to be formal for things like this. Elder Kylan, you're still awake? He inquired as he welcomed her in and dismissed the guards. She entered with as warm a smile as she could manage, inured by now to the trust he showed her by keeping his bodyguards outside. Hopefully it's just excitement from reuniting with family. Kylan decided to get to the point. The boy wasn't one for beating around the bush anyway. Unfortunately, no. My nephew, Heikata. I learned that he had lost his wife some years ago. My condolences, Seeng said softly with a bow of his head. She died protecting her daughter, my grandniece, from a Fire Nation raider. Seeng stood silently still, nodding at Kylan to continue. I've not asked much from you before, Seeng, but... The young firebender raised a hand to interrupt her, nodding once more with a familiar coldness in his eyes. I'll see what I can do, Elder. Please, get some rest. Thank you, Seeng. Kylan made to kneel in gratitude, but the boy came up to stop her. None of that, Elder. His smile was soft and reassuring. I owe you my life many times already. This is nothing. Kylan left the tent with a sense of relief. One way or another, Seeng would help seek vengeance, she knew it. After days of traveling with the 11th, Heikata stood in shock with his men before the Scorpion. He had to admit that until now their captors had been nothing but respectful, and the chief still found it hard to believe that none of the monstrous tales about the defiant 11th and its young dragon applied to their prisoners. Auntie Kylan and the other prisoners had been practically gushing in their praise of their Fire Nation guards, even considering them more as protective guardians than malevolent jailers. Not that they glossed over the atrocities the regiment had committed, but a certain perspective was added. Yes, they beat back Earth Kingdom armies by throwing mutilated bodies or starving out whole formations, but the gruesome tactics were employed to break morale and encourage the enemy to flee. The surly General Yama of the Earth Kingdom had strangely remarked that the 11th actually killed far less than other formations, but paradoxically admitted that they also probably killed far more soldiers than anyone else. Heikata had to take some time wrapping his head around that idea, until someone told him about Earth Kingdom peasant conscripts. It made a twisted kind of sense then, but it still did not sit well for him. These men and women were not merciful or benevolent. They still fought to conquer, they still ruthlessly swept aside any opposition in their way. Being honorable through dishonorable acts only gave them so much allowance in Heikata's eyes. Yet here he was all of the sudden, with his men, assembled outside of the regiment's camp with a bag of supplies slung under each warrior's arm. The Scorpion stood before him, smirking faintly. I owe the good elder a favor, a lot of favors, actually. So, here. The boy raised a scroll in his hand, waving it about slightly. This is a map, containing information regarding a particular group of Fire Nation raiders. That immediately caught Hakeda's attention, as well as several of his comrades. I heard that the leader of this particular group of raiders was responsible for killing an innocent mother. Hakeda had to suppress a growl at the dark reminder. The scorpion's eyes narrowed into a steely glare. I might misplace this scroll when my unruly prisoners decide to suicidally break free and escape. Maybe it's because one of them hid a bone knife up their ass or something. The scroll lowered, and Hakeda almost lunged at it before the scorpion pulled it back up again. But I'd have it on your word, or your honor, or whatever it is you hold dear, that you will only seek out the names found on this map. No family members, no collateral. If they're already dead, you can piss on their graves and defile it, but do not take it out on anyone else. The boy's glare somehow managed to turn sharper. Otherwise, I'd have to kill the elder for abusing my trust, and then I'll be petitioning the royal court for a visit to the South Pole. Hakeda and his men nodded at the mutual gift and threat. It was more than a fair request. After that, after all the names here are crossed off, you will go back and defend your homes and raise your children. The chief was mildly surprised that the scorpion didn't ask for their return as prisoners. He'd have gladly done so, considering the generous gift of vengeance. Thank you, SC. None of that, the boy cut in with a wave of the scroll. I'm doing this for your auntie, but also so that you can tell the other Southern Water Tribe folks you come across to go back to the South Pole and stay out of the continent. With the coming daring escape, my regiment might not be keen on taking further prisoners from the south. Hakeda bowed deeply, and his men followed along. I understand. Thank you, Colonel, for this chance. Maybe next time we'll meet in friendlier circumstances. He paused for a second, and then smiled almost wistfully. I'll see if I can convince Elder Kylan to go down to visit her grandniece and nephew. The scorpion gave a final nod and then casually dropped the scroll before turning away. I'm sure Sokka and Katara would be grateful for the opportunity to me. Hakeda paused, noting the boy uncharacteristically stumbling in his steps and then quickly turning back to him. They're your kids. Author's notes, Bado here got waylaid and hasn't contacted Hakeda yet. Iroh mentally braced himself as he stepped off the meager jetty of Silver Eel Island and began his walk inland. It wasn't too long a walk, the small island could barely hold a fishing village, let alone a noble's compound. Yet it was here that such a compound managed to squeeze in, its neat white walls marking its borders standing out behind the scattering of huts and nets. Iroh reached the gates and gave it a short knock, and then announced himself to the sleepy-eyed servant that greeted him. Please wait, he said despite the surprise at meeting a prince in person, and the gate closed shut. Iroh let out a sigh and slumped a bit. He didn't even try to cover up his nervousness. In his head, he ran through the possible routes the meeting might take. At the same time, another part of him berated himself for not coming here sooner. Minutes later the gates opened again, this time fully, but Iroh knew better than to move when he saw the aged lady of the household scowling at him. You. The prince grimaced at the tone. Time had not weakened the venom in her voice. Drawing in a steadying breath, Iroh bowed from his side of the gate. Lady Saway. How dare you show your face here, Iroh? The deep lines on the old woman's face accentuated her anger and revulsion, though her servants looked nervous at her lack of courtesy in addressing a royal. Leave. She didn't have to say more. The last time they met, the widow had made it clear that Iroh's presence would never be welcome. Time hadn't weakened that sentiment either. Please, Lady Saway, I've come to apologize. Your apologies are worthless to me. She snapped. They've always been worthless, I was just a fool to realize it too late. Iroh winced, but did not rise from his bow as guilt and shame began to bubble up in him. As before, he couldn't find the words to form a suitable reply. She had every right to despise him as she did. Well? Why are you still here? He finally, slowly, rose up, braving the widow's enraged glare. I wish to make amends. Then give me back my sons. Saway wailed, raw emotions cracking through. Return my husband. Iroh flinched and found himself unable to meet her hateful, tearing eyes as guilt and shame grew from gnawing to oppressive. I'm sorry. I already said that means nothing. Now leave. Lady Saway, please. Don't you dare enter. She snapped, stabbing a finger towards him to stop Iroh from taking a step forward. The prince backed away, keeping a few paces away from the gate and tried to plead his case again. He quickly brought out an officious scroll of silk and paper. Lady Saway, I come to give you a new home. She looked far from impressed. What? Is this island not small enough for me? She spat. No, please, this is the deed to Fire Sands Island. Your family's old holding. That made Saway pause for a second, but her glare did not ease up. Why should I want it back? There's nothing there but bad memories, and I will not have anything to do with you anymore. Iroh sighed. I did not buy this deed. It is Colonel Singh who appealed to the crown princess for it. Finally the harsh look receded a bit as the widow showed some surprise, before it was smothered with a disapproving frown. The boy that Li Dai was so fond of. It took him a while to obtain the deed, it was only with its owner's recent troubles that he managed to secure it. He wishes for you to have it. Sui scoffed, but she finally broke her glare to look away. Another insufferable group of sycophants. At least he and the rest of my husband's soldiers have the courtesy of leaving immediately when I tell them to. There was resentment in her voice, but not as intense as her hatred for Iroh. The prince mildly envied the 11th for that. The old matriarch snapped back to him again. What does the boy want for this? Access to Li Dai's shrine, I presume. Singh only asks for you to accept this deed, Iroh said as he slowly walked forwards to place the scroll right at the gates. He will still respect your wish to be undisturbed by the regiment. There was a moment of silence as the woman clearly picked through any possible hidden agenda in that. Humph. At least he's smart enough to understand that, she grudgingly admitted. Then Sui fixed her glare on him again. And you? What do you want out of this? As annoyed as Iroh was at the accusation, he had to remind himself that from where she stood, he deserved to be her enemy. I do not want anything. Please, Iroh, she said with such contempt that he grimaced. You've always taken from me and my family. First my cousin's betrothed, then my husband's reputation, then my family's standing, and finally my son's. What will it be this time, what little dignity I have left? My life. Once more the prince felt the guilt and shame beat down on him at her accusation, and he knew that in her eyes she was right on each count. Iroh had met Hitomi by sheer chance and had been entranced from the start, and only learned of her betrothal after he had fully won over her heart with his charms. His standing as a prince easily convinced her family to break off her previous engagement to Sui's cousin Saifong, who had been so heartbroken that he committed suicide shortly after. That had earned Sui's resentment. As for Li Dai, Iroh's belittling insults against his friend for his approach to war had set the sycophants in court and the military against Li Dai, which due to Iroh's own inaction snowballed into a rather heinous character assassination. Iroh's lack of intervention was what condemned his old senior to decades in the colonies, just as it allowed the nobility to prey on Li Dai's family like a flock of lion vultures. Li Dai's family had its influence whittled down to barely be considered a noble family. That had earned Sui's disgust and revulsion. He had been naive and foolish back then to not consider the ruthlessness of the upper nobility. Just as he was equally naive and foolish to try and rectify that by taking on Li Dai's two sons under his command. Iroh was supposed to give them opportunities to gain merits and acclaim, but instead his aggressive tactics sent them to their deaths. Deaths that were, in hindsight, clearly avoidable with more grounded strategies. But everyone else commended the crown prince for his decisive recklessness, especially since it resulted in a victory. That had earned Sui's undying hatred. Li Dai eventually forgave him for that crime, but Li Dai was the kind of man that could forgive just about anything. His wife would likely curse Iroh's name even beyond her dying breath, and his guilt over the incident had the prince acquiescing to the bereaved matriarch's demand to never sully their memories by even thinking of their names. He remembered how she had conducted their funerals practically in secret and alone, her husband unable to see off their children because he was stuck fighting battle after battle on the Earth Kingdom continent to prove himself to his peers. It had been a far smaller service than the officers deserved, mostly because of their family's diminished station and wealth. He remembered his offerings of condolences being thrown back at him when he finally mustered the courage to meet the grieving mother. All I see is shrouded in a haze of despair. All I taste is the ashes of loss. I do not care for your sympathy or for you at all, Iroh. I can only wish that you die as shunned and alone as I am now. That was her curse on him on their last meeting, and the words had haunted Iroh for years. It was what drove him to appreciate his family even more. It had loomed over and almost broke him when Lu-10 fell in battle. Iroh got down on his knees and, to the gasps of the servants and some passers-by noticing the meeting, prostrated in front of the woman who had endured much because of his actions and inactions. I ask for nothing, Lady Sui, save for only the hope that you'll eventually find it in you to forgive me for the things my presence has inflicted onto you and your family. Never, she sneered. Never, not even if the spirits commanded me to. Not even in 1,000 lifetimes. With a sigh, Iroh got back up and resigned himself to her enmity. All the prince could do now was hope that it did not spread to the men and women that dutifully followed Li Dai. Hate me, then, but please accept Fire Sands Island. He nodded to the scroll still lying on the ground. It is already in your name, and Singh only wishes to repay your husband's generosity. Sui glanced down at the deed, and then snorted with derision. All the anger faded away from her, and she slumped with a tired sigh. Since Li Dai was so fond of him, let him keep the miserable island. I have nothing there. It means nothing to me now. I'm sure you can. Don't tell me what to do with my life, Iroh, she quickly snapped, and then receded to a thoughtful expression. Tell the boy, tell him that he can do with fire sands as he wishes. He'll have my blessing for it. Iroh sighed heavily at that, drawing her ire. Seeing expected you to say that, he explained before she could snap at him again. Iroh produced a small note from within his sleeve and offered it to a servant, who then passed it to the matriarch. Sui read through the paper with a frown, her eyes going increasingly wider towards the end. She glanced up to him, but Iroh could only shrug in return. He didn't understand the significance of the mansion Singh had described he'd like to build, or the offer to have Sui employed in the palace, under ATLA, but it amounted to the same thing. He's building this? She eventually asked. The prince nodded slowly, trying to grasp the hidden meanings here. With your permission. For the first time in this meeting, all hostility left Lady Sui, and she stared blankly at the note. If I may as. She shushed Iroh into silence, and he bit back a weary sigh before she suddenly answered the question she interrupted. Lai Dai once promised me he'd elevate us into the royal court proper. Sui spoke to no one in particular, her expression taking on a melancholic, faraway look. Once we made it in, he'd see to it that our holdings would be improved. He'd get me a manor. She absently rubbed at the paper with her thumbs and fingers. A large, spacious manor with a magnificent garden, with a gardener for each tree, each bush, each vine trellis. Iroh found himself smiling. It was very considerate, and by now very typical, of the boy to try and fulfill his adoptive grandfather's dreams, even in part. We'd need those servants, he said, because we'd both be too busy. Him as a general, and me as a royal handmaiden. The woman heaved a sigh and shook her head, harshly dispelling her old memories. Of course, then you happened. Iroh tried not to flinch at that casual accusation, but it was a poor attempt. Sui took several steps closer towards the gate, enough to close the distance and allow her to squat down to pick up the scroll herself with a bone-weary groan. She sharply waved off the servants that tried to help her, and eventually got back up slightly winded, the deed in hand. The matriarch then extended her arm across the gate's threshold, offering the scroll over to Iroh. Tell the boy, tell Colonel Singh that I gratefully accept his offer. Despite the lack of anger, Sui still wore a stern expression that glowed with contempt for Iroh. I will move in as he asks, and he and his regiment are more than welcome to pay their respects to my husband once the shrine is built. Her eyes narrowed to send a final stab of hatred at him. Unless something significant happens, I hope that this will be the last time I see you, Iroh. While Iroh was glad to see Sui again even if she still despised him, while he was glad that Singh had asked him to carry out this painful but necessary task, while he was glad to be able to help rebuild part of her old life. Iroh couldn't help ponder as he walked back to the jetty about what ATLA and Singh stood to gain from all this. Was this purely out of Singh's gratitude to Lai Dai, or was there some hidden angle here to consider? Zuko got up to the sound of war drums banging discordantly, and immediately rushed out of his cot, grogginess be damned. He had until the drums stopped to find and reach the assembly area, which hopefully hadn't shifted too far today. Thankfully, he made it well before the drums stopped. The rest of his group had assembled as well, despite the obvious lack of sleep many of them suffered from. 2 recruits were still smeared in mud and twigs. The luckier intakes down the line had long ago learned to not gawk at the unruly mess the night training batch suffered through. Good morning, recruits. Captain Ren barked out from the raised stage in front of the assembly ground. Good morning, Captain. Came their shouted reply, almost in unison. Another day, another step closer to earning the right to serve in the 11th. Yay, ma'am. We can't wait, ma'am. Zuko had learned upon his inception into the regiment to push just the barest amount of enthusiasm in the replies. Captain Ren didn't exactly single him out, but she definitely noticed any mistakes or poor attempts that he made far quicker compared to others. She still glared daggers at him, but Zuko found it easy enough to avoid the grudge-bearing woman outside of training. The other instructors were almost as harsh, but their controlled malice was equally distributed throughout every recruit. Win stupid prizes as someone had said, and thankfully Zuko's previous martial training as a prince had kept him clear from suffering any of their creative punishments. That was what probably kept Captain Ren pissed at him. Now whose turn is it to lead? The head instructor asked, her head scanning the crowd. She randomly yelled out a name and 4 poor sods had to step forwards. Surprising, considering that Lao was a rather common name, Zuko thought there'd be a bit more of them. All 4 headed up to the raised stage, and the whole assembly, recruit and instructors alike snapped into a ready stance, even the most sleep-deprived aspirant suddenly adopting a highly alert look. At the edges of the grounds, a quartet of instructors began to pound at the drum again, this time slowly building up a rhythm. Zuko counted down the beats as the drumming plateaued until another group of elderly instructor-musicians entered with horns, erhu, and guhan to create a rousing melody. The Laos led the morning drills and the assembly followed after them. It was a simple form, ideal for the young and elderly alike, but with constant repetition and the background music stirring them, the air cracked as recruits and training instructors alike punched and kicked as one with deadly intent. Even outside the grounds, a good number of non-training staff were mirroring the motions with ease. Captain Ren's daughter was also part of it, sporting a comically serious frown in her stuffed toy dragons hanging off her as the girl followed along with surprising competence. Supposedly there were lyrics to go along with it, words that only the veterans of the 11th truly knew. Every now and then Zuko could hear them, even Captains Ren and Kai, mouthing the foreign words during morning drills. It had to be words instead of nonsensical noises because the veterans of the 11th could proudly tell you which syllables to emphasize and what the whole song meant. Because of course Seam taught the regiment the song, and provided almost a syllable-by-syllable translation of the thing. Even without the lyrics it was music to rouse the spirit, and Zuko found the few minutes of drilling to it to be one of the most enjoyable parts of his whole training. And after discovering what the song was supposed to mean, it made the whole thing even better. No wonder the tune was hummed all over the place. The drill ended just as the music did, and most of the recruits returned to their ready stance with a sheen of sweat on them. With no one fouling up, Captain Ren skipped the verbal flaying and dismissed them for breakfast. Private Zuko. My office, after your meal. Maybe he spoke too soon. Zuko suppressed a sigh and headed for the mess hall. Private, it's clear that basic training is wasted on you, Captain Ren said once they had convened in her office. Her husband was there too, almost frowning as he regarded Zuko. The prince remained quiet, knowing better than to reply to the statement. So putting you through the rest of the course is frankly overly redundant and a waste of time. Ren gave a sigh before she smirked. Therefore, it's been decided that you will enjoy an accelerated program. You will undergo night training effective tomorrow. You will undergo the full course before we move you on to advanced intermediate tactics. The smirk faded, and her eyebrows rose instead. Any questions? What about my squad? From what he understood, recruits were grouped into squads for the entire duration of their training, and only broken up for specializations or once they were deployed to refill missing ranks. It was Kai who answered him. You will be assigned to a new one, and a new one after that. It's not that uncommon for trainees to drop out or skip modules. Ren steepled her fingers and rested her chin in the cradle of her fingertips. The Crown Princess and the Colonel want you out there as soon as they can. Your sister assures me that as average as you are, you could still speed through our training regimen in under half the time. Do you think you can do that, Private Zuko? Zuko gulped quietly, understanding the challenge he's been given. He didn't give it much thought and gave a sharp nod in reply. Yes, ma'am. Good. For the convenience of everyone, you will be reassigned to a different bunk. Zuko didn't understand why that was needed, until a group of instructors almost broke down the door of his newly assigned barracks in the middle of the night and literally set a fire under the waking trainees to get them assembled outside. Night training was 4 weeks of utter torment, where Zuko had to struggle through sleep deprivation as he lay in the mud in ambush or marched around the whole regiment's grounds under moonless nights. He learned how to endure being trampled on under his camouflaged trapdoor, how to quickly wake up to a ready state, and how to appreciate moonlit nights. If anything, as much as it was hell for the prince, most of his peers had it worse, especially the nobles. In the first few weeks their groans and whispered complaints gave their positions away, bringing down the instructor's wrath on them. Zuko saw most recruits drop out during one of the last ambush lessons. Enduring 2 sleepless nights and a forced march before being ordered to quickly dig basically a shallow grave to bury themselves in broke not only the middle and upper class recruits, but also those from lower strata of society. Zuko himself barely kept his wits on as his hands with their cracked skin trembled for days later. What was surprising was that lesson, along with others, were based on the 11th's own experiences on campaign. And if Ren and the instructor's boasting was accurate, then the training was all watered down compared to the hellish experience they went through. Under Seang's provisional rule they did 4 days and nights of constant marching to escape a cavalry division, and decided to bury themselves and let the ostrich horses stampede over them to chase after false trails. Captain Kai had once literally holed up with a squad for 2 nights before popping out to burn down a camp's stores. It'd be easy to dismiss it all as bombastic exaggerations, but with what Zuko had read of the regiment, and what he went through with their training, the prince found himself worryingly believing the claims. And he did not look forward at all in trying to replicate any of them in the future. Still, night training was assured by the older recruits to be the worst of it, and Zuko was about to reach the end of it. And so far the training was overall actually an enjoyable experience. There was a strange relief in no longer holding any command. Following orders might stress his body, but it was much more preferable to the burdens of leadership straining his mind. It was also almost petty how much he enjoyed being recognized. His fellow recruits quickly ignored his royal status and accepted him as one of their own, and they were unabashed in their admiration of his talents with fire bending and the blade. Both Ren and Kai might still harbor a grudge, but they still praised his dueling forms and combat instincts, however begrudging the praise was. Allies or enemies, we try not to downplay their accomplishments or exaggerate their flaws on strategic and tactical levels, Ren had explained with a soft scowl. The 11th learned both the hard way. If we can't acknowledge both the good and the bad, we can't plan for them. All in all, Zuko was looking forward to finishing his training and seeing what life as a line infantry was like. I swear, I might have to ask father to reconsider his methods for this. Ty Lee feigned a carefree smile as Angela muttered at the paper she had received. They were headed back to Zilang when a messenger hawk dropped off a small scroll at Haisen's post office. The scowl the princess gave was far greater than the jealous green-pink one she unconsciously formed when she received a message from the 11th. Which probably did not bode well for the trio. What's the problem? Mai asked with a sideways glance at Angela. Your colonel sparred with another girl. Scene can spar with whoever he likes, came the snappy, defensive retort before she tossed the message over to Mai. I've been invited to witness the deployment of something I rather not attend. Mai read through it with bored eyes, and then considerately passed the message on to Ty Lee. They're going to deploy a weapon to break Ba Sing Se. Isn't that a good thing? From what she read, it did look rather ambitious. Angela was being given front row seats to witness a great weapon to tear down the walls of the great city, and Chief Engineer Gunso promised that she'd be the first to step foot into the captured city. It sounded like a typical grandiose offer, which made Angela's reaction all the more surprising. It'd be a good thing if it would actually deliver, the princess explained with a sigh. I have eyes on that project, and everything about it screams disappointment. It's just an unwieldy drill that's going to waste lives even getting to the walls. Not to mention the metal that could have been used to build other, more useful things. Angela, the ruthless, hyper-competitive princess, caring first about lives? Once more Ty Lee had to suppress her surprise. Things have been changing so much with that girl that it was already proving this little excursion to be more than worth it. Mai was not as good at masking her expression, her eyes going wide for a moment, but thankfully the princess either didn't notice it or didn't care. Ugh, it really seems that the courtiers back home are really that incompetent to allow this stupid plan to go forward. So, you're going to reject their offer? Ty Lee asked, already imagining the verbal evisceration that would follow. Shockingly, Angela shook her head. Obviously not. I'll be going along. The chief engineer might be an idiot, but the people under him might be salvageable. I can't have the fool waste such potential. She took the scroll off Ty Lee and turned to the postmaster who had been carefully not listening to the conversation. Deliver my reply. Tell them I'll be happy to personally witness their weapon in action. I should be at the staging grounds in a few weeks. Mai gave her royal friend a curious, as much as Mai did curious, look. You could send over an army or two to help it if you're that worried. Angela shook her head with some angry orange frustration. It's not that simple. No, it'd make things worse. I've had High General Shinu check the numbers. Protecting something too big like that would threaten everything else we have on the continent. The amount of idiots riding on Gunso's little plan must be significant indeed to have my father's approval. Idiots that are also in father's war council. Well, at least you'll get to identify them after this. Quite. They watched the hawk being sent off before Angela generously tipped the postmaster and the trio left for their ostrich horses. I suppose on the bright side, I have a few promotions to plan. Angela suddenly paused, and then turned back to hastily march back to the postmaster before either Ty Lee or Mai could ask. I want a hawk, red ribbon priority. Send it to the 11th Regiment's barracks in Zilang. Recipient is exclusively for Colonel Singh. There were many forms of entertainment within the colonies of the Fire Nation, some familiar, some exotic. Being in a circus was a mix of the two. Suki found the Earth Kingdom strongmen and tunneling troop acts just as impressive now as the first time she saw them in Kyoji Island. The Fire Nation fire jugglers and acrobats were a new, intriguing experience though. There was a novel excitement at watching a team of men and women so carefreely passing about flaming blades in a variety of daring stances, and teens her age twisting about through small hoops of literal fire. The amalgamation of cultures was something the Kyoji warriors, now out of their face paint and uniform, were getting more and more accustomed with. Okuni and Miyu were engaged in a tug-of-war over a large bowl of fried kailan and cabbages as the group wandered through the circus grounds, while Kana had won herself a simple but pretty wood-beaded bracelet of the Western Earth Kingdom fashion, except that there were beads painted in reds and yellows as well as the usual greens and blues. Suki herself bagged an ornate hairpin supposedly imported from the Fire Nation home islands. The intricate brass metalwork certainly tried to suggest it, though from what Suki understood, actual Fire Nation accessories like these should be made of ivory or bone, not lacquered wood. Still, it was a nice enough souvenir. The Kyoji warriors whiled away the afternoon and let their loose for the first time since what felt like forever, and Suki ignored the uneasy voices in the back of her head for once. By now she acceded that the Fire Nation, at least the one currently overseen by its crown princess, might not be oppressive overlords as the stories say. They were still bad, but not baby roasting, city massacring bad. Not even the scorpion. Gah, there she went again. Suki shook her head free of that line of intrusive thought, and did a reasonably good job at ignoring Sing's features flashing in her head. She most certainly didn't think about his cheeky grin as she browsed for some snacks, nor did she pay any attention to his strong and almost reassuring voice that her memory conjured up while she chatted with San Niang and Lucky, Thankfully, a voice yelling out a new attraction promised a massive distraction and saved Suki from imploding from denial. A fearsome animal show, supposedly. Filled with not only creatures of the Earth Kingdom, but exotic ones from the Fire Nation and beyond. Judging from the growls and grunts coming from behind the large tent, Suki was gratefully intrigued by the notion. The circus master was good at his job, stretching the show with various acts like plate spinners and acrobats, slowly leading the growing crowd towards the main event until the tent was positively cramped with eager spectators. The girls found some of the acts questionable, like the tigerdillo riders and costumed platypus bears expertly balancing on large balls. Loki was particularly affronted, considering she was an avid lover of all things cute and fluffy. Even rows behind the front seats, Suki could make out the slight deadness in the eyes of the beasts, deadness that the crowd in general either didn't notice or didn't care to. Eventually, after stringing them along for so long, the circus master finally unveiled his biggest star. Ladies and gentlemen, now for something truly special. A noble beast, so magnificent and rare, it hasn't been seen by human eyes in generations. I give you, the winged buffalo. The curtains rose, and the Kyoshi warriors joined in the gasps of the spectators, though for an altogether different reason. San Niang turned to Suki with a shocked stare. Isn't that? Suki squinted, and through the gaudy paint and costume, she saw the familiar, if weary and hurt, eyes of the Avatar's air bison. There was no mistaking it, especially when Appa gave a low growl as he trotted into the center of the ring. Appa was here, clad in chains. The Avatar's air bison, supposedly as close a companion as the water tribe siblings. What did that mean for Ong's condition? Amused laughter rose around them as Appa milled about idly, but the Kyoshi warriors were already rising up from their seats as they recovered from their shock. They pushed their way through just as the trainer lost his temper and conjured a flaming whip. Up you insolent cow! He demanded, his fire whip lashing out. No! Suki cried as she forced her way to the front, clearing the way for Mayu to vault over her and use her empty snack bowl to foul up the whip from getting anywhere close to an agitated Appa. The crowd grew silent as they watched the girls rush out to form a protective ring around the air bison. Thankfully, Appa seemed to recognize them, or at least understood their friendly intentions, and settled for crouching behind the loose half-ring of 6 unarmed Kyoshi warriors. Hey? What is the meaning of this? Suki glared at the trainer as he cracked his whip. How did you get Appa? The circus master stepped in, drawing the eyes of the crowd as he spoke. Who's Appa? He's my friend's air bison, Suki answered, just catching herself from using the A word. Don't be foolish, he replied with a condescension that made Suki really want to snuff with a fist into his face. I acquired him from daring hunters, who braved the Quit it. Suki then turned back to the air bison, extending an open palm. Appa, come here. Man. The giant 6-legged fluffball growled softly as he crawled over to the Kyoshi warrior, and then nuzzled its massive, damp nose against her hand. Suki then turned back to the circus master with a glare. That's my friend's air bison. And you kidnapped him. Enough of this nonsense. The trainer's whip lashed out, but even seemingly unarmed the warriors were more than ready for the attack. Suki tossed out her hairpin, striking the man's wrist and aborting the bended fire whip to get anywhere close to the others. Then Kana rushed out, her wooden beaded bracelet wrapped around her knuckles to serve as an improvised knuckle duster. The trainer stared in surprise for all of 2 seconds before she landed a solid hook across his face with a solid crack. Hearing the crowd murmuring, the circus master quickly raised his hands placatingly. Now. I didn't know that beast was your friend's pet. The hunters I bought him from said they captured it after much effort. Lies. It's the truth. I really didn't know. Suki was about to demand more information when movement came in from the flanks. The Kyoshi warriors tensed up as Fire Nation guards made their appearance, looking about as confused as the rest of the spectators. Oh good, the law, the circus master said before jabbing a finger at Suki's way. Apprehend them, officers. They assaulted my staff and are threatening to steal my attraction. The squad leader looked at him for a moment with a flash of annoyance, and then turned to the girls in the same manner. Before any further words can be said, a man appeared from behind the guards, dressed in either a noble's or an official's robes. What drew Suki's attention was his empty left sleeve hanging flatly off his side. What seems to be the problem here? The official asked evenly. These ruffians assaulted my staff and threatened to steal away my attraction. The circus master answered. He's stolen our friend's pet, Suki calmly said after him, subtly shifting her footwork in case she needed to fight her way out of this. We were stopping them from harming him any further. The official glanced between the circus master and warrior several times, humming audibly in thought. Meanwhile the crowd around them seemed to take the whole thing in as if they were watching a theater act. Are you sure that the creature belongs to your friend? The one-armed man finally asked in a reasonable tone. The Kyoshi warriors nodded as one. He responded to our name. Right, Appa. The air bison proved Suki's point by letting out a rumbling growl before he seemed to nod his massive head. That's ridiculous, the trainer said as he got up, rubbing his chin. Stupid beasts like that will respond to just about anything. Appa seemed to take offense to that, and responded with a roar that made those in the front rows startle with fear. It seems that this, Appa is more than just some stupid beast, the official said with a sagely nod. The circus master saw the way the conversation was going and immediately shifted gears. Well, like I told them, I just bought the thing from some hunters. Didn't know it was stolen property. Thankfully Loki only bristled at the callous words used, and Suki found herself relaxing a little as she saw how the one-armed official nodded again. I see. Since you've agreed that you've mistakenly bought stolen property, surely you would not mind doing the right thing and handing this beast over so that these girls could return it back to their friend, and its rightful owner. Wah. I mean. Brr. Unless you'd like to put this matter into arbitration instead. While before the circus master was stammering, the mention of arbitration somehow made him go pale, and Suki noticed that no few faces in the crowd winced at that too. And no. It's... The man finally gave a defeated sigh. Fine. Qian. Samu. Get those chains off the big brute. Your consideration is most appreciated, the official said with a serene smile and nod, before turning to Suki. I hope that this matter is resolved for you six as well. The girls looked at each other for a moment before they nodded their agreement. It's settled. Thanks, Day, Colonial Overseer of Her Highness Crown Princess Agila's Colonial Department. The Overseer bowed formally, putting his sole fist in front of him as a salute. Overseer Day would be enough. That elicited a ripple of gasps and muttering from everyone, the circus master and the trainer included. Welp, it's a good thing we didn't step on any toes on the way here, Okuni commented under her breath. Two men freed Appa from his shackles and costume, and the air bison was more than happy to express his thanks by walking up to the intrigued colonial overseer and then giving him an almost literal full-body lick. Quite impressive. Now, if you six young ladies would please follow me? I have some questions pertaining to your friend and his pet. Ah, shit. Day smirked as he saw the relief playing across the girls' faces once they realized he was only using the whole questioning shtick as an excuse to get them out of the circus grounds. Now, the Crown Princess has extended her welcome to the Kyoji warriors, but might I suggest you go through official channels in the future when you encounter contentious issues? The plainly dressed girls barely hid their surprise, while Day expertly hid his own smug satisfaction at a correct guess. He recognized the air bison, of course. As Colonial Overseer he had access to classified intel on people of interest. And the Avatar and his companions, human and beast alike, ranked rather highly on that list. And considering that among other things, the girls had fallen into combat stances that would put most local guards to shame, associating them to the near-legendary warriors was a matter of a highly educated guess. So, what happens now? Their leader, Suki asked. Now, I suggest you return your friend's pet to him. Surprisingly, her face fell at that. We don't exactly know where he would be right now. The princess did say that these Kyoji warriors were encountered escorting refugees, and up until now the various colonies and towns had tracked their movements, which suggested that they really did have no contact with the Avatar in the southeast all this while. Were they actually not here as informants for him? Intriguing. And amusing. In that case, might I suggest you keep this, Appa close with you until you find your friend? Yeah, sure. I mean, Appa-kin. Before Suki could say any more, the air bison let out a tame roar, seemingly done with being part of the conversation. The beast walked off, and then with a powerful flap of its flat tail, it took off to the darkening skies. As the air bison disappeared into the horizon, Day glanced back to the stunned and slack-jawed girls. As befitting her status as the leader of the group, Suki recovered first, and actually finished her sentence. Appa-kin, fly off. Well, so much for that impromptu idea of using these Kyoji warriors as a lead towards any useful information. The Crown Princess preferred them free to roam and hopefully win them over eventually, so Day couldn't really do much else other than keeping track of their movements for now. Well, perhaps he knows where his master is. Why yet? Came Suki's awkward reply. Unfortunately, patrols began reporting sightings of the air bison at various points from then, mostly grazing amidst berry bushes and long grass. It simply left because it was hungry. Day missed having two hands to bury his face in. At least the beast was making his way eastwards, so maybe it did know where the Avatar was. A shame that it'd fly beyond Fire Nation borders and become impossible to track afterwards. The Overseer now had to find something else to occupy himself with. The Kyoji warriors were proving to be a bust, so maybe he should try focusing on the audits? Surely enough weeks had gone by for the noble colonial landlords to start fudging their tax payments by now? General Wa woke to the droning sounds of work. The assembly had been going on for days now, with work crews working literally day and night hammering and welding away on to get the great drill ready. While she and the others could not sway the Fire Lord from going ahead with this operation, at least her army would not be dragged into that foolishness. Hua had not been alone in riling up Chief Engineer Gunso of the War Ministry and poking at the obvious flaws of his lumbering mountain of metal. Other generals and even civilian courtiers saw the dangers in such an undertaking, and together they had not only angered the aspiring minister, but also harassed his pride so much that he swore to only use resources from the War Ministry in the push for Ba Sing Se. Hua didn't mind at first, until several armored tank divisions parked themselves by her front lines and clogged up the logistics network. And then the components for the Great Drill were brought in to be assembled, and she had to hastily reorganize her supply lines around all the clutter. New routes had to be paved to avoid building-sized blocks of metal and wood being dragged across the continent by herds of Komodo rhinos. Apparently they tried using the tanks to tow the stuff, but the fuel expenditure became ridiculous. In the meantime, Hua also had to contend with the Earth Kingdom's rising aggression. No surprise that they noticed the drill and additional forces being gathered, and Ba Sing Se had seen it fit to organize a proper preemptive strike against the work in progress. Hua's command barely held against the surprisingly savage assault, with many fronts being ground down to a few active squads out of whole companies. The Earth Kingdom's new train carriages, clearly inspired by Ba Sing Se's monorail, allowed them to deliver way too many men and spears right at the front lines to drown the Fire Nation positions. As they were made of earth-bended rock, the windowless carriages took considerable effort to bring down, and the earthbenders pushing those transports were often too protected to target. Only the fact that the human waves consisted mostly of poorly trained conscripts allowed the Fire Nation's East Army to survive the onslaught. The front lines were whittled down, but they ultimately held at the end of the first week. Thankfully, timely reinforcements helped bolster her forces and fend off the second and third attempts, with far less painful success. With the disgraced commanders from the invasion of the North being relegated to the very thankless duties they sought to escape, General Shou and his army were free, with Crown Princess Agila's permission, to come to Hua's aid in full force. Shou adopted a less static defense. The colonels and majors under his command were happy to engage the enemy far beyond the defensive lines and slowly worked their way back. Kiting, as Shou had put it. A tactic refined by Xing, and up until now was heavily disparaged for being a dishonorable approach to war. The rapid counterattack and withdrawal chipped away at the Earth Kingdom hammer blow, knocking out their earthen carriages one by one and forcing the conscripts within to disembark to defend their transport, only to be forced to re-embark again as their harassers quickly pulled away. Occasionally a carriage's earthbenders would be taken out, dooming the human cargo within. Those that sought to hunker down in their transports often found themselves being cooked alive, as Shou didn't want to risk unnecessary assaults. Those that tried to flee enjoyed a much swifter but bloodier end. The Ofdao had reportedly slaughtered 2 carriages worth of conscripts by himself so far, after blasting his way into them. Hua pitied those poor trapped men, to have to die from the sheer loudness of the brute. Dao's men of the 4th Regiment were no better, opting to isolate carriages before pouncing on them and slowly tearing them and their occupants apart like hungry wolves. Yashin, Kota, and the other commanders were more conventional, though their efforts were no less effective. Hua's thin defenses barely strained by the time the harried Earth Kingdom armies reached her lines, the weary and demoralized conscripts being a far easier ordeal than before. The Earth Kingdom stopped after their third failed assault, though her defenses were still on high alert due to the occasional probing attacks. And all the while, the War Ministry's tank companies and guards didn't do a thing other than surround the drill's build site protectively. As if they stood any chance if the Earth Kingdom broke through. A part of Hua wanted to order her men to pull back and actually let that happen, but her sense of duty overruled that. As annoying as the factionalism and rivalries within the War Ministry was, at least she still had reliable allies to depend upon. Reliable enough for Hua to wake up in Shou's tent, and nudge the sleeping general awake. Shou. It's morning. Her peer slowly woke with a mutter, but by then Hua had left his bed and was stretching her limbs. 4 nights in, and her body had gotten used to the strains of coupling. Shou was a considerate partner, but one that still had moments that had Hua pleasantly sore. MMH. Time. Her partner asked groggily. We probably have some time before the morning meeting. I'll get us breakfast. MMH. Both generals' bodyguards snapped to attention when Hua popped out of the tent to order up some food, the men all keeping their thoughts to themselves. So long as the gossiping was kept out of her sight, Hua wouldn't care. Besides, battlefield marriages weren't anything new. It had surprised her when Shou proposed, but Hua didn't have to mull over the offer for too long before accepting. Politically, the other general was a nobleman from a family of middling importance, which was more than her merchant family could even think of reaching. Besides, a union of generals of, hopefully, some renown was looked upon favorably in the upper classes. Enough so that both could consider retiring soon to raise a family and nurture a martial dynasty. Technically, Hua could immediately return to the home islands for that if she wanted to, but after decades of plays and songs romanticizing couples marrying on the front just to die together in the name of the Fire Nation, just considering to return home was already frowned upon heavily, as if it was some great act of cowardice. Which unsurprisingly saw a sharp drop in battlefield marriages and a spike in unofficial dalliances. Personally, Hua found Shou's quiet competence to be reassuring and highly welcome, plus he was easy enough on the eyes. That he didn't mind her seniority was nice too. And he was highly satisfying in bed. They already broke both his and her cot in the first 2 nights, and had to settle for sleeping on the ground. How many more days will it take? Shou asked as she slipped back inside. If we can keep any interruptions from happening, it'll be 4 more days before the drill gets moving, Hua replied as she strode over to help her husband with his uniform. You make it sound like it's our fault that the Earth Kingdom is attacking. Hua scoffed. That's what the War Ministry lackeys are insinuating. That it's an inconvenience to stop work and have their tanks actually on alert as war machines. Her man offered a smile that she was starting to find quite charming. Well, once they're done they can forward their complaints straight to the Earth Kingdom. Hua draped her arms over his shoulders from behind. Hopefully they draw enough attention to give the front lines some peace. I have some ideas on how such quiet moments could be spent. Before they got too distracted with each other, a sharp stamping of boots from outside signaled the arrival of a visitor. Shou gave her a quick peck on the cheek before they headed to greet the inconsiderate intruder. Waiting outside the tent was a young nobleman, his clean robes and well-groomed face making him incongruous to the battle-worn environment around him. Ah, General Shou. General Hua. How fortunate I am to meet the both of you right now. It saves me time on passing along this message twice. While Shou remained carefully neutral, Hua was frowning, her hackles raised. This clean-faced noble spoke too smoothly, bowed too precisely. He had to be a courtier from the royal court. You bear a message? Shou asked politely. The slimy nobleman nodded, and proffered a message from his belt. Yes. I am most fortunate enough to deliver this message from Crown Princess ATLA. Hey. It shouldn't be surprising for the princess to employ talented politicians, but still, a part of Hua thought such snakes to be beneath her. Her husband took and unfolded it, allowing both generals to peer into its contents. Both commanders failed to hide their surprise. Princess ATLA is actually going with the drill. Hua exclaimed with disbelief. Wasn't it the princess who had warned her of the dangers of the drill? Why was she taking up Gunsu's invitation? The messenger gave an eerily polite nod as he answered. Indeed. Her Highness has deemed the endeavor worthy of her attention. Of course, she has summoned her regiment here, just as a precaution. Precaution. His eyes almost lazily scanned from side to side. Almost, because Hua saw the keen awareness in them as he subtly checked his peripheral vision. If we may take this conversation someplace more discreet. Shou welcomed the noble into the tent, and Hua found herself carefully studying the man. This was no mere smooth-talking courtier. She should have expected that from the princess servants. We are free from prying ears here, Shou reassured. As free as any place in the front lines can be, at least. Yes. The noble gave another nod, and then shed his facade of simpering politeness. His voice became firmer and more solid as he got straight to the point. I'm sure that you both understand the undesirable result the War Ministry's wasteful project will achieve. As disturbed as she was by the sudden change, Hua nodded along with her husband. As much as the Crown Princess disagrees with the extravagant waste, Her Highness also understands that some of the invested resources might be salvaged. Namely the War Ministry's lower staff. That sounded about right for her character. Princess ATLA was not one to squander human resources. So she's going along, as an excuse. Hua guessed, earning the man's nod. Her 11th will serve as her escort. In the meantime, Her Highness has asked for a force ready to mount a rapid rescue operation. Discreetly. Understood, both generals replied in unison. It shouldn't be too hard to form a task force for that. Maybe mask it as a rapid response group to bolster the lines. In the meantime, continue doing your duty. Know that the Crown Princess is not ignorant of the ordeal your armies are enduring for the sake of the War Ministry's inane competition. So there is no real chance of success for the Great Drill. The nobleman gave a predatory smirk. Not with their current resources. Not with Her Highness' disapproval. Hua's eyebrows shot up at the implication and shared a look with Shou, who seemed utterly unperturbed by the words. As if sensing her worry, the man shook his head. As you both are held in esteem by Her Highness, I am allowed to inform you that Colonel Singh of the 11th has, speculated that the Avatar would be at the walls of Ba Singh SE to welcome the drill. Oh. Singh and his divinations. That more or less sealed the drill's fate then. What little intelligence we have of the Avatar's movements does nothing to discredit that. So Her Highness is preparing to soften the consequences of failure. Shou gave a salute, and Hua followed along. Crown Princess ATLA will find the North and East armies quick to respond when she summons for us. Losing Appa had significantly shortened Ong's temper and Sokka wisely toned down his quips. Even after leaving the desert, even with his bright smile returning, there was a fragility behind the Avatar's eyes that threatened to snap at the wrong pressure. Sokka didn't know if it was better for Ong to consider the air bison to be dead, rather than worrying over possible fate APA could be in right now. Katara's calming influence could only do so much, especially with Topha's spiky wit balancing it out. At least the blind earthbender kept aside her tough love approach and was happy to settle for a more easygoing attitude. Which left all the hard adulting to Sokka. Map duty? Sokka, because Toph was blind and Katara was busy trying to stop Aang from being unbalanced. Foraging? Same thing, plus the trio were often training their bending. He'd complain about not being able to hone his own combat skills, or having time to properly pine for you, but Sokka sucked it up as the oldest and the brains of the group. It didn't help that his work was not appreciated. Are you sure there's no other choice? His sister asked as they neared the thin, twisting trail towards the Serpent's Pass. Sokka was about to reiterate his point, but then the party, sans Toph, saw an Earth Kingdom vessel floating past them towards the other end of the East Lake. Without hesitation Aang flew over to the ship, and then returned back with news of an alternative route. Momo's chirp only served to accentuate Katara's unimpressed glare. How was Sokka supposed to know about Full Moon Bay? It wasn't his fault it wasn't on the map for crying out loud. Sokka hated adulting. It took another couple of days before they managed to find the well-hidden entrance literally built into the mountainside. The Earth Kingdom guards were stern-faced and highly unemotive when they saw Aang, which was weird considering that he was the Avatar and all. Maybe they were very professional with their job. I can't believe how many people's lives have been uprooted by the Fire Nation. Sokka almost rolled his eyes at that, but Toph beat him to it with her usual snark. Yet, what a surprise that people are fleeing from a marching army. I know that, Katara snapped defensively and then scanned across the packed cove filled with tents and displaced families. Looking at all this puts things more into perspective. So many innocent and helpless lives. Sokka heard the slight waver in his sister's voice, and he too remembered the devastation in Agnikale. The bodies littered across its snowy streets, or floating down its waterways. And that was only from a besieged city. How many villages and towns had emptied out to fill this hidden cove? And there were barely enough soldiers around to protect them. Imagining the carnage that would follow if the Fire Nation managed to make it here. Well, let's figure out how to get us into one of those boats, Toph said, oblivious or uncaring about the discomfort settling on the siblings and even Aang. It was in the long and exasperating queue that Sokka found out about Avatar impersonators trying to fool their way into Ba Sing Se. For a bunch of imposters, their costumes were surprisingly on point. One even had a decent staff glider thing that Aang has. Still, their presence made entry into the ferries nigh impossible, if not for Toph proving the power her family name had. Just showing her seal earned the whole gang passes to board the ferry. Sure, it meant having to pretend to be her servant, which she exploited rather well when she felt like it, but ultimately it got them that much closer to Ba Sing Se. Ultimately, they enjoyed a rather relaxing boat trip, with Topha's seal once again securing them much comfier quarters than what the other refugees had. Unfortunately, for every good came a bad, and the bad during the ferry ride was Aang and Katara bumping into another group of youths. Sokka did not like the cold confidence Jet exuded. It reminded him too much of Zhao. There was something about the straw-chewing guy that just screamed untrustworthy and loony to him. His friends weren't so bad, but that they followed Jet was bad enough. And strangely enough, Toph agreed. The blind earthbender was far more direct about her aversion to, preferring to stay in her cabin or wander the ferry than joining Aang and Katara with Jet's group. Sokka tried to give the guy a chance, and looked out for his sister because that kind of charisma was just trouble, and joined in. We were part of a resistance group, Jet said somberly when Katara excitedly asked about their background, but, we had to disband and move on after we were betrayed. While Katara sympathized, Sokka noticed how the shorty Smellerbee hung along to Jet's every word, while the lanky but quieter Longshot, cool name, admittedly, remained reserved in a way that suggested some sort of disagreement. The rest had given up and went their own ways after that, and with only the three of us left, we thought we'd try to start afresh in Ba Sing Se. Maybe they'll have a place for fighters like us, you know. What kind of fighting did you do? Sokka tried inquiring, but Jet and his friends never gave a straight answer. Longshot never answered to start with, but he's the quiet type so he gets an understandable pass. The kind that scares the Fire Nation. The kind that will do whatever it takes to fully liberate the Earth Kingdom. Scare the Fire Nation? Has the guy met the Scorpion Dragon yet? Again, Sokka got a bad feeling about it, but he tolerated Jet's presence throughout the short journey. Unfortunately, Jet proposed to join up with the gang, offering his trio's aid in Aang's quest to look for Appa. Both Aang and Katara seemed all about to accept, but fortunately, the privileges of Topha's Bafong passes did not extend to the trio and they parted at the monorail exclusive express entrance. Toph summoning the guards to do away with the riffraff earned her glares from the other two, but Sokka gave her a slow, commending clap. 4 out of 5. You should have used peasants instead of riffraff. It's much more contemporary for the times. Ty Lee did not care much for politics, but she did find how ATLA dealt with it rather fascinating. The way the military commanders and ministry officials bent over at the princess' presence was fine and all, but Angela was a radiant red-orange as she went straight to sternly exerting her influence on the men and women, instead of basking in their cowering as her younger self might do. The funnily dressed chief engineer was practically kissing the dirt as he immediately prostrated before Angela, his apron tinkling from spilt metal baubles. Ty Lee noted with interest at how the man's green-yellow of fear and eagerness clashed horribly with Angela's impatient deep orange aura. "Get up, chief engineer." "Oh, of course, your highness. Thank you for coming today." Angela rolled her eyes at the lanky man's bobbing head and shaky words, and then turned to the mountain of metal surrounded by hundreds of laborers. "Yes, yes. You should be honored and so on, and so forth. I know that. I'm told I came here at an auspicious time. Does that mean you're ready to depart?" "Just about, your highness. Just about. We're just finishing up the final details, shouldn't take too long now, yes." To Ty Lee's eyes, the nearly completed great drill seemed quite comical with its vents and ports and various unknown extrusions. So much metal, and water, too. Dozens of bucket brigades carried water up to the top of the drill's carapace, where it was dumped into some unseen reservoir. If it carried as much water as she thought it might, would the thing be a good aquarium? It'd be nice to have something large enough to hold whales and sharks, though they'd need to install windows to make the fishes visible. Maybe cover the top with some sand to make a beach? It certainly looks big enough to hold a good stretch of it. "Come, girls, let's find some place to rest while we wait." Contrary to expectations, Ty Lee and Mai followed Angela away from the War Ministry's tents, and instead strode purposefully towards the military camps. The soldiers welcomed her arrival with bows that poorly hid their surprise. The princess locked onto one of them, though her annoyance had receded to a paler orange by now. "You there, Sergeant? I hear Generals Hua and Shou are around." The man visibly gulped before he replied. They are both currently inspecting the front lines, your highness." "Oh." Angela's head tilted cutely to one side, though it did nothing to reassure the soldier. He nodded jerkily as he elaborated. "We saw off another attack yesterday. The generals are looking over the damage, and..." She cut him off with a wave of her hand. "I understand, Sergeant. They're doing their jobs." Then, glancing over to Ty Lee and Mai, "Well, there goes that option." "What option?" Mai asked. "The one with decent hospitality." The bored-looking girl jerked a thumb over her shoulder. "What about the chief engineer?" Angela scoffed at that, and the orange annoyance flared up around her. "Please, I'm sure even you don't want to tolerate the man stammering and simpering so early. Point. Besides, I prefer reliable warriors over those tinkerers," Angela added, a little louder to make sure that the soldiers behind her heard it. "At least they're too busy doing a good job to be annoying." That got the reliable warriors to straighten a little, and the sergeant cleared his throat before speaking with a bit more confidence. "If you'd like, your highness, we can have a tent prepared for you." Mai rolled her eyes, but Angela nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent." They were led to a tent that had just had its occupants kicked out, but rather than resentment, Ty Lee saw how the evicted soldiers saluted sharply, proudly. Hosting the crown princess was a prestigious thing, then. "Pardon the smell, your highness," the sergeant apologized, but again Angela cut it off with a wave of her hand while her quartet of bodyguards casually scanned the interior. "I've been on campaign before, Sergeant. This is far from an uncomfortable environment." Ty Lee nodded along to her friend's assessment. "Yup. Smells better than the circus back areas, that's for sure." Mai groaned, but otherwise kept silent. "Should I get you and your friends some refreshments, your highness?" "No need. We'll be heading off soon, assuming Gunso can keep his timing, auspicious." The princess then flashed a disarming smirk. "And besides, it'd be wrong to use the provisions of you and your fellows. I understand how important a good meal and drink is after a hard fight, can't have some unfortunate warrior miss out on his fair share just because some guests nipped off some of the good stuff." Mai coughed at the unsubtle manipulation, while Ty Lee's eyes went wide as she saw her friend win the sergeant over instead of just intimidating him into obedience. "I would appreciate it if we could have some discretion though. Some quiet before I have to deal with the robes of the War Ministry." "Of course, your highness," he said, but otherwise bowed himself out of the tent, two of Angela's bodyguards following after him to stand guard outside. From outside, the sergeant was far less courteous in bellowing his orders. "Right. Masa, Byung, go see if anyone's got an ETA on when the generals are coming back. You lot, keep a cordon around the tent. Everyone else, back to your post. Anyone come seeking the princess, unless it's because the drill's ready, tell em to fuck off. She's wasting plenty of time as is already." Angela's grin faded as she regarded her friends. "What? I'm still not used to your new, you," Mai said bluntly, and the princess shrugged. "I've learned that fear has its uses, but it isn't the only good option." The other girl's eyes narrowed for a second. "Yet, Don't think I'll be getting used to that too soon. The princess huffed as Ty Lee couldn't help a giggle. Well, be glad that I'm not my old self. I can't imagine how dull being intimidating all the time can be. Ty Lee didn't dare respond to that. She could very well imagine what kind of friend ATLA would be if that were the case. She had dealt with that for a few years already. Deciding to quickly move on, the acrobat beamed a mischievous smile. So, where's your Sing? I thought he'd be here waiting for you by now. ATLA rolled her eyes at the clear attempt at prodding for a reaction. Sing and the 11th will catch up with us. It takes a while to travel, you know. Deciding that her royal friend's aura wasn't pink enough, Ty Lee walked over with her eyebrows waggling. But it'd be nice to have him around so you can both spar again with all this time, right? Aha! ATLA's eyes broke away from hers, and the aura turned into an almost perfect shade of pink that matched the blush on the princess' cheeks. You guys kissed yet? Mai asked with a faint smirk, deciding to join in the fun. The pink aura deepened with embarrassment, and Ty Lee almost squealed with excitement. Instead, she put on a vindictive grin. I think the question we should be asking, Mai, is how often ATLA's been snogging? Or how much of the rumors are true? ATLA wasn't as nervous about it as expected. So probably just some kissing then? That's a shame. Ty Lee would have loved to know the details. Still. So, how was it? The kissing? Ty Lee asked, barely containing her curiosity and excitement. At her friend's annoyance and silence, she glanced up to the overly stiff bodyguards. You guys seen any of it? No? Surely. ATLA growled, taking the bait. They weren't around when we shit. Ty Lee grinned triumphantly, and nodded to Mai. See? Definitely kissed. Fucking hate you. The princess muttered, not meaning it at all as she shrank away and marinated in her embarrassing pink thoughts. The drill will be deployed today, Your Majesty. Your daughter should soon send word back of what the chief engineer will accomplish. General Bujing kept his silence as the courtier bought by Chief Engineer Gunso played the role of sycophant excellently. Despite his misgivings about recent events, the old general was aware enough about the changes around him to not lose his post. He understood the importance of trying to break the Earth Kingdom to bring an end to the long war, but the desperate methods offered by the rival aspirants of the War Ministry were too reckless. Yet, the Fire Lord, perhaps wishing to cement his place in history and regain some face after the fiasco in the North Pole, had agreed to the latest idea of using an oversized drill to breach the impenetrable city. Worse, a number of Bujing's colleagues within the War Council had compromised themselves and went along with the plan, which then cascaded down to the other high generals like Bujing who wisely kept his protests shut. Everyone knew of Fire Lord Oze's impulsive temper. How long until we will receive reports? The ruler of the Fire Nation asked from behind his screen of flames. The courtier bowed low, but Bujing caught his smirk. It should be within 2 weeks, Fire Lord. Thanks to your decree, all War Ministry resources have been redirected to ensure that the Great Drill reaches Ba Sing Se to perform its job. Basically putting a pause on the selection competition within that department. Tanks, new brands of heavy infantry and cavalry, even the resurgence of chariots, all to be sent over to protect the ambitious mega-project. All to regain credibility and honor after the failed siege, and to not lose out to the young maverick that was showing up the old guard. Like his colleagues, Bujing disapproved of Colonel Sing's methods of war, but he was not so deluded as to ignore the boy's near-sterling results. The unorthodox tactics, often weaponizing some form of cowardly and dishonorable attack or trick, went against the core of Fire Nation military doctrine of proving their superiority by facing the enemy head-on. But the victories were hard to ignore. That the young princess took to the young dragon's disreputable but effective methods was disappointing but understandable. She was too young to understand the nuances of honor, and chose to prove her worthiness as an heir by prioritizing results. Bujing respected that of her, approved of her work as colonial minister even. But the fact remains that Crown Princess ATLA needed a more moderating voice to counteract Sing's radical thinking with some common sense. Hopefully, with recent incidents, Prince Iroh would prove to be that voice of reason. Still, princess aside, it was even more disappointing that many of Bujing's peers felt threatened by the young colonel, enough to feel competitive about it. Despite the boy's eccentricities, he still served the Fire Nation, and remained generally humble about it. After all, how many men would do as he did, and omit his participation in stopping Zhao's idiocy instead of using it to gain more acclaim? How many glory-hungry commanders would abuse the princess' royal patronage to assign themselves choice battlefields, instead of accepting her orders to deal with the chores of pacification and being held in reserve like the young dragon did? Bujing did not like the young colonel, but he did not see him as an enemy that needed to be put down either. In that, he and Shinu were in agreement. The other high general was probably the one who teetered the most on indifference when it came to Sing, probably because Shinu could relate to the boy as a commoner rising through the ranks. Along with 2 other high generals, they formed the new minority that tried to temper the Fire Lord's recent decisions in chasing glory. Like right now. Fire Lord, Shinu voiced carefully, Perhaps some precaution should be taken in the event of the Earth Kingdom reacting in unexpected ways? Beyond the tanks, we will be committing unproven resources for the drill. I'm sure the Crown Princess has her fire lancers ready to defend her, but it might be prudent to at least have several regiments from the Eastern Front to serve as a reserve. The simpering courtier rose up and grinned too haughtily. Nonsense, High General. Chief Engineer Gunsu had already promised to conduct the operation without any deployed army elements. It would be dishonorable to go back on his word. No, it wasn't, Bujing thought with a frown. At this point it'd be admitting his mistake and proving that his claims were far from what he had bragged about in court. Disgraceful and disappointing, yes. But far from dishonorable. Besides, what better way to prove the War Ministry's other new innovations and inventions? The Earth Kingdom might have their war trains, but I'm sure it would please everyone in court to show them which realm holds the mastery over innovation and industry. The courtier looked around grandly, arms raised to appeal to the generals and courtiers in the throne room. There was silence for a few awkward seconds before the Fire Lord spoke. Well said. I look forward to the Chief Engineer's victory, then. Just like that, the cold, judgmental tone snuffed out the courtier's confidence, and he quickly bowed low and withdrew. Bujing held back the urge to sigh as he shared an exasperated look with Shinu. They would have to waste a few days now planning for the likely consequences of the War Ministry's ambition. Hopefully it wouldn't be as catastrophic as Zhao's idiocy, and hopefully the Crown Princess makes it out unharmed. At the very least so she might declare an Agni Kai against the Chief Engineer to send a message. So hopefully, you can appreciate why we've requested your help, General Sung finished explaining, and Sokka and his friends still couldn't tear their gazes from the massive shape off in the distance. General Fong nodded sternly. We've lost too many men trying to stop or even slow the drill down, so it's decided that we should conserve the rest of our forces to mount a final defense by the walls. We'll do what we can to tie up the Fire Nation forces guarding the drill. And I'll have to find a way to stop it for good, Ong finished grimly. So the question is, how are we going to stop that thing? He whispered to himself. Well, we have a couple more days of thinking before it reaches, so let's do that, Katara said with forced cheer. They're guarding it so heavily, Sokka reasoned, so that must mean it has a weakness of some kind. Maybe somewhere up close, like its underside. That earned him nods from all around, which was nice. Even Toph didn't follow up with a witty jab, so it must have been a really good idea. General Fong, the more general looking of the two, sighed. It's a shame we weren't able to secure any information about the workings of the drill. However, from what our survivors reported, its tracks are too large and heavy to be easily damaged. We'll need too much time to make a pit wide and deep enough to trap it, and even then, it'll still send the drill under the walls, which might be just as bad. Off in the distance, Sokka spied the dots that were supposed to be Fire Nation tanks moving in neat squadrons. According to the generals, the war machins and a bunch of heavy infantry were what comprised the drill's defense. For better or worse, the initial forays into the Fire Nation lines had severely depleted the manpower on both sides. A seed of an idea wriggling in the back of Sokka's head, but he didn't have the right information yet to have it sprout. Deciding to not burst a vein over it, the Water Tribe warrior followed his friends into the simple barracks that the generals of Ba Sing Se hosted them in. In the following afternoon, the gang followed General Sung down to the infirmary to gather more knowledge from the survivors of failed attacks. While Katara did her healing thing and Ong reassured people simply by showing up and reminding everyone that the Avatar was around, Sokka went around harvesting information, with Toph to bounce ideas with. Unfortunately, all they got was how fiercely the drill's defenders fought, and barely anyone had the luxury to notice details about the lumbering thing while they were fighting for their lives. Toph was particularly annoyed at all that. They should have kept their army together instead of sending wave after useless wave at the thing, she commented privately, and Sokka agreed with her. By the sounds of it, it looked like Ba Sing Se just kept throwing men at the drill in the hopes that eventually something might happen. Looking at the rows of medical buildings filled with wounded men, he couldn't imagine how many hundreds of lives were wasted in such half-hearted and piecemeal attacks. If they'd gathered up their forces, and stopped being so stupidly proactive, it felt more feasible for the armies of Ba Sing Se to overwhelm the drill's defenders. A sobering thought of how often such scenes might be replicated across the Earth Kingdom dragged Sokka's mood down. He'd heard of loss after loss, and what victories they scored were often drenched in blood. It actually made the Scorpion's tactics sound efficient in comparison. Sokka shuddered and banished that thought. No way did he just consider the ruthless Scorpion to be a better option. The guy isn't any better with his horrible practices. It took the observation of a wounded captain for Sokka's seed of an idea to finally sprout. Boulders bounced off the drill shell, so we forced our way past the tanks. But then we had to pull back when they sent out their foot soldiers to intercept us. They were armored enough that our earthbending seemed to only inconvenience them. Heavily armored infantry. Hey! What? Katara asked for the rest of the gang, who were looking at Sokka's way. How'd they get their soldiers to keep up with the drill? I mean, they could run along with it, but that'd leave them exhausted to put up a fight, right? There was a second of heavy silence before Ong posed an answer. They didn't run? They were carried. Sokka grinned and snapped his fingers. In the drill. And if all the soldiers are outside defending it, we can sneak in the same way they came out and maybe find a way to stop the drill from inside. Katara finished with a hopeful smile. It was about as good an idea that Sokka could muster, short of asking Ong to go avatar mode. But even then, that's a lot of metal to break with air, water, and earth. Maybe have that as plan B then. The four of them quickly headed up to confer with Generals Fong and Sung. Incidentally, it was nice to be conferring like adults for once, and the two commanders seemed just as hopeful at the idea as Katara was. General Fong was nodding along as he stared down at the map of the region. It shouldn't be too hard to reorganize the defense towards a diversionary assault. We can draw the tanks and infantry onto this side of the drill, which would allow you to sneak in from the other side. We need you to buy time, Sokka emphasized, so it's better if your soldiers keep fighting and stay alive for as long as they can. He'd rather not have too much blood on his hands. Leave the battlefield strategies to us, General Sung preened, drawing an annoyed side-eye from his colleague. We'll buy you all the time you need. They hammered out more details throughout the day, and ended on a high note, all things considered. The generals seemed optimistic enough about their chances, and Ong's determination replaced his dejectedness over missing Appa. Only Toph seemed unsure because she couldn't bend while in the drill, but being given free rein after the trio infiltrated the drill cheered her back up. On the next morning, Sokka and the gang were keeping low in a trench on the left side of the drill, while the defenders of Ba Sing Se formed up to the right. Being just a few stones throws away, the massive machine loomed ahead, casting a shadow that almost reached the lines. The tanks rolling alongside it seemed so puny in comparison. Sokka felt the jittering nerves getting to him and quickly stamped it out as he glanced at Toph. Here goes. Hit it, Toph. The blind bandit was grinning as she leapt above the trench and stomped her foot literally into the ground. A huge tremor rose up and the ground blasted upwards, spitting out a massive dust cloud that rolled towards the drill's flank. On the other end, the soldiers did the same, hurling their own obscuring smog down the other flank. For Ba Sing Se! Came the yells of the soldiers as they rushed into the dust cloud, kicking up a ruckus to draw attention. At the same time, Toph led the gang and a squad of non-bending soldiers with her. The troops were assigned at the insistence of General Fong, and carried pouches of blasting jelly with them to hopefully make sabotaging easier. Stay close and listen to what I say, the young earthbender ordered, and then took off in a light jog. Their advance was quick and unimpeded, judging from the muted clamor coming from a distance the distraction was doing its job. Sokka almost froze and stumbled when an intrusive thought wondered how many men he'd sent to their deaths. This whole thing was his idea, after all. Hold up. Thankfully, Toph suddenly halted and everyone did the same. Katara immediately brought her hands towards her water flask. What's wrong? Tanks up ahead. They're going past us. Looks like they're heading for the fight on the other side. She paused for a few seconds before nodding. They're gone. Let's go. With another stomp to blast out another blinding cloud, Toph led them ever closer towards the drill. Sokka saw the silhouette of massive tracks after a few minutes, and he heard the soldiers beside him mutter in awe at the sheer scale of the whole thing. Hurry up. I feel footsteps further up ahead. Right, no time for sightseeing, the sergeant said, and quietly urged his men along. There's ramps or stairs or something. Whatever it is, I'm getting a lot of movement, but slowly petering out. They passed between two massive sets of tracks, but Sokka practically skidded to a halt when he looked up at the metal ceiling above him. Hey, guys, he called out, and ignored Toph's annoyed, sightless glare as he pointed up at a small hatch. I think the service entrance is safer. That got the earthbender to hold her tongue, and the sergeant gave an approving nod. Good idea. Less chance of running into armed trouble, and we're likely to find the more fragile things to break. Toph raised them up, and Katara broke the hatch open by freezing its hinges off. You sure you want to stay down here? Ong asked just to be sure, and Toph nodded. No way am I getting in that metal monster. I can't bend in there. All right. Stay safe. Sokka nodded along, and remembered that she couldn't see so he didn't give her a thumbs up. Have fun then. I will. The diversionary attack was going well, all things considered. Captain Bego made sure to keep the dust cloud topped up as his men darted in and out of the heavy cover to engage the enemy. With limited vision, fighting became a chaotic and risky affair, especially with the chance of Fire Nation tanks suddenly appearing out of nowhere to run you over. Still, the reduction in the enemy's range more than made up for that risk, allowing the Ba Sing Se defenders to close in and disable isolated vehicles. The reduced vision also made the tank drivers slow down, though they also seemed to be seeking each other out to form a defensive line. Onwards, men! Let's get these invaders off our lands. With a stomp of his foot, the captain channeled his chi into the earth, sending a column of rocks shooting up underneath the tank's hull and lifting it a few inches the ground, just enough to immobilize it. Other earthbenders and spearmen quickly surrounded it and began to fill any openings they could find with spear tips and earthen projectiles. The tank's occupants were killed, but it came at the cost of 4 wounded and 1 dead as the firebenders put up a fight to the very end. The same scene repeated throughout the dust cloud. About 5 soldiers of BA Singh SC were killed by flames or tracks for every tank they took down. Facing off against the Fire Nation's heavy infantry went much better at almost 2 for 1, but it was still an unbearable rate of attrition. These firebenders wore bulky armor that bounced off the usual rocky spikes and rocks hurled at it. They looked like human turtle ducks, and Begu would have laughed if not for how frustratingly effective the armor was. Silhouetted to his side, the captain saw 4 of these heavy infantry square off against 3 times their number of earthbenders. They stumbled and rocked about from the earthbenders' barrage, but otherwise were still capable of literally returning fire. One eventually died to a lucky spike that shattered his faceplate, another incinerated 3 earthbenders before a column of dirt tripped him and spearmen slipped behind him to jam his spear into his neck, and the last 2 fought back to back, reaping a fearsome toll before they were crushed and buried. They had engaged 13 earthbenders. 6 earthbenders walked out of that fight, but 3 had to be sent back due to their injuries. Still, despite the poor exchange rate, the captain felt confident that his men could at least last for a while longer. He had to remind himself that every tank shattered, every firebender killed here was one less to slow the Avatar down from disabling the drill. Every life expended here was one less to threaten his home. For some reason, the fighting eventually sputtered out mere minutes after it began. Begu knew something was wrong, but his instincts couldn't tell him what exactly he had to worry about. The captain yelled for his men to form up, and let the dust cloud settle down to get a clearer picture of things. Both tanks and heavy infantry were retreating towards the drill's tracks. Begu grinned. The enemy had wrongly assumed that they were trying to immobilize their wonder weapon. A quick glance to the space beyond the enemy formations showed no signs of the Avatar, which bode well. Still, they had the enemy's attention for now, best to keep the act up and not raise suspicion. Begu sighed as he prepared to order his men to their likely deaths. Then the ground rumbled, and one formation of tanks and turtle-shaped men were sent flying as a massive column of earth shot out from beneath them. Another formation followed the same fate, and the captain heard the sound of a child's laughter rising through the grinding tracks and hissing steam. Yes. Keep staying still for me. He recognized the voice and the petite frame of the Avatar's companion. The girl was supposedly blind, but here she was wreaking havoc amongst the Fire Nation forces. Begu's jaw almost went slack in awe and something close to optimism began to bloom in his heart. Not only was the Avatar aiding them, he had powerful talents with him that could give the Mad King a run for his money. The blind earthbender cackled as she sent tanks flying up into the metal underbelly of the drill, denting it and cracking the smaller vehicles like dried nutshells. The heavily armored firebenders were swallowed by the ground down to their necks, or shot up by exploding columns into each other to literally knock each other out. It was the most beautiful sowing of chaos the captain had ever witnessed. Maybe this didn't have to just be a diversionary attack after all. Begu collected himself. Men, form up. The Avatar's friend has put the enemy in disarray for us. Let's help her finish them. Charge. The metal-clad Fire Nation forces began to pull back, or tried their best to as they ran about like headless chickens. The infantry tried to run towards some stairs, but the Avatar's companion tore those out with precisely aimed boulders. Stranded, the Fire Nation's heavy infantry fled towards the back end of the drill, where presumably another set of stairs awaited them. It mattered not, the front section of the drill was secured by BA Singh SC's defenders. They now had the luxury of reinforcing the Avatar. Maybe even call for more blasting jelly to be delivered. Captain! Someone called out, and Begu turned to a soldier pointing at something. Following the finger towards its target, the captain had to squint as he saw more tanks coming. No, not tanks. They looked like them, but were open-topped? Why would they make a tank without a roof? Then Begu caught sight of the banners fluttering from each roofless tank. Shit! We've got more incoming! He yelled at the Avatar's powerful friend, who quickly stopped playing with her fleeing prey and used a tide of earth to roll herself up to join him. What do you see? She asked, her grim face utterly out of place with her young body. Begu turned towards a trooper who arguably had the best eyes in the force, that was still alive. Rang. Can you pick out the details on those banners? Puffs of smoke rose from the strange tanks, and Begu saw dots, no, people, shooting up into the sky. And then they angled down, blasts of fire behind them propelling them onwards. Spirits, they were flying over here? Form up! The captain hastily yelled. Armadillo lion formation. He turned to the girl, barely containing his panic. They're coming down from the skies. The blind girl frowned, but otherwise just calmly nodded. I'll have to wait for them to land, then. Sir! Rang called out, and the captain felt his guts drop when he saw the trooper trembling. The banners, sir! What is it? Rang looked at his captain with nothing but dread in his eyes. Scorpions, sir. The banners have scorpions on them. All the optimism and hope from before withered away, and the men who heard the news visibly slumped around him. Spirits save us. Begu gulped, and then turned to the Avatar's companion, who abandoned all her spiteful glee. We might have to change our plans, she suggested with commendable understatement. The first fire bolts rained down moments later, blasting apart earthen walls and knocking men over. And then the first of the dreaded 11th landed amongst Begu and his men, fighting right up close and personal with daggers and flames. And then valiant defenders of Ba Sing Se were fighting for their lives, all notions of being distractions well abandoned as they began falling at a horrendous rate. And then the rest of the 11th's forces arrived, but by then Begu was already sprawled on the ground coughing up blood, his arms broken and a dagger buried in his liver. He could only watch helplessly as the rest of his men were brought down, and the blind earthbender desperately fending off the monsters that slowly tightened the noose around her. Worse than feeling weak, Toph hated feeling desperate. But with the worst of the Fire Nation's monsters surrounding her, that was what the girl felt as she fended them off from all angles. Her seismic sense picked up every painful detail of the Ba Sing Se soldiers falling one by one. For all their resolve, the earthbenders were dispatched with an ease that made it look like they were amateur jobbers in Earth Rumble. The monsters of the 11th had pounced on them and surgically broke limbs and thrust weapons that sent the valiant men littering the ground, barely alive. Even in the fragile tranquility of jailing, Toph had heard of the defiant 11th from the gossip her parents' guests brought over in their visits. Back when she was kept in a gilded cage, she didn't put much concern to the overblown acts of the infamous fighting force. Now though, after witnessing their rapid and brutal assault, and being surrounded by them, Toph began to really worry. She had to hold out for as long as she could, for Ba Sing Se's sake. For her friends' sakes. But with how the firebenders blasted away her earth spikes and columns, and were barely detectable once they launched themselves in the air similar to how Ong did it back in Earth Rumble, Toph didn't know if she could last minutes or seconds. That these firebenders didn't move in the same manner as the others she faced made it worse. What the girl thought was a leap turned into a barely avoided firebolt that lightly seared her right cheek. When they rushed her, Toph quickly learned to dart out of the way as her earth walls could only take 2 or 3 strikes of their focused barrages. Only the sheer amount of earth she threw about kept them away from her, and it was beginning to wear on her to keep repairing the protective dome and walls around herself. Toph retaliated, of course, when the opportunity presented itself. Initially she managed to break charges and knock unwary soldiers off their feet with earthen waves and pillars, but there were plenty more of the Fire Nation elite to keep her surrounded. Then they settled for putting some distance between them and quickly intercepted her earthbending or scattered away whenever she dropped into a stance. What made it more annoying was the constant voices calling for Toph to surrender. "Girl, we do not want to kill you. Please cease your resistance." A woman's authoritative tone grated on her nerves, but a treacherous corner of her mind actually considered it, distracting her ever so slightly. She wasn't that stupid though. The moment she stopped resisting, they'd burn her to ash, impale her with spears, or finish her in the myriad of ways she had heard about. Toph didn't want to die just yet. She was still too young. Something changed barely a minute later, and the enemies around her backed away. Toph gasped as she felt them move towards the wounded earthbenders. "If you will not think for yourself, then consider doing so for these men's sake," the same woman called out, and surprisingly she sounded a bit regretful about what she was doing. "Stop fighting, and we promise that these men will be taken back to be healed, rather than being allowed to bleed out here." The demand made Toph pause. She saw through the vibrations the Fire Nation monsters standing above the fallen soldiers. Were they aiming their weapons at them? She could sense several of the wounded men's slowing breaths and heartbeats. These men were dying, but if she surrendered, Ba Sing Se and its thousands of people would be at risk. But her friends were in the drill, right? They might stop the drill? But if she stopped fighting, what would happen to her? Would the scorpion take her prisoner or kill her outright for being a pain in the butt? Neither option sounded good. "You'll save them?" Toph asked loudly. The woman didn't hide her relief at getting a reply. "They'll be brought back as prisoners and healed. They will not be mistreated, I promise you." Interesting. Either these monsters knew how to lie in novel ways like their firebending, or the woman was telling the truth. A good part of Toph wanted to keep fighting, to defy her enemies and save the fallen men herself. That part of her was optimistic that she could reach the wounded defenders in time, before the enemy could execute even a single one of them. She'd whisk them up with a cunning application of earthbending and they'd all flee back to the safety of the wall. The ground picked up the shuddering rasp from the Ba Sing Se captain who had keeled over. Another soldier tried to rise despite all his broken limbs. Her mind made up, Toph dropped her rocky shells and held her breath in anticipation as her enemies warily closed in. "Thank you, girl." There was no sinister meaning behind the words as the woman cautiously walked up to her and placed an unexpectedly gentle hand behind Toph's back to usher her. "Come along. We'll get you someplace safe." Toph felt relief at sensing the Fire Nation soldiers kneeling by the bodies to carefully lift them up. More worried about the fates of the men who had so briefly yet bravely fought with her against the Fire Nation, Toph didn't notice that she was left unbound, with only the woman and some loosely arranged soldiers around her to secure her. "You're not going to tie me up?" she had to ask, and she could hear the smirk in the woman's reply. "We asked for your cessation of hostilities, not your surrender." "Hey? Don't worry, we'll keep our word, the men we've taken prisoner will be taken care of." "Not in the dark innuendo way, by the way. You're not taking me prisoner too?" "Nope," the woman replied, popping the P at the end. "You're technically not a soldier, so taking you prisoner is going to be a headache for us, especially seeing Enmatsi," she said with a chuckle, as if that explained everything. "Besides, you're the Avatar's companion, right? Can't have that sort of terror chasing us. So do us a favor and just stay quiet for now, alright? Whether the drill breaks or does its job, I'd prefer it if we part ways peacefully." "Well, peacefully enough." Toph remained speechless as she let herself be led towards one of the lighter tanks of the dreaded 11th, her confused mind struggling to find the angle they were aiming at. They paused in their walk for a soldier to run up and deliver a report. "Captain Ping, the healers are on the way." Toph felt the woman, Captain Ping, smile from how the muscles of her feet shifted. "Good. So, while we wait, you want some tea or something? I think we have rice cakes too." Wandering through the labyrinth of the drill's inner workings made Sokka appreciate the vast advantage of Fire Nation engineering. The group was surrounded by endless tangles of pipes and gauges, and somehow there was enough light leaking in from cleverly angled vents to give the tunnels a reddish tint. Not to mention how comfortable the air was around here, somehow it wasn't as humid and sweltering here as Sokka thought it would be. The soldiers bravely protected Ong, keeping their blades and spears in front and behind him, Katara and Sokka. Sergeant Ko carried himself not unlike a water tribe warrior, which Sokka respected. For all their sneaking about, they managed to come across a few engineers who were busy looking at their clipboards and the gauges, occasionally rapping on a pipe with their knuckles. The ambush was quiet enough, with Ong simply slamming them into the pipes with a powerful gust of wind and knocking them out. Sokka approved of his friend's move, trying to capture and interrogate one might risk him yelling and alerting the Fire Nation to their presence. Conveniently, each engineer carried schematics to the gargantuan machine, complete with labels for the pipe networks. Interestingly, there were several water lines that were intended to carry broken up dirt out the back of the drill. Convenient escape routes, if anything. Other pipes were not so useful for the saboteurs, carrying water to boilers or steam to exhaust vents. Once more Sokka was awed at the sheer scale of the Fire Nation's siege engine, but urgency kept him from reeling too much and forgetting about why they were here. It looks like the drill is made up of two main structures. There's the inner mechanism, where we are now, and the outer shell. The inner part and the outer part are connected by these braces. If we cut through them, the entire thing will collapse. Good to know, the sergeant grunted. We should have enough blasting jelly to deal with them. Ong and I can help as well, with water blades, Katara added. Their morale bolstered by a solid plan, the group navigated towards the nearest brace. They quickened their pace when echoey, muffled voices were heard coming through some open-ended conical pipes. "This is Engineering Team 59 to all stations. We've found Team 43 knocked out in front Sector 2, Deck 3. Their schematics are missing. It looks like we have saboteurs on board. This is Chief Engineer Gunsa to all stations. Stay alert for any unusual activities, and report them immediately. Guards are being dispatched to sweep the decks." "That's our cue to go faster," Ong said rather unnecessarily. Unfortunately, the corridors took the group straight into a patrol. Ong's quick thinking bowled them over, giving Katara time to freeze up a wall and allow the saboteurs to clear some distance. Sokka could hear the downed Fire Nation soldiers yelling in alert, which didn't help his growing anxiety. Sokka kept an eye for the conveniently placed signs as well as the schematics in his hands, guiding them as best as he could. "Right down here. 2 more left turns and a right, and the next corridor will lead to the exit." They barely made it past the first junction when they heard the growing clamor of armored boots. Since no one could tell if trouble was headed towards or away from them, they legged it even faster, all but abandoning stealth. It might have been a mistake, because on the next fork in the corridors, they ran into trouble. Sokka almost broke his face slamming into the swordsman in front of him who had skidded to a halt. As he nursed his nose, he heard gasps from Katara as well as the soldiers around him. Sokka peered past the shoulder in front of him and saw a lone figure, smaller than the usual Fire Nation grunt and armored in red with a face veiled by mail. "Ah, there you are." The voice fully confirmed Sing's appearance, and Sokka instinctively backpedaled as he drew his boomerang. "You." Ong seemed more angry than afraid, which was good for him, though it wasn't good for the current situation. There wasn't much space to dodge fireballs or fire breaths here. "The Scorpion." The sergeant in front of Sokka muttered, his hands visibly tightening around his sword to control the slight trembles. Said Scorpion gave a nod in acknowledgement. I take it you're headed out to compromise the braces. You're not going to stop us, the Avatar declared, lowering his glider staff hostilely at Seeing. I'm not. White fire sprang to life in Seeing's hands and he took a casual step forward. Sokka heard a gulp from Ko before the man looked over his shoulders to Ong. Avatar, find another way through. We'll slow him down. Katara was immediately aghast at that idea. What? No. She slipped into her bending stance and drew out a blob of water. Ong is right, you're not going to stop us. Strangely, Seeing's fires flickered out and he didn't seem too concerned as his chain-covered face regarded the sergeant. Brave man. I hope Ba Sing Se awards commendations for such courage. From around the corner, 4 more Fire Nation soldiers appeared, all attired in a similar fashion to Seeing. Sokka did a quick glance behind, and found another 4 blocking their retreat. If I might ask for your weapons to be lowered. Katara answered the Scorpion with a defiant shout, lashing out with her water whip with all the ferocity of a porcupine. To the gang's horror, a good portion of it burst into a cloud of steam that harmlessly washed across the Scorpion's head. How? Ong acted immediately after, putting his body through a quick spin that sent out a strong gust of wind. Seeing flicked a hand and the torrent crashed against a wall of white fire, which melted some of the metalwork around it. With flame and wind dissipating, the Scorpion laconically raised a hand. Secure them. His soldiers surged into action, and the brave soldiers of Ba Sing Se yelled defiantly as they charged out to meet them. Ong quickly blasted a few Fire Nation men off their feet with his gusts of air, disrupting the oncoming rush a little. Behind them, Katara turned the remains of her water whip into a spear of ice that spun down the corridor, though Seeing's soldiers simply shattered it into droplets with their fire bending. The firebenders crashed into non-bending infantry, and despite being outnumbered, their savagery saw them almost literally run down the saboteurs. Sokka saw 2 men in green being tackled to the ground by a lone firebender who propelled himself with bursts of fire. Another spearman had his weapon burnt through before another blast of flame sent him denting the wall behind him. Sokka danced away from another firebender, evading fists that trailed smoke before the air in his lungs was blasted out by a kick he didn't see coming at all. Sokka. Katara's concern was nice, but she was facing her own problems. Seeing's firebenders were keeping their distance from her, happy to whittle away at her water whip even as she drew in steam from broken pipes to maintain her water whip's integrity. Judging by how short her blob of water was getting with each pass, the waterbender was slowly but surely losing. Sokka was abruptly lifted by his collar by rough hands, but Ong came to his rescue with a wordless shout, blasting the enemy into the duo harassing Katara. The 3 opponents fell in a crash of armor and limbs, though that still left 6 of them, Seeing included, to deal with. 6 against 5? Sokka almost gaped as he saw the battered bodies of the soldiers joining him, several with limbs bent at wrong angles. Sergeant Ko was still standing, somehow, despite most of his armored suit blasted away and his body trembling from simply trying to stay up. Ong didn't waste any more time and opened with another powerful blast of air that sent Sokka down to his knees, but also forced the firebenders to brace themselves. It left them open to the Avatar flying in with his staff, knocking 3 men down instantly with lightning-fast jabs. Seeing intercepted the next blow, catching the end of the glider staff and causing Ong to grunt and jolt from the sudden stop. Could you reconsider? No. The airbender retorted angrily, a surge of wind knocking the Scorpion back a few steps before the staff lanced out again. Once more Seeing caught the weapon, but this time he yanked on it hard, pulling a surprised Ong towards his waiting knee. Oof. Ong. Sokka and his sister cried out with concern and the beginnings of despair, as Seeing grabbed their friend by the neck and slowly lifted him up. By now, the rest of the Ba Sing Se soldiers were down on the ground and Katara and Sokka were surrounded by armored firebenders. Seeing lifted Ong up for a second, and then flung him back towards the Water Tribe siblings with something approaching dismissive contempt. Now, before you break into a fight again, could you at least wait for a moment to listen to me? Why should we bother? Sokka asked defiantly. It's all going to be stupid bragging anyway. Seeing's head tilted in amusement at that. Not really. He looked around, nodding to his soldiers that were picking themselves up. All good there, Yan? Kashi. Nothing broken, sir, came one annoyed reply. Good, the Scorpion said, nodding. Secure these prisoners and some of you keep the corridors clear. The gang tensed as the armored monsters around them suddenly dispersed down the corridors with the wounded soldiers, seemingly leaving them and Seeing alone. Now, as I was saying. What do you want with us? Ong cut in. Seeing let out a sigh, and then removed his helmet. A show of trust? Or was he going to break into a self-aggrandizing monologue? Sokka swore he'd hurl his boomerang if it was the latter. The Fire Nation boy's smirk further pushed him towards that decision. I just wanted to tell you that there's a better route than trying to compromise the braces. What? Seeing shrugged at Sokka, and then nodded down at some pouches dropped by the saboteurs. I see you got blasting jelly with you. So you better be careful or we'll all go up with a bang, Sokka threatened, futilely, judging from the scorpion's grin. I don't think I'll have to worry about that. Anyway. He looked about for a moment, and then casually walked towards a conical-ended pipe and spoke into it. This is Colonel Singh of Princess Azula's Fire Lancers. It startled not only Sokka but Ong and Katara too at how sharp Singh suddenly sounded, yet his eyes still held light amusement. I've found some saboteurs in my area, front sector 24, deck 3. My men have captured some of them. The saboteurs are carrying blasting jelly and I suspect the avatars among them. There was a second's pause before a hurried reply came through the pipes. Sokka recognized it as the Gunso guy. Blasting jelly. Affirmative. Looks like they wanted to head for the braces, but decided to turn back. Singh looked at the walls around him, and then gave the trio a light shrug. Any idea why? Another pause, and this time the reply came back with a more definite tint of panic. They must be heading for the drill's rotary systems. You have to stop them, Colonel. The Scorpion broke out into a victorious grin for a second, and then put on his serious voice again. And where's that? Just one deck below you, Sector 14. If you're lucky they didn't use the service ladder just down the right of the fork. Hurry. What about your men, Chief Engineer? They're too far down the wrong end to intercept. It'll take too long. Hurry, Colonel. Annoyingly, Singh waggled his eyebrows before speaking again. Can I have the Crown Princess confirmation? The pipes let out a curse, but a girl's voice quickly drowned after it. As the War Ministry's security is clearly not enough, you have free reign, Singh. Thank you, my princess, the boy replied with a grin. Sokka thought he heard some sputtering on the other end, but otherwise silence followed. Singh stepped away from the cone-ended pipe and nodded down the corridor. I'll give you, say, a couple of minutes head start before I start getting distracted by noises on the other end for a while more and then finally come down to chase after you. Ong asked the question all three very confused teens were wondering. Why are you helping us? Singh gave a nonchalant shrug. Our goals happen to run parallel for the moment. He bent down to one wounded soldier and plucked his pouches of blasting jelly. And now you'll owe me another one. Another one. He looked up to flash a smug smirk. The moon and ocean spirits. We could just tell everyone you helped us. Even the Fire Nation. Singh nodded at the fact. You could. But that'd mean I'll cancel any and all future peaceful encounters with you and your friends. Yeah, as if we'll need or even want your help anymore, Katara scoffed. His smirk appeared again. Well, the Avatar will need a fire-bending master, no? One that might even have useful information about the Fire Nation. Ong and Katara froze at that, but Sokka was frowning hard at the Scorpion. Why are you doing this, really? There was something really off here. You could have captured or even killed us by now, Sokka pondered aloud, ignoring his sister and Ong's glares. True. Singh stopped himself for a second, and then exhaled aloud. Let's just say that I have someone else I need to stop, like with Zhao. Except I probably need you alive, Avatar, to limit the mess somewhat. Before any of the stunt gang could muster a response, Singh began walking down the corridor, the one without the service ladder, juggling the pouches in his hands. Now I suggest you three hurry up. I can only investigate so many mysterious explosions before I come running down to the all-important rotary systems. Reminded of their objective, they reluctantly watched the firebender leave, and then hurried down the other corridor, finding the ladder. Dull whumps of explosions echoed their way as they climbed down. It didn't take long from there to reach the rotary systems, a massive set of engines powered by furnaces and boilers, that spun the drill head and, if Sokka read the schematics right, also powered the tracks on the front section of the drill. Putting a stop to the drill from there was easy enough. Sokka broke off the valves to the pipes leading to the boilers, overloading them while Ong and Katara bended the water in them to burst their metal containers and at the same time, formed a massive water whip out of them that crashed against the gears and drill shaft to irrevocably break the whole system. Singh appeared just as the shaft was sheared in two and the whole massive structure shuddered to a jerky halt. Well done, he complimented with a slow clap. Exits that way. Don't worry about the soldiers that came with you, I'm sure they'll be able to find their way out amidst all the chaos. Too busy to be annoyed, the trio quickly left through the hatch Singh had helpfully pointed out to them, and to their surprise they found Ko and his men supporting each other as they stumbled out. The Fire Nation brutes left us to die the moment you broke the drill and things started shaking, the sergeant said with a pained chuckle. Fucking cowards. Sokka exchanged quiet looks with Ong and Katara, uncertain whether to tell the man about their little meeting with Singh. With the crew of the drill hastily evacuated their crippled machine, the battered group found their return to Ba Singh SC's walls unimpeded. They came across a rather chipper Toph waiting for them, looking a bit dirted but otherwise all right. Come on, let's get out of here in case the thing decides to explode or something. There was no argument from Ong, though judging by the weary look he gave, the three of them would have to figure out how to discreetly tell Toph about their encounter with Seeing. Rather pleasantly, the defenders of Ba Sing Se did not sally out once the drill broke. ATLA was thankful for that, since it made the evacuation process far more tolerable. These panicking civilians pretending to be soldiers in the middle of a battlefield were an annoyance the princess didn't know she could barely stand. The tanks and turtle fighters had formed up a rearguard, while the 11th patrolled up and down the oversized waste of metal to direct carring engineers and laborers back to safety. As for ATLA and her friends though. So let me get this straight, Chief Engineer Gunsu, there's no backup to the bridge's elevation control, and we're stuck up here. Watching the sniveling man go pale was satisfying and all, and it was really no problem for ATLA and her party to just make their way down by themselves, but she noted a few quiet talents in the bridge that would be worth salvaging. Crew that held their shit together, as Ren liked to say, instead of trembling and looking about with growing desperation. Crew that seized the initiative and quickly produced the floor plan while Gunso was panicking over his conversation with Seeing, or remembered to double-check the elevated bridge's safety once the whole drill came to a juddering halt. It'd be an utter waste to abandon such competent people and let them languish under Gunso. I. ATLA raised a hand to cut off the useless stammering, ignoring the man and looking to the crew before her instead. Particularly those that were not about to run about like headless chickens. Might as well use the time for a quick test. I don't have time for your excuse. Now, does anyone here have suggestions on how we might all leave this bridge, or do I have to incinerate all of you before I leave to deny the Earth Kingdom classified information? The bridge burst into echoing shouts of begging, breakdowns, and frenzied yammering over one another. Again, the princess ignored all that and carefully noted the reactions of those she had marked out. They were either trying to calm their peers, or were calmly contemplating, instead of running from station to station in search of something or trying to beseech ATLA to stay her fake execution. Great, ATLA, Mai commented to her side, as if things weren't interesting enough already. Ty Lee hummed in agreement, her hands going up to cover her ears even as a bodyguard casually pushed back a hysterical man. Yeah, the whole room's getting too shouty. Ba Sing Se isn't coming out yet, so just give it a while, she told her friends, and saw how the gaggle of even-headed crew, almost a third of the whole bridge staff, gave up on placating their colleagues and banded together to discuss something, poking away at several schematics. After a few minutes, one of them nodded gravely and drew in a breath before he calmly approached ATLA's dais. Your Highness, the engineer greeted, but she held up a finger to pause his next words. Her other hand went up, and a blast of fire caught everyone's attention and finally silenced the bridge. If you've all had quite enough of your prattling? Your colleague here seems to have a solution. ATLA nodded at the man to continue. Your Highness, he began again, doing a good job of steadying his nerves. There's a manual method of operating the elevation controls. However, it requires someone to climb down to the main hull and physically disengage some safeties. So, we'll have to break some things. ATLA simplified, and the man nodded slowly. How complex would the instructions be? It should be simple enough, Your Highness. Just find the biggest gears attached to this bridge's support and remove the locking mechanism that's keeping us from moving. The bridge side brakes should be good enough to get us down safely. Good. It was a clear enough explanation. ATLA nodded with satisfaction at that, and drew herself up as she regarded the rest of the listening bridge. Your colleague here, Sato, Your Highness. Sato has come up with a solution. Are there any counter-arguments to his method? There were murmurs, and Gunso looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end nobody objected. Good. The princess glanced over her shoulder to nod at her bodyguards. Sato, you will lead my bodyguards down and oversee the operation. Yes, Your Highness. Impressive, he didn't even hesitate and followed half of her guards out in good order. Definitely a talent worth nurturing. The colonial ministry could use some loosening of its dependency on the war ministry for the latest innovations. As for the rest of you, I suggest you stay calm until we make it out. My regiment should be evacuating the rest of your colleagues, and they'll be awaiting our arrival. You could have sent them up, right? Mai whispered once things settled down to a nervous silence. ATLA shrugged. Maybe. At this height I don't know how many of these men would survive being carried down though. Or they could, you know, send up a rope or something. This way's more interesting. Mai didn't comment any further, and simply opted to roll her eyes and lean back into her seat with a loud, bored sigh. The bridge shook a few minutes later, and then a few of Sato's clique manned their stations and they began to descend at a fast enough speed to cause worried murmurs to fill the room. Fortunately, they made it down without incident, and ATLA made it a point to make sure that Sato's group were allowed to exit the bridge before she did. She ignored the chief engineer for the rest of the evacuation, leaving him and the remaining crew to their own hurried scampering. They met up with Seeing on the way out, the boy waving them over while his own bodyguards were ungently herding people in one direction. We were held up, ATLA said to preempt his query. Literally, Ty Lee giggled. Thankfully Seeing only nodded at that, and easily fell in beside the princess. We don't know how long it'll take until Ba Sing Se finally grows some sense, so I suggest we make some haste, just to be on the safe side. Say it, ATLA screamed internally. Princess. Fucking tease. Lead the way, Sing. They abandoned the drill in good order, and once more ATLA made sure Sato and his competent peers were marked out from the rest of the rabble. Sing, prepare a hawk. I'll be personally writing my message back to my father. As greatly disappointed as I am in the so-called great drill, at least its failure has revealed talent that could do well beyond their current station. Can't have them be punished for their superiors' inadequacies. The colonel gave her an amused look as Gunsua simpered and sniveled in the background. Actually, if you'd like, princess, I was thinking of returning to the palace to petition the Fire Lord. ATLA frowned, not liking the surprise. It's about something I observed while studying Ba Sing Se's walls. I see. The colonel offered a smile that washed away ATLA's annoyance. I could escort your highness back to the home islands so you might deliver your message straight to your royal father. Hearing Gunsua whine was more than enough to wait the princess' decision. That's a brilliant idea, colonel. When do we move out? Immediately, if you'd like. Lieutenant Colonel Motsi can deal with things here to link up with General Hua and General Shou. We've sent an alert to their armies as soon as the drill was crippled. They should be able to muster a force to reinforce us soon, and with Ba Sing Se still content to let us be, the evacuation should proceed smoothly. Excellent. Hawks were fast, but the messages they sent still had a relay network that lagged the delivery to some degree. Not to mention the time needed to intercept and alter the contents. And Gunsua didn't have any access to messenger hawks out here. ATLA might be able to return to the palace with a comfortable lead. Tai Li, my. She turned to her two friends, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for following me so far. I understand that the journey so far has been middling of interest. Once we return to Zilang, you are free to return to your lives if you so wish. There was a moment of surprised silence before Tai Li broke into a grin. You're not going to get rid of us that easily. Mai was less obvious about it, revealing a nasty smirk at the trembling chief engineer. I've got to admit, it might be fun watching how things play out. Yet. Tai Li suddenly directed a grin and waggling eyebrows at Sing, causing him to actually take a wary step back. Plus, we still have not had the proper time to be introduced to your hot boyfriend. Fucking nosy. Shit, how should she respond without having the two of them pouncing on her words? Wait, you weren't captured? Ong exclaimed in the privacy of their simple room on the walls. Toph shrugged her shoulders. Nope. I watched them take care of the soldiers, but they had good tea. You drank their tea? Sokka shouted, as if she had just kicked a puppy. Yet? It's not poisoned, they drank from the same pot. That got him to sputter out, but Toph could sense Ong's and Katara's wariness. I'm just glad you're all right, the latter said with a sigh. Though I dread to think what that scorpion has planned for us. He said he's stopping another Zhao, Ong muttered, doubt and irritation coloring his voice. Who's Zhao? Toph asked, which then saw Sokka and Katara retelling their previous encounter with Sing, and the enormous idiot that thought killing the moon was a good idea. When it came to the part where Sing killed Zhao, Ong was angry while the siblings were uncomfortably silent. Toph could sort of understand it, having to witness such a brutal execution, though she could also see Ong's insistence at finding a better solution to be stupid, quite frankly. Sokka sighed at the end of it. Really, it'd be nice if he could be an honest villain instead of being so cryptic like this. The Earthbender was about to nod in agreement at that assessment of the confusing foe, but something struck her. Well, the tales I heard from Jailing always said that the Scorpion and his 11th were brutal monsters, but come to think of it. Toph frowned as she rummaged through her memories to be sure about her little revelation. What is it? Well, it's always stories about them terrorizing armies or hunting enemy commanders. But there's not been any actual stories of them doing anything to refugees or villagers. Nothing? Katara asked rhetorically. They force people to abandon their homes. Ignoring Sugar Queen's prickliness, Toph nodded. Yeah, but that's it. People run or surrender when they see them, but that's all you hear about it. I haven't heard anything about the defiant 11th burning villagers in their homes or sacking towns like the other Fire Nation forces. Or dragging along villagers like Earth Kingdom ones. Katara huffed, folding her arms. That doesn't make them any much better. No, it does not. Sokka said slowly, catching on to Toph's point. But it means they stick to fighting on the battlefield. What was it Master Pakku said? The Scorpion keeps to the rules of war. His own rules of war, Toph corrected. It's not like the rest of the Fire Nation follows his example. So, that's why he treats us differently. Because we're not soldiers. Toph wished she had eyes at this moment to see just how scrunched up Ong's face was. I guess so. The captain who held me said it'd be more paperwork if they took me prisoner because of that. It's something, I guess, Katara admitted. But I don't see how that helps us against him. Not yet, her brother chimed in. But maybe the generals can give us some pointers on that. It still doesn't solve the other issue, Ong quickly added, bringing the mood of the whole room down just as things were starting to pick up. Katara sighed. Yeah, if he really is out to stop another madman, do we help him? And what if the madman's in Ba Sing Se? It might look bad if we help sneak the scorpion in. Even without sight, Toph could feel Ong's intense gaze briefly fixed on her. And even then, I still don't trust him to behave after that. He might trick us into helping bring down the city, or something. Yeah, I mean, the guy's called the Scorpion. You don't use that name if you're an upstanding citizen, right? Well, it's something else we'll have to worry about, Katara concluded with another sigh. For now, we'll meet with General Sung and General Fong and ask them about the Scorpion's rules of war thing, and then we can continue looking for Appa and meet with the Earth King about the eclipse. Of course, Ong nodded eagerly to that suggestion. Good idea. Suki half regretted her decision, but the exhilarating rush of wind against her face more or less evened it out. After liberating Appa, the Kyoji warriors had altogether assumed that the air bison would fly off to find the avatar. What happened instead was for Appa to track them down instead after days of apparently ravaging fields and orchards. Not wanting to attract further attention from the Fire Nation authorities, Suki and her sisters first guided the air bison out of town, and then decided on helping the avatar's mount return to his master. It had been a naive thing, in hindsight, but Appa did let them climb atop his back and seemed far from discomfort from the Kyoji warrior's presence. And so Suki and her friends had the rare opportunity to experience flying on an air bison's back. It was utterly fun, and landing occasionally to rest and eat added a simple charm to the whole journey. The air bison was a bit clingy to the Kyoji warriors, growling nervously whenever they fanned out to forage or headed towards villages. They quickly settled on a system where 2 warriors would stay back to keep Appa company while the others searched for food or traded with the locals. It had to be a rotation system, otherwise Loki, the animal lover of the group, would happily laze with the beast all the time and spoil him. She was also the reason they had to leave behind 2 sisters instead of 1, the time Loki was left with Appa, the rest of them returned to find the air bison lying contentedly on his back, while the girl cheerily hummed as she used her sword to give his claws a manicure. While initially they were hopping aimlessly from point to point, news spread of the avatar potentially being sighted either heading to Ba Sing Se, or being already there. The Fire Nation was also making another attempt at taking the city. The Kyoji warriors held tightly onto Appa's fur as Suki urged him towards the great city-state, and displaying an intelligence many would overlook, the air bison seemed to understand the sense of urgency and shot through the air with greater speed than before. He was even happy to take less breaks, landing only for breakfast, and then dinner and sleep. As they drew closer to their target, news from the villages they visited grew grimmer. The avatar might have been lost crossing the Serpent's Pass. Or his ferry was sunk by a lucky Fire Nation bombardment. Or he was turned away from the walls. But at the same time, others spoke of the avatar coming to Ba Sing Se's aid, leading the valiant defenders against the Fire Nation or working with their generals to formulate a grand plan. Knowing what little she did of the avatar, Suki easily dismissed all the rumors, and focused on getting to the city before worrying about Ong's well-being. Good boy, Appa, we're almost there. Suki smiled as he nuzzled her hand before taking the loose clump of hay she offered in her other hand. We'll get you back to Ong soon, all right. Appa gave a soft, rumbling growl at that, seemingly comforted by her words. Suki left Appa's dinner to Loki's overindulgent hands, and walked out to the forest's edge. From here, she could make out the great walls of Ba Sing Se, looming over the West Lake. Fire Nation patrol boats lazily schemed through the water's surface, but they posed no threat to a flight-capable air bison. A sense of melancholy settled when she stared at walls for a little longer. Suki let out a soft sigh, pushing back the sorrow of parting that was to come. Appa would be returned to the avatar, and Suki would learn to treasure the short carefree time she and her warriors enjoyed while guiding the air bison back. To fly and not care about the petty and ugly things going on beneath them. It was a pleasant illusion, but an illusion nonetheless. We'll get as much rest as we can tonight. Let's try to make it to the city by tomorrow. They flew above West Lake without incident, soaring too high for the Fire Nation ships to notice. As the sun set and the walls of the impenetrable city grew closer, and Suki saw a massive object crawling towards it like a stiff, drill-headed caterpillar. It must be the Fire Nation's secret weapon then, and at the speed it was going, it'd probably take them another day or 2 to begin assaulting the walls. Let's get Appa to the avatar quickly, Suki told the others. Then after that we'll see what we can do to help in the defense. They clung onto Appa's fur tightly as he dove down, and then suddenly slowed, his head whipping about for some reason. What is it, Appa? The air bison gave a confused growl, and then turned towards a particular section of the city and plunged downwards. Suki squinted as she tried to make out what exactly was drawing Appa's attention, but found nothing as he slowed to land in an empty alleyway. Is the avatar around here, Appa? She asked as she and her warriors quickly climbed out and began looking about. The place was uncomfortably quiet for even a back alley. Did you find Ong here? Unfortunately not, came a voice that had the Kyoji warriors immediately falling back with their weapons drawn. Suki saw a man dressed in a high-ranking official's or noble's robe stepping out of the shadows, with what seemed like an ivory whistle in hand. What is the meaning of this? She immediately asked, even as Appa gave a roar and rose up on his hind legs. The man's smile was anything but comforting. Just a welcome to Ba Sing Se. And then his whole body moved, as if flipping a heavy board over. And then Suki and her Kyoji warriors felt the ground disappear beneath them, and they fell into the waiting maw of darkness. ATLA did not expect the return to Zilang and then the home islands to be quite as fast as they had just gone through. With only a lone carrier tank, Xing drove her 2 friends and their combined bodyguards back with a speed that was almost nauseating. Tai Li of course was fine with it with her whole circus training, but pretty much everyone except for her and Xing were just about ready to throw themselves overboard to void their stomachs. They made it to Zilang in half the usual time thanks to the reckless driving, and the tank's engine all but melted by the time Xing was done feeding his white flames into it. But still, it served as additional proof of Xing's fire-bending prowess. The same thing happened to the ship they chartered. Xing went down to the engines to speed things up, and had to be chased out because the sudden speed was putting an uncomfortable strain on the hull, never mind the combustion system. ATLA didn't know why he was in such a hurry, but considering his track record so far, the princess surmised that it was a time-sensitive matter, whatever it was. Maybe the weakness in the walls would be covered up by Ba Sing Se in time. Maybe it was related to the avatar's appearance. I'm seizing the initiative, or trying to. We still have time to win Ba Sing Se over to you. Xing's answer was cryptic, but she let it be. He was going to capture the massive city, and that was ultimately all that mattered to the Fire Nation for its crown princess to go along with him. On a more personal level though, ATLA had some suspicions on his urgency, which likely involved politics. After all, Ba Sing Se was content to leave the drill to be evacuated, so their laconic defense couldn't possibly change up too rapidly. He probably found a way to take the walls and kick down the rival court factions at the same time. If that was the case, then Xing would have her full support. The more positions they cleared up from this debacle, the stronger her position as crown princess would be. The ship docked, again in half the usual time, and Xing was almost fidgeting with hurry as they went through the usual rituals of seeking the Fire Lord's official attention. While Tai Li and Mai took off to enjoy whatever they could of the capital city's markets, ATLA led Xing towards her small wing of the palace. Hopefully to get more information out of him for the coming court, but even more hopefully to reap something from the little privacy they could. Unfortunately, certain formalities got in the way, like meeting new hires. ATLA had to leave Xing in a guest room for most of the first day while she met with new servant spies and life-indebted courtiers. There was one staff meeting though that she called her colonel to join her in. Crown Princess ATLA. Your servant is most grateful for the opportunity to be of service, despite my advanced age. The old woman was prostrated very cleanly, as if she was an etiquette tutor. Very impressive considering her time in exile. Rise, Lady Sui. And you can ignore the courtesy of groveling in private. Saves both of our time and breath. Your most gracious, Your Highness. Interestingly, Xing was noticeably uncomfortable in Sui's presence, which was strange considering she was here on his recommendation. For her part, the old lady's eyes flickered towards him for a second before returning to stare right before ATLA's feet, as was proper. Sui, I'm not sure if you've met Colonel Xing. We've been acquainted, Xing answered a bit stiffly, and then turned to actually bow at ATLA. If I may be dismissed, Princess. With an eyebrow raised, she threw him a querying look, which he answered with an awkward cough. Lady Sui is, discomforted by my presence. Before he could bow his way out of the room, the widow stood straighter to stare at him. Stay, boy. And Xing froze. Very impressive. And very interesting. Sui let out a soft sigh as she glanced over to ATLA. If your highness would allow me to address the colonel frankly. Feel free, she answered with an amused nod. I was wrong to begrudge you for my husband's attention. It was unbecoming of me to blame you and your soldiers for faults that were not yours. Sui let out a heavier sigh. I'm sorry for my ugly and unwarranted hatred, Colonel Xing. Xing practically snapped his spine, bowing over to match the new servant's gesture. And no. Not at all. I fully understand, Lady Sui. Don't patronize me, boy, Sui snapped, and ATLA couldn't hide her smirk. You're being too considerate to an old and bitter hag. I understand the unfairness of loss, he replied, earning a soft hum from the old woman before she snorted. Ha, you've definitely been spending time with him. Sui began to shake her head slowly, and ATLA could sense the pain and sadness in the movement. So understanding, so soft. Too soft. The princess took the opportunity to defend her colonel. Yet from what I understand, the colonel here has managed to continue his mentor's, your late husband's, teachings, and few would even think of calling Xing soft. That's because he's clearly got more sense than Lide, Sui said, almost snapping the words out. She fixed her gaze on Xing, who remained amusingly uncomfortable at the angry praise. I've kept up with what you've done, boy. Nasty work, but clever. You know where your real enemies are at least. He finally managed a resolute nod at that. Col, your husband's enemies are mine, and they're all back here. Yes, the political power plays of the inept, ATLA lamented before smirking. Which will hopefully change in time. Sui nodded at the words, but her gaze didn't waver from Xing in the slightest. Then she took a step towards him, and just as Xing sought his princess out for assistance, the woman's arms reached out and pulled him into a tight embrace. Her voice cracked a little with emotion. Thank you, Xing. I'm sorry for my words back then. You have every right to say his name, to pay your respects to him. ATLA let the touching moment draw on, wondering to herself just how bad was their initial meeting that Xing was spooked so much, and Sui had denied him even uttering her husband's name in her presence. Watching Xing out of his element was also entertaining, the boy looking helpless as his arm slowly, awkwardly moved to return the hug. The woman moved away from the embrace after a second and snapped a glare at Xing. Now stop slouching. The princess is gracious enough with your sloppy attitude, but I'll not have my husband's grandson, adopted or not, keep up such rude behavior. And close your mouth unless you are trying to trap flies. Maybe Sui could be honed as a reserve weapon in case Xing needed to be brought in line. Sui then turned about with unexpected smoothness and grace to bow before ATLA once more. I apologize for my distraction, Your Highness. It's not an issue. Having a stunned Xing was well worth the tangent. Now, on to your duties. I have several positions that could use someone of your veterancy. Your Highness need not pretty up your words for me. I'm old, and I've been around and suffered long enough to understand the darker realm of politics. Good. Your observations might be invaluable for several operations I have in mind. I'm sure you'd be interested in some of the names I want to look into for egregious corruption. Countess Ming Li, Baron Chao, and several others. ATLA approved of the dark edge in Sui's grin. I would be more than happy to provide you with what information I know of their inner workings. I'm sure you would. If they're as corrupt as I suspect, I'm sure my father would be more than happy to reclaim the wealth wrongly held back from him, and I could use someone to ensure that the liquidation of their assets proceeds smoothly. Make sure that they pay up what's owed with interest. The old woman chuckled as she bowed once more. Your Highness is most generous. Consider it a signing bonus, ATLA said with a wave of her hand. I find it better to have my underlings grasp what I'm trying to do, and if they get to enjoy some justice or vengeance along the way, all the better. Iroh did not know what his niece was playing for this time, but it was undoubtedly interesting. A good number of courtiers and generals were muttering nervously about the crown princess' unexpected and quick return. Ozai sat on his throne in passive silence, with his new favored courtiers standing closer to him than the high generals. The shift in power had not been subtle, but it had been inevitable, in Iroh's eyes. With the disgrace of Zhao and failure of other commanders within the traditionalist faction, opportunistic nobles within it had easily redirected the full blame on the Fire Nation military rather than its sponsors, which split the high generals along invisible lines. Those that entrenched themselves in the faction to save their political career had no choice to go along with the frankly ridiculous lobbying by the civilian nobles, like supporting the use of the Great Drill. Others, particularly Bujing and Shinu, were forced to the sidelines and wisely chose to keep silent, save for particularly critical operations where a delusional mistake could cost a whole theater of war. Despite the small number of higher officials in the latter category, the new disenfranchised faction had a sizable following among the lower officials and especially the field commanders. Iroh should know, he'd been approached by officials and generals alike seeking his involvement in royal politics. Some had dared insinuate that he should lead the faction and purge the corruption within the palace. Iroh had to reject their offers, not because of its treasonous implications, but because he dreaded the chaos that would follow. The older half of the disenfranchised traditionalists were unsubtle about their support for Iroh, while the other wanted to restore Zuko from his wrongful disgracing. Yet, the prince also knew that out in the public, neither he or his nephew garnered the most support. It was ATLA, who had been consistently delivering tangible results, that held sway. Those in the colonies in particular were fanatically devoted to her, and as underrepresented as they were, their support was something the courtiers in the palace shouldn't ignore. A shame that most did, and those that didn't were all in ATLA's camp. Iroh dragged himself out of his thoughts as his niece knelt before her fire-obscured father, seeing doing the same just a few steps behind her. Daughter. You've returned faster than expected. Yes, father. Unfortunately I bear bad news, the Great Drill was stopped before it could even reach Ba Sing SC walls. Saboteurs managed to infiltrate it despite the War Ministry's defenses to cripple the whole thing. Iroh felt his brother's quiet anger rising, the crowd present the only thing that kept him from lashing out. How was it possible? A courtier asked, aghast. I thought our tanks and soldiers. ATLA cut him off with a glance. They had the Avatar helping them. She let the mutterings rise before continuing. If not for my own regiment intercepting some of them, the subsequent damage might have been far more extensive and I might still be stranded on the bridge, which, coincidentally, was stuck high in the air because nobody thought to include an override in the design. As it is, we've evacuated most of the crew to safety, and BA Singh SE is content to not hound us. Silence slowly descended as the growing pressure of Oze's rage smothered the throne room. He eventually spoke. Once more, it seems that there are those in my court who are keen to make a fool of themselves. Iroh heard the shuffling of feet, and saw space being made around a quartet of confused and terrified courtiers. The poor souls had been condemned from the start then. Thankfully, Oze did not shift his focus on them just yet. You said your regiment only managed to intercept a portion of the saboteurs, ATLA. Iroh frowned at his brother's penchant for always finding fault in the achievement of others. Yes, father. Singh was on board the drill, thankfully, and he managed to scatter the saboteurs as they were about to split up. Unfortunately, the group he ran into were BA Singh SE soldiers. The Avatar had managed to slip away earlier. A shame. Another heavy pause, and then Iroh saw Oze's head shift a little. Colonel Singh. It seems that the spirits were not with you this time. I misjudged the intruders, Fire Lord. Admitting mistakes was an admirable thing, if Singh was not dealing with Oze. First your escaped prisoners, and then having the Avatar slip past you. It seems that for every brilliant victory you bring us, you follow up with a careless mistake, Colonel. Iroh huffed quietly, ignoring the looks he got from nearby officials. Really, to deem bad luck as a mistake. Even some high generals were frowning at that. If Singh's poor fortunes were a mistake, what did that make the rest of the army's and navy's performance? I offer no excuses, Fire Lord. At least you attempted to stop the sabotage. If I may, father. At his silence, ATLA continued. The War Ministry's lack of unity is leading to wasteful expenditure of resources and manpower. Perhaps, if they were professional enough, making them compete for the post of minister would be the right choice. So, these men are too unprofessional? Oze asked, obviously mulling over his daughter's take. ATLA nodded curtly. If I remember right, 4 separate parties have left the Fire Nation in search of the Avatar. 6 engineers are occupying laboratories and war factories in pursuit of a weapon that would win your favor. 2 officials have been pestering me for my attention, as if that would tilt the balance to their favor, and 1 chief engineer had almost thrown away scores of trained engineers in trying to break BA Singh SE. To say nothing of the amount of metal he's just parked in front of the city for its defenders to steal from us, or the wreckages of tanks that they might salvage to create their own variants. Their need to show off instead of getting the job done is wasting precious resources and time. The Crown Princess knew her father well, wording her complaint purely as the fault of the War Ministry's aspirants instead of reminding everyone that it was all done on the Fire Lord's directive. Already Oze was shifting in his throne, ready to use this opportunity to put people down so that he could remain on top. You might be right, daughter. No, you're right. I've overestimated the competence of the War Ministry's staff. Let it be known that I am immediately putting an end to the competition for War Minister. Have all candidates recalled to the palace within a month's time. A private court will be held at a later date to determine the best candidate for War Minister. Murmurs followed after the proclamation, but nobody dared to object. The War Ministry hopefuls were left to fend for themselves now, their court sponsors immediately wiping their hands clean to be free from Oze's and ATLA's attention. Is that all, daughter? Not fully, father. Due to his accomplishments, I have granted Colonel Singh here the chance to petition you. Is that so? Iroh could imagine his brother's eyebrow rising from that. Colonel Singh. You have my attention. Make it worth my time. Singh nodded once, subtly exhaling as he did. Yes, Fire Lord. I humbly request for permission to break BA Singh SC's walls and capture the city. Well, that wasn't too surprising, considering what Singh had accomplished so far. And I wish to use my claim by conquest on the city. Bold, but again unsurprising. So that I might become a suitable candidate for an engagement to Crown Princess ATLA. What? ATLA's head snapped around to Singh, and only now did the courtiers murmur away to create an annoying drone. A bold request, Colonel. Oze was amused, probably at his daughter's reaction. He probably had his unlikable smirk right now too. One general stepped forth, looking utterly affronted. After all the talk of wasteful expenditure earlier, you dare ask to throw the lives of more men at the wall to undeservingly request an engagement? Such insolence! A well-groomed noble joined in. You forget your place, boy. As many as your achievements are, you are still a colonel. You do not get to lead our armies for the sake of your vanity. Singh's response was to turn his head over his shoulder and smirk, which sent a cold tingle up Iroh's spine. The boy had come prepared for this. I would like to point out that, while those are legitimate arguments, and the Fire Nation should not needlessly throw away men at the walls of Ba Sing Se. I did not mention anything about sending or leading armies. Silence struck the throne room. Iroha's jaw fell. ATLA looked like she was about to fall over. Generals and courtiers alike stared incredulously at seeing as he turned back to bow once more before the curtain of fire. Fire Lord, I request your leave to personally breach the walls of Ba Sing Se. Both outer and inner ones. The armies can march in after me to secure them, where they would have to endure less attrition. I will break open their walls, and I will step into their palace to claim the city for the Fire Nation. In exchange for a betrothal to my daughter. And your approval to govern Ba Sing Se. Sing, are you Kraz? ATLA. Silence returned for a few seconds before Oze spoke again. How is this different from Zhao or the War Ministry's foolishness? Sing managed to shrug even in his kneeling position. I am only one soldier. If I fail, your armies suffer no further losses, and your majesty would have gotten rid of another over-ambitious fool. My success will be due to my own efforts, not from the expenditure of your kingdom's resources. Well said. Still, it is a deluded request. More silence, and Iroh noticed how everyone was carefully watching with anticipation as the scene unfolded. But as you said, it is no major loss to us. Colonel Sing, you have my approval. By your own words, you will breach Ba Sing Se's outer and inner walls, and seize its palace in our name. Achieve that, and you will be made prince of Ba Sing Se, and betrothed to my daughter. Are you out of your mind? ATLA hissed harshly once they were within the relative privacy of her study room. What were you thinking, Sing? The colonel didn't waver, and only shrugged at her growing wrath. There's something that needs to be done. I'm just making sure we get to profit off it. Something. Sing gave a soft sigh, and for a moment, the reckless and carefree attitude flickered, revealing deep concern underneath. ATLA paused when she noticed the hollowness behind his gaze, and realized how forced his smile was. How bad is it? She asked, anger quickly replaced with worry. Is it like Zhao? Her colonel met her gaze for a silent second before shaking his head, his shoulders slumping a little. Not so bad, though it's a relative thing. ATLA stared thoughtfully at the boy who had proclaimed such a suicidally foolish task, and wondered once more about the spirits that communicated with him. Did they put you up to this? She asked, softer this time. Sing shook his head. No. But you were told of it. He shrugged noncommittally. I know what's probably going on and roughly where, but I thought to take a crack at it before someone else gets to it. Someone else, like the Avatar. Yet. I'd rather not let him bumble around to fix it. Plus if I get there quick enough, I could get him to owe me another one. ATLA caught the meaning of his last sentence, and her eyes narrowed. Another one. Well, he sorta owes me for keeping the water tribe's fishes alive. I see. There was definitely more to it, but this wasn't the best place to talk about it. As loyal and competent as her staff were, ATLA did not fully trust the walls around her. The faster they left the palace, the better. A nagging question floated to her mind's surface, and ATLA found herself suddenly fighting back a stammer. Was the thing about the engagement? Sing's gaze was intense as he took a step towards her and gently held her hands. His grin sent a warm, reassuring tingle down her back. You have it the other way around, my princess. Ba Sing Se was a convenient excuse. Consider me, youthfully impatient. And being able to prove my eligibility to you at the same time is a big plus, no. ATLA searched his eyes, and found that he meant the words, however playfully he put it. The doubts and uncertainties melted away, and she leaned forward to gently bring her lips against his. Don't you dare do something stupid like die until you secure our engagement, you idiot. Considering it's our engagement and subsequent intimacy I'd be missing out on if that were the case, you can consider Ba Sing Se yours, my princess. Sing's arms pulled her in, and ATLA felt her breath become shallower as her body pressed against him. It was truly a shame that they could only settle for a restrained kiss, considering that the walls were thin and her servants might be coming in any time now. Still, she savored every second of their exchange, right up until someone politely knocked on the door. Pulling away, ATLA was panting slightly, and for better or worse Sing's hands had been chaste enough to leave her barely disheveled. Do not disappoint me, Sing. Her Sing bowed, imparting a last kiss, on the knuckles of one hand this time. I'll see you next in Ba Sing Se, my dear princess. It took several minutes after he left before the princess met with her agents. Even then, ATLA was sure that her diligent operatives were polite enough to not comment on her clearly flushed cheeks, or her lingering smile. Sir. Don't worry, Kashi. I promise it'll be all right. Kashi sighed as he kept up with his charge. No offense sir, but you're taking on Ba Sing Se alone here. That's not exactly accurate. A ghost of a smirk flashes across the colonel's face, causing the lieutenant to hold back another sigh. Yan shook his head. It'll at least reassure us if you could provide us further details about what you're doing, so we could better support you. Seeing stopped walking to turn towards his bodyguards, mild exasperation peeking through his expression. Look. The presentation is also important. I need to be the only one in sight when I bring down the walls, and seize the palace. I can't have it be said that I used the regiment in any way to get me there. Fucking politics. Bo Fang muttered, and the rest of the bodyguards agreed with him. Yet their colonel only grinned. It's a shit game, but like all games, it has rules that can be exploited. And since this needs to be done, might as well not hold back on leaving an impression. I still do not like leaving you by yourself out there, Kashi relented. Seem nodded once. I appreciate all of your diligence, I truly do. You men have been looking out for me practically from day one. But this needs to be done this way. He rolled his eyes. If it'll help, I'll make sure ATLA reserves a spot for the 11th in the vanguard. Then you can catch up with me in a reasonable amount of time. As you say, Colonel. They resumed their walk, and the bodyguards held back their curiosity as Xing headed for the markets. Eventually, after witnessing Xing's first few purchases, Bo Fang gave in. I'm sure we have better blades in our armory. We do, Xing agreed. The 11th does. But I made a promise to personally deal with the matter, and not use military resources. So to be a spiteful little shit, I'm making sure everything I'm taking there is privately owned. Which means doing some shopping right now. Quan quirked up an eyebrow as he lightly shook the small crate in his hand. So what does a whole stall's worth of metal chopsticks have to do with that? Kashi rolled his eyes as he saw his colonel grin. As I said before, presentation. Now where do I go for some blasting jelly? Zuko stood at attention as Captain Ren and the other instructors stood before him. Congratulations, Private, the captain said wryly. It seems that your royal upbringing was worth something after all. As much as it pains some of us to say it, you've done a sterling job at cruising through training. Cruising wasn't the word he would have used. Crumpling ever forward seemed more appropriate, considering the grueling ordeal. While Zuko's lessons back in the palace had given him an advantage in fighting, the styles he learned and favored had been almost exclusively for working alone. He'd been trained as a prince back then, and relearning how to fight as a soldier was a uniquely torturous experience. Swords were looked down upon in the 11th, who preferred spears as their primaries and daggers for anything that got too close. Zuko learned how to stop seeking out opponents to duel and how to instead lead or follow along in tackling enemies in pairs or trios. He learned how to seize the initiative by blasting himself forwards to occupy the enemy to give the non-benders in his squad time to use the momentum. He learned the importance of having daggers properly sheathed for quick draws, and when to throw away his spear in exchange for burying the short blades into his opponent's weak points. He learned to heat up the metal tips of his weapons before jamming them into the enemy, to maximize the incapacitating agony. And then there were the live fire lessons, where Zuko and his fellow trainees blooded themselves with their first kills on condemned criminals. None of the methods they were instructed in were quick. The prince soon learned how to stamp down the horrified look of a man he was slowly burning to death, or the muffled screams of desperation from the gagged men he was stabbing up the armpits or down into their eyes. Apparently the targets he practiced on were pirates that his sister had captured and had been responsible for blowing up his ship and almost killing him. It didn't make their terror feel any more satisfying. For all their discipline, the Princess Fire Lancers did not like fighting like soldiers, and they were proud of it. We are not sent out to die for the Fire Nation, an aging instructor, a former captain who survived Uncle Iroha's siege of Ba Sing Se, had hammered in. We are sent out to make sure that our enemy dies for their Earth Kingdom or Water Tribe. The rules of war instructs us how to behave around and beyond combat, but while we're stuck in it, while we fight, we'll do anything and everything we can to win. And the best way to keep winning, is to not act like a fucking fool by dying. It was a far cry from the songs about heroic sacrifices. The instructors here emphasized staying alive, particularly to the squad leaders and officers. Zuko was relieved to not be made sergeant. The amount of scrutiny they suffered for every choice they made during squad training was a different nightmare in itself. A few noble-born especially had been demoted for tactics that were considered acceptable in conventional Fire Nation doctrine, but were deemed loathsome in the 11th. Those that ordered their men and women to sacrificial runs in the training grounds were heavily chastised, and for every failure, every trainee leader and commander were told to write letters of condolences for those that fell because of them. In pristine cursive script, the kind that the upper nobility wasted hours on writing out just a few pages, and in rhyming verses. A single brush stroke out of line, a character written just a bit too large or too small, and the letter would be burnt before their eyes and they'd have to start from scratch again. Not surprisingly, quite a few commanders from every level could become excellent calligraphers if they wanted to. You are the caretaker of the men assigned to you. Their lives are the regiment's just as you are, and you're in charge of investing wisely in them. If you're going to send someone to die for no reason, save all of us the trouble and send yourself. It was heartening to know how the regiment valued its troopers' lives, and Zuko saw how such a doctrine boosted the morale of the recruits. There was no bravado, only a deep trust in the upper echelons in knowing what they were doing. Even the few, lucky aspirants to the exclusive Han unit strictly stuck to their orders despite how outlandish some of their routines were. Zuko was in awe like every other recruit at the first real display of the Flammenwerfers, and it explained why the Han recruits practiced with funny-looking water buckets and hoses first. And because the 11th believed in delivering trauma in a safe space, the recruits were all treated eventually to watching another batch of condemned criminals being put on the wrong end of the fire-spewing war machines. Nobody mocked the few recruits that turned vegetarian after that. Once more, the disgraced prince was happy to settle for being a mere private. And hopefully that state of affairs would continue after this. Zuko stared into space as his superior officers regarded him from across Captain Ren's plain but spacious office. The captain glanced to the instructors to her left and right, speaking in a formalized manner that was very out of character for her, not that he'd say that to her face. Are we agreed that Private Zuko has accomplished a level of competency that is beyond merely passable? Silent nods answered her. Are there any objections that Private Zuko should not be deployed right now? They shook their heads this time. Finally, the captain fixed her gaze on him. Private Zuko. Do you have any objections to your training? Are there any specializations you might prefer going into instead of being deployed? Ma'am, no ma'am. He'd leave the scouts to drag themselves through the dirt, or the strike teams with their reckless rocketing through the air. Zuko was happy with his spear and unconventional fire bending. Captain Ren nodded with satisfaction. Good. Then as we're all agreed, you, Private Zuko, will be deployed. Zuko's stomach curdled when he realized she wasn't going to finish the sentence the way he imagined. However, a special request has been made for you, by Colonel Singh, and approved by our patron, the Crown Princess. The prince didn't like how the edges of Captain Ren's lips were tugging upwards into a smirk. She leaned back against her desk to reach for a slip of paper, and brought it up to him. Zuko fought not to fidget as the captain squinted dangerously at him. These are your orders, Private Zuko. You will follow them until new orders override them, do you understand? Ma'am, yes ma'am. Good. She offered the paper to him, and Zuko mechanically stepped forwards, his legs feeling heavy and his throat feeling dry, to receive his first orders. At her quiet nod, he opened the folded slip and read it. Captain Ren and her officers expressed varying displays of amusement as the prince's jaw dropped and the letter almost fell out of his hands. Congratulations, Private. You've done well enough that the Crown Princess deems you fit for bodyguard duty. Do your job well, and you might receive a pay raise to match. Zuko couldn't look away from the contents of the paper in his hand. To serve as a guard for Her Royal Highness, Crown Princess Azula's entourage, particularly to be of service to Lady Mai. Was this Sing's doing, or Azula's? I suggest you close your trap and start packing, Captain Ren drawled, bringing him out of his mild shock. Ship's leaving tomorrow. Say your goodbyes, and enjoy seeing to the well-being of your sister's friend. Zuko nodded dumbly and turned to leave, but as he exited her office, the captain's last words almost sent him tumbling past the doorway. Oh, try not to look too deeply into their well-being. Azula prefers her friends to be able to continue traveling with her for some time yet, not be laden with a pregnancy. And it makes Sing look bad if his soon-to-be brother-in-law gets tangled up in such a scandal. Brother-in-law? We've only got a couple more days, Katara said, trying to calm the antsy airbender down. And the generals have already sent out their people to look for Appa for us. The Avatar stopped to raise a hand towards the set of walls looming in the distance, masking the city proper of Ba Sing Se. Yeah, but we're so close, and the city is so big. It could take days before we find Appa. The longer we wait around here, the longer he's stuck in who knows what kind of situation. Toph gave an annoyed grunt. Yeah, but if we're in there when the Fire Nation makes another appearance, we'd have more than just Appa to worry about. Ong sighed, relenting to his friend's words. Sokka felt for the guy, really, but Toph was right. The generals had requested, very reasonably, in Sokka's mind, that the gang remain on the outer walls for a few more days, just in case the Fire Nation returned. With Sing showing up, the commanders of Ba Sing Se had been clearly spooked. General Fong tried to hide it, but his overcompensated stoicness betrayed his nervousness, while General Sung more openly wore his concern. Interestingly, despite the disparity in emotions, both generals contributed equally to bolstering the defense. General Fong channeled his sternness onto the soldiers manning the wall, bolstering their resolve with training drills and stony words. The meeker General Sung organized the supplies in the meantime, arranging for extra piles of dirt and rocks to be sent up, and using the not-so-cheap tactic of bolstering morale by increasing food rations and overstocking the armories. Sokka had taken in the contrasting methods and noted how both did their job in keeping the defenders from worrying too much. But these two were generals tasked to only defend the wall, and not venture out. The broken drill still lay just outside, untouched for the time being because neither wanted to risk falling into a potential trap by investigating the wreck. Ong and Toph had volunteered for it, but considering that neither were combat engineers, their assistance was too limited to be accepted. I just don't like being stuck up here doing nothing, Ong reasonably complained. But Ong was the Avatar, and both generals wanted to keep him around as a trump card for as long as they could, which after some negotiations meant at least until reinforcements arrived. Which should be 2 days from now. Sokha picked up the mutterings from the troops, and apparently Ba Sing Se was recalling all its field commanders to defend itself. The one that got the troops on the walls particularly excited was the return of one General Yu, the great hero of Tai Plains. The one who had dealt the 11th its most decisive defeat. The way some soldiers spoke of his brilliance, the gang expected a mirror of the Scorpion, brilliant in tactics and combat, and maybe not as twisted as his Fire Nation counterpart. In the meantime, while they waited for the hero general's arrival, Ong kept training his waterbending with Katara, and earthbending with not only Toph, but the generals as well. Sokha didn't know that the blind earthbender had it in her to tolerate tips from outsiders, but apparently the combat-experienced earthbenders gave pointers that she acceded to. Like hardening the tips of earth waves into jagged blades to break an enemy's charge, or piecing together rock armor to maximize protection in important places. It all highlighted to Sokha how brutal their time in combat must be, for even the hunched-over general sung to be giving Ong and Toph pointers on how thick their earth walls had to be to survive a certain amount of fire bending or spears. Both Avatar and Blind Bandit realized it as well, and while Toph grimly accepted the knowledge, Ong seemed to teeter with doubt, especially regarding more violent advice. The air nomad monk was clearly reluctant to accept the importance of aiming his earth spikes at necks and faces, or sink the ground to trip his enemy into a waiting bed of rocky spikes. Sokha felt bad for his friend, but Ong's pacifism was something he had to deal with himself. They'd seen the aftermath of ATLA. It was a horrific thing, yet the Northern Water Tribe had to kill to defend their family and homes. Ong understood that, but Sokha knew he was also afraid of what lay on the other end of the spectrum. The bloody lunatic that wielded white fire. Could any of the gang descend into the darkness like the Scorpion Dragon if it came down to it? Hopefully not, but Toph had suspected that the airbender was particularly afraid of going down that route, especially since as Avatar he wielded far more power with the 3, soon to be 4, elements. Sokha agreed with her, even if Katara was insistent about the whole killing is wrong angle. The 2 long days eventually passed, and the gang were almost disappointed as a whole when they saw the much-hyped leader of their reinforcements. General Yu at least looked as capable as General Fong, but where the latter gave a sense of stony reliability, the former seemed tired. Very tired. General Yu, we're glad that you're here. Come, your office is waiting for you. I've had our plans so far ready for your review. The other 2 generals practically herded their weary-looking peer away, and Sokha didn't miss how he gave resigned nods and short answers. Like he was forced to be here. I gotta admit, I don't know why they treat him like a bigger deal than Ong, Sokha admitted while they lunched in the privacy of their spacious lodgings. Toph shrugged. Beats me too. Judging from his footsteps, that General Yu seems like he's tired and overworked. Katara, as always, tried to look on the bright side. Well, maybe it's because he's the best general they got, and they rely on him for his advice. Okay, not as bright a rationalization, and it admittedly made some sense. He beat off Singh and his goons after all. Toph beat Sokha to a rebuttal. He beat the 11th, but not Singh. Singh wasn't leading them back then. Not outright. They say he's been leading them from the shadows before he got promoted. Which was disturbingly true. How old was the guy when he became a monster who taught his men and women how to monster like him? Toph still looked doubtful, but kept her silence, settling with just folding her arms. This time it was Ong who spoke up before Sokha could get a word in. I think, we should be prepared in case Toph is right. He regarded Katara with a concerned frown. After all, we've seen how strange Singh acts, and how he lies to his own Fire Nation leaders. Sokha shrugged at that, he tried not to think too much about that point at all. Either Singh's loyalty was highly unreliable, which means he can't be trusted, or he's working to some hidden goal, which also means he can't be trusted. Coupled with the way he cut Zhao in 2 with his fire bending, and how casually he treated the gang back at the drill, it just hammered home even more that the Scorpion really could not be trusted. Like, at all. Regardless, with General Yu stuck in a meeting with the other generals, the gang were ready to enjoy their last night on Ba Sing Se's outer walls before they headed into the city itself the following morning. Unfortunately for them, the sun hadn't even begun to rise when a commotion stirred. Blurry-eyed, the quartet of teens woke up to the most ill-timed of news. The Scorpion Dragon was making an attempt for Ba Sing Se, and he had made public his promise to bring down the walls. 2 whole armies followed in his wake, ready to seize the gain scene created for them. Take heart. We've already just foiled off the Fire Nation's attack. General Yu looked utterly despondent, but his words nonetheless strengthened the soldiers' resolve. We'll be ready for whatever new toy they throw at us. Our comrades in the other armies are making their way to bolster our ranks, and, don't forget, we have the Avatar with us. Sokka saw how the general drew in a steadying breath amidst the cheering of the crowd around him before he continued. His expression changed so suddenly that it seemed as though he just wore a mask. We will not falter. Ba Sing Se will live up to its name. The Scorpion Dragon, however storied he is, will not break into the impenetrable city. For our loved ones, for our homes, we will throw back this attack, and we will keep doing so until the Fire Nation finally learns their lesson. Just like that, Sokka felt like cheering along with the soldiers. The soaring mood was infectious, with Ong and Katara joining along and even Toph nodding with an approving grin. Appa would have to wait a bit more. They had another round to go with the Fire Nation. It took the officers in the 11th all of their professional will to not descend on their colonel like older adults scolding a misbehaving youth. What's done is done, and no amount of asking seeing what he was thinking could change that. Motsi hated it, especially because he now had to lead the regiment in his commander's absence. Since I'll have to breach the walls and capture the palace myself, I leave the 11th in your hands for now, Motsi. Enjoy being colonel, et. Singh would head off to Ba Sing Se, with nothing from the regiment's stores save for a particular prototype transport tank that he purchased. Watching him drive off was like witnessing the boy traveling to his death, and it took constant reminding by Kashi and the bodyguards to trust in their young, spirit-touched colonel, however doomed this endeavor seemed to be. With his work cut out for him, Motsi made the regiment ready to join the northern and eastern armies in pushing towards the great city. It would be a spearhead not unlike the types the Fire Nation was used to doing, save for the fact that pressure at the spearhead would be far more concentrated to quickly break through Earth Kingdom lines. The 11th, of course, would be part of that vanguard, and Motsi had Regimental Quartermaster Hyung obtain everything they could possibly need for an extended and rapid push. Most of the prisoners except for the healers and General Yama were kept in Zilang, freeing up more transport tanks to carry supplies. A small reserve would also remain to wait for and escort Princess Azula to the front once the front reached Ba Sing Se. The new Flammenwerfer tanks would serve exclusively as fuel carriers until they reached the walls. The Han's crewmen would just have to bear the being crammed in with barrels of oil within their more armored transports for a while. Their weapons reservoirs were topped up, but plugged up just to be safe. By calling in favors and loosening up the regiment's purses, a supply line was established by using the merchants of Zilang. As expected of him, the great and generous merchant J.E. Choi had promised to commit most of his trade caravans to provide fresh supplies to the regiment and its allies at cost price. The merchant didn't just offer his usual fare either, by now he had expanded into other foodstuffs, becoming less cabbage merchant and more food magnate. The 11th rolled out, keeping as fast as they could to meet up with General Shou's and Wa's armies and take up the post of vanguard. Despite the constant worry, there was a sentiment within the regiment that jokingly hoped they did not reach Ba Sing Se to find its walls already shattered and Sing sitting on its throne, with the ashes of all opposition already blown away by the wind. Li Ming also helped soothe the nagging worry, her own trust in Sing being a calming balm for the lieutenant colonel. He pulled off a lot of impossible ideas already, love. What's a mere city and its walls to him? Motsi's lover massaged his shoulders to encourage him to release his pent-up tension. If anything, you should be more worried about what happens after. He scrunched his face in confusion at Li Ming. What do you mean? She grinned with light amusement. Her fingers slowly slid down Motsi's chest as she leaned in from behind to whisper in his ear. Well, we'll be in Ba Sing Se, the center of the Earth Kingdom. A massive city that needs taming. What do you think would be the first thing Sing might want to do to keep the populace well behaved? It took Motsi a few dense seconds before he finally understood, and the thought of being forced to march through the streets of the city to be mobbed by thousands of Earth Kingdom spinsters made the lieutenant colonel shudder in his lover's arms. Li Ming giggled into his ear. See? Now you have something greater, and something more plausible to fear. Fear? It was beyond terrifying. He'll have to figure out a way to injure himself right before they entered the city. Maybe he could pay a driver to run his leg over with a tank. Or get one of the regiment's earthbenders to drop a boulder on him. Reports of the new approaching enemy came in, taking a detour to seemingly hit the southern sector of Ba Sing Se's walls. Rather confusingly, the enemy only consisted of a sole Fire Nation transport tank, proudly flying the banner of the 11th, with a lone driver in it. The Scorpion Dragon was truly and literally leading the charge, it seems. Initial attempts by the scouts to stop the monster's approach were swiftly and lethally rebuffed, with 4 teams already missing and assumed dead. The 5th Brave Squad to try and stop the Fire Nation's maverick commander was incinerated down to 1 survivor, who was given a head start to deliver a simple message. I come for Ba Sing Se. A nearby army group was immediately dispatched, against the counsel of General Yu, to intercept the Scorpion Dragon as soon as they could. Rooted stragglers returned to the city days later, bearing news of the boy burning his way through hundreds of men, and leaving the rest to scatter after he incinerated the army commanders down to ash. Some addled survivors even told of the boy diving down from the heavens to suddenly ignite the whole battlefield. With the nearest army now scattered to the wind and their confidence stamped out, the Earth Kingdom's Council of 5 finally heeded General Yu's advice. All available forces would be mustered in front or on top of the walls. A coterie of generals would return to the royal palace to petition the Earth King and his court, who had been reclusive and unreachable for a long time, for permission to draft the populace. To the concern of everyone present, the generals were still turned away by the palace guards and Dai Li. The Earth King would be notified, they were assured, but he was busy in other matters to receive them for the near future. However, the generals returned with assurances by the Grand Secretariat Longfeng, promising that the issue of a draft would be brought to the Earth King's attention soon. In the meantime, the defenders of Ba Sing SC were given permission to recruit from refugees living in the lower ring. With that, every able earthbender, man or woman, that was not a citizen of Ba Sing SC, was drafted into an ad hoc force. Non-bending males of age were also part of the draft, to bolster the peasant conscript ranks once reinforcement arrived. Neither reinforcing armies nor drafted garrison would be ready in time when the defenders finally saw a speck approaching from the distance. Seeing, the scorpion of the Fire Nation, had arrived. Well, at least now he's ready to talk, General Sung muttered as the defenders could barely see Sing walking confidently towards the walls, the white flag of truce fluttering in his hand. Should we just take him out from here? General Fong asked, drawing a disapproving shake of General Yu's head. Ong, Katara and Toph looked a bit confused at that, but Sokka froze and blinked with disbelief. Too far. He'll likely just withdraw out of range or intercept the rocks. Attacking an offer to parley would also doom our armies in the future. If we take him out, the Fire Nation wouldn't know. Sokka didn't hold back his disdain for the suggestion, understanding the significance of such a heinous act between tribal warriors, let alone between warring armies. Thankfully the hero of Tai Plains was having none of it. Our own men would witness the treachery. Word will inevitably spread. If we do this, dead scorpion or not, we damn our forces in the future. The Fire Nation will have no reason to accept our own parleys, our cornered troops will not have a chance of negotiating surrenders. We can reject him with words, but do not strike at him while he comes in peace. General Sung braved the intense glare of his colleague with a raised finger. It could be a ruse. No. General Yu's answer was full of conviction, and the way he snapped off the word made even the gang flinch. The Scorpion is a treacherous combatant and strategist, but at no point has anyone observed him breaking the formalities of war. We've ransomed enough nobles to know that. General Fong finally acceded with an annoyed snort. Then we'll have to meet him then, and see what game he's trying to play. The Avatar and his companions were, of course, welcome to join the generals, and did so. They met Seeing just within the shadow of the outer walls, and the Scorpion planted the spear used to bear the white flag into the ground before greeting the mixed group of soldiers and young adventurers with a formal bow. Unlike what Sokka was used to seeing him in, Seeing only wore a commoner's attire, with chopstick boxes, along with some daggers and a cooking cleaver attached to his belt. Good day. General Fong interrupted to get straight down to it. We know how this will play out. What do you want, Scorpion? Sokka did not like Seeing's amused smirk at all. Do we now? He gave a slow hum, as if in thought, before continuing. I've come to offer the defenders of Ba Sing SC the chance to surrender. Your deaths will not serve any purpose. I am here to capture the city and uncover some wrongs that I'm pretty sure need righting. Ha! At least try to make the joke funny. The Fire Nation commander sighed, but Ong spoke next. You mentioned that before. What do you mean? Seeing looked at Ong, and then his gaze flickered to the generals and their entourage. I cannot tell you, not when I'm unsure of everyone's true allegiances. Sokka tried to figure out what that meant. Was there a traitor amongst them? But then the traitor would be on the Fire Nation's side, right? And Seeing wouldn't be giving that away. Enough with this nonsense, General Sung said. Your reputation precedes you, but we're not that cowed by it, Colonel. Seeing regarded the group for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. Then the deaths of your men will be on you. General Yu finally joined in the conversation, speaking with a wariness that silenced everyone. Why did you call for a parley, Colonel Seeing, if you likely knew what the outcome would be? Consider me, entertaining my optimism. Either that you might be open to negotiations, or that someone would be stupid enough to try attacking me regardless of my offer of parley. Seeing's gaze then turned to Sokka and his friends with a ghost of a smile on his face. Also, to confirm the Avatar's presence in Ba Sing SC. He's with us, as you can see, General Sung crowed. You stand no chance of victory here. I suggest you hurry on back home and we'll pretend you didn't drop by. That's not an option for me. I will do my best to minimize losses. I would need witnesses, after all. As Seeing turned to leave, Ong, who was sporting a frown, cut in again. For some reason, Sokka's back tingled in anticipation of something potentially bad following. Wait. What if I challenged you for the city? Okay, Sokka's instincts were wrong. He expected bad, this was plain stupid. I will fight you. Duel you. If I win, you leave, and if you Seeing fixed a stare on Ong for a moment, an Ong that looked very serious amidst a small crowd of shocked soldiers and friends, and then shook his head. A duel between us would be useless. I might be persuaded to withdraw, but the generals here would not agree to even allow me past the walls, never mind surrendering the city, if you lose. You're only saying that because you know you'll lose. Sokka looked at his sister with incredulity, and then back to seeing who was smirking. Please don't let her taunt work on the crazy psychopath. Please. I'm only saying that because it's true. The scorpion looked past the gang and to the soldiers. Isn't it, generals? All three generals nodded, with General Yu answering gravely. No offense to the Avatar's intentions and abilities, but we will not wager our home on such a duel. There will be no chance of Ba Sing Se willingly submitting to your demands, Colonel. Well said. Before Ong could look too downcast, Sing grew a smile, like an idea just came to him. Though, now that you mentioned it, perhaps I could accept a challenge for a different outcome. Sokka stared at the enemy commander, but he quickly realized what Sing meant. Ong, don't list. The scorpion spoke above his plea, fixing Ong with a dark grin. Here's my counter-offer, you win, and I leave. I win, and you and your friends will stand aside and leave Ba Sing Se to its fate. Another heavy silence descended, and this time Katara had the courtesy to be shocked and worried by the amended challenge. The defenders of Ba Sing Se were frowning with suspicion, while Toph wore a face of silent concern. Sokka himself was very worried. Don't do it, Ong. Sing's grin grew. Of course, our duel will be non-lethal. I can promise that my attacks will cause no permanent harm or fatal damage. No need to roll for, never mind. Ong, it's gotta be a trap. He saw the airbender's face and instantly knew it was a lost cause. Damn it. This was not the time to stand your ground, Ong. The others thought so too, though worryingly, not as completely as Sokka did. Katara was clearly torn between her faith in Ong and her worry for him. Toph was urging Ong to take Sokka's advice, and the generals and their group were wary, but still confident enough in the Avatar to not weigh in. Just great. Also, I heard about your missing bison. If I win, I'll promise to return him to you once I find him. If I lose, I'll tell you where he is so you can find him yourself. Ah. Crap. Of course Ong immediately went fully serious. You know where Appa is. Sing's taunting nod completed the trap. I accept your challenge. There was no getting Ong out of it, not with Appa being used as bait. Toph unfortunately confirmed that Sing seemed to be telling the truth, and after that no amount of persuasion could get the airbender out of the duel. Get your healing water ready, Katara, was all Sokka could say in the end, as he watched a circle be formed by some earthbenders and the two combatants standing on opposite ends within it. You should, relax a bit. Ong will be fine. It's not the first firebender he's faced, after all. Her voice betrayed her own growing anxiety, which did not help Sokka one bit. Even the generals were tense to the point where they were staring intensely at the duelists. Standing outside the circle and between Ong and Sing, General Yu sighed before he raised an arm to signal the duel. The firebender gave a formal bow. First to yield or be incapacitated loses. The gesture in question was reciprocated with a curt nod from Ong. Ready. And, begin. Ong's body spun to form a powerful gust of wind as he usually did, while Sing's legs immediately slid into a wide stance while both arms thrusts towards Ong. No flames appeared, but the airbender stopped turning midway and he tripped onto the ground with a pained cry. Sokka watched in confused panic as Ong began to writhe and scream with soul-chilling anguish and terror, his hands batting at his face, as if he saw the reddening skin on Ong's face and hands, saw the faint heat mirage rising. It was as if someone had splashed hot water on him. What's happening? Toph asked, the panic infecting her as well. Why is Ong screaming like that? I don't know. I don't know. Katara looked ready to rush in, but General Yu raised an arm to block them from interfering. Sokka was about to sock the man in the jaw, but stopped when he saw the pale, stunned face of the weary general. The rest of the defenders were equally shocked to stillness. Sing was standing and slowly walking towards his opponent, an open hand still pointed at Ong. Do you yield? Ong answered by screaming and twisting on the ground some more. Sokka thought he saw beads of sweat appear and then instantly flash into steam. Katara ducked past General Yu and ran towards the circle. Stop it! Stop it already! Surprisingly, Sing relented, lowering his arm with a sigh. This duel is concluded, then. There was no smugness or mockery in that declaration, just a statement of a sad fact. Katara quickly knelt beside Ong, who screamed right until Sing, who was backing away, dismissively waved his hand. The sudden quiet broke Sokka and Toph out of their rooted panic, and they joined Katara. Ong lay curled up on the ground, the untattooed skin of his whole body turned a bright and painful red, and peppered with blisters all over. He was trembling and sweating, and his limbs were a little swollen. The water tribe youth turned to Sing, who stood passively on his end of the circle, offering what seemed to be an apologetic look. I suggest you take him back to heal and cool off. I'll begin assaulting the walls tomorrow. With that, Sing bowed, turned and then left the way he came, and Sokka returned his attention to his sister who was doing her best to soothe Ong while she worked her healing water over his body. Wait, Colonel. General Yu suddenly called out. Sing paused, turning slightly to look over his shoulder. The general walked past Sokka, and then bent over in a deep bow. When, if you make it through us. Please, do not loose your wrath on my family, our families. I was the one responsible that day on Tai Plains, they are innocent of it. Sing fully turned back to face the general, and it didn't take him long to shrug. I blame the one that pushed me into the bear trap, not the bear trap itself. My issue is not with you, General. Besides, the 11th does not extract vengeance from friends and families. So long as they don't give us cause to, anyway. The whole group was silent as they carried Ong back to the walls after Katara's healing soothed him into unconsciousness. The generals marched straight to the command room once they returned, but not before General Yu politely insisted that the gang leave the next morning, as per the duel's decision. Sokka cursed himself for not stopping his friend from getting involved hard enough. Yet at the same time, he couldn't shake off the horror at the new form of fire-bending Sing displayed. Or was that fire-bending at all? Were his flames invisible? But how could they move that fast? Ong seemed instantly affected the moment Sing's arms shot out. It was a question that quickly nagged in Sokka's head and eventually he bounced it to Toph in a futile attempt to figure out an answer. Without any real theory, they eventually settled for helping Katara tend to Ong's wounds. Well, they tried to, anyway, but she was adamant about solely looking after him throughout the night. They'd just slow her down. Not wanting to argue, Sokka had Toph help him bring in some bandages and barrels of water for his sister to use, as well as urge her to eat her dinner. The blind earthbender was quiet, almost withdrawn throughout, probably just as worried and perplexed as Sokka was. None of them slept much, though some measure of relief settled on the trio as Ong finally awoke with a pained groan. Sokka let his sister coddle the avatar for a bit before stepping in as the bearer of bad news. Ong was dejected by the reminder of his loss, but quietly accepted the terms he agreed to with Sing. The sun was just rising and the gang were following some soldiers to the nearest monorail station when shouts of alarm rang out in the distance. Sokka first turned his gaze beyond the walls, and then, realizing the direction of a raging roar, looked up just in time to see what he was sure was seeing slamming down onto the walls more than a few stones throw away from them. We should. No. One soldier said stoically. For our sakes, please do not interfere. It might worsen our doom. With admirable duty the soldiers continued herding the gang away from the sounds of simmering flame and agonized screams. General Yu could only stare as he saw the boy right outside his office. He had managed to make it onto the walls somehow, rendering useless several hundred defenders manning the trenches outside of it. And even as the troops proceeded to surround the Scorpion, the general did not like their chances of making it out of this alive. He'd known of the young dragon's exploits, back then. Yu was quietly thankful that it was some imbecile leading the 11th to their doom back on Tai Plains, and had immediately feared for his and his family's lives when news of the boy's survival eventually reached him. It helped a bit that the powers that be in Ba Sing Se chose to keep him close to the city, though he wished that they would stop constantly harping about how undeservedly great he was to the world. Yu did not doubt the tales of gruesome ends suffered by those who crossed the defiant 11th, and he held no illusions that he could fend off such a fate if they decided to come for him. Having the boy assure you that he was not worth holding a grudge was as much of a relief as the general could get, but it still left the uncomfortable fact that he was now had the Scorpion right in front of him within glaring distance. For better or worse, General Fong, ever the proud warrior, did not share the same trepidation. He marched to the front, bending up a boulder in the air. Impressive feat, but you're surrounded, boy. The Scorpion Dragon smiled at that. Then I cannot miss. Thank you for opening with words, I appreciate the time. Men fell over in anguish immediately after that, you included, as an invisible rush of heat tore at their exposed skin. Yu joined the choir of screams as not only his face, but also his bare hands and feet, burned in the air. He dropped to the ground and the agony grew much worse, as the metal plates of his armor slowly seared its way through the cloth padding underneath and began to burn at the rest of his body. Yu was incapable of a coherent thought, as every breath of air to fuel his screams also seared his lungs. He'd beg for the torment to stop if his throat could do anything other than scream. He'd claw at his flesh and skin for relief if his fingers weren't so swollen. He'd seek out cover or assistance if he dared open his eyes to let them boil away. Yu remembered nothing but intense, total agony for spirits knew how long, until it all suddenly vanished. The heat was suddenly gone, replaced with a chill that was almost soothing. As his faculties returned, Yu wondered if it was really the case or if he had suffered to the point that normal air felt so cold right now. As he finally opened his eyes, the general was glad to find he still had vision, and saw the Scorpion Dragon standing amidst a sea of fallen and suffering Earth Kingdom soldiers. Surrender. I prefer having prisoners over roasted corpses, but this is your last chance. Despite the impending demise, or perhaps because of it, you managed to muster the remains of his courage, the same flickering defiance that kept him serving as general for so long. He rasped the words painfully as he met the colonel's gaze. HHU, still, need, breach. The scorpion nodded in acknowledgement of that, but he did not seem perturbed at all. I do. And then the cracked brickwork under his feet began to smoke. It's a good thing that this wall of yours is mostly compacted stone and earth. It makes it pliable to your earth bending, but it also leaves it vulnerable to certain things. Like melting. You and everyone else instinctively scrabbled away from the boy as more smoke began to rise between the paved bricks, and a hot glow began to leak out between the cracks. The analytical part of you noted that the boy was sweating a little and seemed stiff, but otherwise showed no signs of exertion as the ground beneath his feet began to sink. The scorpion dragon gave a thin smile. You have a minute to make some distance, and then I'm coming to receive your surrenders. You did not waste that chance at all, picking himself up and half crawling, half stumbling away from the cracking of stone and increasing hot light spilling from between the bricks. A quick glance told him that there was no exceptions, and even General Fong had abandoned his stoic defiance and was desperately clawing to safety. A minute eventually passed by, because something exploded behind you. Reaching the edge of the wall, the general used the crenellations to climb up to his feet, and also managed to witness an impossible sight. The section of the wall the scorpion stood on was glowing and hissing smoke as it bulged out and sagged downwards. The specks below that were men in trenches were wisely fleeing from the shadow of the expanding growth. Then glowing liquid began to leak out from the earthen cracks in the bulge, spilling hot, glowing droplets. It didn't leak much, because after that, like a punctured air sac, the wall section practically exploded outwards with molten rock. The dawn light was tainted with an orange glow from the ground, as the breached section continued to bubble and dribble lava all the way down to its foundation. Yu forced himself to stand higher, and for a moment there was confusion when he couldn't find the scorpion. Then he heard the familiar sound of an explosive landing from a distance behind him, and the general's heart dropped when he turned to see the boy landing on an unoccupied section. This time the smoke rose and the light glowed a lot quicker. Yu's legs gave out when the outer walls of Ba Sing Se suffered another melting breach. The boy blasted clear just as the floor under him was swallowed by molten rock, and joined the rest of the glowing, viscous liquid in spilling out either side of the compromised wall. He landed right in front of you after that, throwing the general an expectant look. I surrender. All those that witnessed such madness did. Fortunately, the breach of the outer wall did not affect its immediate surroundings too much. The bursts of lava from either side of it created a large area of blackened, vitrified earth, particularly striking in the farmlands on Ba Sing Se's side of the wall. From what Toph picked up, the death toll was surprisingly light, as even as farmers and soldiers rushed to search for survivors, it didn't seem like there'd be more than 100 lost souls. Toph wondered what her friends saw with their eyes. It was an interesting thing, to be able to feel the shockwaves from the wall. Her tremor sense usually went out some distance, but whatever seeing did carried the seismic image of the destruction all the way over to the earthbender with a clarity that almost made it look like it was happening right next to her. She felt the solid wall turn into something like mud, and it took the gang's shocked description to realize that seeing had melted rock and dirt down to a jelly-like consistency, and eventually breaking it down to a liquid state. Toph couldn't see the results of what happened after that until after the molten rock began to cool down and solidify. Her senses couldn't build a clear picture when it came to vibrations through liquids. The displacement of so much earth had scarred the land in a way that Toph never knew possible. Her earthbending could raise hills, but seeing just melted down an equivalent to a mountain. Coupled with his incredibly immediate victory over Ong, Toph was not ashamed to admit that she did not look forward to facing the scorpion anytime soon. He just moved a little, and Twinkle Toes of all people couldn't dodge the attack and wound up on the ground, almost roasted to death. Katara might make a fight out of it, but unless the Sugar Queen could waterbend lakes, she'd likely end up getting boiled or something. Who knows how the scorpion dragon actually firebended, but at the moment, the gang stood no chance against him on a direct encounter. It was a good thing then that Seeing didn't see them as enemies. I'm glad you've all decided to stick to your side of the deal, he said with surprising honesty. He actually expected Ong to break his word. Well, that was admittedly understandable, with how they were operating, but still. Of course he found them soon after the walls fell. Even Toph had been frozen from shock at the sudden rumbling roars of the walls being breached. Seeing had dropped out of the sky a few dozen minutes after that, looking utterly unperturbed and confident. The latter had been true, while Toph eventually picked out that the former was slightly forced. Seeing was good at hiding his weakness, it seems. Then again, he was supposed to be a master of deception. He'd greeted the wary quartet and their escorts, and surprised everyone further by suggesting Katara help the soldiers on the wall that everyone had assumed had been melted or blasted to oblivion. For a monster that made Earth Kingdom soldiers loosen their bladders, Colonel Seeing seemed a far more polite and considerate villain than what Toph had expected. They returned to the breached walls, and while Katara immediately went over to heal the toasted defenders, Toph tried to further study the damage to the wall, and Sokka was in charge of looking after Ong. Why are you doing this? Toph had heard the Avatar demand from the Scorpion. Why destroy the walls if you say you're trying to fix Ba Sing Se? She could feel the mild annoyance in seeing just a stone's throw away from her. I'm not trying to fix Ba Sing Se. I'm righting a wrong. Those are two different things. His feet shifted to turn squarely onto Ong. I suggest you withhold your judgment of me in this city until after I'm done with it. Unfortunately, Ong was still coming to terms with his recent loss. Don't make yourself sound like you're here to save anyone. Sing shrugged too casually. I'll admit that I'm not. That was a lie? This city-state makes for a great prize, and I could use a career change. You'll be stopped. There are more defenders ready to turn you back. You can't fight all of them. Again, the Scorpion shrugged. Maybe. Probably. The whole of Ba Sing Se's defenders might be arrayed against me later on the inner wall. Why did he sound so pleased with that? Sing easily tolerated Ong's confrontational encounters for the rest of the day, using ATLA to keep the airbender from crossing the line. When news spread of other Earth Kingdom armies approaching, Sing literally blasted off. Toph felt the distant explosion beyond the walls before everyone else heard it. From the way people around her were gasping, it must have been a great show of sorts. He returned shortly after, still putting on a strong facade, though he was definitely betraying some signs of exhaustion now. Unfortunately, I can only keep so many prisoners in line, he said breezily, but added after Ong and Katara were about to rage at him, don't worry, I just encouraged them to flee. I made sure the new hole in the wall was well clear of the conveniently clumped up formations. Could they take him now? Toph wondered. If she and her friends and every healed soldier suddenly turned on him now, could they win? The consequences of seeing surviving the attack would be dire, though, so it had to be a sure thing. And Toph knew enough about reputations to know that it wouldn't do them any favors in the future. She discarded the idea for now, they weren't in desperate enough straits yet. Plus, Sing was a little tense, which likely meant that he was expecting to defend himself. He rested below the compromised walls for the night. The tank he drove through a breach totally hid his presence from Toph's seismic sense, which was annoying, but at least she could track its movements more clearly due to the greater vibrations it made. The tank remained parked until late morning, when new vibrations heralded the arrival of a Fire Nation force. The 11th had arrived to secure the breach. Sing left shortly after that, leaving an annoyingly cheery request for Ong and the generals to follow after him once they were ready. Curiously, very curiously, Sing wasn't heading straight for the inner wall. When news came of a lone Fire Nation commander declaring to capture the city by himself, everyone within the Dai Li had expected it to be a bluff, a feint of sorts. They double-checked the refugees within the city for potential infiltrators, kept an eye on merchants who might have been compromised, and ran extra patrols throughout the city. Because surely a mere colonel, no matter how feared, could take down the outer wall, never mind capture Ba Sing Se, by himself? And then Long Feng felt the earthquake, and ran out to the palace to see a plume of dirty smoke rising from the horizon. And then the panicked reports came flooding in. The Scorpion had dueled the Avatar the day before, and won. The Avatar was incapacitated as a result. The Scorpion made it to the wall in the morning, and somehow melted his way through the walls. Twice. Generals Fang, Sung, and Yu had surrendered, and all other defenders were avoiding the ruined section of the outer wall. The wall was breached again, and General Somsak's army was forced to withdraw. It all read less like an invasion and more of a natural disaster sweeping through the region. Long Feng was only glad that the curiosity of the gullible king was easily sated to keep him away from the windows and balconies. Things were hard to deal with as is. Morale among the remaining wall defenders had plummeted, and the citizenry were on the verge of panicking. The Grand Secretariat had no choice but to draw on the full strength of the Dai Li to reinforce the inner wall and pacify Ba Sing Se's population. There was no point of investing in schemes and operations if the city fell, after all. The Scorpion was notorious for the destruction he left in his wake. General Yu and some others might say he holds a twisted sense of honor, that Ba Sing Se's populace would be left alone, but Long Feng didn't dare delude himself. If the city fell, who knows who might blab about the Dai Li's reach. And being inextricably tied to the throne, the Scorpion would surely not leave Long Feng and his organization in peace if he was truly here to capture the impenetrable city. Not unless he was given a reason to. Displays had to be made. First, to prove the Dai Li's potency as a fighting force to either turn away the Scorpion, or resist him long enough to be a noteworthy foe. If they could tie him down for long enough for reinforcements to finally come and chase him away, it would be ideal. However, failing that, hopefully they could prove that they are more trouble than they're worth fighting. It would allow Long Feng to open negotiations with the Scorpion. Surrendering the Dai Li along with the city should allow them to maintain their grip over the city. He was still just a boy, after all, and a military brat at that, so he'd need capable administrators to keep the city running. He'd need the Dai Li to serve him. It shouldn't take too much effort to manipulate a battle-hungry psychopath like the Scorpion into delegating everything over to Long Feng and his peers. He could even win over the conquered populace by saying the surrender was for their sake. If he played his cards right, there might not even be much of a change in Ba Sing SC's everyday life. There were no objections to the overall plan. Some voiced their concerns, but no tangible solutions were offered. So with little time to waste, Long Feng used the Earth King's seal to order most of the royal guard to join the Dai Li at the inner wall. Their earthbending would greatly help bolster the defenses, or if the worst comes to pass, the paltry garrison left in the palace would make the defection to the Fire Nation a lot smoother. And just to be on the safe side, the royal guard aiding at the walls would be subtly managed into front-line positions, to hopefully absorb most of the damage from the coming siege. It was a win-win situation. If the defenses held, it opened up positions for guards who were loyal to the Dai Li. Otherwise, the culling would leave control of the palace wholly to the Dai Li, which would secure their place when negotiating with the Scorpion. With King Ki distracted by some expendable Judees, the palace was emptied out. So too were the hidden dens to monitor the population, and Lake Laogai's underground complex. They could not risk holding back now, not when the Scorpion has already proven capable of tearing down the outer wall 3 times in a day. Long Feng and his inner circle deliberated with the garrison commanders on how best to utilize their significant manpower over the theoretical hidden weapons the Scorpion might bring to bear, but then the scouts in the agrarian zone brought back troubling news. The first was of Fire Nation reinforcements arriving to exploit the breach, proving the wisdom of strengthening the defenses of the inner wall and giving Long Feng reason to hurriedly conscript every able-bodied earthbender and adult man to defend his city. However, it was the arrival of the second piece of news that troubled the Grand Secretariat deeply. The Scorpion was not headed towards the inner wall. He'd deterred straight for Lake Laogai. Sokka had to admit, for how much he really did not like seeing right now, he was really curious as to what the guy wanted to unveil. What was done to Ong was brutal, but Sokka and Toph agreed with the generals that the Scorpion Dragon was being nice. If the wall was any indication, Ong could have been melted down to nothing instead. Ong knew this as well, and it dealt a real blow to the young airbender's confidence, leaving him noticeably more withdrawn. Toph and Katara agreed that they just needed to get this whole affair with Seeing dealt with so they could move on and build the Avatar back up again, but Sokka was skeptical. They might be dealing with Seeing more frequently in the future. He was the one who hinted at being able to refer a fire-bending master to Ong, after all. Oh boy! What if Seeing was the fire-bending master? He'd be insufferable, and who knows how much of a mess it'd leave when Katara inevitably blew her top at having to deal with the Scorpion on a daily basis. At that point, it'd be better to get Zuko as a teacher. Spirits, having Zhao even sounds like a preferable option. At least then the gang could believably beat down the mentors if they decided to be pricks. Shaking that intrusive thought out of his head once more, Sokka corrected the ostrich horses pulling the carriage with a quick flick of the reins. The carriage realigned a bit to center on the speck that was Seeing's tank far ahead, keeping in the churned soil left in the tank's wake. All around him, the farmlands were devoid of people, probably evacuated back to the city. Some livestock could be seen, but most were chased away by the noise of Seeing's vehicle. The generals, while cleared of blisters and redness, were still in no condition to walk just yet, so Katara was still tending to them back in the carriage. Once they were well enough, they can swap carriages when they next stopped for a break, and the next batch of wounded could join them. Sokka preferred that arrangement than having his sister hop between the other carriages following after them. Ong in the meanwhile was too busy brooding to be a good carriage driver, and Toph was, well, blind. She made for better company than the airbender though, so Sokka let her sit next to him. What do you think we'll find? She idly asked. Beats me, but whatever it is, if it's anything like what happened with Zhao, we might need to rethink going to the Earth King about the Dark Sunday. Toph paused for a second to think. So, the Earth King might be trying to do something as stupid as killing the moon? What could Earthbenders possibly try to kill around Ba Sing Se? Well, Seeing said that it's not as bad as that, but still. If he's taking the trouble to make a big presentation out of it, I still don't think it's going to be good. Maybe get whatever's in charge of the Earth element to do something really messed up like sink the Fire Islands? Sounds about stupid enough. The convoy closed the distance with Seeing as dusk loomed, the tank's detail being visible if you squinted hard enough at it. The Scorpion showed no signs of getting out to camp for the night, not even a trail of smoke to betray a fire. He seemed content to just stay in his tank. The convoy though were not as reserved, and used the evening to set up a simple camp for the night. The generals by then were able to at least limp around to give orders to their captains and lieutenants, though none so much as hinted at trying to ambush Seeing once night came. They had all accepted their defeat, and Sokka couldn't help but find the honorable act of keeping to their word rather admirable. Or maybe Seeing just scared everyone so much that they didn't dare betray him. Yeah, it's probably that. They moved out again the next morning, and by afternoon they finally caught up with Seeing at the edges of a great lake. What's in Lake Laogai? Sokka asked General Yu, who had opted to help drive the carriage this time. The general frowned for a moment before shrugging. Some nobles visit it as a retreat, but beyond that it's the main source of Ba Singh Sc's water. I do not think the colonel would be poisoning or somehow compromising it, before you ask. I wasn't, Saka quickly replied. Thinking it and actually asking it were different things. I guess we'll find out soon enough. The general nodded just as the carriage slowed to a stop. The rest of the convoy joined in too, and Singh stood casually by the edge of the lake's waters, now with a cloak on his back, as everyone gathered to him. Toph stopped halfway, giving a confused look that only made the scorpion grin and walk towards her. I was about to ask, but you found something. Toph gave a slow nod and pointed down one end of the lake's edge. There's a tunnel right near the shore. Singh looked to the assembled generals and their captains, who were all looking confused. Saka didn't know why the guy was frowning so hard at Wait. Did he think they might have something to do with it as well? Oh. That might change things. Well, it saves me from boiling the water down to the right levels. Could you lead us to it? Toph did just that, stamping her feet to raise a walkway from the waters and reveal a hole's entrance after shoving aside a round rocky slab. The pit was deep, the ladder leading down disappeared into the darkness. The scorpion was smiling too sweetly as he regarded the confused crowd around him, Saka and his friends included. Now, as this is part of my capture of Ba Singh SC, you are all still technically my prisoners of war. Kindly do not interfere until I allow you to. Avatar Ong, you and your friends will still abide by the terms as well. Otherwise, you may follow along. With that, Singh pulled out some chopsticks from the box attached to his belt, wielding them like throwing knives between his fingers, and then jumped down the hole. Suki did not know how long she had been kept in the darkness, and she gave up bothering to try. She also gave up figuring out where exactly she was, as the clues she was given, bare rocks all around her, was clearly not enough. She never did give up resisting, though. None of the Kyoshi warriors did. They would not give in to the Dai Li, these corrupted legacy of Avatar Kyoshi. They would not betray their pride as warriors, as Kyoshi's elite warriors. They'd been separated into individual cramped cells, with barely enough space to stand. Assuming they could stand, anyway. The Dai Li had bound their hands behind their backs with metal manacles, and chained that to their ankles, forcing Suki and her sisters to an awkward crawl. They were dragged out only when their captors tried to persuade them with honeyed words or break them with brute force. They even resorted to vile tactics that almost broke the girls. Suki hated that she couldn't bury the feeling of her captor's rough hand against her bare skin as she was groped before her fellow warriors. He had torn off her clothes, and his hands wandered across her naked body in an attempt to coerce the other Kyoshi warriors. If you promise to behave, I'll promise she won't suffer much. Don't do it. Suki had cried out before she was gagged with the remains of her clothing. Her burning gaze delivered the rest of the message well enough though, and despite the slapping, despite the man's dirty fingers feeling about, the girls stared helplessly rather than give in. He made the mistake of loosening the chain binding her ankles to her wrists, and Suki felt immense satisfaction in driving her knee right up between his legs, even if it resulted in her losing a few teeth as the other guards proceeded to beat her almost into unconsciousness. Thankfully, her show of defiance made them wary of furthering that approach, and the Dai Li torturers turned to more brutal, but much more preferable methods. Suki and her warriors screamed and cried openly, but they did not give in when their nails were pulled and their fingers and toes were crushed. They did not give in when the meager food stopped being delivered, and they were left in the growing puddle of shit and piss in their cells. At least the filth stopped their captors from coming in to molest them any further. They would not falter. Suki promised herself that she would rather starve to death, or let her captors to further defile her body, than to ruin what's left of Avatar Kyoshi's legacy. Strangely, she found added resolve in her dreams that were once nightmares. Suki found strange relief and reassurance when sleep brought her to meet Singh. Singh, who still held her neck with his pincer, but also was standing over a pile of brutalized Dai Li torturers. In some dreams, the head captor was slowly crushed by the other pincer, or stabbed to pulp by the scorpion's tail. In others, Singh would be torching the Dai Li around him with his free hand as he pulled Suki protectively towards him. She could even imagine the smell of burnt meat in those dreams. It was an unlikely source of hope, but Suki held onto it nonetheless. Hopefully, the spirits that supposedly guided him would lead him down here. He said he had a plan for the Kyoshi warriors, after all. It'd be nice to have Singh come to save them, to save her. Suki awoke to her cell rumbling all around her, and the muted echoes of panicked Dai Li. Despite the painful pang of ever-growing hunger, her spirits rose as she heard the unmistakable sound of agony and the roar of fire. Straining her neck up to the cell's sole source of light, Suki managed to smile as she saw the sinister green illumination flash hot white. He's here. Each roar of flame became closer, and Suki realized that each also drowned out a secondary explosion. She realized what exactly caused it when the edges of her metal cell door glowed, and the door was promptly flung upward with such force that it buried itself into the top of the back wall of the cell. Wreathed in flames, the silhouette of Seeing made Suki spend the last of her body's remaining water bursting into tears. "You've come." She managed to rasp out between sobs. He was frowning with heavy disapproval as he strode into the filthy cell to kneel before her. A flash of fire freed Suki's arms and legs. "Can you walk?" Hearing his concerned voice only made her sob harder. "Are the others here?" At least she managed to nod at that. "I'll have someone come to help you soon. I'll free your warriors." She wanted to tell him to stay, to protect her, but he rose and left too quickly, sending a sliver of metal in his hands flying out with a blast of fire and causing another satisfying scream of pain. Another silhouette replaced him as he left, another familiar sight but far less reassuring. Suki almost flailed in panic as the stone wall beneath her moved, but Sokka calmed her down enough, promising that it's his friend earthbending. She was brought out on a wave of earth, finding her other sisters in similar appalling states as herself, and they were now surrounded by Earth Kingdom soldiers and the Avatar and his friends. "Don't worry, they're with us," Katara said. Suki rasped on behalf of her sisters, who were all eyeing the armored men with suspicion. "Seeing." Katara winced, but otherwise nodded. "Yet. Seeing brought them here." Suki nodded and let herself collapse with a sigh of relief. These soldiers and the Avatar were with Seeing. They could be trusted then. Things will be all right now. Seeing was here. It occurred to Sokka that on the times they had run into Seeing, he'd been smug, taunting, and annoying. Worse, there was always a sense that he was holding back, even when he fried Zhao. It never crossed Sokka's mind to imagine what an angry scorpion would look like. Well, now he knows. After blasting down the doors to free the bruised and malnourished Kyoji warriors, Seeing fixed a cold, furious gaze on the gang and the generals that froze everyone in fear. "Miss Bafong, follow me, please." The words were brittle and measured. "I need to make sure nobody escapes." Toph simply gulped and nodded. A trio of Dai Li appeared down the corridor, hurling boulders before them. Seeing scowled and flashed a hand in a cutting gesture, his white flames blasting the projectiles into clouds of smoke and pebbles, and briefly stunning the charging foes. His other hand flew up in a fluid motion, and a stream of glowing hot metal chopsticks flew out in succession, propelled by blasts of flame and dropping the Dai Li as they pierced through the hasty rock walls. The utensils lodged into shoulders, thighs, and bellies, sizzling angrily as their victims writhed on the ground. The scorpion's restrained fury returned to the party, this time turning to Katara. "Katara. See to the Kyoji warriors' health, and the other girls I'll be sending your way. Ignore the Dai Li." Thankfully, Sokka's sister also just nodded dumbly at the order. Seeing's head shifted, regarding both Ong and Sokka. "I need a message sent up to my troops." Ong gulped, his eyes barely able to tear away from the curled Kyoji warriors on the ground. Even with the dim lighting, Sokka could tell that he'd gone a few shades paler. "I'll do it." Seeing didn't seem to care or notice, merely nodding curtly. "Ask for a ping. Damaged victims. She'll understand." Then he turned to the shocked group of soldiers. "Generals. For the girl's sake, you and your men wait up on the surface. This should not take too long. You are still my prisoners. If the 11th arrives, you will transfer yourselves in their care." Again, nobody said anything, settling for nods instead before they immediately turned to leave the way they came. And finally the attention turned to Sokka. "Back up my tank, there's a sack of supplies. Bring them down here. The warriors require food and water." Sokka too bobbed his head, not trusting himself to speak at the clearly angry Fire Nation colonel. With his orders handed out, Seeing turned about and began to stalk down the corridor. "Orakai. Kayin." To Sokka's surprise, the dragons unfurled out from under Seeing's cloak, their wings spreading with audible flaps. A significant part of Sokka wondered how the guy managed to hide two dragons, even when he saw that the cloak looked so much thinner and deflated now. The two dragons were larger than when Sokka had last met them, maybe the length of a smallish hound by now. Their heads were fixed towards Seeing as they hovered in place in a hypnotic swirl of their serpentine bodies. "Go. Remember, I want them alive." With raspy yips, the flying reptiles darted off into the darkness, and Seeing followed after them. Sokka remembered his duty, and, after sharing a look with his friends, turned to follow Ong and the soldiers back up to the surface just as the screams really started filling the narrow corridors. Toph was not exactly afraid for her life, but she was openly apprehensive about being alone with Seeing. She wasn't worried about being picked off by the Dai Li, but she didn't exactly trust the scorpion right now. He was angry. Very angry. And if the Fire Nation had any stereotype, it was that they made poor decisions when they were angry. Poor decisions like maybe deciding to say screw it and flood the whole underground dungeon with fire. Also, Toph was spooked by the creatures Seeing had summoned. She'd thought he had been carrying a strange-looking backpack, but it turned out to be two winged things that were invisible to the earthbender right up until they landed on some poor Dai Li, and the tremors from the ensuing struggle gave her a clearer picture of the dragons. Ong and the siblings did mention the dragons at one point, but Toph had been skeptical back then. Her doubts flew out the window now, as her senses picked up the screams of panicked men fleeing or shooting rocks into the sky, only to be tackled down as the dragons swooped down on them talons first. There was a definite sense of predatory glee in their movements. They almost always tackled their prey from the back, and their attack patterns didn't vary much. Talons would bite deep into the backs of the Dai Li victims and tear away at flesh with a few harsh yanks to ruin shoulders and hips, effectively crippling them. Occasionally, their maws would clamp down to crunch on wrists and elbows, or the claws would rake down to gouge out chunks from the men's thighs. And then they leapt off, and Toph had to strain her ears to try picking their wing flaps amidst the screams and flames. It was mostly screams though. Toph was glad she was blind to the full, bloody experience. Xing was holding back his fire, mostly content with hurling chopsticks at his targets with ruthless precision. He did wield his invisible flames though, and Toph picked up the vibrations he left that showed him yanking back a curled hand, or sending an arm sweeping contemptuously sideways. In either case, either a lone victim or a group of Dai Li would promptly fall to the ground screaming as their skin were seared. Xing or his dragons would then cause the screams to spike as they broke arms and legs before moving on. One Dai Li saw what had happened to his colleagues as he appeared from around the corner and quickly bended a cavity in the tunnel's walls to slip inside and hide from Xing's flame. The scorpion didn't hesitate to thrust his hand out at the protective bubble of rock to instantly heat it up. Toph was sure that the man's agonized screams as he was baked alive would haunt her for a long time, especially after a blast of fire broke apart the impromptu oven to let the man fall out and scream his burnt lungs out. "Anything in there?" he asked as they came across a massive sealed door. Toph reached out with her senses and shook her head. "This one's empty too." Xing nodded, and as he did with past empty chambers, he melted down the door to quickly peer inside before moving on. They had initially found several rooms filled with unmoving girls. Toph could pick out their uniform dresses and eerily statue-like stillness. "Brainwashed," Xing had simply said. "We'll find a way to undo that later. That's why you need the Dai Li alive." She finally dared to ask, earning a curt nod from him even as he sent another group of Dai Li tumbling from the ceiling and walls as the tunnel walls glowed hot. "Among other things," he answered with fragile calm. "They do not deserve an easy end." Without Ong here to argue the point, Toph didn't feel so guilty, agreeing wholeheartedly with the scorpion and followed along, carefully avoiding the writhing and sobbing bodies along the way. As horrible as the carnage, it paled in comparison to what the Dai Li were doing, or what she had picked up earlier near the entrance. She'd almost missed the Kyoji warriors, with how close to death they were. Only the Dai Li running out of the otherwise hidden tunnel revealed that the cells were of some importance, and the overwhelming stench of shit and piss had clued everyone into the potential of prisoners still worth saving in each cell. The more she thought about what the girls here might have to endure, the more she wanted to offer Xing her aid when he went back up to conquer the city. Ba Sing Se was a den of monsters, Toph decided. For this to go on, at such a scale, it seems that it was not only its walls that were once impenetrable, but its secrets. As if sensing her thoughts, Xing slowed his walk and fell beside her during a short pause in the violence, managing to inject some levity in his voice. "It's all the Dai Li's fault, directly anyway. I'm pretty sure that the Earth King is oblivious to this." "How do you know?" The thin smirk in his voice was obvious. "Supposedly, the spirits guide me on things like this." Ignoring the half-truth, Toph nodded and then pointed at a wall. "There's 7 people hiding behind that wall. It's a tunnel that goes deeper in." "Much appreciated." And the violence resumed. Toph discovered several more hidden entrances, mostly desperately caved-in tunnels by the Dai Li cornered in them. Xing didn't even ask for her help when she pointed them out, instead checking with her to make sure if there were bodies right behind the obstacles before he blasted holes through them. He really didn't want any of the Dai Li to die just yet, and Toph began to wonder if she should start pitying them. Eventually, they came into a cavernous chamber, one large enough to hold Appa. Not only was Appa in the middle of it, chained down to the ground, but he shared the space with the last of the Dai Li, and a small horde of brainwashed women. Women who loosely gripped daggers in their hands. All but one of the insidious men had control of earthen spikes just inches away from the struggling air bison, while a lone man dared to stand behind a few ranks of unmoving women to face Xing. "One more move, and I give the order for these girls to stab themselves in the heart," he boldly declared, and Toph felt Xing's fury rekindle again. "I'll kill the air bison as well." She actually felt the scorpion's rage emanating from him, and strangely, the air and ground around him grew cold. Xing took a step forward, his face fixed onto the Dai Li leader. A tremor of doubt rippled from the latter's position. "I mean it. Stay back and surrender, or the blood of these girls will be on your head." Xing took another step, and Topha's vision of him began to blur as ice obstructed her tremor sense. "Why, you asked for it!" the man shrieked. "Judi's. Gaog." Unsurprisingly by now, the Dai Li as one dropped to the ground, clawing at their faces and throats. The ringleader gasped hoarsely, rolling awkwardly about, pinned between the legs of the still unmoving ladies. I'm told that waterbender healers can heal a lot, including damaged voices. Seeing walked up to the man, parting the brainwashed prisoners with surprising gentleness to reach him. I'll have to trust Elder Kylan's abilities to heal a muted man. The scorpion promptly jammed the last of his chopsticks into the Dai Li's wrists and ankles, while his dragons swooped in to cripple the rest of them with shredding talons. With the fresh screams mingling with the fading ones in the back, the last of the Dai Li in Lake Laogai had been subdued, all maimed, and none killed. Seeing let Toph have the pleasure of freeing Appa, while he dragged his crippled prey away from the insensate crowd. The dragons helped in melting the chains off the air bison, though Appa was understandably nervous by the gouts of flame so close to him. Do you think there's a lake above us, or is it open air? Seeing asked, and Toph rose up on a column of rock to feel the ceiling and find out. She didn't feel any water above, so Seeing allowed for an Appa-sized air vent to be made. Toph then flew the antsy mountain of fur out of the lake, trusting in Appa's intelligence to understand her commands to seek Ong out. The reunion between the Avatar and his furry friend was heartwarming, soured only by the work that remained. With the tanks of the 11th making all haste towards Lake Laogai, Toph flew back on Appa with Ong to the dungeon, finding the Earth Kingdom soldiers milling about with nervous uncertainty by the shore. Excuse me, General Yu asked as Toph landed. But I must know. How bad was it? He truly didn't know what went on down there. They all didn't. Somehow, that made Toph's face screw up with disgust. Very. She turned to Ong, who was still struggling with the string of shocking realizations. If it means anything, I say we should sit back and let Seeing take Ba Sing Se. He couldn't do any worse than what they did to themselves. More than a score of firebenders of the defiant 11th arrived, dropping from the skies very much like how Seeing did back at the outer wall. All women, Toph noted. All carried sacks of supplies, too. I am Captain Ping, came the familiar voice, colder and angrier than when Toph had first met her. Where are the captives? Not knowing who she meant, Toph was thorough with her answer. Seeing is done breaking the Dai Li. I think he's waiting to gather them up. The Kyoji warriors are with Katara and Sokka, take the first right once you go downstairs. There's groups of brainwashed ladies in various rooms. Thank you. The captain nodded and quickly led her women down into the darkness. They reappeared later, carrying out the Kyoji warriors, and then the slack, brainwashed women. When the Water Tribe siblings came out, Toph was concerned at how distraught they were. Katara was practically shambling along, while her brother was keeping a wide berth from the Kyoji warriors, likely out of guilt. Ong swiftly joined them in devastation when Katara relayed what she had discovered. Suki. Suki found Appa in the Fire Nation colonies. She and her Kyoji warriors freed him and flew along with Appa to protect him as they searched for us. And then, with the way he was swaying, Ong looked like he was about to faint. There, they were. Be because of me. Sokka tried to pull the Avatar out of the pity party before it could begin. No Ong. The Dai Li captured and tortured them. Not you. But. Surprisingly, Katara stepped in before Toph could. He's right Ong. The Dai Li are responsible for this. For all of this. They captured Appa and the Kyoji warriors. And brainwashed their own people, Toph helpfully pointed out, drawing a reaction from General Yu and his men. According to Seeing, the Earth King doesn't know about this. That elicited a greater response from the captive soldiers around her, and once more disgust crept into Toph at the fact that such a horrible thing could have passed under all these men's noses. For a supposedly great city, its people seemed rather unimpressive. The rest of the 11th arrived not too long after, and the gang were surprised to see Water Tribe members disembark from the tanks. An old woman led them, though her voice was far sterner than the supposed frailty of her body. Clear some space, you twits. I want the water barrels here, here, and here. Yuki, Kina, heat up the cabbage soup. The rest of you, triage. You know how it's done. The old waterbender fixed her eyes on Katara, and dragged her along with her commanding tone. And you? You're a healer. Why yes. Good. You're with me. Come along, these girls need further attention. Some of the gloom and despair lifted as the waterbenders tended over the Kyoji warriors. The brainwashed captives remained unresponsive as they were brought up, and the Fire Nation soldiers generally ignored them. Not so the Ba Sing Se ones though. Hey, Bader, isn't that Chiruk's sister? Li Yan. Li Yan. It's your brother. Thought you were dead, Hori. Why don't you answer me? Some of the men recognized the women, and were shaking them by the shoulders, embracing them tightly, or simply bawling in front of them to no results. It was a pitiful sight, and the Fire Nation troops were courteous enough to only intervene when it looked that the more hysterical men might harm themselves of the literally doll-like prisoners. Amidst all of that, a few soldiers of the 11th met with Seeing, who had climbed out just minutes ago with his cloak all heavy again. The news they reported out loud sent a ripple of nervousness among the captive outer wall soldiers. The defenders at the inner wall have sallied out and are headed for us in force. Good. Saves me some time. Long Feng knew he was too late when he saw the massed congregation of the enemy at the shores of the lake. They were probably in the midst of clearing out the complex by now. And they had some prisoners from the outer wall with them, probably to use as propaganda pieces. No matter. The Dai Li with him knew what was at stake. The royal guard that led the way, as meat shields, were too blindly obedient to orders, and the rest of the soldiers and conscripts were kept far enough back to not catch all the important details. It shouldn't be too hard to pass off the Fire Nation prisoners as traitorous turncoats or an attempt by the enemy to disguise themselves using salvaged uniforms. To the citizens of Ba Sing Se, it looked like the palace guards were bravely leading the vanguard to break the enemy formation. In truth, Long Feng had seized the opportunity to quickly cull the royal guard and grind enough of the enemy down with attrition before the rest of the sallying defenders came in to witness the Dai Li avenging their fallen comrades and claim a heroic victory. After that, controlling the narrative would be easy. The Judis under Lake Laogai would serve as fitting casualties to further rile up the city folk and throw their support behind Long Feng. If he was lucky, they'd find a few surviving girls to be programmed into pliable living martyrs. With their words, they might even help win back the reluctant aid of the neglectful southern vassals, though that'd take some extra planning. Long Feng's musings, as well as the march of the whole formation, came to an abrupt halt as streaks of smoke shot up from the distance and arced towards them. Incredibly, several hundred firebenders dove down from the skies, roaring bloody violence. Stuck in marching formation, the combined Dai Li and Royal Guard formation didn't have enough time to space themselves out, and in such cramped conditions few could utilize their earth-bending and pole weapons effectively as the firebenders landed among them. Chaos rippled out, and bursts of fire soon punctuated the screams of Dai Li and Royal Guard alike. Long Feng immediately bended up a wall of earth to shield himself, uncaring that he flung 4 Royal Guards off their feet as a result. The wall lasted all of 2 fireball impacts, and then the Grand Secretariat was forced to rely on his rock gloves to block descending daggers. A hasty kick pushed his attacker back, and the following backhand with the rock gloves rang against the opponent's helmet to send her sprawling to the ground. It also bought him enough time to realize that he had to get out of here. Long Feng stood straighter to look behind him, finding the rest of the sallying force rushing in to aid the beleaguered vanguard. It was both heartening and panicking at the same time. If they got too close to the front, the risk of the Judis and the other prisoners being exposed would be immense. Yet, it was clear that the Scorpion's elite force was slowly but surely breaking the morale of the Dai Li and Royal Guard despite being heavily outnumbered. A loud boom sounded, and Long Feng saw a cloud of dust kick up as another figure landed just behind the fighting. A young Fire Nation soldier, full of wrath and the promise of a painful demise, marched out, hands aflame with blinding white fire. The Scorpion Dragon turned and made his presence clear with a ludicrously massive torrent of flame towards the arriving reinforcements, sending them stumbling to a frightened halt. It even caught the attention of those in the vanguard not stuck in combat like Long Feng. Defenders of Ba Sing Se. The Scorpion roared at the stunned conscripts and garrison troops. My fight is not with you today, but the Dai Li. Oh no. Long Feng's eyes went wide, immediately realizing what the monster was about to do. They've kidnapped the Avatar's animal companion. As if to punctuate the point, the air bison dropped right beside the Scorpion, and there was no mistaking the presence of the Avatar standing atop it, wielding spinning orbs of water and earth in either hand. It's true. The Dai Li captured Appa, and Xi Colonel Singh helped me free him. Long Feng despaired as he saw the confusion spreading through the listeners. Even some of the usually dense royal guard nearby were lowering their weapons in doubt. Before he could urge them to keep fighting, Long Feng found himself being yanked back as armored hands grabbed him. He screamed as blinding pain stabbed into his head, following after the loud snaps of his arms and legs being broken. Despite the agony, the Scorpion's voice continued to ring in his ears. Not only that, the Dai Li that are supposed to protect you have been imprisoning your womenfolk. The Avatar has witnessed it, and can attest to my words. Your own generals, that I've taken prisoner, can attest to it. It was not supposed to be like this. They've kidnapped your daughters and sisters and mothers, and rendered them into docile, unthinking slaves. My men and women are tending to them right now, and yet the Dai Li still ordered you into battle, risking your women's lives. As Long Feng was dragged away, he absently noticed other Dai Li agents in similar broken states lying on the ground. There were more Fire Nation soldiers running around now, either dragging down or hurting stubborn combatants. The damned Royal Guard were useless, most were groaning on the ground, while a few stood about to keep stupidly listening to the Scorpion's venomous words. I've come to take Ba Sing Se, so that I may properly right these wrongs. Let me deal with the Dai Li. Let me return your captured women back to you safely. As more armored figures surrounded him, Long Feng knew then that he had lost Ba Sing Se. Sing's words might have stalled the sally, but it was the 3 Earth Kingdom generals he'd captured from the outer walls that got a good portion of the defenders to step aside and let Sing advance to the inner wall. They even got to keep their weapons as those that didn't run to seek out their potentially mind-blasted loved ones bore witness to the colonel's next feat. The remaining defenders were on the great walls, defiantly hurling down boulders and spikes onto Sing as he neared the walls with a fearsome surety. Kai felt undeserved brotherly pride at watching his spirit-touched little brother shoot up to the skies far, higher than any firebender of the 11th could manage, to land onto the walls. Even from down here, the captain and his colleagues could see the peasants and soldiers behind the parapets suddenly fall over as Sing's new and utterly ruthless firebending was put into use. And to think that just a few months ago, he was having trouble controlling his heat to cook eggs. Now the boy was dropping men all around him without fatalities. Kai couldn't imagine how it must feel to have the very air around you suddenly reach temperatures hot enough for sword hilts to start sweating resin glue, but it must be a new level of agony considering the amount of Dai Li prisoners still groaning in pain back at the lake. The waterbender healers were just starting to tend to their wound when Kai and the rest of the regiment moved out, if only to stop their noise from annoying everyone. Plus, there was a growing queue among the troops to brush up on their interrogation tactics on their reprehensible prisoners. Ping, of course, was first in line, her grudge against abusive monsters reignited. Her lieutenants had already been briefed about their captain's tendencies, and should step in to stop her from losing herself to her old nightmares if it ever came down to it. Just in case, Kylan and her folk would keep an eye out as well. Speaking of prisoners, General Yama and his clique earthbender prisoners stood beside Kai, watching on with varying degrees of interest. The old badger mole in particular was stuck with a deep scowl ever since he passed by the brainwashed women and abused Kyoji warriors. It was rare to see Yama eerily quiet, which made his caged anger all the more notable. The fated screaming from above the walls died down, and Sing popped up behind the walls to launch a stream of white fire into the air. Motsi, Kai and the other captains gave the orders, and the 11th took several steps back, and all the firebenders dropped into a stance in preparation for potential intercept work. It was the first time Kai, and likely anyone else within the 11th, saw hewn and earth-bended rock glow like a lantern's screen. There was a strange sort of beauty as the glow radiated out from the top where Sing stood, and covered a whole section of the inner wall right down to the base. Then Kai had the unique experience of watching a stone wall, one that defied the great Prince Iroh, sag as if it were made of wax left under the sun. The rock's glow turned from a dim orange to an intense, white yellow that hurt the eyes. Then the bulge from the drooping wall ruptured with a roaring spurt to herald the spilling of molten earth. The farmlands below the walls exploded into a heavy curtain of smoke, and more trails from behind the wall told of buildings probably caught up in it as well. Kai hoped that nobody was stupid enough to defy Sing's orders to leave. It would be a stupid death, but a death nonetheless to mar his record. The 11th was treated to an outright historical sight of Ba Sing SC's inner wall being breached, and such a waste of an innuendo that was, in a most unique way, and there were appreciative oohs and ahs from the assembled troops. The Earth Kingdom folk were understandably more shocked than anything, though Yama's scowl still didn't budge. Once the wall had melted down low enough, another burst of white fire had Motsi giving out another order. Hans! Get the Wasserwerfers! 30 Flammenwerfer tanks rolled out, their weapons fuel tanks now replaced with water. Despite the change in purpose, Kai spied the Hans aiming their shielded hoses looking just as serious and grim as they did when entering actual combat. Some truly courageous wall defenders attempted to hurl rocks down to stop the advance, but Sing was seen quickly flying over to put down such resistance before they could truly flare up. If Kai guessed right, the young colonel probably just heated all the rock and dirt around him to make it impossible for earthbenders and their bare feet to literally stand their ground. Well, better half-boiled feet than outright death. The captain had an inkling of what his little brother had planned, and while he didn't take his studies in court politics so seriously, Kai grasped enough of Sing's moves to appreciate the boldness of trying to win over an enemy city with minimal casualties. It was a good thing Kai already had his marriage officially acknowledged. The last thing he needed was for Ren to get inspired by of all this and set up trials for him to crawl through before accepting his proposal. Huge clouds of steam exploded as the Wasserwerfer sent out focused streams of water into the pooling and bubbling lava from a safe distance. The gap in the wall was quickly blocked by a massive column of steam. The Hans literally emptied their tanks into the steam fog before turning back for a refill. Kai couldn't see Sing anymore by that point, and considering there was no screaming to be heard, he probably had moved on to secure the next piece of his engagement contract. The 11th waited for another round of the Hans dousing the melted wall section and then waited some more for the steam and smoke to dissipate enough before advancing into the city. They pointedly kept their eyes forwards and to their flanks, pointedly ignoring looking up to the skies to not see the Avatar and his companions flying over their heads. Neither Sing nor the 11th received specific orders regarding the capture of the Avatar after all, and the regiment had far more important things to do like bounty hunting. Kai liked to think of it as charity to the more desperate, who needed their one big break. Let them have a nigh insurmountable crack at capturing the Avatar. With the same lackadaisical attitude, the regiment didn't care too much when their longest-serving prisoner broke away from them and followed after their colonel. He's down there! Sokka called out, pointing down at the wide road for Ong to see. The airbender gave a stony nod and urged Appa on towards the palace. Sing had asked to meet them at the palace gates, but the gang had all quietly agreed to shadow his moves instead. Ong was worried that there might be other nasty secrets that the scorpion might reveal en route, Katara still didn't trust the guy. Toph kept her reason for curiosity to herself, and Sokka was torn. On the one hand, he shared Ong's sentiment, not wanting to miss out on any further nasty secrets lurking in Ba Sing Se. Secrets that Sing might try to exploit for his own gains. If he knew about the dungeon under the lake, what else might he hold close to his chest? Yet on the other hand, a part of Sokka wanted to make sure Sing didn't get obstructed in his travel towards the palace. That part of him wanted to see how the scorpion dragon would bring justice to the prisoners of Lake Laogai. Seeing the bawling soldiers trying to snap their sisters and wives out of the Dai Li's trance, Sokka felt a quiet rage that called out for blood. What had happened to the Kyoji warriors was utterly horrific. Would that fate await Katara if the Dai Li got their hands on her? Would she be another brainwashed girl so they could control Ong? What if they managed to reach you? Sokka wanted to be there when Sing dispensed justice. He wished for all the dark rumors about the young commander to be true, only so that the Dai Li and all involved with them would suffer. They reached the palace gates way ahead of Sing, who was running alongside another man. An Earth Kingdom warrior, interestingly enough. In any case, there was an air of impatience from the gang as they waited for him. Ong was absently patting Appa's head possessively as he kept alert of his surroundings, and Sokka couldn't blame his friend for his paranoia. Though hopefully he'd lose some of the tension later on. Sokka himself took the time to study his environment. Compared to the rest of the city, which was in the throes of panic as their walls failed them, the ostentatious noble housing around him was dead quiet. A check with Toph confirmed that the nearby buildings were empty, their residents probably fleeing some place to escape the city. Past the gate and the, relatively, unimpressive set of walls surrounding the palace though, Toph picked up some activity. There's a group of soldiers near the gate, but there's also some people in robes and dresses further back beyond them. Wonder what they're up to? Katara asked, trying to get Ong's involvement. Whatever it is, I hope Sing gets here quickly. It didn't work too well unfortunately. Ong really looked like a kid with a tantrum when he was in a sulky, simmering mood. Sing arrived minutes later, and with him was an old earthbender who looked too angry to be hunched over with age. Thank you for not heading on first, he greeted with a nod, most of his fury from earlier now faded away. Why do you want us here? Toph asked immediately. Well, to get straight to it, I'd ask you to help spare the Earth King from his fate. The quartet of teens immediately made their surprise known. What? Why? Ong asked. I thought you'd want to murder him for what he did. Anger flickered in Sing's eyes, but he managed a casual shrug. He probably didn't know about what went on under the lake. Not that it absolves him of all blame, but... Sing glanced at the scowling earthbender beside him. Killing him does not suit our purposes. He'd be a martyr, and that'd push his supporters to join those of the Dai Lis, which might make them tolerate the atrocities committed under Lake Laogai. I still say you're too soft, the old earthbender grumbled. So, you want us to save him? Katara asked with a frown. Just so you can have an easier time taking over the city. I rather you ask him for the truth of his involvement with the Dai Li. If he proves, well, not innocent, but truly oblivious to what they did, then I'd ask that you help him escape before I get my hands on him and throw him to the crowd. If he knows of the atrocities, you can deal with him yourself, or leave him for me, or both. And what's he here for? Toph asked, pointing at the surly warrior beside Sing. I got a nephew that really needs some harsh, bone-breaking lessons, the Fu. Thankfully, Sing cut in before the tirade could really start. I'd like to ask that you bring General Yama with you. He has a much-delayed family reunion. Appa flew past the measly palace walls, raising a choir of startled guards and courtiers. Sokka saw some people's eyes go wide at recognizing the Avatar's arrival, while others went wider when they saw General Yama. For all his sourfacedness, the old man went pale and clammed up the moment Appa took to the skies. The palace guards tried to intercept them, but a still pissed off Ong was not having any of it. Powerful gusts of wind knocked any opposition off their feet and sent them flying, and another mighty gale rolled the prone figures far enough away for the riders to slip off Appa's back. Allow me, Yama muttered as he walked to the massive doors, looking up and down the portal with surprising hate. Stupid brat should have just burned this whole place down. The old general stomped his feet, and a spike of dirt and pavement shot up like a wedge to force the door open. For some reason, breaking through the doors further soured the man's mood. Fucking still haven't fucking switched from hardwood. With Yama leading the way, they made a beeline straight for the throne room, armed guards be damned. Not even Katara was too reluctant to sweep the guard aside with some roughness, and Ong was just venting at this point with each blast of air. It was weird to see Toph being the calm, measured one for once, but then again she was probably studying how General Yama was earthbending. The old man wasn't as powerful as Toph, but even Sokka could see the skill in which he wielded his earthbending. Instead of just hurling boulders, Yama compressed them into dense rocks that cracked metal and bones as it flew. His earth spikes were smaller yet no less deadlier than any other earthbender Sokka has seen, while his movements were quicker and less stompy. It didn't take too many hallways before they finally broke through to their goal. The last of the palace guard were arrayed in a tight formation, spears and earth spikes forming a prickly wall that stood between the gang and the shocked young man standing up from his throne. Fucking stand down, you useless shits. To the guards' credit, they didn't budge from Yama's crass yelling. But the richly dressed man by the throne took on a highly surprised expression. Uncle Yama. The Earth King's surprise turned into a startled jerk as Yama wasted no time to berate his nephew. At least you've got enough of a brain left to recognize me. Call your guards off, or I'll do it for you. But uncle. They said you were lost. All of the sudden, the general crouched and swiped his leg to one side, and the guards almost reacted in time to stop the earthen wave from crashing into them. Except that Toph used their distraction to stomp her foot and send the whole section of floor they were standing in flying high up, where a collective oof could be heard as men were crushed against the ceiling. You're welcome, she said with a cheeky smirk, which Yama ignored as he walked up to the throne. What else did they tell you, runt? The Earth King raised his hands placatingly, giving unsubtle glances around the throne room for help or an avenue of escape. I was told, they said that you had been dragged away into a Fire Nation dungeon. That you were likely dead. Pfft. Yet? Who told you that? Which general gave you the news, huh? How? Mura. Longfeng. And Yama stopped in his tracks. And the Council of Five? Yama asked, softer this time but no less scowly. Why? They're busy with the war, are they not? I've read their reports they sent to Longfeng, they're struggling to keep the Fire Nation in check. Even from behind him, Sokka could tell that the old general's scowl managed to grow deeper. Never mind that, Ong suddenly cut in. Did you know about the girls in Lake Laogai? Wah. General Yama slumped, a hand rising up to his face. Fuck, it really is incompetence. What's going on? The confused king asked. And Ong and Yama both took turns to explain what had happened, while Sokka and Katara checked on the guards and Toph played truth detector. And Sokka felt amused and disgusted at just how oblivious the young monarch was. He hadn't known that the walls had gone down. Longfeng had said the ruckus outside was due to the walls being reinforced. He looked genuinely appalled, and Toph confirmed it, at hearing of what was discovered in Lake Laogai. He'd not heard anything about it at all. He looked even more shocked when they told him that the city was practically lost at this point, that the scorpion dragon, which Longfeng had assured him was a myth used to scare soldiers into doing their jobs, was making his way to the palace. And it shocked the gang too when Yama corrected his nephew's assumption. I've been a guest of the 11th for a fucking long time now, no thanks to you. My what? But uncle. Don't but me, you dolt. You simply believed that I was kept in some dungeon. But Long Effie. Longfeng this, Longfeng that. Is that all you listen to, boy? Ever tried a thing called doubt or thinking for yourself? The Earth King looked utterly insulted, but considering his company, he did well to try calming his uncle down. Please, uncle, I didn't know. I am truly sorry. Yama shook his head with a heavy sigh, hands flying up in the air with exasperation. Of course you didn't know. Fucking didn't know you're the reason why I had to remain with the brat too, I bet. Toph confirmed the king's confusion was genuine, and the general let out a hollow bark of laughter. Did you simply stamp whatever piece of paper Longfeng gives you, or did you just give him your royal seal? Even from a distance, Sokka could feel the wrath and disappointment from Yama's glare. The Earth King, being the direct target of it, was utterly cowed and visibly shrank back. I was supposed to be freed, about 5 years ago, the general elaborated, as much for his nephew as for the rest of the audience. Cheap ransom too. The smug bastard Lide felt I had suffered enough. Then I had the bloody shame of having the brat come and rescue me when my supposed escort turned on me and tried to off me. Yama's eyes were wide as he clearly lived through his memories. Lide had the fucking audacity to feel bad for me, and let me go at the next outpost we came across. He turned to Ong, as if audience participation suddenly was a thing. Did you know what happened when I got there? The airbender shook his head, and Yama snorted and he spun about to jab a finger at the king. I found spears pointed at me and a royal fucking decree ordering my corpse's return. With your royal stamp on it. Ouch, Toph commented, and Sokka saw a few recovering guards wince from hearing the tale. I didn't know. Ignoring the Earth King's apology, Yama turned back to poor Ong, his hands emoting rather expressively as he ranted on. It must have been the stupid cunt. I told them he was a useless inbred imbecile, but did anyone listen to me? No Yama, they said. He's a good king, they said. My sweet, brilliant sister couldn't have been responsible for birthing such a useless shit. The general caught himself before he rambled on, and then snapped a finger at his royal nephew who looked conflicted at the blatant slander in front of him. Your father sent me to the Bunas because he hated my guts, and I respect that. You didn't even know you signed my death warrant. There was no mistaking the tone of finality from the general, and the Earth King began to really plead for his life. Uncle Yama, please. A loud explosion echoed from beyond the throne room. Xing had arrived. Sokka immediately turned to Ong, Katara and Toph, exchanging questioning glances with them. Ong frowned for a bit, then gave the panicking Earth King a glare for a second. Then the gang turned their silent looks to Yama, who simply scowled back at them. White flames heralded Xing's arrival. Sokka watched from the safety of Appa's back as the scorpion strode into the throne room and the guard around him screamed from being bathed in invisible fire. Only Yama stood unaffected somehow. They would have to figure out a way to counter that nonsense. What kind of whale walrus bullshit fire is that? Xing looked up to them with an expressionless face, giving only a nod that Ong replied in kind as Appa began to rise. The Avatar then turned to the Earth King holding tightly onto Appa's fur, and Sokka worried for a second that he'd blow the monarch off the air bison's back. Come on, the faster we head south, the better. The deal was to drop the king in friendly territory, though why Xing would be so merciful still escaped Sokka and his friends. The Earth King was to be allowed to try and rally resistance against the Fire Nation, and Sokka could only wish him good luck in that. Because judging from Ong's disapproval, the Avatar would likely not be dealing with the monarch any further after this. Besides, with Xing's agreement, the gang would have to rethink the day of the Black Sunday. Maybe they could spring Bumi out of Omashu to figure something out, and get a second opinion on whether the scorpion could be trusted to provide Ong with a fire-bending master. Yama felt much calmer as he watched his useless nephew fly off with the Avatar. He heard Xing walk up beside him despite the cries of agony around him. I'm surprised you let him live, General. Shut it, brat, Yama snapped instinctively, and then sighed. Stupid shit's the last I have of my family, of my sister. Here's to hoping he doesn't waste his second chance at life, then. Yama dismissed the brat's words with a snort, and then turned to the young colonel, the soon-to-be prince of Ba Sing Se. Thank you, Xing. The boy smiled in return. As I said, don't sweat it. You're still free to join him, if you'd like. Maybe help screw his head on straight. Yama snorted again. Yeah right, and that'd get me, what? A year at most before you crush him. If he plays his cards right, I have no reason to go after him. Only if Ki gave up his claim on the throne. Would that be a good thing, then? I'll pass, brat. Xing had his plans for the dethroned Ki, Yama knew it. Yet it was a small price to pay for the safety of his last kin. What now, then? Xing turned to the throne, and sent a column of blinding fire that turned it into a lump of glowing rock and metal. Well, General Yama, the new position of city advocate is open, requiring someone to tell me off if I start mistreating the city's populace. Do you know any surly, irritable prick for the job? Author's notes, Xing's reasons for keeping Ki alive will be revealed when Bumi's POV comes around. The journey to Ba Sing Se took longer than expected, mostly because of the surprisingly stiff resistance the armies faced in stabilizing a safe corridor to the city. The royal convoy was forced to slow or halt several times due to desperate breakthrough attempts by the various Earth Kingdom states, though according to General Wahu's Grand Battalion served as ATLA's escort, the remaining northern states were on their last legs, having been effectively cut off from the rest of the continent thanks to Ba Sing Se's fall. It was good news indeed, though ATLA would have preferred if they could be a bit more considerate and capitulate faster. Still, the journey wasn't without its amusement. Having Zuko along as effectively a ceremonial bodyguard kept ATLA's mood light. Her brother had shaped up well under the regiment's training, and Mai most certainly noticed. The usually somber girl broke into smirks every now and then as she found an excuse to rest her gaze on Zuko. Ty Lee of course seized on the opportunity to tease her friend, pointing out how much prettier Mai's aura is in pink or some such nonsense. Poor Zuzu did his best to remain stoic as a bodyguard should, but with Ty Lee's emphasis on words like hot and hunky, he ended up fidgeting uncomfortably most of the time. ATLA had to overrule Mai's order for Zuko to stab Ty Lee several times, but the princess had to admit, it was very, very entertaining watching her friend become so animated and pink, compared to her normal unemotive state. Whether or not Zuko's legitimacy was reinstated, he and Mai still made for a decent pairing, politically. Her father, now the governor of New Oze, was one of the quieter members of the conservative faction. And while not as prominent, having his family bound to the royal one would go some ways in placating the ruffled old farts in the palace. At worst, a union between her brother and her friend might focus the attention of her court politicians onto Yukino, making for easier monitoring. Unfortunately, it'd still require the two awkward teens to actually bond closer, but Mai was too reserved, and Zuko was, Zuko. ATLA almost snorted once more at the thought. It was a good thing she and her Xing understood each other well enough for their relationship to advance with relative ease. She'd declared her intentions for him first, but he reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. ATLA's fingers on one hand absently went up to brush at her lips, remembering how Xing tasted and felt. Then she barely caught her other hand from drifting down to the other spot that her colonel so passionately kissed. A quick glance showed that everyone else was busy setting up camp for the evening, while her bodyguards either didn't notice or politely ignored the lapse of their princess movements. Hey ATLA! Shit! Ty Lee suddenly skipped into view, wearing a dangerously bright smile. Everything okay? You're looking a bit flush. The glimmer in the damned girl's eyes betrayed her playing coy. It's nothing, ATLA quickly replied, dropping her hand from her lips. It's just the weather. Ty Lee's head swiveled as a teasing grin blossomed on her face. Are you sure? The princess quickly turned away and found something that could require her attention. Hopefully. Yes. The Earth Kingdom climate is too inconsiderate for my skin. Gah, was that the best she could come up with? Predictably, the teasing voice from Ty Lee became more predatory. Oh, that's a shame. She slipped in front of ATLA, her mischievous grin dominating the princess vision. I guess we'll have to quickly reach BA Sing SE so that your scene could help tend to your skin, ATLA felt a strong urge to burn off Ty Lee's disgustingly suggestive waggling eyebrows right then. Thankfully, the girl knew the limits and withdrew after that, abandoning her teasing for a more casual air. Anyway, I saw Mai asking Zuko to join the other soldiers in their evening drills. Wanna go see her ogling your brother? Firstly, Ty Lee, perhaps you should leave them to their own devices, and let Zuko do his job. Ah, but they look so cute when their auras both become matching pink. And besides, you want them hitched, right? ATLA quirked an eyebrow at her overly cheery friend. I'm just giving my brother and my friend the chance to mingle that I ruined back when we were younger. The shrug that followed wasn't too forced. If they happen to work together, I won't complain. Ty Lee's head bobbed with fake gravitas. Well, it'll help everyone if they both quickly realize whether they like each other or not, right? Yees. So we should continue poking them along. The more I remind Mai about Zuko's good points, the more she drags him along with her when she storms off. Isn't that just because you're being annoying? Totally unbefitting of her, Ty Lee nodded sagely. It would, but then her aura becomes almost as red as you once the two of them are alone in their tent or out in the woods. And Zuko's just starting to shift from pink to red too. The seriousness was then instantly replaced with a mischievous smirk. There's a betting pool going among your soldiers, most of them are favoring your brother making the first move. But this way, Mai will eventually get tired of his denseness during their alone time and take the first step. Hey! That's surprisingly devious of you, Ty Lee. I didn't think you had it in you to matchmake like that. Ty Lee preened at the praise. Well, Mai's my friend too, and I don't think your brother's a bad choice. Better him than the potential suitors her father would send her way. ATLA smiled at the reminder that Ty Lee had a noble background, and was glad that she hadn't truly thrown all of her lessons away. That's true, the princess replied. Governor Yukino might be pressed to seek a more influential pairing for Mai. Both girls shuddered at what that might entail. Ty Lee gave a repulsed noise. Yuck. I heard that there are older and richer suitors looking to sponsor lesser nobles in exchange for marriage. They're practically buying people's daughters as wives. ATLA nodded with disgust, but was happy to be conversing on a familiar topic. Unfortunately so. Especially after the losses from the North Pole, many families have lost a significant amount of influence along with their sons or brothers. The significant losses also left some bachelorettes with dissolved engagements that would have raised their family's prospects. Basically leaving the minor nobility, or even upper nobility in some cases, desperately seeking ways to stay politically afloat or simply continue their family line. ATLA thought back once more to Ping, who she had quietly intervened to save from such an engagement. Those poor women, Ty Lee said sincerely with a shake of her head. Quite so. ATLA sighed heavily, ignoring the uncomfortable fidgeting from her bodyguards and a few soldiers who were poorly masking their eavesdropping. But you're right, it's all the more reason to be happy if Mai and Zuko get along. And now that she thought about it, if they got married first, if done correctly, it could reduce some of the wariness from the traditionalists. Make ATLA's own union with Seeing appear less ambitious and politically threatening. Presently, the princess hummed thoughtfully. I suppose I can't begrudge you trying to get them both some happiness. Ty Lee brightened up at that and clapped her hands together. See. Not a word out, understood. ATLA didn't turn to any of them, and her bodyguards barely shifted their heads with nods. Reassured by Ty Lee's intent, ATLA left her friend to her little scheme and returned to more pressing concerns. She sought out the newly erected command tent and found the right person to address those concerns. General Hua, how fares the rest of the corridor? The good general gave a quick salute, already learning not to waste time with simpering formalities. The last stretch should be safe enough for us to push out at full speed tomorrow, Princess. SH General Shou's disruptive spearhead has finally begun to draw the northern states' attention. ATLA nodded, only aware of the surface details of that plan. General Shou had peeled off a force to strike deep into enemy territory, to distract and put the remaining strongholds back into defensive alert. There were also rumors that it was also to keep a certain Colonel Deo from meeting her, though ATLA couldn't fathom why just yet. Everyone seemed strangely awkward about it, even the few veterans of the 11th in the convoy. What about the southern flank? Our troops are holding them back more easily now, mostly thanks to Colonel Singh. Apparently his arrival has drawn most of the forces in the region back to Ba Singh Se. Seems like they're focusing all their effort on protecting the city. The princess nodded at the Wa's disapproving tone. The overrated symbolic value of Ba Singh Se as the crown jewel of the Earth Kingdom made it imperative that the city stood at whatever the costs. With its reputation of being the impenetrable city, losing it would likely break the back of Earth Kingdom resistance, far greater than what might happen if the reverse occurred and the Earth Kingdom took over the Fire Nation's royal capital. After all, nobody in the home islands held delusions of invincibility for the capital city. They'd likely be infuriated and have a mind to retake it with furious resolve. As for Ba Singh Se, the city's sense of unassailability was also inextricably tied to the Earth King's legitimacy. Who knows what kind of morale damage would be dealt once their boasts about being unconquerable were proven false. It was a lesson ATLA would have to remember when governing the colonies and the Fire Nation in the future. Try not to make any one place too invaluable, balance out some redundancies. Bah, there was too much to worry about for the present. ATLA pushed back such thoughts and brought her focus back to the present. Any word from Singh? None yet, Princess. The 11th should have already reached the walls to join him by now. We'll need another day or two before the messenger hawk arrives. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, the princess moved on to other matters. I do not want Singh's inevitable victory to be a symbolic and temporary one. Can this corridor be made permanent? Safe enough for colonial administrators to journey to the city? The General of the East nodded with full conviction. General Shou will be commencing region-wide siege on the northern states to lock them up and hopefully force them into capitulation. We're just waiting on Admiral Day to finish reorganizing the navy to lend support from the sea. As for the southern flank, my eastern army are already entrenching themselves, and only require reinforcements to further bolster the line. Reliable reinforcements, I hope. Wa gave an uncharacteristically wicked grin. The last of the disgraced commanders from the North Pole have been ordered to deploy, fully under my command. Hey! So father really did demote the generals? No doubt he already had his eyes on fresh talent to replace the cold failures. And Wa was technically on his side since he appointed her to the position without ATLA's involvement. Still, it was good to know that he didn't try usurping Wa's or Shou's command, at least not yet, and let the competent commanders continue doing their thing. On that note, maybe it'd be best to keep an eye on who became General of the South. Once Singh takes Ba Singh Se, the southern states would be the only real opposition left, turning that theatre into the next pilgrimage site for glory hounds. With little else to worry about, ATLA retired for the night, and awoke to a pleasant surprise by way of a messenger hawk. Singh had broken Ba Singh Se's outer wall. The massive rampart that had taken Uncle Iroh more than a year to tear down, her soon-to-be fiancé had apparently breached not once, but thrice, in less than a couple of hours. It was good to be reminded about her Singh's prowess. The news spread through the convoy, lifting the spirits of everyone marching. Even the prisoners of the 11th seemed oddly elated at hearing that. Perhaps they had a grudge against their capital? It might prove useful later. Another hawk came 2 days later, and this time the news was more damning than pleasant. Bearing the personal seals of the general Singh had captured the day before, it spoke of the outrageous atrocity that lay under Lake Laogai. A dungeon, not for keeping captured enemies, but the city's own womenfolk. Women who were kidnapped by the famed Dai Li to be, brainwashed by some yet unidentified method and turned into living dolls. That discovery, along with the promise to undo the entrancement, had seemingly earned Singh the cooperation of his new prisoners. It was a horrific revelation, one that made everyone react in varying degrees of revulsion once ATLA had the report spread around, and one that would no doubt make for a brilliant piece of propaganda once the message reached her father's attention. If not him, at least ATLA's own servants would know how to best propagate such information to the Fire Nation's advantage. ATLA did not forward a second letter though, one written in Singh's cipher. That one she read in the privacy of her tent, after chasing out Tai Li and Mai. The princess felt her blood go cold with horror, and then furiously hot as she read of what had been done to the Kyoji warriors. She had found the painted ladies to be tolerable, and potentially even worth employing, if not befriending. That they had suffered such despicable fates by their own people. It'd be a publicity windfall to make this known, but ATLA held a modicum of respect for the Kyoji warriors to do so without their assent. Besides, Singh delivered this particular news in secret. Idly, the princess wondered if it was all part of the spirit's plans, or was it something actually unexpected for once. Singh's words were noticeably more disgusted and angry than usual. The third messenger hawk arrived just as the outer wall peeked through the forest. Even from this distance, there was no mistaking the 3 blackened gaps decorating the massive fortification. Faint trails of smoke rose up behind it, probably the city itself being fought over. Or maybe not, as ATLA read the message. With the witnesses of his prisoners and his soldiers, Colonel Singh has single-handedly torn down both outer and inner walls of Ba Singh Se, and also entered and captured the Earth King's palace by himself. Ajala couldn't suppress the urge to smile at the last few sentences. Colonel Singh has taken the royal palace, the Earth King himself has fled thanks to the Avatar. All remaining resistance has either fled the city or surrendered. She breathed out the last words with a relief she didn't know she'd been holding on to ever since Singh left. Ba Singh SE is now under the control of Colonel Singh, on behalf of the Fire Nation. Congratulations on your engagement, Ajala. Tai Li said, not quite spoiling the mood. The welcome into the city was understandably somber. General Hua led the 51st Grand Battalion down the wide avenues of Ba Singh SE, and Ajala was by her side in one of the 11 THS transport tanks. The city's residents stood by and watched the procession with silent trepidation, allowing for the crash of armored boots to ring out and fill the streets. Ajala felt a smug sense of satisfaction knowing that the city folk showed far less hate and resentment than she'd expected. Some Earth Kingdom soldiers joined the 11th Regiment in standing guard, no doubt one of Singh's plans to tame his new realm. They looked woefully under-equipped compared to the veiled faces of the defiant 11th though, but perhaps that was also the point. The procession lasted all the way up to the royal palace, and Ajala got a good look at the transitioning of the great city's social strata. The princess frowned at the sharp distinction between the slums, middle class, and upper class regions. The use of walls to separate each region showed a tight control that theoretically allowed for a level of defense in depth, but it also made calling particular classes, like say the nobility, much more convenient. It was a shame that most of Ba Singh SC's nobility had fled with some of the garrison when Singh took over. They represented a loss in significant intelligence of the rest of the Earth Kingdom. Ah well. Now they'd have to pay the price as being collaborators of the foul Dai Li conspiracy. And hopefully they didn't have time to fully empty out their holdings. If Ajala knew her Singh, he'd probably be using their abandoned wealth to fund his rule over the city, while sending off a chunk of the royal vaults back to the Fire Lord as tribute. As they neared the mostly intact royal palace, the princess nodded once more with satisfaction. Judging from all the extravagance on display, Singh might have to secure more than one transport ship. She'd probably have to tell her fiancé about her father's little hobby of collecting armlets and bracelets. No doubt there'd be some favor in delivering unique Earth Kingdom jewelry to the Fire Lord. Hey! Fiancé! Ajala smiled at the thought of that word. With the city's capture, she was more or less engaged now to Singh. All that was needed was for father's official acknowledgement, and Ajala would return to the home islands to personally ensure that such an acknowledgement came to pass unobstructed. She'd have to ask her palace servants to make preparations. Potential troublemakers needed to be identified, dirt needed to be dug up, reminders needed to be delivered, accidents needed to be prepared. Ajala would have no objections, official or otherwise, to sour Singh's legitimacy. Finishing the last stretch of the palace on foot, Ajala finally met Singh at the base of the palace's overly long flight of stone stairs, standing at attention with the rest of the 11th. The princess pretended not to notice some of the familiar prisoners standing among them like equals. The soon-to-be prince gave a deep bow and saluted with palm over fist, and the crowd behind him followed suit. Crown Princess Ajala, welcome to Ba Singh SE. She walked up to Singh, ready to give a quick speech, but he continued in a softer, more discreet voice. I hope you find your stay here agreeable, my princess. The princess could practically feel her friend Tai Li, who was standing some distance away, but not enough of a distance, vibrating with suppressed glee. All thoughts of the speech were abandoned as Ajala stiffened and tried not to sputter. She settled instead for a formal nod as she fought to banish away the burning flush in her cheeks. Good work, Colonel. The princess glanced up to the palace proper, and her Singh got the hint. Please stay close, princess. If it pleases you, I will show you to the captured palace. Please do. Singh gave a gesture with his hand, and to Ajala's mild surprise, a group of people she identified as Earth Kingdom prisoners of the regiment stepped out to form a perimeter. Then, they crouched and began bending the ground the whole entourage stood on, creating a massive platform that began to move up the stairs. This is so cool. This time, Tai Li's excitement could not be caged, and she audibly marveled at the spectacle Singh had orchestrated. Mai was far more reserved with her reaction, but Ajala could see a hint of her friend being impressed. Zuko on the other hand managed to appear totally stoic, though it was hard to really tell with the mail covering his face. General Hua and her officers representing the 51st Grand Battalion were clearly unnerved by the experience they had, no doubt trying to fight down their combat instincts against earthbending being done in their personal space. The officers of the 11th though looked amused, having been used to living in structures their earthbender prisoners helped construct. They reached the top to the palace's entrance in no time. Its doors were obviously missing, and parts of the tiled floor were cracked and singed, marking powerful impacts and Singh's fire. Ajala savored the experience of treading on the Earth Kingdom seat of power, well, former seat of power now, and took in the gaudy white, green, and gold motifs all around her. Almost everything was made of stone, even the roof support, if Ajala's eyes got the details right. The Earth King's throne room was far more cavernous than the Fire Lord's, and far more ostentatious, she felt. Green-shaded lanterns hung high from monolithic columns, while massive drapes hung from the ceiling and tied back like sails. The massive stylized badger mole behind the throne was specked in soot. Looking up, ATLA noticed a hole in the ceiling, allowing sunlight to flood in and mix with the already annoying green lighting. She couldn't help grinning as she took it all in. It was all impressive architecture, and it now belonged to Xing. And through him, it was hers as well. The princess made a mental note to make sure that every precaution was taken to ensure that nobody spoke out against Xing's elevation to ruling this princedom. Maybe it was time to excise away some of the deadwood in court just to make sure. Well, Xing said, taking ATLA out of her musings, what do you think? General Hua, dependable and impartial, posed the question everyone wanted to hear. You really claimed the palace by yourself? Xing shrugged lightly as he flashed a grin. You can ask the prisoners, who will be made available to ensure that I lived up to the challenge I set for myself. If we can capture the Avatar and the Earth King later, you can add them to the list as well. The general gave an impressed nod as her officers looked ready to drop their jaws at Xing. Shou was right. Your talents have been direly underutilized. She gave a sigh. But still, with this capture, we might see an end to the war soon, spirits willing. Xing gave a frown of faux concern. Please don't jinx us, General Hua. Leaving the general to settle her troops into one of the palace's wings, and with Tai Li wandering to who knows where, while Mai went to find a quiet corner to be not so dour with Zuko, ATLA followed Xing into a study room that he'd converted into an office. She quirked her eyebrow at the furniture arrangement, particularly the bedroll by the corner. The rest of the room were littered with bamboo scrolls, stacks of paper, and even an occasional clay tablet. Xing noticed her expression and shrugged off the unasked question. Saves time. There's plenty to do. With the guards left outside to guard the entrance, and with the privacy of thick stone walls, ATLA watched as her brilliant colonel let out a heavy sigh and slumped wearily into a slouch. Only then did she notice the sheer weariness on Xing, especially as he dragged himself towards the seat behind the paper-filled desk and dropped into it with a huff. Just how much sleep have you been getting? 8 hours, he answered quickly. Over how many days? ATLA asked sternly. Xing's smile was too tinged with exhaustion to be cheeky. How many days has it been since I made this place my own? The princess let out a sigh of exasperation as she placed her hands on her hips. Really, Xing? Really? Her colonel nodded to the paper on his desk. I had the dungeon under Lake Laogai looted for every bit of intel. There's a list of names, locations, and probably passwords or trigger words to go through and corroborate with the interrogation results. Trigger words. To show what he meant, Xing's head lolled back and he spoke aloud. Ba Xing SC welcomes all valuable guests. ATLA almost jumped as a wall she once thought was made of solid earth slid open, and a young noblewoman smiling too widely strode out with all the elegance of a high-class courtesan. Welcome, my lady, the unblinking woman greeted with a deep bow. I am Ju Di. How may I be of service? The princess gaze shifted from the unnerving woman to the colonel. Xing. The colonel smirked before he spoke again. Lake Laogai awaits. And the woman's eyes suddenly went dark as she went eerily still. There are guards outside. Seek them out and ask them to take you to the quarantine zone for further instructions. By your will. ATLA watched the woman calmly exit the room to relay her orders to the startled guards. A couple of Xing's bodyguards led her away just as the door was closed again, and the princess returned her attention to a smirking Xing. Trigger words. I'm going through them as quickly as I can because there might be some phrases that might be accidentally used to cause the women to kill themselves. What? One of the Dai Li threatened such a thing, so I'm not taking any chances. ATLA nodded even as she glanced at the mess of papers. I'll send for some of my staff to come up and help. Much appreciated, Xing said with a bow from where he sat. I also had the troops ransack every government building in case some daring official tried to dispose of precious paperwork. They're now stuffed in several libraries and study rooms throughout this wing. Well done, she replied with an approving nod before pausing for a second. So, how complete is this victory? Her colonel shrugged his shoulders before answering. By some fluke, the Dai Li were apprehended in its entirety, so the battalions are taking turns in interrogating them for as much information as we can squeeze out of them. With Kylan and her healer's help, we can more or less guarantee corroborated evidence to significantly win over the populace's hearts. He paused to let out a slow sigh before continuing. If we can undo the brainwashing, Ba Xing SC might be fully tolerant, if not accepting, to accept our rule. That more or less was as ATLA had expected. What's stopping the Dai Li from misleading us? Despite his tiredness, Xing's grin was nothing but vicious. They're separated into groups, with the information from each group being referenced with each other, as well as our own findings. For every lie or misdirection someone is caught with, we slowly boil his whole group for a while, then let the healers fix them right back up. Then we break their limbs again to ensure they remain manageable. Thanks to Kylan's advice, we also make it a point to ensure that they drink the soup they left behind. Leaning back in his seat, Seeing struck a rather smug pose. We started 2 days ago, the number of boilings has already dropped to just 4 this morning. And we've already gotten a stable of very eager collaborators to work with. A few from the higher leadership as well. That's utterly inhumane. Thank you. ATLA hummed in thought for a few seconds. Long Feng. She posed simply, and Xing waved a hand. Left him for Ping to work on. Knowing how she likes to be thorough, it'll take a while before she comes back with any information. Right. ATLA remembered that the usually cheery captain had a thing against men of a certain type, after her own dark experience. As a leader of an organization caught brainwashing women, Long Feng likely became the face of everything Ping hated in males. Anyway, Dai Li aside, I've got 3 Earth Kingdom generals and their armies cooperating to serve as city peacekeepers for the time being. It was either that, or watch me burn through whole blocks at any signs of resistance. Also helps that they know I'm making an effort to undo the brainwashing of their wives, daughters, and sisters. So, you have them on a tenuous leash. Better tenuous than nothing at all. It's the same for most of the citizens, though I'm leaving a blind eye on the resistance that still occurs. They do less damage making noise than if I crack down on them. At least until I deal with the Dai Li publicly. Then it's down to hoping that we can run this city well enough that they forget they're under Fire Nation rule. ATLA had her doubts about that means of pacification, but she trusted Seeing enough to leave him with governance. Besides, if he was wrong, she could just swoop in to help him and enjoy being superior to him at something. Still, impressive work. But yet, why'd you let the Avatar and the Earth King go? It was something that truly gnawed on ATLA's mind. For all the clever wording, she had no doubt that he could have captured both, yet he allowed them to escape. Seeing let out a sigh and then, surprisingly, smiled. I've allowed the Avatar to see what went on under the lake, and considering how shocked he was, I'd say he had preconceptions of the world knocked around a bit. Coupled with the fact that he didn't outright reject my offer of getting him a fire-bending master. He what? I think that we have a real chance of winning the Avatar over to our side, or at least keep him coldly neutral to us. Ah. That made some sense. That's a risky gamble, Seeing. It'd be beyond annoying trying to cover this up from her father. A lot of placating needed to be prepared. True, but it'd buy us a crapload of pull from all sides, wouldn't it? We just need to keep proving that we're really changing for the better, especially compared to the Earth Kingdom. And the Earth King? Seeing shrugged. He's young, sheltered and utterly incompetent without any training. With his legitimacy blown out from the Dai Li thing, we can leave him to be a figurehead in some Earth Kingdom state, where he'll inevitably look to his host lord for advice. Who'd either manipulate him to his own ends, or crow at the sudden influence he's gaining. Ah, right. ATLA grinned along with her colonel as he finished his explanation. With Ba Sing Se gone, I'm sure that various states around this region will take the chance to become the new center of Earth Kingdom resistance. Maybe even fight each other over it. And with many southern states still rallied firmly under King Bumi's legacy, it might even cause significant fractures within the Earth Kingdom. The Fire Nation might end up facing multiple smaller factions, instead of a single, united front. If that were the case, it'd be an easy thing to just sit back and watch them fight each other to ruination, before stepping in and saving the war-ravaged peasants from their overlords. Very well done, Seeing, ATLA said as she walked over to him with a savagely proud smile. She startled him a bit by kicking at his seat, pushing the chair away from the desk and allowing her to stand before him. Very, very well done, my colonel. The princess didn't care that her voice clearly became huskier. She leaned over to plant a soft, grateful kiss on Seeing's lips, shuddering along with him at savoring the long-missed intimacy. As her Seeing straightened in his seat to better enjoy the lip sparring, ATLA grabbed at his wrists and guided his hands to her breasts. I think, ATLA whispered a bit hoarsely, after reluctantly breaking away from the kiss, that my colonel deserves a much overdue reward. She pecked at his lips again, and ground his strong hands against her chest, enjoying how his fingers gripped and began to squeeze at her breasts. You've proven yourself more than worthy of being my equal, ATLA said between kisses, almost moaning the words out. So, my dear Seeing. She paused and made a show of chewing on her bottom lip before continuing. Would you like your princess to reward you? She let go of his hands, and with her knees pushed apart his legs before slowly slipping down between them. The dark, hungry look in Seeing's eyes sent a pleasant shudder up the princess' spine. Would my most devoted, most able colonel like his princess to show her appreciation for all that he's done? Seeing hadn't even begun nodding when ATLA's hands began to work, pushing aside his robes and all but burning the belt keeping his trousers up. She yanked the offending legwear down, and growled in annoyance at the undergarment still in her way. Practically tearing it off him, ATLA found herself jerking back as a rigid, meaty shaft sprung free. Even with all the lewd whispers and snatches of innuendos she'd picked up, the princess wasn't exactly sure of what to expect. She found herself staring at the twitching thing for a few seconds, and then her hands moved on its own to gently wrap their fingers around it, as if testing its feel. Angela looked up as she heard Seeing give a shuddering exhale, and she found herself rather enjoying his show of pleasure. Is this what you'd like, Seeing? She teased as her fingers began to dance along the length of his shaft, carefully noting his reactions. She grinned as his chest rose and fell at a quicker pace, and his whole body flexed and squirmed. Her Seeing, usually so stoic, so invincible, now at the verge of crumbling from a few careful strokes. Angela eyed the warm, pulsing shaft in her hands, and before she knew it, her curiosity made her lean towards it. Her mouth opened, and she felt its warmth now occupying her mouth. It didn't taste or feel too bad. But there was a sense of something in knowing that she had Seeing's cock in her mouth that made the corners of Angela's stuffed lips tug up into a smile. Maybe it was how Seeing groaned as her lips tightened around his meat and her tongue pressed upwards to rub against its underside. But Angela definitely had her own blissful shudder as her Seeing's hands came down to rest on her head, fingers lightly clawing through her scalp. She pulled back with an audible pop from her lips as the tip of the shaft left her, and sent a hungry, dirty grin up at her colonel. Is this what you want, Seeing? Angela lowered her head and stuck out her tongue, then gently pressed it against the underside of the throbbing member, where it met with the top of his equally pulsing sack. Slowly, the princess licked her way up his length, her taunting gaze locked with Seeing's. Is this how my fiancé-to-be would like his princess to reward him? She barely finished flicking her tongue as it left the tip of his swollen cock when Seeing's hands firmly grabbed at her head and pushed her down. Angela sputtered as she suddenly had Seeing sliding down the back of her mouth. Her nose was about to press against his crotch when he stopped and pulled her back up, giving Angela a chance to gasp in surprise before she was forced back down again. Seeing groaned as he continued to manhandle her, but Angela found herself far from complaining about it. She tried resisting, but she grinned when it proved futile. Just like in the sparring grounds, Seeing proved dominant here. As he should, the princess found herself relishing. Oh, she could snap her jaws shut or exhale flame to stop him, but why should she? There was something about this dirty act that kept Angela grinning, something about having her Seeing violate her mouth. She's supposed to be crown princess of the Fire Nation, yet here she was, willingly on her knees, sputtering and gagging as she let herself be, used like this. So she held onto his thighs for support and let her head bob up and down for a while, allowing her mouth to get used to the feel of Seeing's twitching, throbbing member. She enjoyed the saltiness that began to leak, and savored with pride the groans and grunts her Seeing made because of her. Then it happened. Seeing slowed, and his hands kept her face pressed against his bucking hips. He let out a long, rolling growl before Angela felt the first bursts of warm, thick fluid hitting the back of her mouth. She managed to restrain her instinct to gag and free herself, and instead enjoyed the strangely gratifying feeling of Seeing emptying his balls into her mouth. She waited until he was done, rubbing her tongue against his shaft to be sure, before pulling away from him. Seeing was panting lightly and looked utterly spent, like he was almost ready to fall out of his chair. Angela made a show of swallowing the contents in her mouth, and was right in her expectations when her colonel seemed to show some vigor in his eyes again. Better? She simply asked as she got up, glancing down at the shrinking member with a new sense of longing. Yet. Seeing managed to breathe out. Angela then nodded, and wiped her mouth with her sleeve of her dress before she leaned in for a light kiss on his lips. Go get some rest, and we'll do this again later, all right? She cooed, then paused with a realization. Actually, get up. Go sleep in a proper bedroom. I'll go work on getting you secretaries and auditors. Tidied up as best as they could, the couple left the study room and Angela ignored the tinge of awkwardness in the bodyguards as she ordered Seeing's bunch to lead him to a real bed. Her own bodyguards kept politely silent as she quickly headed to find the nearest bath. Angela wasn't worried about her bodyguards fidgeting. They had a job to do, and they were commendably good at it. She wasn't feeling self-conscious because they might have overheard what had gone on in the room. The princess was more afraid about running into Tai Li right now. Thankfully, her friend was nowhere to be seen, for long enough for Angela to enjoy a good soak, and come to terms with the fact that she'd been very, unprincess-like. And that she looked forward to seeing Seeing as soon as possible to continue being very unprincess-like. It took a couple of weeks after the unbelievable report for Angela and Seeing to return to the home islands. Up until then, Iroh found amusement in watching the courtiers from the traditionalist faction scamper to find something, anything, to prove the news false. Seeing had done the impossible. And not only that, he'd done it in an irrefutable way. It wasn't just Angela that confirmed the news, but also the seals and testimonials of 3 captured enemy generals, as well as the fact that beside Seeing's name was the unmistakable royal seal of the Earth King. Not to mention, Iroh was in attendance the night before the princess report came, when the Fire Lord's own spies confirmed the news. The mighty walls of Ba Sing SC had been melted through by a lone, young colonel, who also proceeded to seize the royal palace by himself. The observers embedded in General Wa's army left no room for doubt about that. The Earth King had fled, thanks to the Avatar, but as much as Oze might want to raise a fuss about it, even he readily relented to the fact that Seeing kept to the letter of his word. Ba Singh Se was now part of the Fire Nation, to be governed by the spirit-blessed prodigy that took it. And said prodigy would now be engaged to the crown princess of the Fire Nation, leaving Ba Singh Se effectively in royal hands. It was impossible not to spin it as a great triumph for the nation. And then there was the dark revelation of Lake Laogai. It was hard to believe that the impenetrable city would victimize its own people. Yet, ATLA's message also contained the official letter by the Earth Kingdom's Dai Li, a monthly accounting of the women being processed. It was tremendous news, the sort that could tear down all but the stubbornest of Earth Kingdom resistance, and at least bring them to the negotiating table. Assuming Oze wielded such information properly. The keen political mind of Prince Iroh understood that they could easily reframe the war now, and with some careful editing and propagation of the truth, the Earth King could be villainized to further break down the cohesion of the remaining states. How many lords would willingly flock to a king who commanded or allowed for such a thing to happen out of loyalty? And how many ambitious lords might try to use the distrust to usurp their king? Iroh didn't know how to feel about the long war potentially coming to an end because of this, but he at least felt thankful that the spirits had guided Singh to put an end to the Dai Li's despicable actions. The veracity of the frankly fantastical tales were further when news from the new Eastern Front returned. The Avatar had been sighted, dropping off the Earth King in some minor lord's realm before heading south. Oze had been surprisingly content with that. We have their capital. Avatar or not, Earth King or not, the heart of the Earth Kingdom has been broken. Victory would soon be in our grasp. The Fire Lord's mood improved further when his daughter returned, alongside the man of the hour. Oze didn't seem too agitated by the prospect of the engagement anymore. Perhaps he'd finally accepted the fact that Singh was truly a great firebender and leader, and that having such might tied to the royal family was a good thing. It showed too. Rather unusually, the royal palace actually pulled out all the stops without Iroh having to pester his brother. The buildings lining the main roads were told to tidy up their facades, while bright lanterns crisscrossed the roofs. A legion of servants polished every tile, column, and vase within the palace. Iroh saw defeated officials forced to plan out a grand banquet. Apparently a few select chefs were called in to build a series of meals into the likeness of Ba Singh Se. The prince wished the artisans all the luck in the world, and hoped they were paid well enough for the ordeal. So when ATLA and Singh returned, riding atop an ornately barbed ostrich horse, their procession was greeted by the unending, deafening cheers of the exultant populace of the capital city. Iroh watched from the palace wing as a barrage of fireworks were set off to try and compete with the echoing roar. It was perhaps the most approving the city's residents have ever been, the prince noted. As the procession grew nearer, so too did the celebratory ruckus that heralded it. By now standing by the palace's stairs, 10 steps below his brother as his position dictated, Iroh could make out some chants within the jumbled cheering. All praise Singh. Singh the wall-melting scorpion. Hurrah to the princess. Hurrah to Singh. All praise to Princess ATLA and Colonel Singh. All praise to the Fire Lord. So much joy, and that was only from the publicized news that Ba Singh Se had been captured. Iroh could scarcely imagine the monikers they'd give Singh if the discovery of Lake Laogai had been made public as well. Neither could he fathom how the reception might change if the whispers about Singh's coming engagement were officially confirmed. Still, the old prince smiled at the exuberance heading towards the palace, and glanced about to see those nobles and officials in ATLA's corner being infected by the cheery mood as well. In contrast, Singh's detractors stood around with varying degrees of sheepishness, as if they wanted nothing more than to quickly leave. The palace staff arrayed around the royal court were stoic enough, though Iroh did note ATLA's handmaidens and palace servants betraying faint smiles. A prickling feeling in the back of his neck made Iroh turn to glance behind him, and he found his brother's once satisfied expression flickering for the briefest of moment with that of anger? No, not anger. Fear. Fear and envy. Iroh turned back to the front, pretending to ignore what he'd seen and kept himself from frowning. Why did his brother's mood suddenly take an about turn? Iroh looked out to beyond the opened palace gates, where the princess and her fiancé-to-be could finally be seen. What did the Fire Lord have to fear from his own daughter? A thought clicked in the back of the prince's head, a nasty, petty thought that Iroh found hard to attribute to his brother. Surely his brother, for all his ambition, for all his vainglory. Surely Oze did not fear his own daughter's rise to power? The thought was forced back as the cheers reached the palace gates and remained there, the guards helping to ensure that no commoner or uninvited noble stepped foot on royal grounds. ATLA led the procession composed of her friends and the 11 THS select troops just ahead of Singh, and they came to a stop several paces away from the royal court. She dismounted from her mount first, and Singh followed after. Both took a few steps forwards, allowing for palace grooms to lead the ostrich horses away, and knelt before the members of the court arranged along the palace stairs. Silence immediately followed as the soldiers behind the two teens also dropped to their armored knees in a resounding crash of metal and heavy cloth. Fire Lord, your royal daughter has returned, ATLA announced with traditional formality, wearing a proud smirk as she gazed up at the court. Singh mirrored the greeting somewhat, though he also kept his head bowed and saluted palm over fist. Fire Lord, your first royal champion, Colonel Singh of the 11th Royal Regiment, kneels in your presence. Iroh smiled at the unsubtle wordplay. Singh emphasized his title as champion as Ose's champion first, reminding the officials present of his exceptional elevation into nobility. And then the nasty thought from earlier popped up, and Iroh began to wonder if the wording was also meant to placate the Fire Lord? Shaking away the unsettling feeling, the prince forced a beaming smile at his niece and the spirit-touched boy just behind her. Welcome home, daughter, Ose replied, his even voice carrying clearly through the palace grounds and beyond. Welcome back, first champion. What news from Ba Singh Se? At being addressed directly, Singh finally raised his head, his expression firmly neutral. By my hands and flames, Ba Singh Se has been captured, Fire Lord. ATLA followed after Singh, making sure to rub the good news into everyone's faces. By his acts, as willingly testified by even his enemies, the first champion melted through the once great walls of Ba Singh Se, and seized the royal palace at the heart of the impenetrable city. Even with the news already known, the crowd still shuffled a bit with excitement or discomfort at the proclamation. That is most heartening news, the Fire Lord said, and Iroh almost frowned again when he thought he heard reluctance in his brother's voice. For your enemies to acknowledge your great achievement is great indeed. Your actions have brought the Fire Nation one important step towards victory. The Fire Lord paused for a moment, his head slowly turning to the assembled courtiers, servants, and soldiers. Is there anyone here who wishes to present a case against such claims? Pity the fool who dared step forward, Iroh thought, and thankfully everyone remained in their place. The oppressive silence went on for a while more before the Fire Lord finally raised an arm towards his daughter, and Iroh joined the others in kneeling as his brother gave a royal proclamation. As he has kept to his word, so too will the Fire Nation. Let it be known that effective immediately, first royal champion Singh will be elevated to Prince of Ba Singh Se. In addition, the royal palace gladly announces the engagement between Crown Princess ATLA and Prince Singh. Iroh couldn't help grin at the stiff winces and barely hidden scowls from some of the traditionalists. Just to rub it in, he rose up and began to applaud. Bravo! Congratulations to the royal family. As formality demanded, the cheer was picked up by the courtiers, however willingly or reluctantly, until the air round the palace grounds trembled from the thunderous praises. With the engagement now official, nobody wanted to appear as having the slightest bit of skepticism to the Fire Lord's decision. Nobody wanted to draw the Fire Lord's ire for not being anything but enthusiastic for his family's good fortunes. So of course, the nobles and officials opposing the union were the ones who cheered the loudest. And then the common people outside the palace walls picked up on the cheering, and joined in as well and added to the noise. Singh remained kneeling, bowing his head to hide the triumphant grin on his face. ATLA was far more open about her joy at the announcement, smiling broadly with a joy that gave Iroh a pang of guilt for not ever seeing. Rise, my daughter, and Prince Singh, and be welcome to the royal palace. Ose turned, and the royal court, now including ATLA and Singh, followed him into the throne room to conclude the royal assembly. Iroh waited for the young couple to approach before falling in by their side, offering Singh a pat on his shoulder. Congratulations, Singh, or should I say, Prince Singh. He nodded next to ATLA. And you, my niece. Congratulations on your engagement. It was the first time Iroh had ever seen her blush from embarrassment, however faint that emotion was. Thank you, uncle. The hint of a demure nature quickly vanished as ATLA grinned at him. Would you like to visit Ba Singh Se, uncle? Singh has managed to secure some premium teas from the royal pantries. Ba Singh Se's own brew, enjoyable over some white lotus chips and a game of pai sho. Iroh almost froze to stare at his niece, whose grin only grew sharper. Beside her, Singh only shrugged lightly, though there was clear amusement glinting in his eyes. I suggest you take her up on the offer, Prince Iroh. The princess is new to the game, like me, but the strategies we've brewed up might still surprise you. Iroh recovered and nodded hastily, making sure his smile was back up. I'm sure I can make the time. Watch where you run, Fan, Ren cautioned with a chuckle as she strolled after her daughter. The little girl acknowledged the advice with an excited shriek as her legs carried her tiny form down the hallway as fast as they could. The few training staff in the way expertly swerved out of the way, with a few using strategic arm and leg placements to redirect the child away from wall-mounted lanterns, shelves, and other furniture or decorations. Ren followed after the giggling wake, offering grateful nods to the people she passed and graciously accepting their sympathetic smirks. Fan made a sharp turn into an office, her arms barely able to reach the door handle to push it open with all her might. Princess Zula! Princess Zula! The giddy yelling stopped, and Ren caught up just in time to see her adorable daughter right at the entrance of ATLA's office, frozen still as she stared at the people inside that weren't the princess. Fan's head turned in silence to regard ATLA for a second, then to the two other girls and an armored Zuko with her. Then the child slowly got to her knees and rolled over in a cute attempt at prostrating herself like any petitioner would. Eden, Princess Zula, Fan managed to blurt out nervously as she tried to hide her lack of courtesy. Ren managed to restrain all but a smirk at her daughter's antics, but one of Ajala's friends, Tai Li, let out a squee. Ah, she's so cute. Ajala on the other hand simply shook her head with mock exasperation and walked over to Fan. It's alright Fan, they're my friends. You can drop the formalities around them. Ren let out a chuckle as Fan's head popped up first before the rest of her body followed. FNs. She looked to Ajala's companions, and Tai Li waved enthusiastically while Mai gave a quick raise of 2 fingers. Pinchus FNs. Helping the girl up, Ajala quickly sent a smirk at Ren before returning to the now curious child. Yes Fan, that's Mai and that's Tai Li. Would you like to meet them? There wasn't time for an answer as Tai Li shot forth to squat in front of Fan. Hiya. I'm Tai Li, what's your name? Ren stood by the doorway, watching with a smile as Fan became fully engrossed by the newcomers. Ajala walked over, and the captain greeted the princess with a nod and a cheeky smile. Welcome back, Ajala. And congratulations, though I'm surprised you're still patient enough to wait out the engagement. The princess rolled her eyes at the teasing. Please. There's still a lot on our plates, and you know as well as I that me and Sing can't do a quick wedding like you and Kai. Oh, so work and the politics of it all is too troublesome to be worth locking yourself with Sing for a few nights. Surprisingly, Ajala met her gaze with matching playfulness. Who says I need to be wed to do that? Ren inhaled sharply, and then broke into a wide grin. My, how the princess has grown. You're worried about politics but you're not afraid of a scandal. Ajala rolled her eyes again. We barely did anything. Then Ren was sure that the princess' cheeks took on a bit of color. And as you told me before, we can't be all work and no play. Oh ho. A quiet, vulnerable, and shy Ajala? Now this was rare. Very rare indeed. Ren couldn't help herself, snapping a glance back to the office where Fan was giggling loudly at Tai Li spinning upside down on her hands, while Mai and Zuko looked on. What does your highness mean by barely anything, if I might ask? You may not, Ajala curtly replied with a huff. Fine. I'm sure you're smart enough to use herbs if things get too deep. Anyway, what brings you here? I thought you'd be stuck in the palace to organize things. The princess nodded in response. There isn't much to do. Sing's the one who has to handle his paperwork and get formal briefing on his new duties as a landed lord. I'm here to inform you that the training grounds here will be closed down, and the 11th will be transferred to BA Sing SE. So prepare to move as soon as possible. Oh. That was actually surprising. We're moving. Ren asked to be sure. BA Sing SE has more than enough space to accommodate the regiment. Sing and I agreed that it's much more convenient to not worry about reinforcements filtering in from the sea, and it'd give prospective recruits another bonus in seeing the city. The captain gave a slight bow. I'll pass the word along. Ajala nodded back, and then glanced at the child now on the floor in the middle of the office, laughing her lungs out as Tai Li somehow cartwheeled in place. I'll do a formal announcement, after Fan's tired out. Ren said nothing, merely enjoying the sight of her daughter's glee. She also didn't hide her relief that Ajala didn't use particular words in describing the move, they were actually moving for the reasons the princess described, not fleeing potential danger. As unexpected and decisive the capture of BA Sing SE was, Colorado Prince Sing's massive victory also brought up unexpected issues that until now have yet to be resolved. It was why General Bujing and the other high generals of the War Council were taking up most of the day after Sing's elevation in discussion with the new prince. With how the Dai Li kept a heavy shroud of ignorance over BA Sing SE to assert control, most of the city's industries are focused on keeping it self-sustaining, Sing was explaining. So I can guarantee that given some time, the colonies and the home islands will have access to a sizable surplus of food and civilian goods. But for contributions to the military. The new prince shrugged and gestured to the scrolls unfurled on each high general's table. As the reports will attest, the city is practically useless for the time being. Their forges are not as robust as ours, so transitioning from Earth Kingdom weapons and armor, which we all agree are of middling quality at best, to standard Fire Nation equipment will require time. Not only that, it requires smiths from the colonies or home islands who actually know how to deal with the steel we want. That was the greatest disappointment about the whole thing. For all its massiveness and power, BA Sing SE had relied so much on its neighboring vassal states to do its dirty work that it had grown complacent. The city's defenses became totally reliant on earthbenders and refugee conscripts, and causing their military industry to languish as a result. And as for conscripting the populace, I have to agree with Crown Princess Ajala's assessment that the Dai Li infiltration has to be rooted out completely first before we trust anyone in that city, commoner or noble, to be deployed anywhere. Again, Bujing couldn't fault that. He'd read the reports from the Fire Lord's own observers, and what a dark picture it painted of the much-storied city. With women kidnapped to be turned into hidden agents, there was a non-zero chance that the Dai Li might have done the same to the men, especially the higher-ranked officials and nobility. BA Sing SE was a tainted place now, not to be trusted for manpower or critical goods for a while. Even the food that will inevitably be exported would have to be stringently tested just to be safe. So the greatest advantage the city offers us right now is a foothold to the seas east of the continent, General Shina remarked. Xing shrugged. And the massive symbolic victory the Fire Nation has by holding it. The members of the War Council exchanged glances before General Bujing spoke on their behalf. It seems that you have earned quite a burden for yourself, Prince Xing. Admirably, the boy didn't react much to the words. It is a poisoned chalice, for sure, but one that I'm sure can be undone with time and sufficient manpower. Bujing sighed. Even with your great victory, the battle lines still require fortifying, so we cannot provide you with additional men to garrison the city. Xing didn't take that news too badly at all. If anything, he smiled. Ah, that is understandable, which is why I hope to attain the War Council's permission to employ prisoners of war to garrison Ba Sing Se. Now that was a very bold proposal. Potentially ridiculous, even. Wouldn't that risk a rebellion? The prince gave a slight shrug. I'll make it clear that if they push the wrong buttons, I will gladly raise everything within the outer walls to ashes. And I'll mean it, too. Besides, the prisoner conscripts will not be unsupervised, they'll be led and overseen by colonial enforcers. With that kind of dilution, we only need to spend a fraction of the manpower to maintain compliance, and there'd be less resistance from the locals if they know their own are being involved in keeping the peace. You sound confident of this method, General Wallong commented dryly. It could fail spectacularly, Xing admitted, but it's about the best compromise I can come up with, which involves turning Ba Sing Se into a productive holding as quickly as possible. Without resorting to methods that would compromise the massive publicity advantage we hold, or anger the Crown Princess in her capacity as colonial minister. Bujing hummed in thought before begrudgingly acceding the point. That is, unfortunately true. The High Generals shared another round of silent exchanges which resulted in all of them nodding gravely. Bujing cleared his throat as he once again spoke for them. We'll raise this with the Fire Lord, but short of some major issue we've all overlooked, I think it's safe to assume you may begin preparations. Xing snapped off a sharp salute as he bowed. Thank you, High Generals. Now, on to a related topic. Please enlighten us, Prince Xing, about this proposal of making peace with the Northern Water Tribe. The Fire Lord is most intrigued about it. You seem worried, brother. Iroh fought to keep his concern out of his voice as he stood with Oze by the gardens. It's been a long time since the siblings met out of official functions, and longer still for Oze to be the one who sent out the invitation. The Fire Lord's face morphed into a scowl as he stared out at the pond in the middle of the garden. What is your assessment on Xing? He asked, skipping through all the niceties. This time Iroh frowned, though he was still careful to keep his answer neutral in tone. He has proven to be a loyal and highly capable leader, both in the battlefield and out of it. His methods, while unorthodox, are undeniably effective. His influence on ATLA, at the very least, has made her a princess that is respected and loved by the people. Far more than either of us, Iroh didn't dare add. And disappointingly and unsurprisingly, it was the last part that made Oze react, frowning deeply with something beyond disapproval. Let me be frank, Iroh. I have begun having reservations about his abilities as a schemer. Everything Xing has done was to the Fire Nation's benefit, Iroh offered. He's stopped Zhao's madness from ruining us. Defeated King Bumi and captured Omashu in your name. Even now, he speaks with your war council in trying to find a use for Ba Sing Se. Lesser men would have been happy to just sit back and play with such a prize. HNH. And yet it's been brought to my attention that he has an interesting record when it comes to dealings with allies. There are whispers that Zhao might not have been the first to face his treachery. Treachery? On Zhao? That was an interestingly harsh word to use. It is no secret that Xing has poor views on the untested nobility, what with his own personal experiences. His official complaints of incompetent commanders are publicly known. And another reason for some of the resentment against him. Oze didn't seem persuaded though. Yet it is also well known that he treats his prisoners with unusual care. Not a few petitioners have raised the point that the Scorpion seems to value the lives of his enemies more than his own comrades. But there are also commendations about his reliability from other forces, are there not? Iroh countered. Admiral De Yang, General Hua and other commanders are not directly affiliated to him, and yet they hold Xing in high regard. He paused for a second before following up. Perhaps it is Xing's failing that he looks down on those he views as unreliable and incompetent, which in turn sours their views of him. Oze actually kept silent for a few seconds before answering. Perhaps. And then the Fire Lord gave a mildly vicious smirk as he glanced at his brother. I have to admit he handled Zuko satisfactorily. And his intervention for his adoptive grandmother to spite you is proof of that, however you wish to be polite about it. Iroh bit back his surprise at the realization for this meeting. Oze was assuming that Iroh's relations with Xing was barely warm. But then again, thinking about it now, how could he not? By all outward appearances, Xing remains formal, however warmly, with Iroh, while being known to display a more casual attitude with those close to him, like ATLA and his officers. His grudge on behalf of Lide is also well known, even if he doesn't overtly act on it. Iroh's little act to keep Zuko from being conscripted, and his continued avoidance of Lady Sui in the palace, probably also further added to the perception. Come to think of it, there was nothing to show Iroh and Seeing interacting beyond their meetings with either Zuko or ATLA present. The older prince's official interactions with the 11th had mostly been with ATLA and the soldiers manning the barracks. So the courtiers were assuming that the Scorpion was using the princess as an intermediary to avoid Iroh? Interesting. Still struggling with the notion, Iroh quickly replied to his brother before his silence stretched on to being suspicious. I'm told Zuko is serving as your daughter's bodyguard. A bodyguard for one of her friends, Oze corrected with vindictive amusement. A creative method to keep my son out of trouble. I approve. The amusement faded away, replaced with a frown as the Fire Lord returned his gaze to the garden. Still, however loyal he seems, my concern still stands. However carefully you wish to present his achievements, I'm sure you understand my suspicions. You fear he works against you. Oze gave a grave nod. As you said, ATLA has changed thanks to his influence. With his elevation, Seeing could use his influence to misdirect her. Iroh had to stop his impulse from immediately speaking out. His brother misinterpreted his stunned look as he turned to him. You see now why I am concerned, Iroh. I do. Good. I hear you have been invited to be a Sing Se. I want you to accept, and watch over my daughter. Ensure that the advice the new prince might give her does not hide any underlying intentions. Some might consider this paranoid, Iroh carefully but sincerely cautioned. The Fire Lord did not seem perturbed. If I'm proven wrong, then ATLA would still have her uncle's company. Otherwise, your presence would be of great help to her. And Zuko. He turned to fix a hard stare at Iroh, and the prince realized how much his brother meant his words. Look after them, Iroh. We might have our differences, brother, but I trust you to look after our family. Iroh nodded as resolutely as he could manage. I will, Oze. To further disturb the prince, Oze actually gave a reassured smile. The Fire Lord left his brother hiding a satisfied grin. However unsubtle, the seeds of doubt had been planted in Iroh. While Oze was far from deluded to think his brother to be weak-willed enough to take the whole thing, the consideration of potential danger to both ATLA and Zuko should be more than enough to affect soft-hearted Iroh. At the very least, Iroh's caution would see him having to investigate matters personally. And if the Scorpion was as competent as Oze thought him to be, the older prince would eventually be caught snooping around, potentially straining their relationship. Some other methods would be required to persuade Iroh of Seeing's true intent. Well, the young prince supposedly could bend invisible fires, a potent assassination tool indeed. Oze stopped by a darkened alcove along the palace's less windowed halls. Producing a sheaf of promissory notes from the sleeve of his robes, he offered it to the shadows, from which a burly hand reached out to accept it. When the first opportunity presents itself, do not kill Iroh. Just unsettle him. Make it public. Only after that, you may make a proper attempt, if you value additional payment. Without a word, the shadowy figure bowed and slipped away, though not before betraying a glimpse of a vertical eye tattooed on his forehead. How convenient then that Oze had an invisible firebender of his own. For all the dreariness of being cooped up in a metal room, Bumi was finding the stay surprisingly comfortable. Sure, his prison swayed every now and then, but the accommodations were comfortable enough, and the deposed king had grown fond of Fire Nation cuisine. Stir-fried kai lan with its leafiness beats boring cabbages. If Bumi wanted crunchy, he'd go for Jene meat, thank you very much. Besides the food, being cooped up in a metal box hanging in midair also gave Bumi a novel form of entertainment, Fire Nation gossip. The Fire Nation occupiers made a mistake in cladding only the palace's interior with a thinner layer of metal. It took a couple of months and no small amount of straining his chi, but the ancient king managed to reach out and subtly earthbend the chamber that held his cell, warping the metal skin in small increments each time. The new residents didn't notice, but then again, most people rarely looked up at the bland, metallic ceiling in the first place. That his food was delivered by a pulley further helped things. Bumi tuned the chamber to better reflect and focus the sounds coming from below him, allowing him to eavesdrop on idle conversations. And what Bumi had been hearing recently greatly amused him. Ba Sing Se had fallen in mere days, and the Earth King was forced to abandon his throne. The Dai Li were revealed to be an organization of monsters, and the Fire Nation seemed to be on the brink of victory on the continent. Yet, at the same time, the Fire Nation officials voiced their annoyance of the southern states Bumi had earlier unified, remaining stubbornly resistant and unbudging. Ong was also still free, and there was news of water tribe raiders hitting the southern Fire Nation islands. And most importantly, Ba Sing Se had itself a new prince under the young dragon. Seeing had kept to his word then. Not only did he have a knack for prediction, the kid actually had the stones to pull of the impossible. It was a good thing Bumi took the bold promise seriously, or the Fire Nation would have really won by this point. Still, there was no reason to be complacent. Plans, especially long-term ones, had a tendency to go off the rails at the last possible moment. Bumi did some quick calculations in his head even as he schemed. At the fastest, official news needed to travel first from Ba Sing Se to the Fire Nation's palace, and then take a few days to be spread out before it returned to the continent. The news of King Ki now trying to keep the fight alive was fresh, so, all in all, it was, what, a couple of weeks already since Ba Sing Se fell? The old king pondered over whether it was enough time to his re-entry into the grand scheme of things. The timetable Sing gave was rather loose, but acting too early was a greater risk than acting too late. At worst, the kid said he'd send a messenger, but by then the opportunity might have turned overripe. If only Bumi had better access to news from the outside world. The king decided to keep observing and adjusting his mostly improvised plan accordingly, until one rather fortuitous night. Ong returned, looking no worse for wear at first, though the young airbender's eyes betrayed a maturity that only the harshness of life could ferment. Bumi, I need your help. His voice also revealed his weariness, along with the burden of a heavy defeat. Bumi listened intently as his friend from a century ago began to recount his adventures since they last met. It was surprising to know that Ong and his friends had found Wan Shi Tong's library, and the revelation about the day of the Black Sunday. Bumi also felt a pang of sympathy at hearing of Appa's kidnapping, easily imagining the tribulations such a rare and noble creature might suffer under the attention of the greedy. Ong's joy at recovering the air bison was muted, due to the nature of the Dai Li's involvement. Bumi found his eye twitching in anger as he realized that the Fire Nation's news on that matter was actually sanitized instead of exaggerated for once. The haunted look Ong held as he spoke of the tortures the Kyoji warriors endured was a violation too far. Worse, it was entirely plausible that the Dai Li's army of brainwashed women went through the same ordeal. Hopefully Sing would live up to his reputation of brutal ruthlessness when he dealt with that group. It's not your fault, Ong, Bumi reassured his troubled friend who was clearly agonizing over the fact that the Kyoji warriors were captured and tortured because they were helping Appa. You had no knowledge of their movements. Nobody could have known about what was about to happen. Sing did. Are you sure? By the way you put, he was furious because he found out right then, not because he already knew what was happening. He knew about Appa though, Ong protested. Bumi raised a finger as he spoke softly. That boy is supposed to know a lot of things, but not everything. I think, if he knew what the Kyoji warriors would endure, that Sing would try to prevent their fate. Just as you would, in the same circumstance. Ong frowned at the words, keeping silent for a few seconds before he finally spoke again. It felt good working with him, watching him destroy the Dai Li and capture the city. I almost wanted him to kill King Ki. I actually thought of dropping him off Appa. The young avatar looked and sounded so lost. I know it's wrong, but... Bumi's heart went out to Ong, and he pushed all thoughts about harvesting information for the night as he focused instead on comforting his friend through his broken innocence. The king remembered his own gradual ascension to the throne, and coming to terms with the harsher realities of life with each step. In contrast, the avatar was still just a boy who was suddenly forced to save the world as quickly as he could with little to no stable guidance from more experienced hands. He lacked the proper support, the proper foundation, to help him adjust to growing up amidst a war. Especially as a pacifistic air nomad. A night or three of counsel was the least Bumi could offer to Ong. Fortunately, Ong proved stronger than expected, returning on the second night more focused and determined. Are you sure you don't want to get out now? He asked, and Bumi waved off the question. Don't worry about me, Ong. I'm just waiting for the right time. And when's that? I'm sure your people could really use your help. They could, Bumi agreed, nodding. But my escape now could bring the full attention of the Fire Nation on the southern realms, at a time when they could afford to. I can stop one Fire Nation army by myself, or maybe 3, but not all of them coming in from all directions. Won't it get worse later? He shrugged. I highly doubt it. You see, with your help, King Ki is alive and free to rally the states north of the Si Wang Desert. Or at least try to. The Fire Nation will be wary of Ki's influence, and their forces will be positioned to keep him hemmed in. Still, those states will recover from the defeat and hopefully reorganize. Bumi grinned as he puffed up his chest proudly. On the other hand, the Fire Nation is terrified of me. If I break free, they'll be sure to put their full might into trying to put me down again. And with the northern states weakened now, they have more armies to send down south. But if the north gets stronger again, you'll have an easier time beating the Fire Nation back since there'll be less of them coming down. More or less, he answered truthfully. Ong's face scrunched up in a deep frown as he digested the information. I think I understand, but I still wish you could come with us, Bumi. So do I, Ong. But sometimes, you just have to sit through the worst quakes for the mountain to break and reveal a new Gen A meat vein. The airbender didn't comment on that analogy, but chose instead to switch topics. Do you think I can trust Seeing? Now that one was interesting. Things must have fouled up along the way for Seeing to be directly involving himself in Ong's firebending lessons. The original plan was for a candidate he was sure would be the Avatar's friend. Someone who could, without much of Seeing's involvement, bring an end to the war the right way with Ong backing their claim to the Fire Nation throne. Did either prince turn out to be a bust somehow, Bumi wondered? You have every reason to be wary of him, yet at the same time his actions also prove he's capable of being reliable, he cautiously offered. He might have his own ideas for keeping King Ki alive, or saving the moon spirit back then, but that doesn't mean you cannot work with him. You just have to balance your suspicion with an open mind. Now, admittedly, that's one doozy of a thing to do. There was a few seconds of silence before Ong sighed. It'd be a lot easier if he was clearly a bad guy or a friend. Life would be a lot easier if all encounters were so clear, Bumi consoled. But then, it'd also be less interesting. They talked some more for 2 more nights before Ong had to leave. Bumi gleaned valuable information about the outside world, and in exchange gave the Avatar as much solid advice as he could, and wished him the best in his endeavors, whatever it was. Though it would be convenient, the old earthbender wasn't that callous as to veer his friend towards unwittingly furthering his schemes. Ong had enough on his plate to be dragged into the messy schemes of Bumi and Seeing. And Seeing was right, it was better for legitimacy if the Avatar was uninvolved in Omashu's rise as the new dominant power of the Earth Kingdom, or Earth Kingdoms, if the worst came to worst. Hopefully, when the time comes, Ong would be able to accept the end of Ba Sing Se as the seat of Earth Kingdom power. Now, from what he learned from Ong, Bumi should only need to wait a few more days until disappointing his arrogant hosts and kicking them out. Seeing should be happily enjoying Ba Sing Se, and Ki should have had enough time to settle in. Governor Yukino of New Oze was still savoring the heady highs of his position, even if it's already been months since his appointment. With the crown princess wisely gifting the city to her father, the Fire Lord had declared New Oze a royal holding, and Yukino had been honored to be promoted to oversee the city. Administering directly under the Fire Lord's name instead of the colonial ministry, New Oze's governorship was a far more prestigious position than that of possibly all of the most prosperous colonies combined, not to belittle the crown princess and her sterling work, of course. But the fact of the matter stands, the former realm of the Mad King was treated like a personal jewel of the Fire Lord himself, and Yukino had the great pleasure of tending to it. And to add to his rise in station, his daughter Mai had been publicly sought out by the crown princess herself, as a valuable friend no less. Thanks to all of that, Yukino had the pleasure of rubbing shoulders with nobles formerly well above his station, who now sought the prestige of working in the throne's holding, either for themselves or their relatives. Plenty of favors were traded in exchange for simple administrative duties, and Yukino found his fortunes rising steadily. As a mere governor, Yukino might not warrant significance in attending royal court, but he now had ties to a considerable number of influential courtiers who could be relied upon to tend to his interests. Like trade route priorities between the home islands and New Oze. It was gracious of her that the crown princess did not seem to mind focusing the trade in the region around Yukino City. With the way the routes were redrawn, New Oze could afford to accommodate the budding sons and daughters of powerful merchant families who wished to extend their family's influence on the continent. As befitting of its status, the city was also garrisoned by forces raised purely from the home islands, instead of the princess colonial armies. Oh, no doubt that the latter were capable, but again, being a royal holding required appropriate special treatment. New Oze was heavily garrisoned by forces, humbled by the North Pole expedition but returning mostly intact, but with Mad King Bumi held as hostage, Yukino did not fear his hostile Earth Kingdom neighbors too much. Their loyalty to their king was admirable, but currently a glaring weakness that was being exploited. The heavy patrols to keep out infiltrators attempting to free their king was a small price to pay for relative peace on the war-torn continent. So it came as a terrible shock when a great tremor seemed to shake the whole city, and a pale-faced and wide-eyed guard soon came running over as Yukino was enjoying a stroll with his wife. Governor. The king. That was all Yukino needed to feel cold terror wash down his spine. Alert the whole garrison, he commanded in a trembling voice, and then quickly left to find his family. Yukino met up with Michi and Tom Tom just in time to watch the incarceration hall of the Mad King explode outwards in a shower of rocks, bricks, Fire Nation troops. The liberated king of Omashu cackled loudly enough to be heard throughout the city. Squatters of Omashu. This is your last warning, leave my city with your own legs, or I'll send you back in paper envelopes. Ah ha ha ha. We have to get out of here, Michi said fearfully, and Yukino wholly agreed with his wife. They did not bother trying to salvage any of their belongings as they headed with all haste to the gates. Even with the city's garrison rushing to contain the Mad King, there was little doubt that they'd only serve to slow down the crazed earthbender. Yukino didn't need to look back to see the earthbending at work. The rumbling of the ground beneath his feet and the booming explosions that followed was plenty enough clue as to what was going on. Perhaps it was a good thing that he couldn't hear the cries of brave soldiers being crushed or swatted aside. The family left the governor's palace to find a tide of New Ose's residents streaming towards the gates and clogging all the roads and streets. A few tried climbing the walls out of panicked desperation. A few guards tried but failed to organize an orderly evacuation, but most were either busy rushing towards the Mad King or were joining the fleeing crowd. Yukino felt a sense of impending doom as he realized that they'd never leave the city in time, his thundering heart hammering to the beat of the rumbling explosions from behind him. He looked to his equally stricken wife, who was hugging their son tightly. Michi, I'm... The apology was interrupted by a much closer explosion, and Yukino joined everyone in turning back to witness King Bumi's arrival through the blasted remains of the palace. Oh my, it seems you lot are in quite a jam. Before the governor could begin to beg for his family's life, the Mad King stomped his leg to create earth columns shooting up into an approaching squad of soldiers, sending all of them flying away. Here, let me help you, clear the traffic. King Bumi raised his arms, and with clear, trembling exertion, began to send a massive tremor that knocked everyone off their feet. The Yukino looked up, and saw the massive metal statue to Fire Lord Oze, its installation at the pinnacle of the city only recently finished, began to tilt over. Spirits save us! Michi muttered as the shadow of the great statue fell across them all the way to the gate. The Mad King gave a final huff, and the statue of the Fire Lord tipped over and began sliding down the city, briefly disappearing from sight as it tore through the buildings in its way. Paralyzed with terror, Yukino could only hold onto his wife as the cloud of debris rolled down like a volcano's ash cloud. The top of the statue's head appeared as it hurtled down at them at full speed, the rumbling, tearing sound of destruction deafening even the hammering in his heart. Yukino hugged his wife and child tightly, leaning his forehead against Michi's as he closed his eyes. The earth quaked heavily, and then suddenly faded to a mild tremor. Yukino couldn't help opening his eyes, and found himself surprised to see a massive wall of dirt rising up behind King Bumi. More surprising was the statue of the Fire Lord now flying over their heads. Yukino met the gaze of the Fire Lord's likeness for a brief moment as it shot past him, and then the whole construct crashed through the gates with such speed that it left a neat, gaping hole in its wake before jamming itself headfirst into the other end of the natural ravine protecting New Oze and creating a second bridge. More soldiers streamed in, too stupid and brave to know fear, trying to surround the Mad King. The ancient king was panting a little, but he was far from winded. Walls of earth shot up to block fire bolts, and then rushed to the attackers with enough speed to launch them towards the broken gate. King Bumi did not look the least impressed as he cackled at the stunned crowd. Now, kindly leave my city, or I'll be actually earthbending. Yukino, former governor of New Oze, fled with his family and the other residents from Omashu, grateful for his and his family's life being spared. It was only as they fled north for the safety of the colonies that fear of the Fire Lord's inevitable wrath overtook him. Seriously? ATLA asked the messenger with an eyebrow raised archly. They had barely left Zilang a day ago for Ba Sing Se, with the trainers and trainees of the 11th and an army of officials in tow. The mood was pleasant enough that the princess tolerated Tai Li and Ren's combined needling. Then a messenger had to catch up with his ostrich horse to deliver the frankly disastrous news of New Oze's fall. The Mad King Bumi had somehow broken out, and in a reflection of seeing, single-handedly taken his city back. Governor Yukino has led the evacuation back to the colonies safely, but there's already reports of the Southern Earth Kingdom states mobilizing. You mean the former Governor Yukino, ATLA corrected Drilly, glancing at Mai. As usual, her friend didn't react much, but the princess knew her enough to catch a glimmer of concern for her family. Does my father know? The messenger shook his head. A ship has been sent out, but it will take a few more days before it reaches the capital. Oh, this was just great. ATLA was not blind to the goings-on in the royal court. For all her work to appease him, her father's attitude on her was slipping towards outright disapproval, especially after her engagement with Sing. ATLA knew that the Fire Lord did not like being overshadowed in any way, but the problem was that it was easy to be seen as trying to usurp him simply by doing a competent job. It was his own damn fault for allowing sycophants to infest his court in higher positions. And now, if she preemptively acted before he gave his orders, ATLA could be seen as trying to one-up him. On the other hand, remaining too indifferent, because technically New Oze was out of her jurisdiction, could be seen as sabotaging by standing idle. Seeing? She asked her fiancé, who wore a deep, concerned frown. The COL prince shrugged. To be honest, even if I go back down there, the old king would likely not be senile enough to meet me in battle. And that's assuming, of course, that your esteemed father. Yes, ATLA waved dismissively. He might not wish your aid right now, considering that you've a new realm to govern. And most definitely not because the Fire Lord would be too jealous of seeing potentially getting even more acclaim. ATLA turned to her uncle, who seemed a bit distracted. Actually, he's been that way ever since they left the capital. What do you think, uncle? At least Uncle Iroh quickly snapped out of whatever was occupying his thoughts to come to the present. Wow, yes. I'd suggest caution, ATLA. King Bumi breaking out by himself could mean that he was able to do so right from the start. Which means, he might have allowed himself to be captured in the first place. And his breakout now could be a step in a scheme of his. Just perfect, then. On the bright side, it came after seeing took Ba Singh Se. The trouble that would follow if Omasha declared its restoration and Ba Singh Se seized that opportunity to launch its own attacks could be devastating. Assuming that the Mad King wasn't doing this precisely because Ba Singh Se fell. Otherwise, it'd mean ATLA would have to rack her brain trying to figure out the old coot's true intentions. The princess let out a heavy sigh before snapping her fingers to draw the messenger's attention. Return to Zilang, and send out the following messages. To the Colonial Office, tell them to begin evacuations of the Southern Front. To the generals of the North and East, the Crown Princess requests whatever aid they can contribute to reinforce the southern lines. To the Royal Palace, notify the Fire Lord that his daughter eagerly awaits his command on how to proceed. Got it? Yes, Your Highness. Credit to the man, the messenger quickly repeated her words without stammering. He saluted and rode back the way he came, leaving ATLA with her fiancé, her uncle, and her friends. My. The girl was startled a little by the sudden call. Yes, ATLA. Go see to your family. Mai's eyes began to narrow into a frown as she wanted to protest, but ATLA frowned harder. You have a family that, as annoying as you find them, at least cares for you more than mine cared for me. She ignored the looks everyone gave her and continued on. Find them, see to their safety. And see if you can convince your father not to go to his doom by returning to the capital. My father will no doubt require a convenient scapegoat right now. Isn't that right, uncle? The older prince gave a weary sigh as he nodded. My brother the Fire Lord does not appreciate failures, even if they could not have been prevented, he said diplomatically. Perhaps the former governor should wait until the situation has been resolved, and tempers to cool down. Mai stared at ATLA and her uncle for a moment, before letting out a sigh that almost masked her relief. I'll do that. The usually dour girl paused for a second, and then met ATLA's gaze with a surprisingly earnest and grateful smile. Thank you, ATLA. Think nothing of it. Zuko. You're with her. I'll have some colonial troops join you in Zilang as well for added protection. ATLA allowed herself to smirk thinly as she regarded her brother and Mai. I trust you two to be wise enough to not make me an ant anytime soon. Uncle Iroha's surprise was total, and he was thumping his chest with his fist as he coughed heavily. Seeing simply raised an amused eyebrow, and Tai Li giggled. The rest of the troops and officials around ATLA did their best not to hear the exchange, though there was still a wave of coughing fits infecting just about everyone around her. I am not. Zuko kept sputtering for a few seconds, while Mai looked away and actually took on some color on her cheeks. It looked like Tai Li's work was showing some results. Speaking of which, Tai Li, you are free to follow Mai, if you want to. Might as well give her friend a choice in the matter. Well. The girl gave a look that made Mai and Zuko cringe and absently shake their heads in unison, and Tai Li raised her head to nod, but then suddenly turned to ATLA and shook her head. Nah, I think I'll stick with you, ATLA. I for one would like to be a godmother. She finished with a mischievous grin, ruining the relief Mai and Zuko were about to express. After the final well wishes to Mai and watching her head off to find her family, ATLA let out a soft sigh and continued the journey to Ba Singh Se. The day's long travel was far more annoying than she'd thought, though admittedly it was because she couldn't really get any private time with her seeing. Especially with Uncle Iroh around. ATLA didn't want to make things too awkward with him just yet. It was bad enough already when said uncle finally decided to reveal what had been distracting him. And disappointingly, but not unsurprisingly, it had to do with her father. My father sees seeing is such a threat. She asked in the privacy of her tent with Sings and her own bodyguards keeping a tight guard outside. I'm aware that he clings tightly to his throne, but is my father really that paranoid? I'm afraid I can't say, ATLA, uncle said with a sad shake of his head. He was genuinely glad when he heard the news of Sing's victory, along with the engagement that came with it. Then, I'm not sure what happened. It might be an overlooked weakness on our part, Sing suggested, and ATLA immediately knew what he was going to say. By trying to assuage your father that you're not trying to usurp him, leaving a meager presence to support or represent you in royal court might have allowed for those who dislike me, and therefore oppose you, plenty of chances to plant whispers into your father's ear. ATLA rubbed at her temple with a finger as she felt the annoyance working up her head. I have to admit, I've been too focused on getting the right people that I neglected the stronger points of those I ignored. Namely their capability to be slimy schemers. She let out a loud and exasperated sigh. I should have seen that coming. Would asking her courtiers to be less passive in guarding her interests have helped prevent this? Or should she have pushed for more of her people to be elevated to higher positions in court? It could not be helped, even if you did, her Sing said, resting a comforting hand on her arm. You were keen on ignoring palace politics in favor of actually being a capable princess. If you kept up with their politicking instead of keeping to the periphery, the colonies might not have progressed as they have. That was true as well. Uncle Iroh stroked at his beard as he hummed in thought for several seconds. Oze suddenly brought up his concern that Seeing might be the one leading you down his. Nonsense, Angela sharply cut in, glaring at her uncle before glancing at her fiancé. Seeing has advised me on the plans I made, but I can assure you, uncle, that I am not being unwittingly driven by him. The princess gave a scornful sniff. If anything, I should fling that accusation back at my father. After all, what was I to him but a tool to spite Zuko? It's thanks to Seeing that I'm educated about the true extent of my duties as a princess, and the many flaws of current Fire Nation sensibilities. Folding her arms, Angela leveled a cold stare at her uncle. All I asked was for guidance on how to break out of my father's limited mold, and Seeing helpfully gave me some options. I was the one who chose my path. To be colonial minister and reform its backward practices, to seek out the unjustly disgraced and offer them a chance to prove themselves, that's all me. It was hard not to be angry, but Angela had to remind herself that her uncle wasn't a valid target for her anger. Still, it was nice to vent. Then again, it's typical of my father to think of me as a mere tool that I cannot possibly be thinking for myself. That since he's not involved anymore, someone else must be wielding me. Gratifyingly, her uncle shifted uneasily at her tirade. More gratifyingly, he didn't try to refute her. A gentle squeeze from Seeing calmed the princess down a little, but she still had enough to hiss out a few more words. I have enough work to do to keep the colonies running as is, and now I have to worry about my own father, the Fire Lord, distrusting my moves, or the moves that my Seeing has made. I doubt he'd even believe you, uncle, if you watched us work and report on how dutiful we've been. I suppose just in case, we should be more wary of our surroundings, Seeing suggested. Angela shrugged before nodding, but Uncle Iroh looked utterly horrified at the insinuation. Seeing noticed the reaction and tried to clarify matters. I do not mean that the Fire Lord would act against us, but those who seek his favor and have learned of his disapproval might think it a good idea to take the initiative. The older prince nodded slowly, though looked barely relieved. I see. Fighting down her bubbling anger, Angela forced herself to move on before she ended up igniting something. Or someone. I'll deal with that when the time comes. For now, uncle, Seeing has informed me of this pie show club you're in. And it's my suggestion, not his, that you set up a branch in BA Sing SE so that we can both learn from you. Not only us, of course. I'm told we're expecting some visitors later who might be interested. Angela gave a slight glare at Seeing as she uttered the last sentence. She thought after BA Sing SE and her engagement that Seeing couldn't possibly surprise her anymore, but then he revealed to her the broad details of his plan to win over the Avatar. Fortunately, she knew Seeing long enough to know he wasn't being deluded. In fact, his plans were already bearing fruit, with the fact that the Avatar was not lending his support to the deposed King Ki. It was not unfeasible then to gradually achieve an end to the war that both benefited the Fire Nation and earned the Avatar's approval. Assuming of course, her father could actually see the victory for what it was. Some plans had to be amended. And with her father's distrust now stuck in her head, Angela began wondering if she should bother trying to appease his fragile ego anymore. Maybe it was high time that the Fire Lord understood that the true threat did not lie in the scorpion, but the hand that cared for it. Kai heaved a sigh as he led his battalion back to the palace. As with the past few days, the peacekeeping missions in BA Sing SE was an ordeal of patience and empathy. Beyond assuring the city folk that they'd be fine if they behaved, there was the constant questions about the fate of the enthralled women from Lake Laogai. We're still working on it, I promise you, was all Kai and the others could offer, because it was true to an extent. The Dai Li are still being interrogated on freeing your women. That part was definitely untrue. It took only a week before every one of them broke under the relentless care of the 11th. Kylan and her waterbender healers were of immense help, while Yama and the other former Earth Kingdom prisoners helped to confirm certain claims. All of them were talking by the end of the week, with only a minor price of gaining a fear of hot water. All it took was for Kai or his comrades to put on a pot of tea, and the Dai Li agents would start shaking and voiding their bladders. Thanks to the effective fear of being boiled alive, the insidious enforcers of BA Sing SE eagerly provided everything that Seeing and the princess would possibly want to know. Priority information was collected first, as per their request, and then the Dai Li were locked away for the young couple's pleasure when they returned. And while they did discover the means to reverse the enthrallment of the victims, certain issues about the procedure arose that bore some careful planning. After much cross-referencing between the Dai Li, it seemed very likely that banishing the shackles on the victims' minds might cause them to suffer an intense mental trauma, as releasing the shackles from their minds could force some sort of mind crash. The way Kylan had put it, it was like cutting off water from a field and letting it dry completely before releasing the dams again, too much water too fast, and the field would erode away in a messy tide of mud and dust. Kylan and her people were still discussing how to approach this, and it was decided to wait for Seeing and the princess to return to figure out how to proceed. In the meantime, the 11th led patrols with the former defenders of BA Sing SE to keep the populace in check. Working with people who would otherwise be prisoners of war was deemed a risk worth taking considering the size of the city. For their part, the Earth Kingdom army was generally cooperative, from the lowest conscripted private to its generals. It helped the regiment that a number of the Earth Kingdom soldiers had family brainwashed by the Dai Li and had a stake in how things progressed. Kai could sympathize with the poor sods. To learn that you've put your life for the very people who preyed on your family. It was a darker parallel to the 11th's time under Colonel Lide. At least Kai could be sure his family was safe, but practically forgotten by the home island still rankled. On both sides of the war, the soldiers on the front lines were fighting for the greedy, selfish interests of the nobility. Except that at least in the Fire Nation they didn't steal away your sisters and wives and daughters, they had the decency to wait for your corpse to be returned before making any moves. So Kai was thankful that his patrols in Ba Sing Se were generally uneventful. It was rare where dragging Motsi along to turn the women on their side didn't work, but even then, those cases weren't so bad. On Sing's orders, people were free to run their mouths and shake their fists, as long as no physical harm was done. In any case, it's the Earth Kingdom troops with them that did most of the placating, which, since they had an interest in keeping their fellow countrymen away from Sing's fiery wrath, they did a very good job of. Most of the time. The officers of both the 11th and the collaborating army understood that resistance could never be fully snuffed, especially in a massive city like this. All they could do was to convince the rest of the city folk that they had no reason to join the Nutters. And conveniently, the occupiers had a clear threat to redirect the conquered citizens in the form of the Dai Li. Sing allowed for the organization's reports to be made public, which included a massive list of people on the Dai Li's watch list, along with the reason for their scrutiny. From minor nobles whose loyalties seemed suspect, to the street-side sauté vendor who was being too welcoming of the refugees in the lower ring, it seemed that the Dai Li just needed a reason to entertain themselves with surveillance. More damning were the ledgers keeping track of the Jew Ds. Personally, Kai, Toshi and Sungho felt it a mistake to let those things be publicized so freely. Toshi because he was still a gentleman enough to disapprove of the lynchings that followed, while Kai and Sungho felt it a waste of good blackmail. But orders were orders, and the captains and the lieutenants of the 11th made formal appearances with Generals Ui, Fong, and Sung of the Earth Kingdom around the major city squares to reveal the despicable uses of the Jew Ds. Within the day of the list of names being plastered on walls and announcement boards, several prominent merchants and nobles that remained were mobbed by furious fathers, brothers, and husbands, and torn to shreds. Literally, in a few cases. For better or worse, a majority of the names listed were out of the citizens' reach, having taken their king's lead and fleeing during Sing's solo capture. But it bought time and tolerance for the 11th, and with not even a gang of stupid youths trying to ambush patrols, Ba Sing Se was turning out to be an easier job than anyone expected. Leave it to Sing to figure out how to keep a city. As he entered the palace and his troops dispersed to find their bunks assigned throughout the palace complex, Kai found an exhausted Motsi lying on the ground, heaving for breath while Rufen and his officers watched over him with wry amusement. General Sung looked on as well, his face a mix of confusion and envy. Kai noticed that the whole group looked disheveled, as if they had just run a few jungle courses in their armor. Motsi looked like he'd been mauled by a pack of wolf bats. When you said they were after him, I didn't think it'd be as bad as that, the Earth Kingdom general said, panting softly. Rufen barked out a laugh, and then nodded as he saw Kai coming over. Someone slipped in. Kai guessed, but his friend shook his head. It seems that Motsi's reputation is spreading faster than expected. It was supposed to be a quick meet and greet in a market, right? But somehow the women there were waiting for us. Well, waiting for Motsi. They descended from the rooftops and upper windows with ropes, General Sung said incredulously, torn between horror and admiration of his countrywomen. It was almost a perfect ambush. What gave it away? One of Rufen's lieutenants chuckled. Their perfume. The air was so thick we were sneezing up a storm as we got closer. Rufen sighed. If not for our fire bending, we'd all be tied down while they made off with Motsi. Or be forced to watch them fight over him. As it was, we barely could fend for ourselves with all the rope and cutlery being thrown our way, never mind the perfume haze, so our lieutenant colonel had to non-lethally fight his way out of a tide of horny widows and spinsters. The captain of the 5th Battalion shrugged at Kai's blank stare. We made it out okay, but it was probably the worst rout I had for a while now. General Sung nodded in wholehearted agreement. If we had soldiers with those women's single-minded ferocity, I'd say that you Fire Nation wouldn't be here right now. That nobody took offense told Kai just how bad things got for Rufen's team. I didn't do anything. Motsi wheezed out, and only as the regiment's second-in-command turned his face to speak did Kai notice that Motsi's face was painted with various shades of smeared lipstick. Fucking Motsi. Kai recited ritualistically, and the officers of the 5th Battalion echoed the words gravely. It was disgusting how chummy everyone was being with the conquerors. What the Dai Li did was abhorrent and wrong, but there was no reason to simply roll over and allow the Fire Nation to waltz in. It was just throwing away one flavor of monster for another. Still, Jet wasn't so stupid as to make a scene, Not yet. Even the most hardcore resistance against the Fire Nation, aside from himself, wanted to wait until the Judees were healed before doing anything. Jet felt for them and their lost family, but they didn't get it. The Judees would never be recovered. The Fire Nation had brought them out to light to make them into effective hostages. It was hard to fault a man who hoped that his sister or wife could be healed and so chose to keep his head down for their sake. Jet understood their position, but at the same time he couldn't stand for it. Hope was being used as a leash and collar. Hope was turning the people of Ba Sing Se no less docile than the Judee women. Someone had to take on the painful but necessary duty to sever that invisible chain of oppression and liberate the great city. And that someone was Jet. But the time was not right, not yet. Between himself, Smellerbee and Longshot, their resources and abilities were too limited. They needed allies, no. They needed compatriots, comrades. Despite how much he loathed them, Jet still felt some gratitude towards the Kyoji warriors. They had taught him about the importance of having not just recruited the like-minded, but the equally fervent as well. It was pointless to have a crew whose devotion to the cause wavered from simple propaganda. It was an important lesson, and Jet promised himself to apply it carefully in Ba Sing Se. He'd have to find people who are just as hateful as he was towards the Fire Nation. People who had suffered from the monsters and were willing to do whatever it took to repay their suffering. And to do that, they also needed to move out of the refugee quarter and find a target that would be most optimal to strike terror into the hearts of the arrogant conquerors. It was useless to have an army without a goal to direct it towards, after all. The palace was useless, not only because of the impossibility of reaching it, but because its loss would not stop the Fire Nation at all. He needed to strike at someone, not something, and it had to be someone important enough. And they'd need to hit a lot of someones. Generals and high officials would be the most effective. Maybe if he could bag one now, it'd help bolster the recruit pool? No. Again, it was just the three of them right now, and Jet was aware that they were fighting in terrain that the Fire Nation was more used to compared to isolated forests. So, build up a strong and dedicated resistance, and then find targets to pick. It seemed like a daunting task, but he'd built up the freedom fighters before, he could do it again. Though this time Jet would seek out older recruits, adults who have had years to stew in their hate of the Fire Nation and would have sterner wills. Some earthbenders would be nice too, but Jet. Hey, Jet. Smellerbee's voice broke him out of his thoughts, and Jet turned to his smaller comrade who seemed excited as she entered the shack they called home. Just behind her, Longshot appeared, giving only a silent nod as he unshouldered his bow. You're going to want to hear this. What's up, Smellerbee? The androgynous fighter came up with a bright smile, and then crouched over with a hand cupped to her mouth for a hurried whisper. I've heard news. The Fire Nation princess is coming back to Ba Sing Se. Jet broke into a grin. We'll need to find more members for the freedom fighters, he said, eliciting nods from Smellerbee and Longshot as he rose up from his cot. We don't know how long she's staying over for, so let's get to work. Let's see if we can meet her, unlike the last time she was here. Maybe they didn't need to go after so many someones after all. They'd need to work fast and improvise a plan. The bar for entry into the freedom fighters would probably have to be lowered, and they'd likely have to borrow resources. It wasn't ideal, but then again Jet didn't care about getting a hero's welcome. Freeing Ba Sing Se was its own reward. Thanks to the insinuations of his sister and Tai Li, Zuko's trip with Mai was filled with awkward tension. He became very aware of his proximity to the doer girl, and judging by Mai's movements, she was doing likewise. It didn't help that, thanks to the words of his sister and her friend, Zuko had flashes of imaginations where Mai acted very un-Mai-like and beckoned him over to join her in her tent. It also didn't help that Zuko was pretty sure she caught him staring on several occasions, but didn't so much as stare at him with disapproval. Being stuck in a dangerous situation, it came with great relief when they met up with the squad that ATLA had promised. The presence of other soldiers helped banish most of the tension, and also allowed the prince to keep some distance from Mai to clear his head. That such sessions required privacy was not an issue. The training from the 11th allowed Zuko to be discreet enough to banish his fantasies into the bushes without anyone noticing. The rest of the journey south became uneventful after that, boring even. The colonial soldiers kept to themselves, fully out of perceived deference for his standing as more than just a soldier of the 11th. Zuko was an exiled prince, but that still commanded some form of respect from the colonials it seemed. He didn't know whether to be thankful or annoyed at that. On the one hand, it was nice to know that people still held him in some regard despite his disgrace. But at the same time, Zuko was starting to enjoy the camaraderie that his position as crown prince could never give. It almost hurt to realize that he couldn't trade banter with these soldiers. Well, at least Mai was still treating him normally. As normally as Mai perceived it, anyway. Private Zuko, set my tent up. Yes, Lady Mai, he answered stoically, long used to acting as a servant for Mai's and Tai Li's wry amusement. Strangely, ATLA didn't see it as such. Indeed, his sister barely reacted at all to his ordeals. Zuko had expected malicious glee, mocking laughter, or even disappointment. It was somehow concerning that ATLA simply stared at him blankly without any biting comment, unless it involved Mai, anyway, and mostly left him alone. In a way, perhaps she truly has grown into her role as a princess, far beyond Zuko's own stunted achievements. Getting his thoughts back to the present, the conscripted prince quickly went to work setting up Mai's camp while she stood by and watched. Back when it was just the two of them, Zuko was convinced that her eyes were on him and he felt the urge to make a show of building up her tent. Now, with other company around, self-consciousness crushed that urge, but the feeling of being the object of Mai's attention did not fade. This was so weird. With aid of information from a messenger hawk, they found former Governor Yukino and the refugees of New Oze in one of the vassal towns. Guards, officials, merchants, they all looked worn and dejected, but unscathed. Colonial soldiers were spread throughout the group, either handing out food or talking with the refugees. There was also a slight but noticeable relief from Mai's sagging shoulders as she saw her family, while they were far less reserved when they caught sight of her. Mai. Her mother, Michi called out as she ran over, Mai's baby brother in her arms. We were so worried about you. Mai gave a derisive snort, though now Zuko could tell that it was out of habit instead of any real apathy. I'm fine, Mom. I'm the one coming here looking for you. It's good to see you unharmed, Mai, Michi said, ignoring her daughter's assurances with a maternal relief that made Zuko feel enviously uncomfortable. Yes, we're glad that you've come back for us, Yukino said with genuine gladness, and again the prince had to shove down the pang of envy. Mai did a very good job of looking unperturbed, though her hand strayed to pat on her brother's head. The crown princess asked me to make sure that you guys are safe. She's also very worried about the loss of New Oze, and is already working to address that issue. Bringing up New Oze made Yukino visibly shrink back and glance away nervously. Right. We're grateful for Her Highness' concern. Yet. Oh, she also asks you to wait a bit before returning to the home islands, Mai said too casually. Something about her father needing time too. She paused and turned to Zuko. Calmly collect his thoughts, he added with all the diplomatic niceties he could manage. Right. That. Yukino got the meaning, judging from how his face paled, and his head bobbed up and down in a rather comical nod. I see. We'll stop by the nearest colony port town then. I'll use the time to compose a report for the Fire Lord. As his words trailed off, Yukino finally turned to Zuko and squinted, trying to peer through the chainmail veil that covered the prince's face. Prince Zuko. Private Zuko, he corrected, and immediately did not like how Mai's father's face lit up. Yukino promptly bowed, making Mai roll her eyes. I'm grateful for your presence as well, Your Highness. His daughter groaned in annoyance. ATLA assigned Zuko to be my bodyguard, that's why he's here, Dad. Bodyguard. Yukino looked to Mai, and then to Zuko, and then back to Mai with a great smile. You must have done well to gain the princess' trust. Ugh. Not now, Dad, please. It's already boring enough as it is loitering here. Let's get you all to the nearest colony, and then at least it'll be more comfortable there when you bore me to death. With more colonial soldiers to escort the refugees to the nearest colony port and handle the chores, Zuko found himself sticking close to Mai again as a dedicated bodyguard. Unfortunately, it also meant guarding over her family. Oh, Mai's mom was polite and courteous, and Tom Tom was cute. But it was her father Yukino that gave the prince the heebie-jeebies. The way the man liked to walk up and initiate conversation felt like the former governor was interrogating and kissing up to Zuko at the same time. Thanks to his time being exposed to ATLA's scheming while he watched Mai in the background, Zuko was immediately aware of Yukino's attempt to weasel into his good graces. The question then, was why bother? Why was Mai's father treating Zuko with such unwarranted interest, when he was a mere foot soldier right now? Zuko couldn't help him against the Fire Lord's inevitable wrath, nor did he have any pull to secure any resources for Mai's family. Yet here Yukino was, buttering him up for some yet unknown reason. I've lost all royal privilege, so please call me by my rank, Zuko insisted, but the man barely acknowledged it. As you say, Private Zuko. Please, once again, let me say how grateful I am that Your Highness is looking over my daughter. Ugh. Just out of sight, Mai was palming her face and shaking her head as she went to get her mother. Michi couldn't come soon enough to save Zuko from the pestering. As I said, sir, it's Princess ATLA who assigned me to watch over Lady Mai, the prince said, still trying to be polite. It wouldn't be good to hurt the family of the girl he was guarding, after all. Yes, yes. But still. I hope that Mai didn't cause too much trouble. Michi finally came over to interrupt by laying a firm hand on Yukino's shoulder. Dear, stop disturbing our daughter's bodyguard. Thankfully, that kept Yukino away, for a while. Throughout the rest of the journey, Mai's father would appear to just about repeat the same things over and over again like a persistent petitioner, until Mai had enough and positioned herself, and therefore Zuko, far ahead of the convoy. I'm sorry about my dad, she offered blandly as they rode their ostrich mounts in silence. It's all right, Zuko replied. I'm sorry about my dad too. For what her father would most definitely be put through after this. It seemed that despite the massive loss of Ba Sing Se, there was still hope to be found. Sokka was glad that the Kuki King Bumi had freed Omasha by himself. If even the Fire Nation couldn't stop that piece of gossip from spreading across their land, it must have been a real scene indeed. Ong had wanted to head back to Omasha when they heard the news, but with Topha's aid, Sokka convinced the airbender that they were already too deep in the Fire Nation territory to leave now. They needed to gain information about Sing. Having the royal engagement between the Scorpion and the Fire Nation princess helped sway their argument. Sing was growing in power, which made it even more imperative to figure out his intentions before working with him. Trustworthy people don't just use the name Scorpion after all. Stalwart and dutiful, those were far more respectable names, Sokka felt. Yet, back when the gang passed through the Fire Nation colonies, the folks there, Fire Nation colonists and conquered Earth Kingdom alike, seemed to have a very positive view of Sing. If you believed everything they said, the Scorpion was responsible for saving several of the colonies in the past from Earth Kingdom raiders. The story of his near-death at Tai Plains was always told with heavy emotion and surprising venom towards this Shaluo fellow who sent the 11th to their near extinction. The colonists said that Sing was the reason the Earth Kingdom kept to their side of the border nowadays, while the Earth Kingdom refugees actually thanked the guy for being merciful. Merciful. Sing. The guy that burnt Zhao in half and tore through the Dai Li. But, then again, Sokka remembered the protectiveness Sing showed towards the Kyoji warriors. So maybe him not harassing Earth Kingdom towns and villages could be taken as truth by now. Everyone praised Sing for sticking to the whole rules of war thing. So Sing was only brutal towards enemy soldiers, and somehow that's acceptable? Weird, but the more Sokka thought about it. Anyway, the perception of him soured somewhat when the gang reached the Fire Nation home islands. The merchants and townsfolk still lauded his achievements, but Sokka noticed some of the folk subtly sniffing or scowling whenever Sing's name was brought up. Katara had the right idea of stopping the impromptu survey before it drew suspicion, but it still left them at a loss on how to proceed. We could try to find a fire-bending master by ourselves. Ong thought aloud, but Toph snorted at the idea. Do you really believe that, Twinkly Toes? I say we're just putting off the inevitable. I mean, yeah, he's ruthless, but Sing's a soldier, right? Maybe that's all he knows how to be. Kinda like how Sokka only knows how to crack off lame jokes. Hey! Now that was uncalled for. Katara ignored her brother's outrage and was tapping a finger on her chin in thought. It's not the best point, but that's still valid. Everyone keeps going on about how young Sing was when he joined his regiment. Ong paused, and then sighed, running a hand through the burr of growing hair on his scalp. I guess. But then again, he didn't say he'd be the one teaching you, right? Katara said, trying to find the silver lining in the matter. So maybe there's a chance that he'll find you a decent firebender. The Avatar scrunched his face up. Yeah, right. Knowing him, he'll put me up with some firebending soldier that has done a lot of bloody and horrible things so he can toughen me up or something. Yeah, that was a valid point. Sing made his disapproval of Ong, the gang's supposed naivety quite clear. There was a chance that the Scorpion would try to put Ong through military training. But still. You can always refuse his offer if the firebending master is a douchebag, Sokka said. Sing's a prick, and he might be doing the right thing the wrong way, but I'm sure he can take no for an answer. Ong gave another, more drawn-out sigh. I hope so. Let's be real here, Toph cut in. Sing's been lenient on you, on us so far. Otherwise, we'd all be dead by now, plain and simple. I saw what he did to the Dai Li. He's being really careful with us in comparison. Sokka involuntarily shuddered at recalling the details Toph so unhelpfully provided in great detail about her time under Lake Laogai. But we can't just blindly trust him, Katara said, restarting an old argument. Of course not. But it doesn't mean that he's not giving Ong an opportunity to learn firebending that's proven to really work. The blind girl put her hands on her hips. You might hate losing to him, and I can't imagine how much it hurt, but he kept to his word and you're fine now without missing body parts. It'd be stupid to not try and learn his bending. Ong finally relented with a resigned nod. I guess. I just wish it wasn't so hard to hate or like him. Sokka didn't fully agree with that, but he kept silent. By his estimation, it was far easier to like the guy now despite the bloody trail he left in his wake. He'd dealt with Zhao and the Dai Li, and nobody's got a word to say against him about how he deals with innocent civilians. But Ong was still trying to deal with the whole idea of murdering the right people being a good thing, where Sokka had already more or less accepted the ugly fact. Well, look at it this way, if Sing's really not the awesome guy the Fire Nation news keeps making him out to be and he ends up treating Ba Sing SE badly, you'll be right there as the avatar to put him in his place. You're making it sound far easier than it actually is, Sokka. Maybe. But you got us to help deal with him. Us. Both Katara and Toph asked in unison in equally unimpressed tones. Sokka raised his boomerang defensively. What? I can fight. I've been fighting. The conversation came to a halt as the evening skies lit up. The gang looked up, even though Toph, couldn't really see, and awed at the rain of stars streaking across the skies. Sokka had a harsh realization that night about his actual contributions to the team as they battled to end the massive inferno from the impact of a falling star. Thankfully, the nearby town that they saved was home to what was arguably the greatest Fire Nation swordsman. Not wanting to slow Aang's date with firebending any further, Sokka convinced them to leave him in Shujing, promising to seek them out once his training under Master Piandao was completed. It was an invigorating experience, especially after he realized how effective and enlightening the lessons were. Sokka left Master Piandao's estate mere weeks later, wielding a sword made from a piece of fallen star, the knowledge of how to use it, and an appreciation for Pai Sho. Congratulations, Colonel Motzi. With those damning words, Motzi's fate was sealed. He managed a stiff nod as he rose from his kneeling position, barely aware that he gave out a rather sloppy salute to the smirking princess before him. This unwanted promotion was inevitable as Sing became Prince Sing. It was, from what Motzi understood, a compromise to both reflect on his new rank, as well as appease the war council. Sing would relinquish control of the 11th, as a prince engaged to the crown princess should not be a mere colonel, but he would also refrain from seeking the rank of general for the time out of consideration for his age. Motzi and everyone else in the regiment knew that the loss of official title meant nothing at all. Sing would continue to lead the 11th, only from the shadows this time, as he used to do. If he didn't, Motzi would have to consider how best to beg the princess for Sing to reassume control. Nobody wanted to steer the regiment without Sing at least providing some whispered guidance, Motzi included. In the same manner, Kashi and his team would continue to guard the young prince while Motzi sought his own bodyguards. They would be officially transferred from the regiment, but some minor accounting bending would see that they would remain listed under the regiment's roster to ensure that they got their pensions when the time came. I thank you for the honor, Your Highness. The good-natured chuckles around him felt like stabs of treacherous daggers. Sing was chuckling along, and walked over from Ajala's side to pat Motzi on the back. Look on the bright side, you don't have to meet the civilians anymore. You can delegate now. It was some comfort, for sure, a great one even. But still. Motzi sighed. The marriage proposals will get worse now, and I haven't told my parents about Li Ming yet. Sing had the decency to appear somewhat sympathetic to his plight at least. That's partially on you, and you know it. You should have just sent the news back home when you surrendered to Li Ming. Motzi's eyes went wide with fear just thinking about the consequences of that. The sheer scandal of being the first of his family to officially wed a low-born commoner, and a sullied Earth Kingdom peasant at that. He might not get the chance to be disowned, simply because his strict, uncompromising parents could very well die on the spot from hearing such news. He'd hoped to wait until he and his lover could settle down to have kids, on the chance that presenting a grandchild would significantly soften the blow. That, or figure out a way to fake his death while he hid away in the colonies with Li Ming. The other option was to take her in as a concubine, but that was beyond an acceptable choice for Motzi, even if Li Ming was fine with that. You know, Kai said in a teasing tone to the side, for a dutiful and reliable officer, it's weird to see you so torn over this. It was true, but it still hurt to hear it. Stuck campaigning most of the time, Motzi had allowed himself to vacillate between love and family obligations. For years already, fear of his parents' esteem stalemated evenly with his devotion to Li Ming, with neither side overcoming the other. What didn't help matters was that Li Ming was perfectly understanding and appreciated his predicament. Even now, she only smiled at the ribbing sent Motzi's way, and still defended his virtues as Ren and Ping had their arms around Li Ming's shoulder and lamenting on her behalf at her partner's lack of commitment. Spirits, even the princess and her friend were shaking their heads as it went on. Eventually though, Sing tossed him a surprising lifeline. Well, if your parents are only in it for the prestige. How'd they feel if you were marrying a noble? He held up a hand to stop Motzi's protest, and turned to the princess. As a prince, can I hand out titles? His fiancée frowned for a moment, and the whole room went silent with anticipation at the idea. It's possible. But the title will carry little weight in the home islands, especially since my father did not officially bestow it. Well, some weight is better than no weight. But as the crown princess soon-to-be consort, it'd still be something. Despite her face coloring a little, Ajala didn't break from the serious consideration, nodding to the question. If you word it right. Sing immediately spun towards Li Ming. Works for me. Li Ming? Kneel, please. Hey? Wah. Stunned by the sudden intense attention, Li Ming looked lost as she slowly got down to her knees. A formal salute, please, Li Ming. She did so, bowing slightly and bringing up her hands palm over fist before her lowered head. Just to the side, the crown princess and her friend looked on with amusement, but everyone else seemed to be taking the scene with just as much seriousness as Mozi. So. Li Ming, for your generous and unconditional aid and support of the 11th Royal Regiment through its highs and lows, for your unswerving loyalty to the Fire Nation. I, Prince Sing of Ba Sing Se, hereby bestow upon you the title of Lady of the Western Upper Ring. As befitting of your rank, you will be awarded a compound close to the royal palace. Li Ming's eyes went wide, shooting a glance to Mozi for help at the sudden gravity of the situation. Thank you, my prince. Sing gave a nod, and then turned to his fiancée. How's that? Too short. The emphasis on the 11th being a royal regiment was good, but you should have provided solid examples of her feats. Beside her, Tai Li raised a finger to add her own 2 copper pieces. You could also elaborate on the responsibilities that come with the elevation. Good points. Sing hummed for a moment before looking to the other officers. Anything else to make this more official? Some ideas were brought up, and the new prince then turned his attention back to a petrified Li Ming. So, round 2. She went pale, and Mozi had to quickly swoop in to stop her from fainting. It was decided to just get a scribe to record the amended formality on paper. There were enough witnesses, plus royal presence, to make it count. So now, you can say you're marrying above your station, Mozi, Sing offered with a smile. It almost lifted Mozi's mood too, if not for his comrade's following words. Since Li Ming's a higher rank, does it mean you have to bring your family over to pay their respects? This time it was Li Ming who had to hold onto her partner before he fainted over. After the officers of the 11th were dismissed, and Kai and Rufen dragged their new colonel away, ATLA stood with Sing just in front of the throne. Neither of them would sit on it, they decided. It was better to symbolically acknowledge the Earth King's seat being tainted by the king's involvement, or lack thereof, with Lake Laogai. Until new thrones were commissioned, neither Sing nor ATLA would be found sitting in the throne room. So, what's next on the agenda? She asked. Where is your uncle? ATLA sighed with some embarrassment. Still locked up in the royal pantry, picking through the tea leaves. At the rate he's going, it might be prudent to just gift him the palace's entire tea stores. Well, as long as he's occupied. Quite. With the recent revelations about the Order of the White Lotus, and not only Sing, but Uncle Iroha's involvement in it, the princess actually felt a bit out of her element for once. Sing had revealed what he knew about the secretive order, and left Uncle Iroha to do the rest of the explaining. It was enlightening, at the very least. But it didn't truly explain too much. They were an order that shared knowledge, but also sought to guide and protect the Avatar. Yet her uncle was content sitting around and passively observing the world fly past him, while Sing seemed more interested in the Avatar as a political tool than as a savior of the world. There were still other members out in all 3 realms, even, according to her uncle, the upper echelons of Fire Nation nobility. ATLA racked her brain for a night trying to figure out who could or could not be part of the little order. Still, for all the worry about an international underground network, it was heartening to know where Sing's loyalties lay at least. As I understand it, the Avatar is an agent of balance, so we have to be sure to carefully define what that balance is. ATLA had felt a stirring of pride at Sing's intentions, though her uncle's protest dampened it somewhat. I understand your intentions, Sing, and I applaud your it. However, we should not interfere directly in dictating the Avatar's duty. You of all people should understand the precariousness of maintaining balance. Sing clicked his tongue at that, but kept firmly polite. ATLA recalled feeling some amusement at how her uncle winced. With all due respect, Prince Iroha, trying to keep balance is a futile task if you don't address reality. This isn't just some scale to rebalance by shifting the weights around. Too much has changed, too much has been allowed to happen, to simply ask for things to return to the way they were. That is true, Bulletin. The Avatar cannot bring back the thousands of his lost people, Sing interrupted firmly. The Earth Kingdom's corruption cannot be allowed to resume. The Southern Water Tribe's depopulation cannot be miraculously undone. And the generations of Fire Nation people cannot be evicted and sent back to the home islands that they never considered as their home in the first place. The older prince was silent for a moment before he asked, what do you suggest then, Sing? Like I said, redefine the point of balance. The square has become a triangle, whether we like it or not. Adjustments must be made. It took some further debating, but Uncle Iroha eventually relented to at least save the debate for another time, preferably when the Avatar next showed up. Best of all, he actually looked like he'd consider Sing's points seriously. If there's nothing else. Sing's voice brought ATLA back to the present. We have a guest to meet. The finishing touches were being added to resolve the Dai Li issue, the army of colonial officials were still out in the city gathering information, so that was about right. There wasn't anything else to really look into for the time being. ATLA nodded, and Seeing gave the order. After some waiting, the throne room's repaired doors swung open, permitting 2 people to enter. The first was a man dressed in a craftsman's apron with an interesting hairstyle and a hand with wooden fingers of all things. He seemed calm and curious if anything, stealing glances at his surroundings. Beside him was a boy who bore some resemblance, and looked torn between being resentful and awed as he strode into the great hall. Both of them walked right up until the sound of shifting spears hinted at them to stop. The eccentric man coughed before bowing a bit too shallowly for even a minor noble. The boy barely moved until his father's guiding hand pushed him into a similar bow. "We've come as you requested," the man announced. Seeing ignored the many breaches of protocol, and so ATLA did too, for now. He was smiling though, so the presence of these 2 must be of some significance. "I'm glad you agreed. I hope your journey wasn't too hard." For some reason, Seeing was directing his gaze at the boy in particular, who in turn fidgeted nervously and couldn't meet his gaze. "The trip was uneventful, thank you." "Good. Good. We're still clearing out the abandoned land, so there'll be plenty of housing available for you and anyone who followed you here. In the meantime though, I could use your help in figuring out some things." This time the boy snapped out of his uneasiness to point a finger at Seeing. "My father won't help you make weapons." Seeing nodded, ignoring the sudden outburst even as the man calmed his son down. "I did not ask you here to make weapons. I'm here to offer you a job, to improve this city for its people's sake. Improving the agrarian zone's food production, resolving the cramped living conditions of the lower ring, sanitation works across the city. I have need for a creative mind to deal with civil engineering. I did put some thought into your talk about sanitation." "Dad, really? Working with the Scorpion? Those are interesting problems, Teo. Problems that, I have to admit, I've not really considered until he brought it up, and are now screaming for some solutions." The father looked to Seeing with a nod of gratitude. "Besides, I owe you my son's legs." "Legs?" Now that sounded like a tale. ATLA raised her hand to stop Tai Li from interrupting with the inevitable stream of questions. "Though I must ask, will my work be contained?" Seeing's smile broadened. "Your inventions will be fully credited as yours, and you're free to market them so long as they're for civilian use. I just ask that as your employer, BA Singh SE will be the first to make use of any innovation that would help uplift its people." ATLA kept herself from frowning. Just who was this man that Seeing was trying to win over? "Dad, we don't have to do this," the boy called Teo pleaded. "He's the Scorpion. And a prince of BA Singh SE as of a week or so ago," Seeing added. "I'm offering this city to be your sandbox, within reason, of course. The downside about this arrangement is that any messes you make will be yours to clean up." That seemed to have clinched it, as the man eventually nodded. "I'm free to leave if I wish. So long as you've given us a chance to discuss things first, you will be free to leave unharmed and unmolested. I'll even have it down on paper if that's of any comfort." "As if you won't try to weasel your way through it," Teo snarked, and ATLA began to wonder if the boy really had to be part of the recruitment package. Seeing though only shrugged it off. "You're free to decline this offer, I won't hold it against you." "No," the man said firmly. "I accept your employment." Then he turned to his son, who looked aghast. "We'll owe it to him to give him a chance, Teo." And then Teo became uncomfortable again, which ATLA found she much preferred to than an antagonistic brat. The little meeting was over after Seeing assigned them their quarters and workshop, and ATLA realized the 2 peasants didn't bother to properly introduce themselves, and once more the throne room was quiet again. Tai Li went off to train Bosco the freakish Just Bear, leaving ATLA with Seeing in the Great Hall. "Do I want to know the story about those 2? "Maybe," he answered with a shrug. And then ATLA learned of the true fate of the late War Minister Qin, and the fact that Seeing could actually heal the crippled with some help. The latter was intriguing, but the former was definitely interesting. It had been an excellent cover-up to shake up the War Ministry of its uncreative deadwood, as well as a fitting end for Qin's arrogance. To resort to weak blackmail to garner a talent that actually created the tanks. If it was ATLA, she'd have captured the mechanist and broken him with reasonable kindness, as she did with the colonies. Who knows what other inventions he'd be willing to part with if he was not only eager, but also properly funded. Now they had to start from scratch, losing spirits knows what sort of technological progress. Seeing was right in manipulating the brilliant inventor to win him over to their side. And to do so in such a way that the man actually felt obligated to work for Seeing, while his son had to begrudgingly agree. It shouldn't take too much to keep the duo satisfied with life in the city. The boy could use some encouraging, but the revelation of the Dai Li should be of significant help with that. "You really thought it out, haven't you?" the princess asked her fiancé, very impressed with what he'd just secured for the Fire Nation. Seeing shrugged. "It's a lot of improvisation, I'll admit. Lots of working with coincidences. ATLA rolled her eyes. And yet it all clicks in place nicely. I suppose you really are spirit touched. That made him squirm a bit, but he didn't deny it. Rather than having to deal with his bout of humbleness, ATLA decided to lash out at him with a kick. Seeing immediately reacted by catching her leg and offering her a confused look. I'm bored, ATLA simply said, her blood already racing from just considering the lengths her seeing was going to secure her position. Securing the Mechanist's services, the ambitious plans to win over the Avatar. Not to mention all that he's done so far for the Fire Nation. And more importantly, for her. ATLA punched with both hands, forcing Seeing into action instead of mulling uselessly. He let go of her leg and backpedaled, still confused but no less alert. Come, Seeing. It's been a while since we sparred. She lunged with a fist, and as her Seeing twisted away, her knee shot out to slam into his side. He managed to deflect that by jabbing his elbow down, forcing ATLA to abort the attack or fully lose the initiative. They stared at each other for a while, and it took a few seconds before she saw the light of amusement in Seeing's eyes. About damn time, too. Guards, secure the room, ATLA ordered. I want a proper duel with my fiancé. The bodyguards lurking in the shadows left swiftly vacated the throne room through all its exits, sealing the doors behind them. Ready, Seeing? ATLA asked, lunging again right as she finished saying his name. Seeing swatted her first strike aside as expected, and her follow-up jab almost caught him right in the neck, if not for his own counterattack which forced her to twist aside or run herself into his foot. Weird time for a duel, he commented at last, but she disagreed with a grin. Do we have anything better to do? Seeing conceded with a nod. Point. And then he was skipping aside as ATLA charged at him with a flurry of kicks and punches. None of them landed. You're getting good, my princess, he taunted, causing her grin to grow. Not just good, Seeing. ATLA swept in with a low, sweeping kick, quickly changing directions and transitioning to a rising hook from the opposite direction the moment Seeing dodged aside. She scored a glancing blow to his ribs as he couldn't fully twist clear, and ATLA's blood raced even faster. I've gotten much better. Really now? Seeing said as he lightly patted at his side before slipping into a ready stance. This time it was ATLA trying to dance away as Seeing took the offensive. He was right in front of her, and then he was suddenly behind her. She ducked to avoid the falling overhand strike, but overextended by using the momentum to deliver a spinning backhand of her own. Seeing caught the extended arm and yanked her towards him, but the princess barely avoided the waiting knee and kicked at his sole-rooted leg to throw him onto the ground. She realized her mistake the moment Seeing grabbed at both her wrists this time and pulled her down with him, and ATLA barely had time to react as he was already rolling as he barely landed on his back. She found herself staring up at him, finding the same exhilaration she felt in his dilated eyes. They were both breathing a little heavier, which somehow made ATLA aware of her blood pounding heavily in her ears. Seeing lowered himself to bring his lips against hers, and all thoughts of a fight fled as the couple kissed. ATLA struggled to roll them over, but Seeing straddled her and pinned her wrist down to stop her, allowing his free hand to run across her body. It was impossible to contain the moan of delight as his hands brushed against her breasts. Seeing let go of her wrist, but ATLA didn't move when he began to yank her dress free. There was a lot of kicking and writhing about as the two teens struggled to get their clothes off each other, but eventually Seeing was kneeling right between ATLA's spread legs, both of them devoid of any clothes. She saw his erection standing proudly, twitching in salute at her. She felt her own dampness smeared against her inner thighs. Seeing was kissing her again, and this time it felt much better to have his bare chest press against hers. Then his hands were roaming again, caressing and pinching across her pale skin, working from the neck down to her nether regions. ATLA let out a shuddering gasp as his fingers found her slit and drew slow circles around it. She heard herself growl, and saw the dark mischief in his eyes in reply. Seeing leaned over, and this time ATLA instinctively tilted her head to one side to expose her neck for him to tease with his tongue. He pulled away, and ATLA found herself focused solely on his twitching rod as he shifted and then pulled her towards him. The shaft was lowered out of her view, and for a second, nothing happened. Then Seeing moved, and ATLA felt it. The separation of her lower lips, the feeling of a warm, thick, foreign object sliding into her and stretching her as it slowly pushed its way into her. Seeing was kissing her again, and she was moaning into his mouth. Her hands scrabbled around to find purchase on his back as she began to buck her hips against him, a gesture pleading for more. Her Seeing obliged, and his hips began to move, and ATLA felt a powerful tremor of delight shooting up her spine. Her body was racked with powerful, brain-blinding spasms, and her vision almost went out as her eyes rolled almost all the way back up her sockets. Her arms fell away stiffly from Seeing's back, but she felt her body shuddering upwards into a quivering arch. The rapturous experience lasted for a brief eternity, and by the time her awareness returned, Seeing was still kissing her, his hot breath washing against her face, and his hips bucking in short, powerful thrusts against hers. Strands of her hair was sticking to her face and shoulders, the hairpiece holding her hair together suddenly missing. Xing broke away from the kiss to grin at her, and ATLA noted with annoyance that she felt a trickle of drool at the edges of her lips. More, my princess. She growled in response, and grabbed him by the shoulders to roll them around. ATLA let out a gasp of triumph as she now straddled him, and then looked down at her Xing to appreciate the view. His hands went to her waist, and taking that as a signal, ATLA began to move. She ground her hips against his, leaning back and to let out long, heavy moans as she buried Xing's cock as deep as she could into her. Hearing Xing's groans mix with her own lewd sounds added to her excitement, and ATLA picked up the pace. She leaned forward this time, placing her hands on his chest for support as her hips rose and fell clumsily to impale herself on him. Xing aided by bucking his own hips again, and it suddenly became a ride that the princess was holding onto for dear life. The lack of control cost her, as Xing grabbed her tightly and rolled them over, switching their places once more. This time, he gave no respite, and began pounding into her relentlessly. She was screaming at some point, and it made a song with Xing's grunts and the sound of their skin slapping hard against each other. There was pain, but it enhanced the pleasure oh so much. ATLA couldn't form words, but Xing understood her desperate cries well enough. Keep going. Don't stop. He was pulling her towards his thrusts with desperation by the end of it, and ATLA was grinning blankly and drooling as her body jerked about like a ragdoll, too lost in bliss to care for her hair pasting onto her face and obscuring her vision. Xing growled as he finally thrust with all his remaining might, yanking her onto him almost violently as he did so. Then ATLA let out a shuddering gasp as she felt a hotness blooming inside her core for several seconds. That was the last of it. It was over. Realizing that, the princess let out another gasp and felt her whole body go limp with relief and exhaustion. She heard Xing falling beside her, panting just as hard as she was. The sweaty, exhausted couple remained panting by the throne for a while before their wits recovered and they cleaned themselves up as best as they could. ATLA gave up on finding her hairpiece for the day, while Xing made do with his sash burnt in two. Then ATLA remembered what had happened and declared their spar a draw, and they hurried back to the royal chambers for a rematch. She woke up with only a gasp this time, her limbs remaining still in the darkness. It was a marked improvement from screaming and flailing about. Suki got up and quickly remembered where she was before calming her nerves. She was on a soft bed, not a hard stone floor. There was no lancing pain anymore. There was no pang of starvation. There were no Dai Li. She rose up to a sitting position and let her eyes take in what they could in the darkness. The window just to the side of her provided comforting starlight to help with that. She saw the outlines of her fellow Kyoji warriors on their own, luxurious beds. Okuni had wrapped herself in a blanket, preferring the stuffy but soft comfort over exposing herself to cold air ever again. Kana had a leg hanging over the edge of her bed, a subconscious comfort to remind herself that she was not locked up in a dingy stone cell. The other girls were sleeping peacefully enough as well, the communal sleeping environment going a long way to help them overcome their fear of the dark and closed spaces. Brazier light leaked in through the door's gap on the other end of the room, reminding Suki of her guardians outside. It took spirits knows how many days for her and her sisters to reach this point, and it was thanks to the people Suki had once considered dreaded enemies. After their rescue, the Kyoji warriors were treated with a gentleness that Suki could only appreciate in hindsight. After the worst of her trauma had receded. She knew that right now, there were a pair of soldiers, women of the 11th, standing guard. They were on rotation, and would swiftly enter the room should any screaming or breaking furniture be heard. They had held Suki down and calmed her many times already, and they tolerated the violent outbursts of anxiety from the Kyoji warriors with sympathetic understanding. If Suki called for them now, they'd come in and do their best to fulfill any request she made. Food, water, a short walk out in the gardens. The women of the 11th went out of their way to accommodate the once tortured warriors like doting elder sisters. They also served to carefully filter the rest of the world. It dawned on her recently that ever since they were carried from Lake Laogai, Suki had never seen a male soldier or servant. Every encounter with the 11th or their staff were with women, from the soldiers who guarded them, to the staff that tended to their baths and meals, and the water tribe healers that came every afternoon to provide much-needed motherly advice. Xing's orders, Captain Ping explained as gently. After what your group endured, he thought that you'd appreciate some privacy for the time being. A part of her felt insulted at the gesture, but Suki also conceded that maybe he had a point. The closest encounter Suki had with the opposite sex was just a week ago, when she saw some soldiers walk past in the distance as the Kyoji warriors enjoyed a quiet walk in the garden. The group were far off enough that it was hard to make out the details of their face, but still the Kyoji warriors froze, particularly at the sight of the green-dressed Earth Kingdom general. It'd taken the comforting voices and pats of their guards to break the sudden lock of nerves and spike in violent urges, and for San Niang to unclench her fists and stop her broken nails from carving up her palms. The girls had talked about their experience afterwards, with the sagely elder Kylan banishing the shame they felt. The first step to overcoming an obstacle is to acknowledge it, the elder had advised. There is no shame in coming to terms with your affliction. It took me a while as well. It had surprised the warriors to find that the water tribe healer had endured similar abuse, though hers was a longer ordeal that lasted for years before Seeing and the 11th came to rescue her. How did you survive for so long? The ancient waterbender shrugged. After a while, it all became numb. I was broken to the point where I didn't have anything left to break. From there, things could only improve. Kylan chuckled hoarsely. Mind you, I still took a while. But Lide, the old colonel back then, was a kind soul. Under him, and with Seeing helping, the 11th were patient with me and others like me. One of the guards watching them chipped in, and from her Suki learned it of Captain Ping, back then Lieutenant Ping, who served under a different regiment, who had suffered in silence from the vile predations of her peers and superiors simply because she was the sole female officer. Lide had somehow realized the fact and had challenged the Ping's colonel to Agni Kai without hesitation. Colonel Lide won, and the lieutenant was transferred to the 11th, the woman said simply, but then smirked viciously. Misfortune struck the 26th after that. Apparently their officers got too distracted by their colonel's loss that they all got careless. Their colonel and several captains fell off their ostrich horses the next day and broke their necks, while the other captains and lieutenants tripped and fell onto carelessly strewn blades, several times. For some reason, Seeing's face flashed across Suki's mind when the guard finished the tale. The 11th has a thing for looking after certain people, Kylan added with a sly smile. Under Lide, they were very considerate jailers. A very good man, one who values kindness over honor. Under Seeing, they became very considerate hosts, so much. The waterbender's expression suddenly darkened for a flash of a moment before she shook it off. So much so that many of us, those of us who have no home to go back to, have chosen to stick around. Kylan glanced at the guards with them. Though I'm told we'd be given amnesty. The other guard nodded. The COL prince wants to offer the 11th prisoners a chance to serve and settle in Ba Sing Se. The woman exchanged a conspiratorial smile with Kylan, one that Suki couldn't decipher. He just has to deal with the paperwork apparently. Of course. Well, it's better than having him nag me to take a boat to the North Pole again. Kylan turned to Suki with pantomimed annoyance. The stupid boy had the gall to ask me to go spend my last years with a bunch of sexist pricks, can you believe that? Suki greatly appreciated the time spent with the women of the 11th, soldiers and prisoners alike. With their help and advice, the Kyoji warriors stood straighter, and lost a lot of their skittish nerves sown during their dark capture. With their help, Suki could go back to the comforting dreams of the pincer protectively pinching around her neck, and the baleful eyes of green-robed men no longer jolted her up awake in cold sweat. Rubbing her neck with some affection in the darkness of the Kyoji warrior's bedroom, Suki quietly got up and snuck to the door. She opened it slowly, peeking to see the faces of her guards looking at her curiously in turn. Do you need anything, Suki? I'd like to go train a bit. Neither of the women asked her why, and instead one of them led her to the garden while the other kept by the door. There, under the flickering light of lanterns and braziers, Suki went through the familiar stances of the sword and fan, falling into a meditative trance as she reacquainted herself with the motions. She savored the sense of security from wielding weapons again, and was eager to return to top form again, so that she may further hone herself to ensure that she would never be caught off guard again. A sudden movement from behind her immediately snapped Suki out of her movements, and she whipped around to find a familiar face. Crown Princess ATLA stood by with an appraising look, dressed in a modest dress with her arms behind her back. I'm glad you've made such a remarkable recovery, she said, the cold, pre-dawn air carrying her soft words across clearly. Suki bowed, her hands still holding onto her weapons. Princess ATLA. Don't mind me. I was just taking a stroll. This early. The princess eyebrow quirked up. I could ask the same for you. Point. ATLA slowly walked over with a harmless smile. Anyway, how are you and your fellow warriors? Thanks to the Fire Nation's hospitality, we've healed up a lot, Suki answered as she headed towards the nearest rack to put away her weapons. Not that I wish you gone, but have you girls given thought to my offer? Suki paused for a moment to sigh before turning to the princess. We gratefully accept the arrangements to send us back to Kyoji Island. Though, if it's all right with you, I wish to remain. Princess ATLA looked a bit surprised. Oh? Mind if I ask what you'll do on the continent? Suki straightened as she took in a slow, steadying breath before she answered. I'd like to stay in Ba Sing Se, and offer what aid I can. Prince Seeing saved us, so as leader I will work to repay the debt as best as I can. We owe him that much. ATLA frowned slightly, but kept thoughtfully silent for a while. The crackle of fire and the low whistle of a cold wind became all that Suki heard for several long seconds. I see. Seeing did say he had plans to employ us, Suki added with a nod. After all he's done, it'd be disgraceful if the Kyoji warriors were unable to offer a minimum of our support. ATLA's frown deepened. You're selling yourselves short. I've been briefed about what you all went through. The fabric of her dress fluttered prettily as she shuddered in revulsion. I doubt many could have held on as long as you Kyoji warriors have, myself included. The princess gave a single, strong nod. Even if it's just you, your services here would be much appreciated. I'll convince Xing. Convince. Angela huffed as she rolled her eyes. My fiancé is a brilliant schemer, but he also has a soft spot for abused victims. And for some reason the fool feels some guilt for your capture. Pfft. As if he can control what the spirits tell him. Anyway, he probably has it in his head that it's best if you all went back and recovered for a few years before the Fire Nation makes contact with Kyoji Island again. At Suki's expression, Angela smirked. Yet, my Xing can be surprisingly dense at times. He assumes that the people he has plans for are all fragile porcelains. Whatever plans he had for the Kyoji warriors, he's scrapped because he didn't want to keep you all here to endure whatever torment he thinks you'll endure. I see. Angela snorted good-naturedly. Don't worry, I'll see if I can talk some sense into him, or maybe I can do a little practice. The princess gave a disturbingly hungry grin as she said the last bit, sending a tingle of unease up Suki's spine. Still, she was speaking on her behalf, so Suki bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Angela waved the formality away. Just Angela is fine. Your remarkable resolve deserves some respect. But Suki? Yes, Angela. Suki replied, and almost jumped as the princess' eyes sharpened into a cold glare. Xing is mine. You can ogle. You can pine. You can wish. But I trust you to keep your hands off claimed property, understood? The Kyoji warrior nodded quickly at that. Why yes, Angela. The glare lifted, and Angela was smiling again as if nothing had happened. Excellent. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like a quick spar. I hear that you Kyoji warriors have some interesting techniques, and I'd like to think I have some surprises of my own that you might find useful. Suki almost didn't notice dawn breaking, and the surprisingly pleasant sparring with Angela came to an end. The princess left to wake Xing up, but not before extending an invitation to an outdoor event in the afternoon if Suki and her girls felt up for it. We're making our first public announcement by the palace gates. You'll be standing safely behind us. The generals will be kept at a reasonable distance, if you'd like. You don't have to be Kyoji warriors, just show up as yourselves. Having more people in the background that's not in Fire Nation uniform adds to the air of legitimacy for us. Angela's honest intentions got Suki to at least consider the offer, and as she returned to her room, she found herself trying to convince her sisters to join her. It'd be a measure of how much they recovered, to see if they could stand a crowd. Their appearance could also be seen as a small repayment for the Xing and the Fire Nation's hospitality so far. So, biting down their nerves, the Kyoji warriors made themselves presentable, settling on fully green dresses and staying away from the yellow-greens of the Judis, or any fashion styles associated with them. Suki herself added on a red sash around her waist, keeping her short hair loose but neatly combed. None of the girls wore bracelets or socks, donning ornamented slippers or sandals taken from the palace. With the helpful suggestion of their guards, they also kept daggers under their dresses. That little consideration really did make a big difference in how safe the girls felt. When afternoon came they headed to just outside the palace gates, climbing up to a lavish earth-bended stage and keeping to the back edge of it. As Angela promised, the Earth Kingdom generals and their people were on the opposite corner, looking resigned and uncomfortable as they milled about. Seeing the heart of the city for the first time, Suki took in the sight of clean white buildings with their yellow-tiled rooftops, and the various trees and ornamentation sticking out of walled compounds. Even before Xing and Angela appeared there was a crowd gathering, kept at a distance by Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation soldiers. Several Fire Nation metal vehicles, their infamous tanks, were also parked at junctions, the passengers of the roofless vehicles keeping a watchful eye of the growing assembly. Suki also spied some soldiers with bows lurking on the rooftops, somehow managing to hide themselves amidst the shiny yellow tiles. It tickled her brain at figuring how they managed that, and how none of the city folk seemed bothered to look up at the archers. The sound of horns announced the arrival of Ba Sing SC's new prince, and Xing walked up with Angela beside him, flanked by their impressively armored bodyguards. He was draped in a red robe of noticeably fine quality that was plain save for the black scorpion with dragon pincers sewn onto the back, while she wore a dress that had gold dragons woven into them at various places. Xing gave Suki and the Kyoji warriors a glance, and Suki fought down her quickening heartbeat as their gazes met. As Angela had mentioned, Xing's eyes held a deep guilt, as well as genuine relief. Suki liked to think that the smile he flashed was directed only at her, but she remembered Angela's words and offered a quick nod in reply. Behind the couple, an old, stout man walked along with a serene smile. He wore the same sort of rich, gold-threaded robes like Angela, though the patterns were more reserved. Behind him were Kylan and her waterbenders, an old Earth Kingdom warrior leading a group of soldiers in a green-dyed variant of the 11th armor sense the helmet, and a girl about Suki's age who wore surprisingly little considering the occasion, riding on a bear. Just a plain bear. Weird. It was a rather interesting bunch that stood between the Kyoji warriors and the Earth Kingdom generals and watched the backs of Sing and ATLA as they addressed the crowd. Sing raised his arms to silence the crowd and gain their attention. People of Ba Sing Se. As you might know, I am Prince Sing, the new administrator of this great city on behalf of the Fire Nation, after its abandonment by the former Earth King. Suki quickly began to tune the words out, and felt a growing sense of nervousness at standing in the back like this. She briefly met the gaze of the girl on the bear, who smiled cheerily at her, but it did little to calm her antsiness. Kinda reminds me of our village festivals, Loki muttered softly. Remember how long Oyaji's speeches took? Suki smiled at the happy past being brought up, while her sisters muttered beneath their breath to add to the light-hearted grousing. She was about to join in about that time with the unagi ruining the communal feast when something caught her eye. It took her a while to figure out what was wrong as Suki scanned the crowd, but eventually, after squinting hard enough, she saw it, a familiar brown mop of hair standing around the third row, resting on a familiar scowling face of a boy wearing a familiar outfit. Jet. Dark foreboding bloomed in Suki core as she identified the boy, and the other Kyoji warriors also went silent when they heard his name. Where? Okuni whispered sharply, but Suki was already moving, slowly pushing her way in front. One of Sing's bodyguards stopped her, though he regarded her with concern rather than annoyance. Is something wrong, miss? I know him, Suki said, nodding in Jet's direction as subtly as she could, not wanting to accidentally set off a trap. Trouble? The bodyguard asked, and Suki nodded. The armored warrior nodded back and gently pushed her back. We'll take care of this, miss. Thank you. Suki wanted to rage at the polite dismissal, but she saw the man flash a hand signal to his peers, and ever so slightly the bodyguards around the couple shifted. Then one of them glanced up to the sky and suddenly pounced forwards, pushing Sing and ATLA back as he sent a bolt of fire up to incinerate a falling arrow, which promptly erupted into a small but sharp explosion the moment the flames enveloped it. The crowd had a second to gasp before larger explosions tore open the nearest buildings and violence erupted, and chaos promptly ensued. Seeing ATLA so happy lifted Ty Lee's spirits almost equally in the same degree. Her royal friend smiled more and was genuinely more personable despite the hard, steely foundation underneath. The soldiers of the 11th must have really helped ATLA focus her malice that the palace servants were bowing to her out of deep respect instead of fear. And Sing must have done a really big deal too. Ty Lee fought hard to stop herself from teasing ATLA when she spotted the hints of gleeful pinkness to her aura. ATLA. Cute and happy pink. Whatever happened the other day must have been great if the princess was smiling warmly for the rest of the day. The uneasy, awkward looks of purple and blue from the royal bodyguards gave Ty Lee enough of a hint. Or the knowing grins exchanged between the officers of 11th. Ty Lee couldn't be sure if she imagined it or if ATLA actually broke into happy skipping several times. She was most definitely humming, though, and Ty Lee caught her friend's hand absently wandering to her chest or groin before she remembered where she was and snapped her limb back to position. Sing was less pink than red, but was still interesting to see how he tried to keep his composure despite breaking into a goofy grin every time he looked at ATLA. And how neither him or ATLA cared that people were present as they quietly held hands and matched pink-red auras. Which all meant to say that coming to Ba Sing Se had been the right choice despite the general menace of the recently conquered city. Besides the couple watching, Ty Lee got to spend time with the regiment that adopted ATLA, and found them to all be interesting people, if a bit sharper around the edges than Mai pretended to be. Good people, but not the kind you want to peeve off. ATLA's uncle was around too, and he was always free to regale her with many interesting stories about tea and traveling. More interestingly, the soon-to-be former prisoners of the 11th were also mostly open to conversation. Quite a few of them were wary at first, but after a few days, they tolerated her presence with gentler smiles and less guarded words. Ty Lee rarely focused too much on what the people she interacted with said, she just liked watching their auras play out. Iroh had a gentle, breezy glow to his cyan calmness as he talked about the benefits of particular tea leaves, while the soft curmudgeon Yama had a thin shell of spiky yellow aggravation almost totally obscured his blue-purple melancholy that was specked with deep reds of joy when he opened up about his past as the uncle to the Earth King. There was also a sweet and shy waterbender girl called Yuki that quickly broke out of her timid blue into an excited yellow-red when she spoke of how the 11th looked after her. With how cute she acted, it was no wonder the troops around Yuki kept a protective eye on her. Everyone here was so interesting. And they weren't so stuffy about showing it, not to a friend of the crown princess. Well, maybe the Earth Kingdom soldiers stationed in more public parts were bores, but they were going through a tough time so Ty Lee graciously forgave them. When ATLA invited Ty Lee to observe her and Sing's first public speech, of course Ty Lee giddily accepted the opportunity. She didn't want to miss ATLA's pinkness when the princess stood with Sing in public. Riding atop Bosco, the fluffy bear Ty Lee adopted after the poor thing was abandoned by the mean Earth King, Ty Lee fought to keep herself from bursting from excitement as she took in the sight around her. The not-so-formal stage and arrangement of people that would have probably incited scandalous whispers back home because the public were allowed to get so close without enforcing a proper dress code or something, the surreptitious placement of people on rooftops and street corners, the diverse people gathered behind ATLA and seeing. And Ty Lee got to meet well, take a closer glance more like, the group of girls that ATLA highly respected. The Kyoji warriors had been secluded after their horrific ordeal, and Ty Lee understood why and sympathized with them. They were so much more brittle now, compared to when Ty Lee last saw them in the colonies, but they were defiantly fighting off the blackness of fear gnawing at the edges of their aura. Ty Lee would have to check with ATLA if it'd be possible to meet them. Maybe she could help the girls in some way or another. Such strong people did not deserve to have such ugly black horrors tainting their auras. The whole speech thing was going off well enough, judging from the silence of the crowd. There were bubbles of anger and resentment, but it was understandable, expected even for circumstances like this. Some people were particularly ugly in their auras due to their hate, but Ty Lee shrugged it off, trusting fear of the Fire Nation to keep them in line, like the various villagers she'd encountered in the colonies with ATLA. It was a mistake, it turned out, because Suki, the Kyoji warrior leader, was suddenly moving with worrying urgency, and the guards around seeing an ATLA sparked orange in alertness. Then one of them launched a fire bolt into the air, causing a disappointing explosion, which was soon followed by several more explosions from the nearby noble mansions. Ty Lee was caught by surprise for a moment as she saw people burst through the debris cloud of the ruined buildings. Full overwatch. Singh's order had the bodyguards and soldiers of the 11th snapping into action, stepping up to blast down the larger pieces of flying masonry with their fire. Armed people, all dirty and desperate, pushed through or simply cut their way through the crowd, sowing blind panic. The archers and firebenders on the rooftop let loose their projectiles, picking off some of the scowling terrorists, but then arrows from seemingly all around began to zip towards the soldiers' position. Down with the Fire Nation! Someone yelled, a hate-wreathed boy with novel hook swords, and the cry was echoed by his accomplices as they tried to charge towards Singh and ATLA. Tried, because the 11th were making it very hard for them. The boy was the closest, and he recklessly darted forwards with a bestial scowl on his face and his blades swinging, ignoring the fact that his friends were still some ways behind him. His aggression was quickly dampened when one of Singh's bodyguards intercepted him. Hook Boy's moves were flashy, but so clearly in need of refinement. The bodyguard barely shifted his head to avoid a wide swing, and used his bracer to catch the second hook sword to yank its wielder towards him. In less than 4 moves, Hook Boy was unceremoniously knocked to the ground with a helmeted headbutt. More of his comrades were pouring over, though. Many wore Earth Kingdom soldiers' uniform, while a surprising number were in richer nobles' attire. The guards on the rooftops were busy dueling with hidden enemy archers to suppress the incoming tide, but it looked like the rest of the 11th had it well in hand. Soldiers stood firm and met the roaring human tide with spears and flaming fists, breaking bones and searing faces with machine-like efficiency. A few more arrows rained down on the stage, but it was the waterbenders and earthbenders that intercepted them this time. Yama and his followers quickly tore up the stage and wall behind them to fling at the arrows, while the projectiles that remained plinked harmlessly off ice shields created by Kylan and her people. Evacuate the civilians. Singh ordered. Protect the princess. Fool, protect yourself too. ATLA added, before turning to Ty Lee and flaring into a worried yellow. Ty Lee was about to ask why, but her royal friend literally flew over to tackle her to the ground. Ty Lee coughed all the air in her lungs out, but her surprise increased when she heard a solid thunk reverberating from ATLA on top of her. Stop dawdling, Ty Lee, the princess admonished as she got up, seemingly unaffected by the small boulder rolling off her back as she got up. It's not safe here, I suggest you lead some of our guests back. Ty Lee blinked several times as she rose up. ATLA had saved her? Oh, don't worry about me, her friend said, misinterpreting her stare. I've got armor underneath. You, on the other hand, don't. ATLA had just saved her. Armor or not, she'd thoughtlessly taken a hit for Ty Lee. No, Ty Lee said resolutely as the armored forms of ATLA's bodyguards formed an inviolable ring around them. I can help. She met ATLA's searching gaze for a second before the other girl gave a nod. Fine. The rabble on the ground should be handled in no time. Can you deal with the hidden archers? Leave it to me, ATLA. And with that, Ty Lee launched herself up past the protective ring of armor and leapt her way from walls and cracked columns towards the rooftops. She quickly sped past the clamor of fighting, pausing only to send a few disapproving strikes to some men screaming traitors, as they hewed through the panicked civilians with their blades. Earth Kingdom armor poorly protected their pressure points, so it was a simple matter of skipping down, immobilizing them with a flurry of strikes to the right places, and then returning to the rooftops as firebenders landed to clean up. She found the first group of archers holing up in an abandoned noble's house. It took no effort in avoiding their arrows, and Ty Lee slipped in through the same window the group was shooting at her from. The men clumsily began to switch to cleavers and axes, but they were far too late. A hard kick into one man's throat sent him grasping his neck as he fell. At the same time, Ty Lee's fingers shot out and stabbed at the exposed pressure points of his comrades she was flying past, numbing their arms and dropping their weapons. A carefully applied sweeping kick as she landed swept off another man to send his head knocking painfully against the wall, and the attack transitioned into an upwards kick between the legs of the remaining opponent, sending him on his knees as he gave a pained whimper. All 5 men were down in barely 6 seconds since Ty Lee made her entrance. The girl peeked out the window to wave down a squad of firebenders soaring through the air, and after waiting for their arrival, she headed off to find some more unwelcome ambushers. Iroh stood protectively with the soldiers of the 11th around the waterbenders and earthbenders, keeping the skies clear of arrows. These insurgents were poorly trained, but there was a surprising amount of them, considering the reports of a relatively docile population. It wasn't until General Fong on the other end dropped into a stance and sent a wall of earth shooting into a squad of firebenders that things clicked. For Ba Sing Se! The Earth Kingdom general yelled, and his men began to engage the surprised men and women of the 11H. His 2 colleagues in the meanwhile were simply stunned, and thankfully neither General Yu, General Sung, or their officers joined in once their senses returned. It was a bold plan, to feign obedience right up until this point, but General Fong had made a huge mistake. He'd placed himself and his secondaries in the heart of the Fire Nation presence, which for all their advantage of surprise, they were still woefully outnumbered. Fire Lancers! For the Princess! For Sing! Colonel Motzi rallied the troops and proved the point almost immediately. After the initial surprise and casualties, the Fire Nation soldiers promptly recovered and tore into their backstabbers with daggers and an intimidating ferocity. Those Ba Sing Se officers that were isolated were brought down screaming as the troops stabbed to horrifically maim, not kill. General Fong was immediately beset by a squad of Sing's dreaded Han unit. They lead with jars that poured out noxious fumes as they shattered. Iroh himself had to bring his sleeve to his face as he watched the silhouette of the general and his men coughing helplessly right until the Han soldiers descended on them and brutally subdued them. Elsewhere, more of the rebelling army were pouring in from the ruined buildings, the earthbenders creating ramps that allowed them to leap over the 11th's defensive line to try reaching Sing and ATLA. Neither were making it easy, though. ATLA's blue fire joined her bodyguards as they ruthlessly burned away any and all hostiles in their vicinity. Iroh had mixed emotions as he saw his niece grinning while she set men alight and left them to scream as they burned. Very few reached close enough for the royal bodyguards to actually engage in melee, to the point that they began to fire on other targets engaged with the 11th. A massive armored man appeared, decked out in the ornamentation of a general's champion, roaring a challenge before he charged at ATLA's position. Iroh felt a spike of pride as his niece barely put any attention on the needlessly showy attempt, dismissively flinging a burst of azure flame that broke the man's charge and sent him tumbling to the ground right before her ring of bodyguards. With no immediate enemies to deal with, they dealt with him with appropriate harshness, 2 bodyguards descending on the champion with apathetic ruthlessness before they stomped hard on his shoulders to break the joints. If you're quite done with that, we still have actual threats to deal with. Admirably, ATLA didn't even offer a sideways glance at the beatdown, focusing fully on nearby enemies that she could fling her fire at. Sing on the other hand was proving his reputation. Leading his own bodyguards, the young prince carved through the thickest enemy formations like a chopstick through a block of tofu. White flames burst out that had enemies dropping to the ground with blackened stumps for limbs. The bodyguard squad were no less brutal, each taking on 3 or more opponents at a time and leaving behind smoldering, screaming heaps of flesh. Where ATLA bore contempt, Sing was annoyed. He faced down a group of earthbenders, and after a glare they fell to the ground screaming, and it took Iroh a second to notice their feet turning a bright, scalded red. This invisible fire bending of the Prince of Ba Sing Se was most intriguing indeed, and would definitely require more investigation. What kind of gift did the moon and ocean spirits give Sing exactly? Fuckwit Fong. Old Yama muttered from behind Iroh, distracting the prince from the fighting. Knew he was browning his nose a bit too much. Yama stomped his foot to create a dome that protected a squad of the 11th from a mob, and then exploded the dome outwards to pepper said mob with debris. Ah, come of it, his counterpart, the waterbender Kylan admonished while she smirked and sent a whip of water into a group of charging soldiers. You're having as much fun as all of us. Yama did not argue the point, but opted instead for a different line of grumbling. Fuck the fun. Ba Sing Se's already got a shit reputation to deal with, now they're making it worse. Stupid, short-sighted amateurs, I swear. Iroh didn't hear the rest of the grumbling as he stepped forward to blast away some earth-bended boulders. Predictably, spearmen followed up after the rocky projectile, and Iroh was more than ready to knock them down with quick bursts of fire. He'd deal with the earthbender, but the poor man was already brought down by a couple of soldiers jabbing their spears into his shoulders. His old instincts flaring, Iroh took a step back just in time to avoid an series arrows flying past him and bouncing off the stone wall. After the initial stunt, the firebenders avoided further dealing with the potentially volatile projectiles and wisely left it to the waterbenders and earthbenders while they dealt with other things. It was impressive to see such cooperation between the elements, but Iroh would mull over the idea later. Right now, he was getting distracted. He crouched and stepped into a charging man in the uniform of an Earth Kingdom captain, and then threw him over his shoulders. To dissuade his opponent from rising, Iroh sent a powerful jab down between the man's neck and shoulders that sent his eyes rolling up into his head. Despite the familiar exhilaration of battle rising in him, Iroh went back to his position to guard the water and earthbenders, and contented himself in watching most of the fighting play out. Some of the 11th were on the ground, though their fallen were vastly outnumbered by the growing carpet of smoking or writhing enemies around them. Though outnumbered, the regiment was fending off an entire, admittedly poorly organized, army with admirable effort. With their treacherous general down and unable to lead them, the insurgents rushing the lines acted little better than armed mobs, and fell just as easily to the cold discipline of the 11th. Some firebenders were rocketing through the air to hunt down enemy archers, diving into windows or dousing them with generous servings of fire. Those soldiers still keeping their position on the rooftops provided precise arrow and fire support that picked out leaders or particular threats. The tanks became strongpoints for firebenders to safely firebend from, the metal hulls protecting them from rock spikes, arrows and spears. Noxious smoke wafted through the mobs, rendering them into helpless, coughing prey for the soldiers who were far more resistant to easily pacify. General Yu and General Sung were backing into the gate with their entourage, probably questioning their loyalties right now. A collective shriek from the other end drew Iroh's attention to a group of girls, supposedly the rehabilitated Kyoji warriors, who joined the fray with loaned blades and spears. One of them dove straight towards a boy with hook swords who had been earlier thrown aside. The boy was now up again and trying to gang up with the other insurgents on a squad of soldiers, but had to roll away to avoid the Kyoji warriors' charge. He rose up with a pretty flourish of his hook swords, but he didn't last more than a couple of swings before she had her short sword buried in his gut and a blurring roundhouse kick properly knocked him out of the fight. A blur of movement nearby caught Iroh's attention, and he saw a growling, roaring mob rushing towards Sing. Many were cold by the concentrated fire directed at them, but there were enough of them that some could regret entering within arm's reach of Sing and his men. Axes and swords melted like wax before they could be brought to bear. Glowing daggers were buried into faces and armpits. Several men dropped to the ground clawing at their necks as their mouths leaked smoke. But then something darted out from the dying mob, and Sing leapt back for the first time as a small figure lunged out at him with a short blade. The smaller figure was fast, darting around Sing and his bodyguards and narrowly avoiding their flames. The assassin kept trying but failing to land a strike at Sing, who was curiously having a harder time dealing with his assailant. It took Iroh several seconds before he understood why. Sing's fighting style, while meant for extremely close quarters, worked on the assumption that his opponents were at his size or larger. Judging by how he was suddenly angling his knee and elbow strikes, the young scorpion dragon was unused to facing someone significantly shorter than he was. As a result he was forced to quickly adapt his moves. His bodyguards tried to intervene, but the rest of the surviving mob was tying them down. ATLA too saw the awkward duel and immediately turned her attention towards Sing. The small combatant darted about for a while, barely avoiding a fiery death with each failed thrust or slash simply because Sing was barely able to lower his aim. It was this glaring weakness that enabled the assassin to duck and dive in close to land a single, grazing cut across Sing's cheek, though that was all they'd get. Sing acted immediately by embracing his attacker with both arms, throwing them up in the air, at which point the opponent's surprised shriek betrayed her as a mere girl, and then catching the falling victim by the back and then slamming her head first into the ground, following up immediately with an elbow drop that likely broke several ribs. Unorthodox as it was, the move put an end to the bout that barely lasted 5 seconds. The carnage around them continued, but eventually the mob spirit was broken. They would have rooted, if not for the rest of the 11 THS tanks rolling in to block all exits. Instead, the insurgents were rounded up, and Iroh had to look away as the noose tightened around the quailing survivors and the sound of broken bones and screams of agony echoed down the streets. It was only after all of that Sing collapsed, finally sparking panic among the 11th as the sole wound he suffered spread a sickly purple shade across his face.